Chapter 1. The Birth of Pu. Introduction. Worry-relieving dumpling Pu X, the strongest war god in the galaxy Hu. In the Interstellar era, the war between humans and the insect race continues. The number of women has drastically decreased due to an unknown particle outbreak, and those women endowed with soothing spiritual powers are regarded as the most precious species by the interstellar community, enjoying a very high status. The combat-related mania cannot be suppressed, and the terrible emotions spread endlessly. Happiness is the hardest emotion to feel. The divine being pities humanity and bestows upon them the divine beast Pu, whose arrival is the redemption of the entire interstellar era. Interstellar residents. Every day, the first thing they do upon waking is to see Pu's cuteness shining in the sky. Insect race. How can we seize His Highness Pu? Waiting online, very anxious. Lu family. Our little one don't touch. Pu. All the cubs he raises are eyeing him. It's annoying. Pu. I love you all. Note. The rarity of female characters in the story does not imply a matriarchal society, just a precaution for those who might prefer such settings. Hope everyone enjoys it. Hee. Heavenly Tao. When will little Pu come out? Baize looked at the little golden egg that had been stubbornly staying on the spirit tree, feeling somewhat worried. This is the last divine beast to be nurtured, and it should have matured by now, but it refuses to come out, and everyone is very concerned that something might be wrong. The Heavenly Tao calculated with his hands, frowning slightly. How could this be? The Heavenly Tao murmured. What's wrong, Grandpa? Heavenly Tao? The little mischievous beast tilted its head. A group of small divine beasts playing around also stopped. They were afraid Grandpa Heavenly Tao would say something bad about little Pu. Each one perked up their ears, eagerly looking at the Heavenly Tao, urging him to speak, anxious for the divine beast. Little Pu has been carrying a karmic line since birth. The Heavenly Tao calculated again, his brow furrowing deeper. It had been a long time since he paid attention to the affairs of the human realm. How had it changed so much? How could little Pu have a karmic line? The nine-tailed fox's narrow eyes were half closed. This was not a good sign. The nine-tailed fox transformed into human form, flicked a finger into the air, and sent news everywhere. All the divine beasts that could rush over upon hearing the news came with serious expressions. The Heavenly Tao sighed. It needs to descend to the mortal realm to shape its divine body. The Heavenly Tao said to everyone. Is there no other way? Kumping asked, feeling a bit heartbroken. Pu was the youngest, its physical strength not yet formed, and simply could not endure the current mortal realm. The Heavenly Tao shook his head. Although we cannot intervene, it does not prevent us from bestowing blessings. Baize, being an old master, added, This is good, I agree. Zhuke landed in front of everyone with a loud phoenix cry. Then, he bestowed his blessings, and everyone hurried to take action. Little Pai Shio jumped onto the spirit tree in a few leaps, getting close to the little golden egg, and said in a childish voice, Pu, please come out quickly. The little Qilin floated up, pointing its head at the golden egg. Pu, I will give you good luck. You must return safely. Some little divine beasts, feeling unstable, began to cry, startling Baize into a flurry. Being a forced babysitter is not easy. The Heavenly Tao closed his eyes, unable to bear to look. This group of little cubs was probably the most troublesome batch he had ever dealt with. Then they saw the little golden egg emitting a dazzling light. Everyone looked up. Grandpa Heavenly Tao. Pu's voice was tender and sweet. Heavenly Tao, what's a little bug? Pu deserves it. It's a perfect match, a heavenly match. Little Pu. Little Pai Shio nudged the little golden egg. Brother Pai Shio. Pu called out again. And me, and me. The little Qilin also came over. Brother Qilin. Pu obediently called out. Stop making noise. Little Pu's spiritual power is weak. If you keep being noisy, it will fall asleep again, Baize interrupted, watching the little divine beasts lining up and the eager Zhuke. Hearing Baize speak, everyone calmed down a bit. But little Pu was just such a lovable existence, and everyone's restless hearts were really hard to endure. Grandpa Heavenly Tao. I'm so sleepy. Little Pu, who was born from the spirit tree and was still on it, clearly loved everyone and also trusted the Heavenly Tao more. Hearing little Pu call for the Heavenly Tao, everyone felt a pang of jealousy, looking at the Heavenly Tao, wishing they could poke a few holes in him with their eyes. The Heavenly Tao proudly raised his head in front of everyone, his voice gentle. Little Pu, sleep. When you wake up, You will meet a wonderful family. Pu was already too weak to respond. The golden light from the egg seemed to be responding to the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao calculated the time. It was about time. Zay beside him was mumbling about precautions, reminding Pu to live well. But he was interrupted by the little Pai Shio on his head. The little Pai Shio kicked Zay's face away, reluctantly pawing at the little golden egg. Little Pu, you must be rich, you must be rich. When little Pu woke up again, she opened her eyes to find herself surrounded by ruins. Her mind was blank, as if there was a voice in her ear saying, she must be rich, she must be rich. What is being rich? Little Pu wanted to crawl out of the eggshell, but the shell was too big. Stretching out her chubby, tender little hand, she tried to wiggle her little bottom, but after a long time, she was still in place. Huffing and puffing. So tired, little Pu sat back down, feeling a bit deflated. Suddenly, a buzzing sound startled little Pu, and she curled up tightly, covering her ears. So loud, so scary. Suddenly, a long hand reached in front of her, poking her cheek. The person seemed a bit heavy-handed, and this poke made little Pu squat down. TSK, so fragile. A cool and magnetic voice entered little Pu's ears. Little Pu looked up at him. So pretty. General, let's take the little cub back to the spaceship for a check, said the man beside him, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Hearing the voice, little Pu turned her head towards the source. He was also a handsome person, but not as good-looking as the one in front. Li Shuren looked at the little cub suddenly staring at him, and an inexplicable emotion burst forth in his heart. So cute. So cute. Li Shuren's heart raced the chubby, tender little snow dumpling. Just as he was about to reach out his hand, he saw the little dumpling reach out both chubby hands towards his. General, he Yu'd. Li Shuren felt as if his heart had jumped to his throat, preparing to snatch the little dumpling back. Unexpectedly, He directly lifted the little dumpling with one hand and placed it on his arm. The little dumpling obediently hugged Hiyu's neck. Li Shuren, huh? His general wasn't usually so easygoing, was he? Even in this situation where the protection of females is the norm and their status is high, his general still had the temperament of doing as he pleased, not caring who it was. There were plenty of pretty female little dumplings, and many wanted to be close to the general, but this was the only one who could be held in the general's arms with such a good temper. He looked at him with unfriendly eyes. How about I hold the little cub, General? Li Shuren tentatively guessed. I'll hold her. He was straightforward and uncomplicated. He always spoke directly. What about us? Li Shuren was confused. Have a spaceship come over. You had a look of, why have you become so stupid? Li Shuren, feeling offended. Yes, sir. Li Shuren opened the communication to have the spaceship come over. As the spaceship approached, kicking up dust, Li Shuren instinctively looked at the little dumpling. Wanting to shield her, he saw he had already activated his combat power to form a protective shield, using the cloak behind him to shield the little dumpling. Li Shuren, was his general just possessed by something in that moment? Insect race? Even less likely those bloodthirsty guys. What are you looking at? Hurry up and go over, Hiyu said irritably. Yes. Li Shuren saluted. The cabin door was opened, and the soldiers who greeted the general behind the aide-de-camp were stunned. Huan Hu, I told you it was the general holding a little bundle, but you didn't believe me. Tian Hu, how could I believe that? I want to take a few more looks. I really can't believe my eyes. Ying, I also feel like my eyes must be blind. Ahu, you're not alone. Fei Kei, am I the only one who finds that little bundle inexplicably cute from afar? Shuelang, the exchange of glances among the few of them was a bit too obvious. Li Shuren cleared his throat twice to remind them not to drag him down with their impending doom. Chapter 2. What a cute bundle. Hearing the reminder, the group snapped back to attention and lined up properly, waiting for the general to come over. They saw Hiyu covering the little bundle tightly as he boarded the spaceship. Everyone couldn't help but lean forward, curious. What does it look like that even the general is so protective of it? They still didn't know what kind of bad temper the general had. What kind of divine bundle was this? It was driving them crazy with curiosity. For the first time, a strong sense of curiosity emerged. Called Chi Yin over. Hiyu's cold voice made everyone feel a tightness in their foreheads. Yes, Tian Hu was the first to run off. Everyone, damn, you really run fast, kid. Chi Yin was directly dragged over by Tian Hu, looking disheveled when he was placed in front of Hiyu. General, you called for me? Chi Yin shook his head, fixing his hairstyle. At any moment, his hairstyle couldn't be messy. That was his lifeline. Give her a checkup. He revealed the little bundle that had already fallen asleep in his arms. Chi Yin was startled by the sudden appearance of the little white bundle. He almost wanted to scream, but seeing He Yu's gaze, he instantly held it back. What kind of breed was this little milk bundle that could earn the general's favor? The little bundle seemed to sense the presence of others and open its eyes. Chi Yin covered his nose. How cute! How cute! What a precious bundle! The little bundle unconsciously scooted closer to He Yu, looking at Chi Yin as if he were some strange uncle. General, please let me take care of the milk bundle. I'll take her for a full-body checkup. Chi Yin couldn't contain his excitement and was about to scoop the little bundle up. Haha, why do I like this milk bundle so much? Just looking at her makes me happy. Happy? An incredible emotion. But he really didn't dislike having this experience at all. He'll carry her. He used words shattered Chi Yin's fantasy. Wah! Chi Yin, can't you give me this opportunity? Looking at the other people around him also displaying infatuated gazes, Chi Yin suddenly felt quite impressive after all. He was one of the few who could interact with the milk bundle. They couldn't even touch her. Tian Hu, damn, what a precious little bundle. Why is she so fair and tender? I want to eat her up? Huan Hu, I thought from a distance that this was a special milk bundle, special enough that heaven struck his heart. Ying, what a cute bundle. I love her. I'm about to be overwhelmed by cuteness. Shuelang, the milk-soft little bundle is different from other little bundles. This one is so endearing. Tian K, aw, I'm dead. How can it be such a happy feeling? Wait, everyone frequently questioned themselves. But looking at Chi Yin striding confidently behind the general toward the treatment chamber, they instantly couldn't think of anything else. It was pure jealousy, fierce jealousy. Sit still and don't move. You placed the little bundle on the instrument. The little bundle blinked and patted the space beside her. Brother, SIT, as the soft voice came out, a crack appeared in He Yu's cold expression. Chi Yin froze. Aw, the little milk bundle's voice is too sweet. Softly calling him brother. But she wasn't calling him. Wah! There was still a group of people peeking at the door. Sob, sob, sob. So envious. Why does the ice gold general have such good luck with a milk bundle calling him brother? Call out again. He Yu suppressed the corner of his mouth. Brother, the little bundle tilted her head. You sit, brother will wait for you here. He Yu patted the little bundle's head. Chi Yin leaned closer to the little milk bundle. Don't be afraid, brother will be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a chill on his back and quickly changed his words to I. Instantly, the cold feeling on his back disappeared. Chi Yin, so stingy, not knowing where such good luck came from to meet this milk bundle. In the future, when he goes on missions, he wants to go out too, to pick up milk bundles. Chi Yin thought about it, but his actions during the checkup didn't stop. He was indeed very cautious, afraid of scaring or hurting the milk bundle, and his tone was even coaxing like he was talking to a child. There's nothing major, just malnutrition. It looks like this milk bundle must have been abandoned, but it shouldn't be the case, Chi Yin said, puzzled. Children are usually the ones everyone protects, especially females, not to mention how tense things are in the starry sky. How could there be abandonment? Fortunately, this milk bundle was brought back by the general not long after being abandoned. Otherwise, he really couldn't imagine how she would survive. She would definitely die. After thinking this, Chi Yin's affection for her deepened. There's no milk for children. We can only make some soft food for now and see if the little bundle can eat it, Chi Yin added. Find a nearby planet to land and buy milk. Who would have thought that? He Yu, without even raising his eyes, picked up the little bundle and walked away to, oh my God, a person who always acts according to the plan and never changes it is stopping midway to buy milk for a milk bundle. For Chi Yin, who heard this, it felt a bit shocking. Yes, Chi Yin hadn't had enough of the little bundle yet. The general really seems to like this milk bundle. He couldn't even bring himself to ask for her. He was even thinking that if the general found children troublesome, he would apply to adopt the little bundle. How nice would that be? But alas, the dream was shattered. Find a nearby bustling planet to land and buy some baby supplies. Chi Yin considered a lot. As a doctor, he was more meticulous. Eli Shuren thought the same way. He just felt that given the general's personality, he wouldn't casually disrupt the plan arrangements. So he prepared to secretly fly the spaceship to buy some supplies for the cubs and then come back in a small spaceship. But the general said it himself. Soon, the war god ship landed on a small nearby planet. The sudden appearance of the large starship drew the attention of the planet's inhabitants, and when they realized it was the war god's ship, they began to panic. Oh my God, it's the war god's ship. The war god is here. Those warmongers. Why would the war god ship come to our little place? It must be the Zerg invasion here. Another battle is coming run. Whoever shouted, that suddenly made the crowd on the street scatter. Huan Hu. I knew we were still disliked by everyone. Tian Hu, these ungrateful guys. The others didn't want to pay attention, as they had long been used to it. Although they were the famous Glory Legion, they were not well received at all. Clearly, they had high looks and high combat power, doing things to protect everyone, yet they were still feared by people. The reason goes back to the war god's fame. 6 years ago, humanity fought a war against the Zerg. The Zerg's war god, Feng Qi, began to organize large-scale attacks like a madman, attacking humanity. Feng Qi was incredibly powerful, repelling the 4 greatest generals of the most formidable empire in just a few moves, and humanity fell into a crisis of extinction. Just when things were at a critical juncture, He, the youngest of the He family, appeared out of nowhere, bringing his group of followers to withstand the pressure, and he even crazily exceeded the safety threshold of 80 to reach 90 combat power, driving Feng Qi back, thus becoming famous overnight. But the release of 90 of his combat power by He put significant pressure on the empire. The rampaging He directly attacked several noble families, effortlessly flattening the top-tier aristocratic clans. As the emperor began to consider taking coercive measures, He casually retracted his combat power, returning to his usual cold demeanor. Chapter 3. Dr. Yang. Everyone was torn over whether He had truly returned to normal. Was he secretly planning something big again? He half knelt in front of the emperor and stated, "I request forgiveness. My power surged and needed to be released. I acted without permission to eliminate these major families. However, I have privately investigated and found that these families have serious issues. Each of them is not to be trifled with and has connections to the insect race while trying to force me into a marriage alliance. General, he is a blessing for our empire. What is wrong with that?" The emperor's words made everyone understand the higher authority's stance. At just 16, he had become a young general, and his entourage had turned into the Glory Army. Everyone thought the emperor would be wary of the young and powerful He, but unexpectedly, the emperor consistently protected him, regardless of the troublesome matters he got into. Gradually, no one dared to offend this young general. He's reputation never faded, in fact, intensified, with rumors morphing into tales of him killing at will and the Glory Army being a gang of ruffians. There was no way around it. Who would believe someone who could exceed the combat power safety threshold by 80 could return to normal? It was unheard of. The safety threshold was set at 80 based on substantial data and precedent, supported by factual evidence. The human race was no longer what it used to be, perhaps due to having too much. They gradually lost many things, especially emotional value. In this century, numbness, calmness, and indifference became the mainstream. Moreover, the higher the combat value, the greater the likelihood of exceeding the 80 threshold. Once surpassed, one would become a mindless monster, only capable of slaughter. Those whose combat power was controlled within 80 could still be saved by mentalists who could provide guidance and treatment. Exceeding 80 would ultimately result in either killing those around them or being killed by them. As a result, those with exceptionally high combat power, who were initially sought after, became figures of both love and hate. He was identified as having SS-level combat power, and the Glory Army he led started from a level combat power. Was this not terrifying for ordinary people? An invitation video from the God of War battleship arrived. Fake He glanced at He and connected the video after receiving permission. The district chief on this side smiled nervously and unnaturally. "May I ask General Xinghan if there is an important matter to attend to? How can we assist you? I need to buy some supplies for a cub. You don't need to worry about it." He's voice was cold, yet his words contrasted sharply. The district chief was stunned for a moment, somewhat doubting if he had misheard. Buy supplies for a cub? Why would they buy supplies for a cub? Did the Glory Army have cub? Or was this some novel combat method? Brother, a small head poked out, the cloak feeling a bit stuffy. The cute voice instantly attracted everyone's attention, including the district chief and his team on the other side of the video. How could such a delicate little dumpling be hidden inside the God of War cloak? So cute. I want to kiss it. It's so adorable. I like it so much. Why did the moment I saw the little dumpling make the world seem brighter? Heavens, the general wouldn't harm her, would he? Where did the general kidnap this little dumpling from? Isn't anyone going to do something about it? Help! General Xinghan is going to mistreat the little dumpling. He lowered his gaze at the little dumpling that had emerged, his eyes showing a hint of displeasure. The little dumpling pouted, and Hiyu's mind went blank. Everyone, first second, jealousy. Second, save the dumpling. By the time everyone reacted, they all wanted to snatch the little dumpling away. Heavens, what if the general got upset and crushed the little dumpling? The general doesn't like clingy things, to be precise. He has never liked anything except fighting and training people. A bit twisted, he raised his gaze and coldly scanned those who wanted to rush over. Everyone felt a bit awkward. Then they saw the little dumpling rubbing her belly. Hungry, brother. He'll take you to buy some. He looked somewhat impatient, but his arms around the little dumpling didn't loosen at all. If it weren't for the Glory Army members noticing Hiyu's slightly reddened ears hidden in his hair, they might have been fooled. Illusion Fox. Why is the general so mouthy but physically honest? Sky Tiger. I told you the general is a twisted child. Blood Wolf. Is the general someone you can criticize? Night Eagle. If we don't catch up, it'll be too late. Fei Kei and Chi Yin had already dashed out. Elishan quietly cleaned up, calming the district chief before following along. A group of people rushed to the largest maternal and infant mall in the area. The manager, notified in advance, was already prepared and was startled upon seeing this group. It's no wonder they were timid-facing soldiers who had been fighting against the insect race for years and had honed their bloodthirsty aura. Anyone would be startled. General Xinghan, greetings. The manager stuttered as he spoke that Hiyu frowned. Who knew the little dumpling would plop her chubby little paw on his forehead? Happy. Hiyu's lips curled into a slight arc. You're quite the entertainer. His tone remained icy, but there was a subtle difference when addressing others. Yes, as soon as the manager saw the little dumpling, his eyes lit up. Is General Xinghan here to buy some things for this little cub? The manager suddenly stopped stuttering. Yes, buying some supplies, toys, and clothes for the cub. Li Shan answered for Hiyu. Do you need to give the cub a bath or a checkup? We are the largest global chain maternal and infant store, with guaranteed professionals. The manager continued, sounding like a walking advertisement. Hiyu answered directly. Elishan was somewhat surprised, glancing over several times. They'll go take a look. Chi Yin volunteered. He knew a bit about checkups, but it wasn't his specialty. He would learn this time, and next time he would know how to do it. No one could take away his position as the little dumpling's doctor. The manager brought in an older woman, Dr. Yang, who happened to be here to teach checkups. She praised the other's skills profusely. With decades of experience in pediatric care, many nobles and families sought her out, and most importantly, female pediatricians were rare. She was one of them, and the little dumpling was a girl. This last point was what moved Hiyu, because women held a higher status and were protected, let alone those in high positions. Besides Hiyu, members of the Glory Army would also inquire about her. Dr. Yang was initially a bit unhappy about being disturbed during her rest, but upon hearing it was General Xinghan, she hurried over. What kind of person was General Xinghan? She knew she couldn't provoke him. As soon as Dr. Yang saw General Xinghan, she greeted him, and then her eyes sparkled at the sight of the little dumpling in his arms. Who did this? How could they make the little cub look like this? Dr. Yang reached out to take the little dumpling, regardless of who was on the other side. Not only was she dirty, but the whole milk dumpling also looked a bit pale and thin. Dr. Yang's eyes filled with concern, looking at the general with reproach. Brother, the little dumpling, though very fond of being held by Dr. Yang, sensed that she didn't seem to like her brother very much. So she still chose her brother. Seeing the little dumpling's appearance, Dr. Yang's heart softened. Little cubs are the most sensitive. Who is good and who is bad? It seems she misunderstood. The little cub was picked up by the general from the ruins. Li Shan could naturally see the other person's dissatisfaction and explained. Chapter 4, A Family Sorry. I'll take the little one to take a bath first. Then we'll do the pediatric checkup. Doctor. Yang slightly bent down and tightly hugged the little one, Xiaochuan, and went to the baby bathing room. Qian wanted to go, but bathing was indeed not very convenient. Of course, the others from the Glory Army also began to think about this issue. What should they do? Should they call that crazy woman, Wei Ran, over? While Dr. Yang was bathing Xiaochuan, she also instructed those around her to get what they needed and find what they needed to find. An hour later, the fragrant little dumpling in a princess dress was fresh out of the bath. Xiaochuan was so well-behaved that Dr. Yang couldn't help but kiss her. Grandma Yang. Xiaochuan shook a bit, her little eyes somewhat accusatory. Be good, Xiaochuan. Grandma Yang couldn't help it. Dr. Yang laughed heartily. During the entire bathing process, Dr. Yang discovered that Xiaochuan was very clever. It was just that no one had guided her before. There were many things she didn't quite understand, which resulted in her language skills being a bit lacking, but there were no other issues. Just as Dr. Yang was coming out holding Xiaochuan, everyone was still processing their shock and vying for attention when a salesperson immediately approached, cheerfully offering a bottle to Dr. Yang. Dr. Yang took the bottle and began to feed Xiaochuan. The little one was happily drinking from the bottle. Everyone watched, somewhat drooling. It seemed they were a bit hungry. However, they didn't want nutritional supplements or meals. They wanted to eat the little one. Perhaps the direct gazes were too obvious, and Xiaochuan shivered a bit. Dr. Yang looked displeased. When the little one is drinking milk, don't disturb her. It will affect her concentration. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly tried to control themselves, turning away but straining to sneak glances. When they heard Xiaochuan let out a long ah, they couldn't wait to see how she was doing. They only remembered that when Dr. Yang had just brought her out, she was wearing a soft pink princess dress and looked adorably naive. They hadn't gotten a good look yet. I'll take Xiaochuan for her pediatric checkup now, Dr. Yang said as she walked away with the little one. Everyone, wait, why does Dr. Yang call the little dumpling Xiaochuan? Is this a nickname they don't know about? I'll go take a look too. Qi Yin had a proud expression, his tail almost wagging in delight. Dr. Yang didn't refuse. He was a bit impatient. General, do you want to go with me to see what we picked out for the little one? The manager asked boldly. He nodded slightly. The manager thought, I was just being polite. You're really not being polite. Li Xian wanted to laugh, seeing that the manager had shot himself in the foot. Clearly terrified of the general, why seek out trouble? However, the general probably really liked the little dumpling, willing to put in energy to see these things. How would he steal the little dumpling away later? He followed behind the manager, watching him report one by one on the items they had prepared, making detailed introductions. Remaining silent, the manager was sweating profusely until he finished with the last item. The manager let out a sigh of relief and awkwardly smiled. Do you see anything we missed that we need to prepare? That's enough. He felt that they had prepared very thoroughly. Anything more wouldn't be needed. Once they returned, he would find someone to customize what was necessary. Customizing? For a little dumpling they picked up? He was shocked by his own thoughts. Realizing it, he smiled slightly and thought, well, they had already raised her. Oh my, our Xiaochuan is too cute. When Qi Yin brought Xiaochuan out, he couldn't help but toss her a few times in the air. Seeing her giggle happily, everyone couldn't help but smile. Smile? What a rare word. But it felt so good. There was a warm and happy feeling. They really hoped to keep experiencing this emotion. It was clear Dr. Yang also had this intention, but more importantly, she was worried about the little one, General Xinghan. May I ask how you plan to handle this little one? This question immediately perked up everyone's ears. Indeed, how should they handle this? They wanted to apply to raise the little one. Adopt. He looked directly at Dr. Yang. Unmarried adult males cannot adopt a child, especially a female one. Doctor. Yang wasn't being polite either. Who said I'm adopting? He chuckled. Everyone. Hey, there's hope. What do you plan to do then? Doctor. Yang also wanted to know. I'm adopting on behalf of my parents. His single sentence shattered the hearts of most people present. They had all planned to find a partner, get married, adopt the little one, and then divorce, achieving a win-win situation. Oh no, there's no hope. Do the general and his wife know? Dr. Yang thought for a moment. This child was special. Perhaps having their protection would help. They know now. His light brain was just notified that the couple, General He and his wife, had adopted a little one. The two were still in a daze. But seeing Xiaochuan interested in the projection of them on the light brain, they instantly smiled widely. Their family was missing a little girl. Yes, we want to adopt. Although Su Yufu, His mother, had long withdrawn from the film industry, she still retained her charm, and her voice was very pleasant to hear. Once Su Yufu appeared, she captured most people present. Back then, she was the acclaimed movie queen who charmed countless men and women, but after becoming pregnant, she decided to retire, leaving her fans heartbroken for a long time. Some extreme fans even caused quite a stir, which was suppressed by the He family's strict measures. And later, everyone gradually calmed down. They had no choice. They couldn't fight or argue against her personal opinions, which were the most important. However, no one underestimated Su Yufu's influence. When Hiyu had the worst reputation, Su Yufu posted, "I believe in my son," and the fans came out in droves to defend him. It became hard to see negative news about Hiyu afterward. They only dared to whisper privately. Moreover, the He family was known for their outstanding looks, and Su Yufu contributed significantly. Madame Su's willingness is the best. I also believe you can protect Xiaochuan well. After spending some time with her, I understand her situation very well. If possible, I hope to become Xiaochuan's personal pediatrician, Dr. Yang said with a gentle smile. It was excellent that Dr. Yang was willing. Su Yufu had no reason to refuse such a top-notch pediatrician. How many prestigious families would pay a high price for such a doctor, especially a female one? Qian, well, was there anyone to speak for him? Hey, however, he also knew that he was male, and there were differences between genders. A little girl, He Xiao Ran, was overjoyed to have a daughter. Xiaochuan? The little one looked at He Xiao Ran in confusion, then pointed to herself. She didn't call herself a daughter, she was Xiaochuan. Xiaochuan is my daughter. He Xiao Ran was completely smitten. So cute. Wow, so happy. Dr. Yang naturally knew that Xiaochuan couldn't understand, so she immediately explained to her softly, Xiaochuan, from now on, they will be your dad and mom, and you will be their daughter. You are a family, and they will protect you. Dad? Mom? Xiaochuan seemed to half understand. Oh, Su Yufu almost squealed at hearing mom, but thankfully controlled herself. Oh dear, my daughter called me dad. He Xiao Ran completely lost control. Xiaochuan looked at them happily, enjoying herself. Then she thought of something and pointed at Hiyu. Brother. Yes, the general will be your brother from now on, doctor. Yang patiently explained it. Chapter 5 today, everyone is not fully awake. Brother, holding the little one, opened his arms and looked at Hiyu. Hiyu's eyebrows softened a bit, and he picked up the little one, then steadied her with one hand. She smelled sweet. He swiped a card. Hiyu tossed the card to the manager. The manager hurriedly caught it and processed the payment. Please wait a moment. The general. Dr. Yang called out to Hiyu, who was about to leave. Is something wrong? Hiyu rarely showed patience. I have something to discuss with you privately regarding the little one. Dr. Yang glanced around at the people nearby. Hiyu paused for a moment, then handed the little one to Li Shuren. Let's go. Dr. Yang followed Hiyu. Go ahead. Hiyu said good-naturedly as he looked at Dr. Yang. The little one has some differences the general has noticed. Dr. Yang considered her words carefully. Hiyu clenched the hand hidden behind his back. There is no need to be nervous. I like the little one. And what I'm saying is certainly not to harm her. As a hidden S-level psychic, Dr. Yang could not fail to sense a faint aura of killing intent. Hiyu lowered his hands, having underestimated the woman before him. Continue. Hiyu didn't want to beat around the bush with her. I find life in this world too boring. Every day I think about how to die. However, my identity and abilities don't allow me to die easily. When I heard you were here, I thought maybe I could die. But the moment I saw the little one, I changed my mind. I want to stay by her side. Dr. Yang briefly explained her purpose. The moment she saw the little one, her heart raced, as if something was about to overflow. It felt very happy. It wasn't that the world lacked color, but rather that those who could bring such ability had only just appeared. However, the more one possesses the abilities that everyone desires, the more dangerous it means the little one is. He remained silent, quietly watching her. Indeed, her gaze told him she wasn't lying. You could understand. The little one told me she had been in the egg for a long time. So she definitely wasn't a child born naturally by a mother. Perhaps she was a specially cultivated little one, placed in a nurturing egg. Her parents might have been killed by enemies, barely surviving in the ruins. Dr. Yang Fojed Her Speculation. Regardless of how this speculation is validated, the little one is in a very dangerous place. If it weren't for the danger brought by the abilities the little one possesses, those hiding in the shadows would eventually come looking for her. If they were the enemies of her parents, it would only be slightly better than the previous situation. Hiyu's expression changed. He had considered such matters before, but having them pointed out clearly by Dr. Yang made it feel very uncomfortable. Doctor. Yang understood the little one better. If she could say this, there was an 80% chance it was true. I understand. Thank you. Hiyu's tone softened a bit. You're welcome. I could see you also like the little one very much. While I was bathing her, the two words she expressed the most were little one and brother. Dr. Yang discovered that the youth before her might not be as he was rumored to be. Hiyu's ears turned suspiciously red, but his tone was cold. Little one. Dr. Yang looked at He wanted to slip away. General, perhaps I need to discuss how to take care of children with you, Dr. Yang added. He hesitated for a moment, then looked at Dr. Yang. Dr. Yang had a knowing expression and then began to enthusiastically share her experiences in raising children. This was her first and only time speaking so joyfully, so animatedly. She seemed to come alive, a stark contrast to her earlier gloomy demeanor. He once again realized the little one's uniqueness. When He and Dr. Yang returned, they saw the Glory Army and the store staff trying their best to entertain the little one. For a moment, the atmosphere was incredibly cheerful. The terror of the Iron Blood Legion was completely forgotten by everyone in the store. Brother, the little one called out, waking everyone from their daze. Everyone, what did I just do? He took the little one from Li Shuren's arms and turned to walk towards the starship. Everyone sighed. Why did the general come back so quickly? Your general will be out of sight soon. Dr. Yankin Li reminded them. Glory Army. They hurriedly chased after him. The store staff. Suddenly, I feel like the Glory Army isn't so scary after all. Dr. Yang warned, don't let today's events leak out. Naturally, there was no need for the manager to respond. Everyone was reluctant to expose the little one, fearing what would happen if some trolls targeted her. Anyway, everyone was in agreement on this point, and there was nothing to argue about. When he returned to the starship with the little one, he went straight to his bedroom. Those blocked by the bedroom door. There's a curse I'm not sure whether to say or not. Li Shuren smiled at the group of people who had no outlet for their curses and quietly started to tidy up the little one's belongings. Qi Yin reacted quickly and directly took a share of things. He was undoubtedly one of the little one's supporters. Little one. He looked at the little one who was murmuring to herself. The little one nodded and smiled happily. He lowered his eyes and chuckled. Then he placed the little one on the bed. Sleep. Dr. Yang said that the little one needs rest, especially since she is malnourished. She needs to eat less, but more often, and rest more for her nutrition to catch up. Brother, sleep. The little one patted the bed. He thought about what Dr. Yang said about the little one being away from her parents for a long time, which might cause her to lack a sense of security, and since he was the first person she saw, she would naturally cling to him a bit more. He thought for a moment, then took off his shoes and coat, holding the little one in his arms. Sleep. In his memories, it seemed his mother had done the same to him when he was a child. He gently patted the little one's back. The little one nestled in, finding a comfortable spot to sleep. Unknowingly, Hiyu also fell asleep, until a knock at the door startled Hiyu awake. He looked down to see the little one sleeping soundly in his arms. What is it? Hiyu frowned. Boss, we've arrived at your home. The general and madam are waiting outside the starship. Li Shuren replied respectfully. Outside the starship, Su Yu and He Xiuran could no longer wait. But without a U.S. signal, they didn't dare to open the starship door easily. Understood. He cleared his throat, dispelling the hoarse sound of just waking up. He put on his coat and shoes, went to the bathroom to freshen up, then returned to the bedside to pick up the little one. He wrapped her in a small blanket and took her out. As soon as the bedroom door opened, the people on the ship eagerly wanted to see the little one again, fearing that if they didn't look now, they wouldn't know when they would get to see her again. They were often away on missions or at the base, and now that she would become a member of the He family, when would they have a chance? Perhaps sensing everyone's anxious feelings, the little one squirmed a bit. Awake? He looked down and opened the blanket slightly. Brother, the little one's watery eyes looking at you were like seeing her treasure. This pure feeling impacted Hiyu. Hiyu lowered his head unconsciously and rested his forehead against the little one's. This scene left everyone else dumbfounded. Li Shuren happened to open the starship door. This scene was also witnessed by the crowd waiting outside. Whether it was the old master, the old lady, or the general and his wife, or a group of servants from the He family, they all felt as if their eyes were deceiving them. Could it be that they hadn't woken up today? Chapter 6, He Xianxian, Li Shuren coughed awkwardly. He naturally heard the sound of the door opening, but didn't care at all. The fourth one is back, He Xiuran said as he walked over. Although he was speaking to Hiyu, his gaze never left the little girl. How could this little bundle be so precious? So cute. Even though he couldn't have a daughter, the fourth one brought one back for him. Good boy. Old master, he also hurried over. Those old geezers could no longer mock their family for not having a daughter. Not only do they have one, but it's the best one. Old master, he completely regained the vigor of his youth, and everyone started to doubt that the cane was just for show. Little darling, I'm your mommy. Su Yufu finally managed to run over and claim her spot, then showed her most charming side to the little girl. Mommy. The little girl naturally reached out for a hug. Su Yufu couldn't stop smiling and directly picked up the little girl, showering her face with kisses. So fragrant and soft, too cute. It's the scent of a daughter. Isn't this too blissful? Blissful. This word, which she had forgotten in a corner of her mind, resurfaced. In that moment of distraction, old madam, he seized the opportunity, pulling out a small golden ingot pendant she had prepared for many years to give to her daughter, now intended for her granddaughter, and smilingly said, "Nuan, I'm your grandma, and this is a gift from Grandma." Grandma. The little girl, seeing the golden ingot, seemed to trigger some strange switch in her heart. She liked it. "Oh, good Nuan, call me again, old madam," he said proudly. "Grandma," the little girl said with a beaming smile. "Old madam," he hung the little golden ingot around the little girl's neck. "It feels a bit heavy on my neck," the little girl said, but didn't he stop her from smiling happily. "Yufu, let me hug my mom." Old madam, he couldn't wait any longer. "Mom, I haven't hugged yet." Ishiran complained first. "What do you mean?" Old master, he tapped Ishiran with his cane before he even spoke. He directly carried the little girl down from the starship. "Good baby," Su Yufu chased after them. The others also realized and followed. The warship was too big, and parking it at the He family's was too ostentatious. They needed to take it back to the base first. Li Shuren and the others wanted to stay, but had no reason to do so. Instead, Chi Yin was the first to follow along eagerly. Su Yufu took Hiyu to the room prepared for the little girl, a dreamy little princess room, large and pink, a big suite with all the necessary living facilities, a slide, and a trampoline-like sofa, with the cloakroom being a separate suite next door. Anyway, there was nothing Su Yufu hadn't prepared. "Xian will sleep with me." He refused directly without thinking. "That is not good, right? You can't take care of a child. You should sleep with me." Su Yufu thought this made sense too. After all, how old was the little girl? She should sleep with her mother. The more she thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. "Lanxin, help me put a super big crib by the bed," Su Yufu directly told the butler, Lanxin. "Xian will sleep with me." Hiyu frowned. "You can't be so dictatorial," Su Yufu said good-naturedly while discussing with her younger son. He didn't respond. "Fine, if you feel uncomfortable. Just hand Xian to me." Su Yufu ultimately surrendered to her younger son. There was no way. Everyone owed him too much. Hiyu carried the little bundle back to his own room. Entering the room, in comparison to the room Su Yufu prepared for the little girl, he felt for the first time that his room was a bit cold and lacking warmth, just like a luxurious hotel room meant for resting. Hiyu looked down at the little bundle who was trying to climb down. His expression darkened a bit. The little one had high demands. Sure enough, the little bundle didn't like this room. Who knew that after getting down? The little one rolled back and forth on the big carpet in the living room, laughing merrily. Hiyu thought he had overestimated the little one. "Brother, sit." The little girl patted the carpet. "This carpet is so soft. It looks like it's fun to roll on." She really likes her brother. Good things should be shared with him. "Hiyu, thanks for the invitation." But he honestly sat down beside the little girl. "Dr. Yang said your name is Xian. Do you remember your parents?" Hiyu's voice was magnetic. "Mom, Dad." The little bundle pointed at the two people who walked in. Hiyu rubbed his forehead. "Never mind. How could a child remember? It's better if she doesn't remember. She is now." He then turned his gaze to the two people who entered. "Is there something?" "Xian is back. We thought we should register her household." General he was, of course, there to handle business, wanting to settle it as soon as possible for peace of mind. "I brought fruit for Xian." Su Yufu had already sat down next to the little girl and was feeding her strawberries. "Ah, Su Yufu," the little girl opened her mouth. Su Yufu held out a bright red strawberry for her to bite into, and the little bundle took a bite, just a bit of the strawberry tip. The little girl's eyes lit up. It was simply adorable and melted everyone present. "Mom," the little bundle called out energetically. "Do you like it, Xian?" "This is a strawberry." Su Yufu felt a sense of accomplishment. "I like it, strawberry. I like Mommy." The little girl picked it up quickly. "Oh, look. Our daughter said she likes me." Su Yufu began to show off to General He. "Xian, where's Dad?" General He couldn't wait for Hiyu's answer and squeezed past him to pick up the little bundle. "Xian likes Dad," the little girl said happily. "Oh, Dad likes our little princess too." General, he excitedly rubbed his face against the little girl. The little girl's round face was squished. Can you not? I'm still feeding Xian. Su Yufu looked at her husband, taking away her darling daughter, feeling quite unhappy. I'll hold her, you feed her. General, he negotiated with his wife. All right, Su Yufu nodded. He looked at the scene of the three together. It was overly beautiful. But he didn't feel a bit upset. Instead, he felt a strange sense of satisfaction. When are we going to register her household? He thought this matter was indeed important and had to interrupt this beautiful scene. All right, what name should we give to Xian? General, he almost forgot the main point. Xian, the little bundle, thought they were asking for her name. And so she said it's Xian. Let us call her He Xian. That's the name her parents gave her, a keepsake. Su Yufu thought more sentimentally at this moment. He just felt that Xian might like it. What name was not important, as long as she was his sister. Seeing that his wife and son had no objections. General, he set Xian down, gave her a few hearty kisses, and went out to register her household. Su Yufu was a good mother, but unfortunately, her first 3 sons never gave her a chance to show her motherly love. This time, she finally had the opportunity to express it, and she couldn't get enough of Xian. The little girl's belly was already round. Don't eat anymore. If you eat too much, it will cause a fever. He frowned. He remembered Dr. Yang's words clearly. Indigestion? This obviously touched on a blind spot in the beautiful mother's knowledge. He needed to take the child to learn some parenting experience. His frown deepened. Yes, you're right. I'll sign up for class right away. Su Yufu clapped her hands. Chapter 7. Big Brother is back. Little Xiaoji tugged at Su Yufu's clothes, her eyes bright and sparkling. Report class means that mommy still doesn't know how to take care of the child. So she needs to find a professional teacher to learn how to care for our Xiaoji. Su Yufu patiently explained many knowledge points about fruits to little Xiaoji during the feeding process. She discovered that although little Xiaoji is small, she is very smart and eager to learn. Even though she doesn't ask why, Su Yufu can tell from her expressions that the little one is curious. When explaining patiently to her, little Xiaoji not only listened attentively, but also imitated her actions. Su Yufu began to ponder whether she should hire an early education teacher to teach little Xiaoji. Xiaoji, care mommy. Little Xiaoji pulled Su Yufu. Su Yufu was melted by little Xiaoji's serious gaze. She was so adorable. How could such a little girl be so heart-melting? Forget it. Hiring an early education teacher would only delay her time with little Xiaoji, right? She could teach her herself, and since Xiaoji is still small, it wouldn't be too late to send her to kindergarten when she can start understanding the world. In an instant, Su Yufu made a decision. You go ahead. I'll take her out to get some sun. He saw that the sun was just right outside and remembered that Dr. Yang said children should get more sunlight. Okay. Su Yufu couldn't wait to find the teacher. Do you like them? He picked up little Xiaoji with a somewhat unfriendly tone. I like brother. Little Xiaoji gave you a peck on the cheek. He snorted lightly, pressing down the corners of his mouth. Just as they walked to the yard, they saw the old man, he returning angrily. I'm so mad. They actually don't believe I have a granddaughter. The old man, he knocked his cane forcefully. What's there to be angry about? Just hold a banquet in a few days to announce it. Old lady, he had already planned everything. Wife is reliable. The old man, he smiled obsequiously. Look at you. Old lady, he had already silently set up many lists in her heart, especially those who had salted her wounds in the past, belittled her, and said she couldn't have daughters or granddaughters. 30 years in the East River, 30 years in the West River. What kind of talk is that? He looked at the 2 unreliable old folks and immediately turned around, holding little Xiaoji in the opposite direction. Hey, little sweetheart. The old man, he, with sharp eyes, had already seen them. He stopped in his tracks. The old man, he and old lady, he hurried over. Grandma, Grandpa. Little Xiaoji smiled and reached out to them for a hug. Grandma, he was the first to scoop her up. The old man, he watched himself lagging behind and couldn't help but scold himself. Let's go, Grandma. I'll take you to play. Old lady, he directly took little Xiaoji to the big garden, which was already equipped with many small amusement facilities. Xiaoji likes it. Little Xiaoji looked at the colorful children's facilities with stars in her eyes. Hiyu's mouth twitched. They had set up so much so quickly. We must have thought it through. The old man, he was smug. Hiyu rarely responded in a good mood. We made your big brother spend a high price to buy the limited edition amusement facility capsule, which was installed immediately in the space freed up. The old man, he stroked his beard. He replied, "That's also because Big Brother is capable. What does that have to do with you guys? By the way, your big brother is coming back tonight. I told him there would be an extra sister at home, and he is coming back to see Xiaoji. But your second and third brothers can't make it back." The old man, he shook his head, lamenting these two clueless guys. Both of them are busy with excuses. They'll find out what true fragrance is then. Grandpa, brothers playing. Little Xiaoji was happily playing, and of course didn't forget about Yu and the old man he in the distance. Grandpa is coming. The old man, he hurriedly ran over. He walked over slowly. At this moment, Qian finished tidying up and came out. Upon seeing little Xiaoji playing on the amusement facilities, he immediately went over to bring her water and snacks. "Servant, thank you for your help, but next time don't help. I also want to play with the young lady." Unbeknownst to them, the He family was enveloped in laughter and joy. He's light brain popped up a message from General He about the successful registration of household accounts, as well as a guardian binding notification from the Women's and Children's Protection Association. Without thinking much, he directly clicked agree. General He, the direct guardianship of the little sweetheart has been set by 3, me, your mom, and you. He, you got it. A limited edition flying ship landed at the He family's dedicated takeoff site. The ship opened its doors, and a tall young man in a suit stepped out, with Secretary Zhang behind him continuously discussing the itinerary. Suddenly, the young man stopped. Hearing unfamiliar laughter, he felt a bit strange. Why was there laughter at home? Not only he, but even Secretary Zhang couldn't help but peek around to see what was going on. How could there still be laughter? And such happy laughter that it made him want to laugh too. Why? The young man recalled the old man asking him to buy something earlier and hesitated for a moment before heading towards the big garden. Sure enough, he saw an incredible scene. The He family was all gathered around little Xiaoji, who was sitting on a carousel, laughing happily. Secretary Zhang recognized it too. It was the limited edition amusement facility capsule that the boss had asked him to buy. Compared to the constructed amusement facilities, it was not only safer, but also expensive and limited, and it didn't take time to assemble. Just dig a hole, open the capsule, and a facility would generate. But that little girl was so cute, it was hard not to like her at first glance. Who is this? Is she the boss's cousin? Perhaps everyone was so happy watching little Xiaoji that they didn't even notice the addition of 2 people. It couldn't be helped. It was too beautiful for everyone to take their eyes off. Especially those responsible for taking care of the little lady received a lot of jealousy. Of course, he noticed the 2 newcomers, but didn't care when he saw they were familiar faces. "Fourth brother." The man walked up next to Hiyu. "Big brother." He replied, but didn't look at him. "Is this the little sister?" The man was none other than Jilin, the eldest son of the He family and one of the leaders of the business empire. Xiaoji." Hiyu answered. He still gave his big brother face, not to the point of ignoring him. "Xiaoji," Jilin murmured. "Hey." Little Xiaoji looked happily at the person calling her name. She was particularly sensitive to the people around her, and with 2 new strangers, she was a bit distracted. The 2 newcomers were also very handsome, and noticing that her brother had a good relationship with them, little Xiaoji was eager to join them. The traits of a little flirt were beginning to show. "Oh, the eldest brother is back." The old man, he finally noticed the returning person. "Little sweetheart, this is your big brother, Jilin." The old man, he introduced while holding little Xiaoji. "Big brother." Little Xiaoji's cute little voice was adorable. This sentence struck straight to Jilin's heart. After all these years of indifference, he was unexpectedly shattered by this little one in an instant. It was unreasonable, but he didn't dislike it. Chapter 8, The Happiness of Eating. Jilin really disliked the appearance of unknown and uncontrollable things, but he hesitated a bit when facing the little dumpling. Xiao Tuanzi just thought that her big brother looked good and handsome. She wanted a hug. Xiao Tuanzi slipped down from Grandpa, He's arms, and ran to Jilin. Reaching out for a hug, Jilin recalled that none of his 3 younger brothers wanted to be hugged by him when they were little, possibly due to the natural pressure of being the eldest. He consciously didn't like soft dumplings, but seeing the hopeful gaze of the little dumpling, he unknowingly reached out to hug her, though he felt a bit stiff once he realized his own actions. "Give her to me." He looked at his brother's stiff body, wanting to take the little dumpling away. Now that there were so many people wanting to grab the little dumpling, it was a good opportunity to bring her back. I could do it. He Jinlan unexpectedly refused. Hiyu's hand felt empty, feeling a bit strained. Indeed, they were a group of people who were hard to like. Brother. Xiao Tuanzi held onto Hiyu's hand. He was taken aback. Dr. Yang had said that the little dumpling was very sensitive to emotions, and he immediately raised his hand to rub her fluffy little head. His voice a bit lazy. I'm listening. What are you all doing in the garden? General, he returned to see a large group of people standing in the garden. We just played with the little darling for a bit. Grandma, he answered first. The household registration is settled, so before we set off, I specifically asked Old Chun to make a lavish dinner to celebrate Tuanzi's birth. General He's words were evidently quite artistic. Let us go. Grandpa, he was also very pleased with his son's thoughtfulness. A group of people moved to the dining room. Su Yufu had already prepared everything in the dining room, even setting up a children's chair beside her. When she saw her eldest son carrying the little girl in, she found it a bit surprising, but thinking that even the fourth son couldn't resist the charm of the little girl, not to mention the seemingly normal eldest, it was understandable. Su Yufu directly went over to pick up Xiao Tuanzi. Mommy. Xiao Tuanzi didn't forget to call out in a milky voice. Mommy's good baby. Su Yufu's heart melted. Su Yufu placed Xiao Tuanzi in the children's chair and secured her in place. The maid behind her tied a bib around Xiao Tuanzi. Thank you. Xiao Tuanzi turned her little head and grinned. This is what we should do, little miss. The maid tried hard to suppress her almost frantic heartbeat, showing her professional demeanor. She completely didn't notice that several colleagues nearby were glaring at her. As soon as Su Yufu turned around to sit down, she saw her eldest son on the left and the fourth son on the right. That's my seat. Su Yufu wanted to struggle a bit, but thought that it was rare for the family to have such a harmonious scene. Forget it. She wouldn't ruin the atmosphere. What was supposed to be a pleasant dinner turned into a live eating broadcast featuring Xiao Tuanzi, watching everyone with chopsticks. They seemed eager to stack the food in her bowl up to the ceiling. If it weren't for Hiyu's stern face telling them to eat their own, Xiao Tuanzi might have been stuffed to death before even getting to know this world. Brother, meat delicious. Xiao Tuanzi had already figured out that among the many foods, the one she loved was called meat. Whether it was pork, beef, fish, or chicken, it seemed that as long as it was made by Grandpa Chun, it was the meat she liked to eat. She loved meat, and meat loved her back. Eat slowly. Hiyu handed Tuanzi a cup to drink some water. He Jinlan, on the other hand, was leisurely cutting her steak beside her, while also eating a few bites himself. Not just He Jinlan. Everyone in the He family felt exceptionally hungry today. The food was going down easily. Moreover, they didn't know what was up with Old Chin today. But the dishes were so delicious. How happy. Oh my God, this word that can't even be bought with money. Now they're experiencing it casually. It feels like a dream. Indeed, angelic little Tuanzi. The treasure in their hands. Burp. Xiao Tuanzi let out a satisfied burp, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Xiao Tuanzi felt a bit shy, but joined in the silly laughter with everyone. He Jinlan used a napkin to wipe the corner of her mouth. Hiyu glanced over. His brother was generous. Given a napkin, he usually used to clean himself to wipe the little dumpling's dirty face. Of course, it wasn't just Hiyu who noticed. Everyone noticed as well. It seemed that the degree to which Xiao Tuanzi was liked was beyond their imagination. Brother, wipe. Xiao Tuanzi waved a napkin in front of He Jinlan. Just now, Big Brother helped Tuanzi wipe. So, shouldn't Tuanzi help Big Brother too? He Jinlan knew that although Xiao Tuanzi was naive, she was quite smart. He also had his own selfish motives. These good habits should be cultivated from a young age to foster closeness. Tuanzi helps Big Brother wipe. Xiao Tuanzi immediately nodded, her little paws pinching the napkin, mimicking He Jinlan's earlier actions. Thank you, Tuanzi. He Jinlan showed a fox-like triumphant smile. You're welcome. Xiao Tuanzi shook her head. And Dad. General, he immediately pointed to his own mouth. Xiao Tuanzi wanted to stand up, but couldn't. I can wipe myself. He warned him with a glance, opening the chair to take Xiao Tuanzi away. The little dumpling was still small. They shouldn't tease her like this. He Jinlan looked at the sight of the little fourth son, carrying the little dumpling away, and couldn't help but smile. The little fourth son was still as stubborn as ever. And of course, he was also very tough. Chi Yin watched the general leave, quickly finished his meal, and said his goodbyes. He had a sense of propriety. These matters were not something he should participate in, and he still had time to return to the base. Wife, look at the fourth son. How can he monopolize the little girl all by himself? General, he was still unconvinced. Right, I think it's excessive too. I'll go help you talk to him. Su Yufu got up and followed Hiyu. General, he rested his chin on his hand, realizing it was still his wife who cared. He Jinlan looked at his father. Sometimes, being in love was quite nice. At least it would secrete some happy emotions, which was hard to come by. What kind of look is that, you little brat? General, he felt offended. Dad, let us talk about the little sister's debut banquet. He Jinlan wanted to give the little dumpling the most grand and unique banquet. It was something to announce to the entire star system. This is the He family's most treasured little princess, and no one should have any designs on her. Today, as household registration matter, those in the know would definitely have heard about Tuanzi. There was no need for explanation. They just needed to let everyone see their attitude. Your grandmother and I have this plan too. Grandpa His eyes lit up. The eldest was indeed reliable. As for why the old couple had this plan, it didn't matter. Their ultimate goals were the same. It's rare to have a little girl in the family. How precious. Our He family has never had a little girl. Heaven has eyes. Especially General He, who was overjoyed to have a daughter, was practically grinning foolishly. He had just opened his light brain, wanting to slowly introduce this world to Xiao Tuanzi, when Su Yufu came in. You all carry on. I'll just watch from the side. Later, the little dumpling still needs a bath. It's not convenient for you, a big boy. Su Yufu had already prepared her reasoning. He agreed. Although the little dumpling was small, she was still a girl. So it was indeed inconvenient for Hiyu to help. Xiao Tuanzi learned quickly, but for something laborious like bathing independently, it was better to wait until she was a bit older. Chapter 9, Galaxy. He called out. Little Pai, he saw a small round ball that looked like it had 2 rabbit ears flying over. Master. Galaxy was nothing like its cute and silly appearance. It spoke concisely and was very aloof. Pai, this is my partner, Galaxy. During this time, it will be responsible for protecting you. Hiyu introduced. Hello, Galaxy. Little Pai looked curiously at Galaxy, not knowing what it was. Galaxy circled around the little milk dumpling and said, Hello. How cute, how cute, how cute. It greeted me. Galaxy exclaimed in Hiyu's mind, feeling a bit agitated. Though Little Pai, he didn't know what a light brain was. She believed that what her brother gave her must be good. I could protect Pai well, Galaxy thought, assuming he was worried about it. He glanced at Galaxy. Galaxy, what will you do when you go on missions with the 4th member? Su Yufu chimed in. Was Galaxy going to part ways with the 4th member? The light brain held different meanings for them. It was not just a partner or comrade. The light brain was a personal intelligent assistant developed with various functions combined. Each person could only have one, as purchasing a light brain required injecting one ability essence. Moreover, it wasn't something one could just buy. It was a mutual choice, and the binding was inseparable. Once the mutual choice succeeded, whether for home life, work partners, or combat partners, they became the most intimate soulmates. Galaxy was one of the top-tier light brains, developed for a long time, but could never be activated. Everyone thought it was a failed product, preparing to destroy it when it unexpectedly ran up to Hiyu, signed a contract, and activated itself. Galaxy should have been proud, willing to be with Hiyu, and to others, they seemed to be like-minded. Now, facing the little dumpling, it didn't even think about abandoning Hiyu, making Su Yufu want to laugh. It believed it could handle it alone without a second thought. Although this was true, a small light brain also wanted to compete for the dumpling. Hiyu directly pressed it down. You're not suitable for the little one. Recently, you were just responsible for helping her understand some basic knowledge. What Hiyu said was indeed the truth. Recently, the surroundings were unstable, and the team needed to reorganize and train. He might often be away from home, but since Galaxy was nearby, it could stay at home with the little one, and he could come back anytime to replenish Galaxy's ability essence. It was fine for Galaxy to help the little dumpling understand this world during this time. Okay, Galaxy wasn't a troublesome light brain and obediently listened. It didn't think you was unaware of the underlying threat. If it dared to say no, he would crush it. He watched Little Pai as she enjoyed some basic children-esque cartoons before handing her over to Su Yufu to take a fragrant milk bath. Mommy, it smells good. Little Pai giggled. When Su Yufu squeezed the shower gel for her, he touched her chubby body, which felt a bit ticklish. Even if it was ticklish, little Pai didn't struggle at all and fully cooperated with Su Yufu. Such a good girl, mommy's little darling. Su Yufu almost wanted to bite little Pai's little face. Isn't she an angel? No matter how I touch her, she is always smiling. So cute. I can't get enough of her. Unfortunately, the fourth member wouldn't let little Pai sleep with her. No, she had to think of a way. A servant brought over a soft little rabbit onesie that had already been washed. Su Yufu carefully dressed her in it, refusing to let anyone else help. Mainly, the little dumpling was too cooperative. She was so good that it never felt tiresome to be with her. Whereas the little miss, He-Ji-Lan, was waiting at the door. He clearly saw the servant take the clothes in, but it had been 30 minutes, and the little dumpling still hadn't come out. Reporting to the eldest young master, Madam is currently drying the little Miss's hair. The servant replied as she came out to fetch the milk bottle. He-Ji-Lan pushed the door open and saw a little dumpling in a milk-white rabbit onesie sitting obediently on the sofa, while a beautiful woman was hurriedly drying her hair. I'll do it, He-Ji-Lan said in a tone that brooked no refusal, directly taking the hairdryer. Su Yufu replied, all right, it's her fault for not seizing the opportunity. Next time, she must dry her own hair. One day, she will learn to dry her hair and then dry her little girl's hair. Big brother. Little Pai looked up at the tall man approaching, calling out sweetly, good girl, big brother will dry your hair. He-Ji-Lan's fingers were cool, but his movements were gentle, and he didn't forget to say to Su Yufu, Dad is looking for you. I'll go over for a bit. Su Yufu reluctantly glanced at little Pai and then hurried away. Little Pai sat obediently, hugging the milk bottle handed to her by the servant and drinking eagerly. When He-Ji-Lan finished drying her hair, he saw the little dumpling nestled up and fell asleep, motionless. He-Ji-Lan felt his heart soften. How good she was. To fall asleep without moving, just to let him dry her hair properly. Remembering what Dad had said about the little dumpling, He-Ji-Lan tightened his grip. In the future, big brother won't let you suffer anymore. He-Ji-Lan had ulterior motives. He wanted to take the little dumpling to sleep with him. But he was too sharp, timing it just right after her bath to intercept him. He took the little dumpling and carried her back to his room to rest. It was rare for dawn to arrive, yet he hadn't opened his eyes. Little Pai woke up because she was hungry. Otherwise, she could have slept longer. However, when she woke up and saw He still with his eyes closed, she sat obediently beside him, staring at He-Yu's face, drooling. Brother is so handsome, with such long eyelashes. Better than? Who? I forgot. Oh, it must not be important. But I don't have any money. I don't feel safe. How can I get money? I need to ask Galaxy today. Her gaze was too intense, causing He to stir, opening his eyes to see the little dumpling drooling beside him. Hungry? He startled awake, his voice a bit hoarse, his brows furrowed slightly. How could he sleep so deeply? MHM, little Pai nodded, pointed to her belly. Pai wants a drink from the bottle. He got up and changed his clothes, feeling a bit shy for some reason under the little dumpling's intense gaze. So he turned his back. Little Pai felt a bit deflated. She couldn't see him now. He carried the little dumpling to wash up. After washing up, he called the maid to take little Pai to find Su Yufu to dress her up, while he personally prepared the milk bottle for her. Whereas the little sister, He-Ji-Lan noticed he didn't have the little dumpling in his arms and looked up slightly. Mommy. He went straight to the kitchen. Fourth young master. Old Chun was a bit curious to see He come over. Could you please teach me how to mix the milk powder, Uncle Chun? He humbly asked. Old Chun thought the He family was really showing their human side, especially this fourth young master, who had never been so warm before. However, he found it nice. The little miss was truly a little treasure. Since she arrived, the cold atmosphere in the He family had completely dissipated, and the gloomy emotions were nowhere to be seen. Previously, even the servants here were stern, even though the He family was the most generous and least troublesome employer. But everyone lacked a sense of belonging. Now, with the little Miss's arrival, everyone had changed. All right. Old Chun waved his hand. These are all small matters, but this is the most popular job. Everyone is eager to do it. Now that the fourth young master wants to do it, who would dare to compete? Chapter 10 stars when He prepared the milk powder for Xiao Fu Wan. Su Yufu happened to carry the little dumpling over. Su Yufu dressed Xiao Fuhuan in a cute pink princess dress, styled her hair into 2 bun hairstyles, and added 2 rabbit tassels hanging from buns. The originally fair and tender little dumpling looked even more exquisite. The little dumpling also greeted everyone one by one, which was utterly adorable. Drink up. Yu handed the milk bottle to Xiao Fuhuan. Ah. Xiao Fuhuan took the bottle and drank it enthusiastically. After finishing, she let out a sigh. Ah. This little milk sound made everyone's hearts flutter. Let's have breakfast first. Old Madam, he noticed everyone was lost in thought and reminded them. The milk was just an appetizer. Breakfast still needed to be eaten. Brother, the bib Xiao Fuhuan didn't forget to pull Yu to get her a bib. The servant behind acted quickly. I'll tie it for the young lady. Yu. The Milky Way flew in from outside and landed on the little dumpling, feeling very affectionate. Milky Way, time to eat. Xiao Fuhuan didn't forget to share the buns her brother had placed on her plate with the Milky Way. You eat. Milky Way doesn't eat this. Yu's words blocked the Milky Way, who was about to open its mouth. It was caught in a dilemma. Then what does Milky Way eat? Xiao Fuhuan didn't understand. I'll tell you after you finish eating. Yu told the little dumpling to finish her meal first. Only by eating well can she have nutrition. You're not a pitiful little dumpling. Little Xiao Fuhuan was very earnest in eating and very obedient. Everyone, how can there be such a well-behaved, naturally silly, and cute little treasure? Every move is so soft and squishy. Eldest brother, aren't you going to work? Old master, he looked at He Jinlan, who had finished eating but showed no intention of leaving. Taking a break today. He Jinlan's eyes never left Xiao Fuhuan. Rest? Su Yufu sighed in surprise. The usually career-driven He Jinlan was actually willing to take a break. It sounded like she had heard an April Fool's joke. Young master, someone is looking for you. Lan Xin received a message from the guard at the door and told He Jinlan. Let him in. He Jinlan glanced at the time. It was just right. Yes. Lan Xin had the guard let the person in. The little dumpling was still a bit clumsy with the spoon, getting it everywhere. After finishing her meal, Yu first took her to wash her hands and face. Brother, what does Milky Way eat? The little dumpling didn't forget to ask Yu the question from earlier. Ability essence. Yu replied. What is ability essence? The little dumpling was like a child with 1,000 questions. Ability essence is the power that humans acquire after entering the differentiation period, which gives them mental or combat abilities. When you have a special ability, it releases a kind of energy after a series of mastery and learning. You try to keep it simple and clear. But the little dumpling still didn't understand. She was still very unfamiliar with this world. It was okay to take it slow, but he wouldn't brush her off. I don't understand, but I'll keep learning the basics with Milky Way like yesterday. And I'll slowly understand. Xiao Fuhuan encouraged herself. Yu slightly curved his lips. The little dumpling truly had a special charm. Before long, a man in a suit entered carrying a large box. Just then, he was carrying the cleaned little dumpling into the living room. General, he was ready to hug the little dumpling before heading to work, but he was intercepted midway by He Jinlan. Little sister, this is a gift for you. He Jinlan had the man present the box to the little dumpling. As long as it's what you want, just accept it. He couldn't help but chuckle at the way the little dumpling looked at him. Thank you, big brother. The little dumpling eagerly wanted to take the box after getting Yu's promise. I'll open it for the young lady. The manager, very observant, opened the box and presented it with both hands. Inside lay a pink little thing that looked like the Milky Way. The Milky Way beside couldn't contain itself anymore. Was there something to compete for its position? Milky Way. What to do? He shot a warning glance at the Milky Way. The Milky Way instantly quieted down. Was it being bullied? Is this a light brain? Xiao Fuhuan's eyes sparkled. No, you're still small. You can't buy a light brain yet. This is an intelligence brain, similar to a light brain. Before you have a light brain, it can take care of you. He Jinlan explained. What he didn't say was that compared to a light brain, the functionality of an intelligence brain was not much different. It might be slightly inferior in terms of cognitive flexibility, and there was not as deep a bond with the owner. A light brain is a two-way choice powered by ability essence, while an intelligence brain is purely an intelligent product made from money, requiring a significant amount of funds for purchase, maintenance, and charging. Others weren't like Xiao Fuhuan. Intelligence brains were rare and couldn't just be solved with financial resources. The fact that Jinlong managed to get an intelligence brain in just one night showed how much he adored Xiao Fuhuan. Jinlong activated the intelligence brain in front of him, switched modes, input Xiao Fuhuan's information, and bound it. Let us give it a name, little sister. Jinlong opened the name field. Stars. Xiao Fuhuan replied without hesitation. Okay. Jinlong input the name and stepped aside. The stars was awakened and scanned the little dumpling. Hello, little master, I am Stars. Hello, Stars. Xiao Fuhuan replied in her soft voice, which even a newly awakened little intelligence brain couldn't resist. Little master. Stars immediately went over to cuddle with her. The cute scene of the two little beings made the adults unable to help but smile like proud ants. Little cutie, let daddy hold you for a bit. Daddy has to go to work. General, he obviously wanted to hug her too. Daddy hug. Xiao Fuhuan immediately ran over and hugged General He's leg. General, he raised an eyebrow and scooped up his little girl, kissing her chubby little face hard. He. Xiao Fuhuan giggled. General, he thought it was fine not to go to work. You've got your saliva all over her face. Su Yufu took the little girl and pushed General He away with disdain. Aren't you going to work? Sweetheart, Daddy will come back early. General He had no chance against his wife and obediently turned back. Enough already. Su Yufu was also amused. The atmosphere suddenly became lively, with Fuhuan around. Your hearts are all flying away. Old madam, he couldn't help but chuckle. Jinlong's expression was rarely unnatural, and he certainly wouldn't mention the fact that he had already had the Milky Way clock in and out. Let us help Fuhuan get familiar with the intelligence brain. Jinlong looked at Hiyu, seeking his opinion. All right. The two surprisingly formed a united front. It was known that the He family's children usually fought their own battles. Old madam, he went out to play National Essence with her old friends, while Su Yufu had already signed up for a course and was about to go study, so she didn't follow the three to the big garden. Chapter 11, the trio, it's actually more accurate to say that instead of teaching Xiao Qian to use the smart brain, Jinlong and Hiyu took the little dumpling to the garden to watch her play with the stars and the galaxy. Xiao Qian doesn't need to learn how to use the smart brain. Whatever she needs, the stars can provide. If there is something they can't fulfill, Jinlong has already set up the program, and when the time comes, the stars will proactively send him a message, and he will handle it. The second and third brothers. Although Jinlong's gaze remained on the little dumpling, this statement was clearly directed at Hiyu. They were busy with their own matters. He didn't care at all about their return. He knew they would end up fighting over the dumpling. Just looking at the eldest brother's demeanor made that clear, so he preferred they stayed cool over there. I mean the same thing, Jinlong said with a smile on his thin lips. The two brothers exchanged a knowing smile. Seeing that the little dumpling seemed a bit tired from playing, he went over and picked her up. Sleep now. Hiyu patted the little dumpling's back. The little dumpling leaned her head on Hiyu's shoulder and fell asleep. Brother, you hold the little one while she sleeps for a bit. I need to go out, Hiyu said, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes. Okay. Jinlong knew something must have happened on Hiyu's side. Otherwise, the galaxy would have handled it. However, due to the nature of the fourth brother's work, they couldn't ask too much. Jinlong didn't say more and took Xiao Qian. Perhaps sensing a change in smell, Xiao Qian nudged a bit. Sleep now, little sister, Jinlong said, mimicking Hiyu's gentle pat. Xiao Qian, drowsily aware that it was her elder brother holding her, relaxed and fell back asleep. The galaxy summoned Hiyu's battle armor, the underworld god. Hiyu boarded the underworld god and flew away from the He family. Jinlong carried Xiao Qian back to his bedroom and, looking at the little dumpling's serene expression, felt a hint of drowsiness creeping in, which was unusual for someone who typically suffered from insomnia. After a moment's hesitation, he lay down next to Xiao Qian, still dressed, and gradually fell asleep. Qian Qian, Qian Qian. Xiao Qian heard someone calling her and struggled to open her eyes, but all she saw was a white blur, nothing clear at all. She could only make out two small shadowy figures rolling around and hugging each other, while a tall shadow nearby sighed, supporting its forehead. Who are you? Xiao Qian tilted her head. The two little figures stopped fighting immediately. Oh, Qian doesn't remember me. The little Pishio covered its eyes, trying hard not to let the tears fall. Qian, it's me. The little Qilin's self-introduction was muted. Zhe cursed under his breath, damn heavenly Tao, not even letting them say their names. Huh? Xiao Qian looked confused. She didn't feel scared facing those three figures. Instead, she felt a sense of closeness and wanted to crawl over, but found she couldn't move at all. Let us get to business first. Baize looked at the two little creatures about to start causing trouble again and directly froze them in place. Baize, along with the others, had conspired to get the heavenly Tao drunk, timing their arrival to check on Xiao Qian's situation. Finding that the little dumpling had already been adopted, he felt relieved. But since she still didn't understand anything, injecting a little worldview would suffice. With a flick of his fingers, Baize sent a beam of golden light into Xiao Qian's head. Xiao Qian fell into a deep sleep. Stupid Baize. I haven't even talked to Xiao Qian yet. The little Pichio finally broke free from his confinement and bit Baize's leg. You little thing. Baize lifted him up like a chick, glancing at the little Qilin beside him. Brother Baize, I can walk by myself. The little Qilin chuckled, not wanting to seek trouble in front of absolute strength. Besides, Brother Baize was here for serious business, unlike the little Pichio, who only wanted to fight all day. By the time his siblings woke up, it was just around noon. They were awakened by Su Yufu. Su Yufu was puzzled, thinking Xiao Qian was with Hiyu. But when she couldn't find them, she prepared to call Hiyu, only to be informed by a servant that Xiao Qian was with He Jinlan. When she went to check on them, she found the two siblings had fallen asleep after a long wait. Leaning against the door, Su Yufu smiled, feeling something inside her chest being filled since Xiao Qian's arrival. Mommy. As soon as Xiao Qian came out, she hugged Su Yufu's leg, with the stars flying behind her. When Xiao Qian woke up, she felt as if she understood many things for some inexplicable reason, as if they had suddenly sprouted from her mind. She had originally wanted to watch toddler growth videos with the stars, but now she had directly upgraded to being a big friend. However, Baize's intervention was gentle. He simply injected basic world rules into Xiao Qian's mind, akin to a beginner village as protection. But even with the most basic knowledge, Xiao Qian felt as if her mind had suddenly expanded. How terrifying! She had become smarter. How should she tell her brother about it later? Forget it, she thought. It's more important to kiss mommy. Good little treasure. Su Yufu picked up her little daughter while also dividing some attention to her big son behind her. Let us go. He Jinlan, just waking up, had a slightly hoarse voice. You fell asleep too? Su Yufu was a bit surprised. She knew her eldest son well. Since his differentiation, his already limited emotions had become even more muted. He had to bear the family's glory from a young age due to the responsibility instilled in him, putting personal feelings last. As a result, when he differentiated, he showed little change compared to others who experienced a drastic drop. But the doctor said this was the worst. The body's reactions couldn't lie, especially sleep quality. He Jinlan's worst moments saw him sleeping only 1 or 2 hours in 3 days. Su Yufu had considered letting her eldest son take a break, at least not to juggle too many things, but general he had stopped her. Now that he could take the family's glory as his goal, it might become a pillar for him to live on. Once that was gone, his spirit would plummet. But now, it seemed she didn't need to worry about this eldest son anymore. He Jinlan smiled, albeit faintly, but Su Yufu couldn't help but smile back. Xiao Qian is our little blessing. Su Yufu touched her forehead against Xiao Qian's. I'm the blessing, little Qian. Xiao Qian laughed heartily. After lunch, he still hadn't returned. The few of them sat on the sofa watching the light screen with Xiao Qian, but the little dumpling seemed lost in thought, looking somewhat gloomy and uncomfortable. Little sister. He Jinlan squatted down in front of Xiao Qian. Big brother. Xiao Qian's thoughts were pulled back, and she revealed her little teeth at He Jinlan. Do you want to go out and play with big brother? He Jinlan pondered for a moment before deciding. Yes. Xiao Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Yufu thought, how ruthless. How could she go out? She also wanted to go out with the little dumpling. Old master, he said, for the first time in my life, I feel that being old isn't a good thing. Old madam, he said, starting tomorrow, she will begin her training. Then I'll take Qian out for a stroll. He Jinlan wore a deeply meaningful smile. Mommy, grandpa, grandma, I'm going out for a stroll with big brother. Xiao Qian hugged He Jinlan's neck, laughing joyfully. Chapter 12. Big brother and little sister. Everyone was a bit delighted, It seemed that the little one had grown a bit after sleeping early with her big brother. It wasn't about height, but rather that they had discovered that little Xiaobing could actually speak in longer sentences now, and she had a soft, milky scent about her. However, they didn't stop the siblings' plan for fun and were happy to see them so joyful. Be sure to pay attention to safety. Listen to your big brother. Old madam, he reminded. I will, grandma. Little Xiaobing nodded vigorously. Little sweetheart, have fun playing with your brother. If you want anything, just tell him, Su Yufu said, rubbing little Xiaobing's face, then turned to He Lan and said, if anything happens on the way, just video call me. Okay, Mom, came their synchronized response, which amused the others. Come back early, old master, he said, seeing that they had said most of what they needed. He Lan nodded first. After all, it wasn't good for little kids to stay outside for too long at night. Big brother, where are we going? Little Xiaobing asked as she got in He Lan's private business car. He didn't plan to drive the starship. He intended to take the little one out to observe the world. He Lan didn't know how to take care of children, but he had spent the night before consulting a professional doctor for one-on-one guidance and had made some progress. I'm taking you to the most bustling place here. We can eat some delicious food, He Lan said, though he wasn't sure where to take little Xiaobing. The boss, who usually had plans and arrangements, suddenly felt like a clueless child, subconsciously thinking of Su Yufu's favorite activities outside. Delicious food. Little Xiaobing focused on the last part. He Lan laughed and patted her head. He held little Xiaobing and looked out the window, slowly describing the surroundings, what the shops did, and what was around. Sometimes, little Xiaobing would repeat what he said or clap her hands to praise him. He Lan found it amusing, feeling like he was the one being coaxed like a little cub. Boss, can we stop here? The dedicated driver, Xiao Rong, asked with a smile. Along the way, Xiao Rong noticed He Lan's unrestrained smile and little Xiaobing's cheerful expression, which made his mood lift, and he even unconsciously hummed a tune. When did driving feel this good? Indeed, when he came in today, he had heard everyone talking about the little miss, saying she looked like a little angel and made people feel happy. This interaction was indeed as expected. Okay, let's stop here, He Lan nodded. Xiao Rong parked the car and quickly went to open the door for them. Thank you. Little Xiaobing is very polite. That's what I should do, little miss. Xiao Rong was slightly taken aback, feeling uncharacteristically flustered in front of the boss. You can find a place to have tea first. I'll call you. He Lan allowed him to move freely. Yes, although he wanted to follow the boss. Well, actually it was the little miss as a subordinate. He had a strong sense of boundaries. Whatever the boss said was what it was. Brother, what's that? Little Xiaobing pointed at a long line of people. That's milk tea, something you can drink. Let's go try it. He Lan explained after glancing at it. Yay! Little Xiaobing, who had been walking on her own, now happily ran towards it holding He Lan's hand. He Lan slowed his pace to follow little Xiaobing. Feeling her small hand gripping his fingers, the warmth transmitted from his fingertips warmed his heart. Big brother, hug me, there are too many people, little Xiaobing said. Looking at the long queue, He Lan privately wished for more time alone with her, but he didn't plan to use his privileges, fearing that little Xiaobing might get tired waiting or bumped into by someone else. Big brother hug. Little Xiaobing stretched out her arms. He Lan picked her up, adjusting her little dress. They both smiled brightly. With their good looks, they were already eye-catching, and with their smiles, they became the center of attention. Especially the two girls in front could hardly contain themselves. See, I told you he is really handsome. I wonder if he has a partner. The little cub is so cute. I wonder what it feels like to get a kiss. Oh my God, they smiled. Are they that happy? They actually smiled. Why do I feel like I want to smile too? Yeah, I feel the same. Forget it, I'm going to ask. One tall girl with long hair turned around to them and asked, Hello, may we take a picture with the little cub? Others who had similar thoughts perked up their ears to listen. Looking at the man's demeanor, he seemed unapproachable. Regardless of whether he had a partner, he didn't seem like someone they could easily approach. But the little cub was so adorable. Looking at her made them itch with desire. Surely he wouldn't make it too difficult for them, right? He Lan did want to refuse, but seeing little Xiaobing's curious gaze, he asked, Do you want to take a picture with them? He respected little Xiaobing's opinion and could tell that the two girls in front of him meant no harm. Okay. Little Xiaobing had never taken a picture with anyone before. She had only played with this feature with the stars before. Clearly, He Lan thought of that too and let his light brain, Shiyu, take the first photo of him and little Xiaobing together. Then He Jinlong put little Xiaobing down. The two girls excitedly squatted down beside little Xiaobing, snapping several photos. Sister, can I have a picture? Little Xiaobing's soft voice melted the hearts of the two girls. Here, of course. The shorter girl quickly had her light brain print out the best photo and handed it to little Xiaobing. Although they hadn't expected the little cub to ask for a photo, how could there be anything wrong with wanting a picture of such a cute little cub? Forget about just a photo. What couldn't they give her? Thank you, sister. Little Xiaobing directly gave her a kiss on the face. The shorter girl was instantly frozen. She was kissed by the little cub. I want one too. The taller girl leaned in, even worried about her face being dirty, and subconsciously wiped her face first. Little Xiaobing gave her another kiss, and now both girls were frozen. Others around started to stir. But the atmosphere around He Jinlong began to drop. Please don't share the photos. He Jinlong's voice was cold, piercing straight into the girls' minds. One of them jolted awake. Yes, we want to share it. They were reluctant to do so anyway. The little cub was their star. The old mother wanted to keep her for herself. As they approached the two girls, they bought 2 more cups and handed them directly to little Xiaobing and He Jinlong. Thank you for taking pictures with us. This is a new and good one. You guys try it, the two girls said together. You're welcome. My name is Xiaobing, sister. Little Xiaobing looked at the 2 cups of milk tea with a mix of happiness and shyness. Chapter 13. The first person perhaps sensing Xiaobai's embarrassment. The 2 little girls directly placed her in their arms and ran away in a flash. Brother, is this the reward for taking photos? Xiaobai suddenly remembered something and spoke up. This question left He Jinlong dumbfounded. Why would the little dumpling say that? Reward? Who taught her this? He Jinlong immediately looked at Xingxing. Although it was just a robot, Xingxing felt the terrifying threat of destruction. Xingxing hid slightly behind the little dumpling. Xingxing hasn't shown this type of educational video. The animation I watch with Galaxy requires money to buy if we like something. Xiaobai explained straightforwardly. She thought about it. Milk tea is bought with money, so it counts as a kind of reward, right? Did she think wrong? Then she looked at He Jinlong with a guilty conscience. This understanding isn't wrong either, but the older brother prefers to think that they really like you and want to give you a gift. He Jinlong looked at the little dumpling's somewhat guilty expression, her small eyes glancing at him from time to time, and his mood instantly improved a lot. Try it. He Jinlong inserted a cup of milk tea and handed it to the little dumpling. Xiaobai took a sip. Ah, is it delicious? The smile on He Jinlong's face hadn't faded since he thought someone was teaching the dumpling incorrectly. It's delicious, big brother, Xiaobai nodded vigorously. Unknowingly, more and more people were lining up to buy milk tea around them, but He Jinlong could clearly feel Xiaobai's gaze increasing. Just as he was about to take the little dumpling to another place, he heard a commotion coming from the other side. Xiaobai wobbled over with the milk tea in her hands. Little sister. He Jinlong instinctively didn't want Xiaobai to go over, not wanting her to see something bad. Brother, someone over there needs help. Xiaobai turned to look at He Jinlong, her eyes filled with a kind of compassionate intent. He Jinlong was taken aback. Then he smiled in relief. What could his little sister do? If she was compassionate, then they would protect her and build a beautiful world for her. Big brother, I'll carry you. He Jinlong picked up the little dumpling. He saw a beautiful woman commanding a group of bodyguards to beat a weak boy, while also scolding him harshly. Yet, there were no onlookers around this incident. Only the occasional passerby glanced over, and some didn't even look. Xiaobai didn't understand why everyone ignored the bullied boy. Stop! Xiaobai struggled to jump down from He Jinlong's arms and rushed over, shielding the boy. The bodyguards immediately stopped when they saw a cute little dumpling approach. They couldn't afford to injure her. Who are you? The woman looked at the approaching dumpling, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. I am Xiaobai. You can't bully him. Xiaobai answered honestly, puffing out her chest. Haha, how funny. I can do whatever I want. Who are you to stop me? If you don't leave, I'll beat you too. The woman had never heard of this Xiaobai and instantly felt no need to be cautious, especially when she saw Xiaobai's adorable face. She felt even more displeased. She herself had suffered as a child because the servant didn't watch over her, getting poisoned by the insect race, her skin often rotting. And medical treatment could only provide slight relief, not a cure. Auntie, you need a reason. Xiaobai was stunned. How could there be such a person? brother and Galaxy Henti taught her how to deal with such people. This problem was beyond her understanding. Which of your eyes saw me as an auntie? Reason? I am Reason. The woman walked over, ready to slap Xiao Bai. The boy behind her stood up to protect Xiao Bai. He Jinlan also intercepted the woman's slap. Who are you? The little one's bodyguard? If you're with me, I might consider letting you go. The woman looked He Jinlan up and down. He had some looks, and her attitude softened a bit, but her tone remained arrogant. I don't want you as a sister-in-law. You are a bad woman. Xiao Bai understood this sentence and quickly shook her head at He Jinlan. This woman had a dark aura. She wasn't a good person, and she couldn't let her brother get into trouble. Were you to speak? The woman raised her hand for another slap, still blocked by He Jinlan. You dare stop me? Don't overestimate yourself. If it weren't for your decent looks, I would have taken your life long ago. The woman was getting angry. Try it. He Jinlan frowned. You don't know how high the sky is. The woman waved her hand, signaling the bodyguards to attack together. He Jinlan unbuttoned his coat, releasing his combat power. Although he wasn't as strong as He who was an SSS, he was still an SS. He just didn't like fighting and had chosen the business path. The bodyguard saw that he was not easy to deal with and quickly released their combat powers. But there were several BS, several As, and not even one S. In such an obviously unwinnable confrontation, the bodyguards dared not retreat. They had no rights. And retreating would only mean death. What are you afraid of? All of you are afraid of dying. The woman also released her mental power, surprisingly in A level. Once her mental power was released, the bodyguards seemed to become invigorated, even feeling that they had become stronger. You all should leave. My stepmother's mental power has a frenzy effect. You can't defeat her. The boy's voice trembled, but his lips were smiling. Besides his mother, finally, someone was willing to stand by his side. That was enough. Do I have mental power? Xiao Bai, having gained a significant understanding of this world due to Bai Zai's bug, knew about mental power and combat power. She just didn't know if she had mental power. Little master, you are still young. Even if you have mental power, you can't activate it yet. Xingxing replied, watching the tense situation and already sending out a distress signal. Xingxing, I want to try. Xiao Bai said seriously. Xingxing looked at Xiao Bai. It could feel that its little master was different. Although it was an intelligent brain and not as good as a light brain, for some reason, the moment it was bound to the little master, it felt a special sensation, feeling particularly capable. Xingxing pulled up videos about activation. Xiao Bai was somewhat confused, but the video said that the qi was difficult to cultivate, taking at least a month at the fastest. Wasn't he the golden qi she had earlier in the golden egg that? Xingxing, isn't this mental power? Xiao Bai looked at the tense situation over there, feeling a bit upset. Her brother would definitely be bullied, and it was because of her. She had to do something. Huh? Xingxing saw the small golden gas emerging from Xiao Bai's fingertips. Little master, this is it. This is mental power. Oh my god. You are amazing, little master. You must be the first person to activate mental power. Try to feel what this gas feels like. Xingxing snapped back to reality, quickly praising her and urging Xiao Bai to feel it. Xingxing guided from his side. The boy watched Xiao Bai anxiously. Chapter 14 Little Thoughts of the Little One. Little Xiao Bai seemed to see a mass of white mist. As the mist dissipated, blue, green, red, golden, and brown gases floated before her, then converged into a mass of white gas, merging into her golden gas. Big brother, Xiao Bai is here to help you. Little Xiao Bai directly waved out a mass of gas that formed a golden ring and landed on He Jinlan's head. When He Jinlan opened his eyes again, his pupils turned golden. The released combat power was also tinged with a layer of gold. He Jinlan glanced at the lively little mass over there, feeling the different changes in his body. Little sister, hold back your strength. He Jinlan dared not think further. He initially thought he could just resolve it casually, but seeing the little mass could use mental power, he instantly panicked. Several different flying ships directly hovered above them. He Jinlan took a few steps forward and picked up the little mass. Big brother, I'm sorry. Little Xiao Bai felt she had caused trouble for He Jinlan. Little sister, you never need to apologize to me. He Jinlan hugged little Xiao Bai tightly. You are finished. The woman sneered. Just now she was a bit worried, feeling that the little milk mass was somewhat strange. Why had it awakened mental power at such a young age? Moreover, the faint golden color gave her a strong sense of pressure, making it hard for her to breathe. But now she had nothing to worry about. The Protection Association had come, and she was a member of it. Is that so? He Jinlong glanced at her lightly. The first to rush down was Hiyu. Little guy. Hiyu looked at Jinlong's slightly disheveled clothes, unlike his usual meticulous self, while holding the somewhat trembling little mass in his arms. Brother. Little Xiaobai pounced on Hiyu. Did she bully you? Hiyu's tone carried a hint of bloodthirst. As soon as the woman saw Hiyu, she retreated a few steps in fright. Everyone knew who the god of death was. This was someone who could even make the president back down, with no courtesy toward women at all. Yes, brother. She bullied the child. I didn't want her to bully the child, but she wanted to hit me. Big brother. Protect me. She still wants to be my sister-in-law. This bad woman can't be my sister-in-law. Big brother will be unlucky. Little Xiaobai's innocent words struck a painful chord. And also, she did something bad and put a bit of her mental power on the woman. The woman became furious. President, they are affecting my education of my son and slandering me. The woman hurriedly went to complain to the elegant woman who had just walked down. No, President. The little boy was scared, but still stood up resolutely. The woman shot a warning glare at the little boy, making him shrink back in fear. Child, tell me, what exactly happened? Don't be afraid. We will protect you. The president's voice was very gentle. After mother married father at first, she treated me well in front of everyone, but it was all fake. Behind my back, she often didn't give me food and even beat and scolded me. But no one believed me. Later, mother got pregnant, and I don't know why she miscarried. She slandered me, saying it was because I bumped into her that caused her miscarriage, and then my father didn't like me anymore. The boy spoke these words with unusual calmness, as if it was no longer a matter of concern. President, you should know I am not that kind of person. The woman had a flattering expression. You are. You have dark energy on you. You must be a bad person. Little Xiaobai was very angry beside them. The woman looked at little Xiaobai as if her thoughts were being stripped bare, but the god of death over there was still present, turning to glare at the little boy. We'll deal with him later. Mrs. Zheng, we will investigate this matter. Before that, we need you to cooperate and come with us. The president clearly would not let her off easily. On what grounds? You can't detain me. My husband is the chief prosecutor. Mrs. Zheng's expression turned sour. Then you can have a good chat with your chief prosecutor husband later. Li Shuren made a gesture of invitation, very gentlemanly. Only those familiar with his gaze could read the ominousness in it. Li Shuren, if you dare to bully the little mass, if I don't torment you later. I want TB called Li Shuren. We're leaving. You also didn't want the little mass to be stained by her eyes. General He, wait. The president called to him. He paused. Little Xiaobai raised her head to look at the president, internally exclaiming, wow. She was a very beautiful and graceful president's sister, with a faint white light about her. This was the aura of someone with great fortune. Huh, how does she know? How strange. Little Xiaobai scratched her head. The president looked at the cute little mass, and her smile became more genuine. General He, I have no ill intentions. But as you can see, the little one has awakened her mental power early. Not only has this never happened since interstellar travel, but it has also never happened before. For the safety of the child, it's better for you to come with me for a precise checkup. Will I die, sister? Little Xiaobai seemed to have thought of something, becoming somewhat alarmed. She hadn't had enough fun with her family yet, nor had she eaten enough delicious food. Sister? She was already a mother. How could she be so young? Children's words are the most genuine. Oh dear, this little mass is really lovable. At that time, when General He came to register, she had inadvertently seen his photo and paid a bit of attention. She didn't expect that seeing him today would indeed be like this. Sister won't let you get into trouble. It's just that in your situation. It's best to get a precise checkup. If anything arises, we can treat or handle it in time. The president, seeing little Xiaobai's adorable, terrified expression, felt like laughing. We can't scare the child. Go on. He Jinlong said to Hiyu. Okay. Hiyu nodded. Hiyu knew Jinlong had something to say, but now is not the right time. I'll take this child over first. You can follow. The president gave them space. She actually had some guesses. It was normal for parents to be nervous about such things. It was fortunate that the little mass had family members who truly cared for her. Unlike this poor little boy, the president took the little boy's hand and boarded the starship. The few of them went to Hiyu's warship. Once on the warship, Hiyu asked Chi-Yin to take the little mass for a simple checkup first. Big brother, what do you want to say? Hiyu asked first. At that time, the little mass released her mental power. Jinlong described the scene from back then. Although he was watching the bodyguards over there, he divided some of his attention to little Xiaobai, so he was very clear about what happened. Then he talked about how he felt when he received little Xiaobai's mental power. Brother Chi-Yin. Little Xiaobai tugged at Chi-Yan's white work uniform. What's wrong, my little miss? Chi-Yan's eyes sparkled with hearts. How cute. The little miss actually called him Brother Chi-Yin. Brother Chi-Yin, why are so many people passing by unwilling to help that child? Little Xiaobai finally asked her question. Chi-Yin was taken aback. How should he answer that? Interstellar humans were indeed very indifferent, but it wasn't he that they truly wanted to be indifferent. Who doesn't he yearn for beauty? Chapter 15, what does it mean? Brother Chi-Yin? Little Chuan's chubby little hand is waving in front of him. Chuan, I was just thinking about how to answer you. Chi-Yin shook his head and smiled. Looking at little Chuan's round, bright eyes, he pondered for a moment and said, because everyone is sick. Everyone is sick? Little Chuan didn't understand why everyone was sick. If everyone is sick, why can't we find a doctor to cure them? Yes, since last century, people have gradually lost their ability to perceive emotions, especially those related to happiness and empathy. Feeling unhappy and depressed has become the norm for many. So a lot of people do incredible things just to feel happy. Chi-Yin wasn't sure if little Chuan could understand. He tried to simplify the explanation. Little Chuan seemed to grasp some of it. Can't this illness be cured? She felt a bit sad. So, our grandpa and grandma, dad and mom, and you, all like this. Do you often feel unhappy and only experience unpleasant emotions? Currently, no solution has been found. The recommended treatment is to find something to channel your emotions into or to spend time with people who can evoke some happy emotions. Chi-Yin spoke slowly to ensure little Chuan could understand. I understand. Little Chuan nodded. I could be the source of happiness for grandpa and grandma, and not let them feel sad. Although Chi-Yin didn't know what little Chuan understood, seeing her shift her emotions made him feel relieved. After a series of simple checks, it was found that she was fine and her mental strength was best assessed by professionals from the Protection Association. Little Chuan had no issues and was very healthy. Chi-Yin reluctantly handed little Chuan over to Hiyu. Okay. Hiyu took little Chuan, pinched her cheek a bit hard, turning it red. Does it hurt? Hiyu said unkindly. It hurts, little Chuan giggled. You didn't say it hurt? Hiyu felt he really couldn't handle this little one. If brother is unhappy, then pinching Chuan's cheek will make him happy. So go ahead. Little Chuan's smile looked adorably silly in front of Hiyu. If you get hurt, I won't be happy. Hiyu lowered his voice. Is this little one here to cure him? He must owe her from a past life. Then Chuan definitely won't get hurt. Brother, don't be angry. Little Chuan hugged Hiyu's neck, her little head nudging against him. Jinlong watched as Hiyu was worn down by little Chuan, his smile deepening unconsciously. General, Mrs. Zheng is not very cooperative. After all, she was a woman, and Li Xian was still somewhat restrained, coming over to consult Hiyu. It's somewhat troublesome, but it's not something he can't handle. It's just her identity and gender are a bit of a hindrance. There was still a lack of evidence on Zheng Weifeng's side, so they couldn't take action yet. Bloodwolf spoke up, bringing over the report. Hiyu took the report with one hand and glanced at it. Do whatever needs to be done. If something goes wrong, I'll take the blame. Hiyu directly threw the report to Li Xian. Brother. Little Chuan looked like she wanted to say something, but didn't dare to. What is it? Hiyu looked at little Chuan, who was now brave enough to bounce around. I can help make that bad aunt tell the truth. Little Chuan smiled. What can you do? Hiyu raised an eyebrow. I left my mental strength on her before. As long as I control her with my mental strength, she'll tell the truth. While saying this, little Chuan observed Hiyu's expression. Metal-type mental strength? Jinlong remembered the aura little Chuan had manifested was golden. But at that moment, he didn't feel that way. Could it be that there was more? What else? Hiyu focused on little Chuan. I feel like I could do a lot of things. I saw blue, red, green. Anyway, it finally turned white, and when I released it, it became golden. Little Chuan's childish words made everyone present feel increasingly shocked. All right, stop talking. Hiyu covered little Chuan's mouth. Woo-woo. Little Chuan's eyes protested, struggling hard. Hiyu chuckled. Can you control it? Hiyu redirected little Chuan's attention. He didn't expect little Chuan to help with anything. He just thought that since she had this ability, others would be envious, so it was better to teach her to become strong early on. I can. The stars taught me. Little Chuan proudly puffed out her chest. Do you need to meet her? Hiyu asked again, meaning whether they needed to see Mrs. Zheng or if staying here was fine. I'm fine here. Little Chuan didn't want to see the bad woman. Hiyu signaled to Li Xian. Li Xian walked toward the confinement room with Blood Wolf. Once at the location, Li Xian connected to the starship's main console for a video call. Give a try. Hiyu put down Little Chuan. Okay. Little Chuan closed her eyes, trying hard to communicate with the mental strength she released. When she opened her eyes again, they were tinged with a holy gold. On the other side, Mrs. Zheng's eyes began to glaze over. Li Xian started the interrogation. Mrs. Zheng showed no signs of resistance and honestly confessed. Little one, it's okay now. Hiyu squatted down, holding Little Chuan's hand. Oh. Little Chuan shook her head. She seemed to have overdone it and accidentally saw the bad woman's memories. She felt weak all over and was about to slump to the ground when Hiyu caught her in his arms. Qi Yan. Hiyu's voice turned anxious. Little sister. He Jianlan was also very worried. Big brother, I'm fine, just a bit tired and a little hungry, Little Chuan said shyly with a giggle. Big brother, hold me for a moment. I'll go get her some milk. Hiyu had already prepared what Little Chuan needed on the starship. He Jianlan took Little Chuan. Seeing Hiyu's somewhat flustered back, he couldn't help but smirk. When did his fourth brother ever show emotions? Does controlling it make you very tired? Besides tiredness, are there any other physical harms, little sister? He Jianlan asked. If that's the case, it's better not to use it in the future. Even if she can't do anything, the family can protect her. No, big brother. I just feel like I overexerted myself and saw a lot of things about the bad woman. I'm out of strength, Little Chuan scratched her head, feeling a bit frustrated. He Jianlan didn't expect Little Chuan to say that. You can even see other people's memories? That's not something ordinary metal-type mental strength can do, right? At least I've never heard of it. What else did you see, little sister? He Jianlan thought if these memories were useful, it might help the fourth brother as well. I saw the bad woman bullying a lot of people. She killed several servants when she was young, and later, when she got married, she bullied children. Secretly locked one child in a small dark room and beat and scolded him. And she even pretended to bump into a table, then bled and falsely accused the child of hurting her. Little Chuan tried to recall. He Jianlan frowned as he listened. Stop thinking about it. Little sister, forget it. Big brother won't let you get hurt. He Jianlan regretted asking those questions. Hearing this made him somewhat agitated. How could Little Chuan see such a disgusting side? Chapter 16, Meeting Grandma Yang again. Can I ask you a question, big brother? Little Xiaohuan opened her innocent eyes wide. He Jianlan smiled. Don't say just one. He wouldn't mind countless questions. I saw a bad woman whip a man. Why is that man still laughing? Doesn't it hurt? Little Xiaohuan blinked, clearly feeling pain when her brother just pinched her face. He Jianlan. Can you repeat that question? I really want to give myself a slap for that. Drink milk. He walked over, picked up Little Xiaohuan, and handed her the milk bottle. For the first time, He Jianlan felt what it meant to be relieved, and he moved far away. Little Xiaohuan held the milk bottle and started drinking again, completely forgetting her earlier curious question. He Jianlan let out a sigh of relief. He looked at his older brother in confusion. When had the usually strategic He Jianlan ever shown such a flustered expression? He Jianlan's gaze darted away, shaking his head slightly. Tisk, interesting. What were you two talking about just now? He pinched Little Xiaohuan's cheek, forcing her to stop drinking for a moment. Little Xiaohuan suddenly remembered something, put down the milk bottle, and looked at Hiyu. I just told Big Brother that I saw the bad woman's memory. Hiyu raised an eyebrow. She could still see memories? That would explain why he looked so drained. It seemed the little one's abilities were indeed extraordinary. Suddenly, Hiyu felt an ominous feeling surge within him. The next second, he saw Little Xiaohuan open her mouth. Brother, why did the bad woman hit a man with a whip, and that man is still laughing? Doesn't it hurt? When I'm in pain, I just want to cry. Hiyu, I really want to slap myself. He looked up and met He Jianlan's half-smiling expression, realizing that his brother was waiting for him here. Didn't Big Brother tell you? Hiyu said with a smile. No. Little Xiaohuan shook her head. A child shouldn't know. You'll understand when you grow up. Hiyu spoke with a teasing tone. Little Xiaohuan picked up the milk bottle and started drinking again, ignoring him. The spaceship landed. And just as Little Xiaohuan finished drinking, He Jinlong wiped her mouth and heard the little one let out a milk burp. Let us go. He Jinlong found it somewhat amusing. Let us go. Little Xiaowan patted He Yu's shoulder, signaling him to hurry up. Do you think I'm your mount? He raised his eyebrows. You're my favorite brother. Little Xiaowan affectionately rubbed against him. Ahem. He Jinlong, I love big brother the most. Little Xiaowan quickly added. Then your heart is really big, He said with annoyance. Little Xiaowan chuckled and fell silent. No matter how you put it, it's her fault. Let's not talk about it. Just as they got off the spaceship, they saw many people standing below. Pretty sister. Little Xiaowan only recognized the one at the front, the one they called the president, since she had met her before and even reached out to be held. Oh, little Xiaowan is so good. The president was overjoyed and took the little one in her arms. What a cute little dumpling, smelling so milky. It's a pity I only gave birth to a stinky boy. Boo-hoo. Xiaowan. A familiar voice made little Xiaowan turn her head. Grandma Yang. Little Xiaowan immediately waved her hand joyfully. Dr. Yang had just returned. She originally planned to go directly to the He family. But the president told her there was a child here who needed to be checked urgently. Adhering to the principle of being a doctor, she stayed to participate in the examination, not expecting this child to be Xiaowan. Dr. Yang picked up little Xiaowan. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Dr. Yang looked at little Xiaowan nervously, not seeing anything abnormal. I'm not unwell. I was just hungry a moment ago. Little Xiaowan's voice had a slightly spoiled tone. It made the listeners feel warm and fuzzy inside. This is just too cute. The several high-ranking old deans standing behind the president, who were initially indifferent to working overtime, suddenly came alive upon seeing the little dumpling and the interaction. Their eyes brightened, eager to join the fun with Dr. Yang. Dr. Yang was also very generous, introducing everyone to little Xiaowan. Little Xiaowan sweetly called one grandfather and one grandmother. Laughter instantly filled the courtyard. President, let us take little Xiaowan for an examination first. The president reminded. Yes, look at me. I'm so happy I'm losing my mind. Dr. Yang hurriedly took little Xiaowan inside for the examination. Please follow me. The president politely invited He Yu and He Jinlong. The two followed the president into the observation room inside the association. Here, they could see the entire process of the little dumpling being examined. What are General He's plans? The president's question was clear to them. It was evident that little Xiaowan was not an ordinary child. Female, awakening psychic power during infancy, and anyone who interacts with her easily experiences happiness, etc. Each detail was not simple. Combined, it was extraordinary. The level of psychic power she measured could not be low. Such a person is a key protected individual of the state, generally raised by the association. I only know her name is He Xiaowan. He Yu's attitude was resolute and straightforward. That's understandable. I can comprehend that. We can discuss this. General He, please don't be so hostile. At least my thoughts regarding Xiaowan align with yours. She would be safer in the He family. But the issues of her education and ability disclosure are ones we all need to discuss together. The president observed his flaring temper with curiosity. It seemed that the young general also had his own bottom line. It was much more pleasant to look at him now than back when he was fearless and cocky. He Jinlong pressed down on He Yu, nodding at him. Thank you for your kindness, President. Let us discuss this in detail once my sister finishes her examination. As a businessman, He Jinlong was best at negotiation and making deals. The president suddenly felt a chill down her back, sensing that she might lose something. But what could she lose? Just then, an exclamation came from the examination room. Where's the little one? Where's Xiaowan? He Yu and He Jinlong's voices rang out simultaneously. Follow me. The president could no longer contain her excitement. She lifted her skirt and ran. No longer the elegant lady she was moments ago. Pretty sister? Little Xiaowan was still caught up in the compliments from everyone, feeling proud. When she saw the president rush in through the examination room door. Brother? Big brother? Little Xiaowan tilted her head, seeing them all come. Did they sense that she was amazing and come to praise her? Little Xiaowan was already prepared, her little face filled with pride. After waiting for so long, she still hadn't received any praise. She saw 3 people fiddling with the machine, pulling several old deans to double-check. Grandma Yang, what are they doing? Little Xiaowan. not feeling discouraged for not receiving praise, began to wonder what they were doing. Maybe they want to struggle a bit. Dr. Yang said thoughtfully, "Struggle with what?" Little Xiaohuan didn't understand. "Silly child, you'll know soon." Dr. Yang didn't continue speaking. This wasn't something she should say. She had expected this outcome either. Chapter 17. Apprenticeship. A group of people looked serious as they fiddled with the testing equipment for a long time. Yet there was still no response. The machine couldn't possibly be broken. You thought so back then as well. The president was the first to recognize the reality and then comforted Yu's emotions. "I'll take bye-bye out to play for a while. You all can discuss slowly." Dr. Yang smiled as he looked at the two somewhat confused brothers. "Thank you for your hard work, Director Yang," the president nodded. Seeing that Yu and He Jinlan didn't stop him, it was an implicit agreement. Director Yang took bye-bye outside, just in time to teach her some simple games to learn about mental power. The other directors also followed to accompany the little one in play. In fact, seeing this result, I felt it was quite normal. The president initiated this topic. They had considered that little bye-bye's mental power level was very high, but they still didn't expect it to be SSS level, unprecedented. Such an existence could overturn the interstellar realm. Both the Empire and other factions would covet it. So safety was of the utmost importance. Because as long as there were any traces detected by the instruments, there was a high possibility that other factions would discover it. Once discovered, it would be impossible to avoid a scramble for little bye-bye. If it escalated to war, it would be even more serious. Aside from that, was there a connection between the prophecy from 1,000 years ago and little bye-bye? Would the super restrictive mental power of my little sister have any effects or burdens on her body? This was the question He Jinlan cared about the most. Just like the fourth brother, with SSS combat power, unprecedented, everyone was fearful and in awe of him. However, his body often showed some not-so-good symptoms. I can't guarantee this either. After all, there has never been such a high level of mental power before. The president shook her head. She had read all the books on this topic, and none of them recorded anything about SSS mental power. Some rare texts merely mentioned it as a super restrictive ability, infinitely close to divine capability. At that time, she felt this was indeed a piece of historical oddity. I'll look for that book when I go back. What does the current research trend suggest? Yu asked. From the development of SS mental power levels, it can only be more beneficial. However, excessive consumption of mental power can be very taxing on the body. But whether this is relevant to little bye-bye still needs further investigation. The president pondered for a moment and then added, "It's best to keep an eye on her physical and mental power development. Any issues should be addressed in a timely manner." Yu and He Jinlan did not respond immediately and thought for a while. The little one lives with the He family. Her safety is my responsibility. I will clarify this with His Majesty. On principles, he would not back down. As long as General He can persuade His Majesty, I certainly have no objections. The president felt that no one among the interstellar humans could claim they could defeat General He, so having little bye-bye by his side was definitely the safest. Hasn't the president been looking for a suitable apprentice all this time? He Jinlan said with a gentle smile. Upon learning that little bye-bye had SSS mental power, he had already begun to think about how to keep bye-bye by his side while gaining support from various factions. I am indeed very tempted. I wonder if General He and the others agree. Upon hearing He Jinlan's proposal, the president's smile widened a bit. Little bye-bye is so cute. Of course, if there is any relationship to maintain her close by, it would definitely make me feel happier. Being the little one's master is clearly a benefit for me. She thought the He family would be reluctant. But then she thought again. He Jinlan's purpose was also quite simple. Once the apprenticeship was established, it would clarify her position. At least nominally, she could not harm little bye-bye and would even step in to help. Anyway, from He Jinlan's perspective, it was mutually beneficial. However, while the little one does not have self-defense capabilities, I hope he can come to the He family to teach her. Any expenses incurred will be our responsibility. He was still very cautious. Good, the president said eagerly. With so many people here, she was not at ease with them possibly competing for bye-bye. In a few days, we will bring bye-bye to perform the apprenticeship ceremony, He Jinlan said, slightly bowing. No need, just let bye-bye bow to me 3 times. It doesn't need to be so complicated. The president was anxious. Time changes things. How can that be? Listen to the president. He Jinlan smiled carried a hint of strategy. For now, I will not publicly announce by Bai's level. Once we have discussed it here, we will gradually release the news. The president was still very meticulous about this aspect. Sorry for the trouble, President, He Jinlong responded humbly. Then let us go out and see Bai. The president could not wait any longer, rushing out to see the little one surrounded by a group of old directors, all smiling widely. Little Bai was entertaining them in the middle. Pretty sister. Little Bai looked at the president rushing over, clapping her hands in excitement. You can't call me pretty sister anymore, the president said, picking up Little Bai with a serious face. Why not? Little Bai didn't understand. Is pretty sister angry too? Did I make Bai angry? The other shrewd old ones guessed the meaning but didn't say anything. This was a good thing. Little Bai and the president had formed a bond, which meant they would have more opportunities to meet in the future. They loved working the most. Anyone who dared to make them take a day off would be in for it, as the president would be Bai's master from now on. He Jinlong called her over to their side. Little Bai naturally listened to her big brother first, quickly scampering down and obediently standing next to He Jinlong. The president felt annoyed. Their relationship was better than hers. It's fine, there's plenty of time in the future. He didn't like these formalities. So He Jinlong held Little Bai's hand and walked in front of the president. Bai knelt down and bowed 3 times to the president. He Jinlong squatted down to look at Little Bai. Oh, Little Bai didn't ask why. She just obediently followed. The first bow was quite forceful. Fortunately, it was on dirt. Otherwise, it would have bled. The people around gasped, feeling a pain in their hearts. No need to be so forceful, He reminded. Okay. Little Bai beamed a bright smile at Hiyu. Silly. Little Bai adjusted herself and gently bowed twice. Master. Little Bai looked up at the president. Hey, good apprentice, does it hurt? The president picked up Bai and looked at her slightly reddened forehead, gently blowing on it. It hurts a little, just a tiny bit. Little Bai gestured, indeed a very short distance. This elicited a mix of laughter and tears from everyone. The president placed her hand on the little one's forehead, and a flash of green light passed. Little Bai blinked her bright, sparkling eyes and exclaimed, Master, it doesn't hurt anymore. Of course it doesn't hurt anymore. The president had used mental power to heal the little one. If there had been others present, they would have complained about wasting precious resources. Using mental power to treat a red forehead. Wasn't that a waste? Unfortunately, none of those present felt it was inappropriate. Chapter 18, Hard of Hearing. This is a gift from the master to the little one. The president looked at the adorable little bundle in his arms, feeling soft-hearted, and then took out a gem that sparkled like the aurora from his storage bag. So beautiful. Thank you, master. The little bundle thought this shining gem was very pretty. The old directors couldn't help but sigh at the sight of the stone, feeling that the president truly cared for this child, giving her one of the 3 soul recovery stones in the entire Interstellar realm. This soul recovery stone is not just for show. It is a treasure for mental energy users. Just having it nearby nourishes mental energy, and after refining it, one can even break through their current level to a certain extent. The most significant and direct effect is that it allows mental energy users to immediately recover to their peak state when their mental energy is depleted. Hiyu glanced at the president, but saw that he was gently stroking the little one's head. It's getting late. We should take the little sister back, He Jinlong reminded. All right, I'll come back tomorrow. The president handed the little bundle over to them. The blood wolves will take you back first. I need to see His Majesty. Hiyu felt uneasy without a promise. The earlier we go, the earlier we return, He Jinlong nodded. Be good and eat dinner with your brother. Wait for me to come back. Hiyu pinched the little one's bun head. Okay, the little one nodded. Not at all angry that Hiyu was playing with her bun head. The little one said goodbye to everyone one by one, leaning softly on He Jinlong's shoulder, melting everyone's hearts. Shua, you must keep the little one in the association. Such a cute little thing shouldn't be taken by any other department or organization. Director Feng said earnestly. Yes, Shua, when you go to the He family tomorrow, make sure to talk to them well. If it doesn't work out, we'll go with you, Director Chu added. The little one has extraordinary talent and needs to learn many things. We few old folks have nothing much to do now and can teach her together, Director Zhang said cheerfully. Director Yang watched them but said nothing, thinking that this group of old folks was climbing the ladder. The president, Li Shuha, understood the good intentions of her teachers. She planned to go to the He family to have a good discussion tomorrow. She intended to go by herself first, confident that she could reach an agreement, reassuring everyone. As for the subsequent education issues, she would need her teacher's help. She was usually busy with work. The president, Li Shuhe, respectfully replied. These were all her teachers. She had grown up under their care, and her achievements were inseparable from them. So, as the president, she treated them with great courtesy. She knew her teachers' abilities best. With so many years of experience in teaching, they certainly surpassed her, and having teachers around would be better for the little one. Listen to Shuhe. Director Yang was the first to express his support. If anything happens tomorrow, let us know in time, Director Zhang instructed. Okay, Li Shuhe replied. My dear daughter, I miss you so much. Su Yufu felt that even though she hadn't seen her little girl for just an afternoon, it felt like a long time. Mama, I miss you too. The little one rushed over to hug Su Yufu. The impact was quite strong, almost making her stagger. But fortunately, Su Yufu's dancing skills helped her steady herself. What fun things did you do with your brother? Su Yufu asked while holding the little one as they walked inside. Big brother took me to see the beautiful outside, and two young ladies treated us to milk tea. The little one recalled happily about the milk tea they had given her. Su Yufu lightly exclaimed. Looking at He Jinlan, they liked the little sister and took pictures with her. He Jinlan interrupted without thinking. Oh. Su Yufu felt it was dull and pinched the little bundle's chubby hand, asking, what else? There's more. I was so angry, Mama. The little bundle puffed up in indignation. Who made our dear baby angry? Old Madam, he came down the stairs just in time to see this scene. Big brother and I saw a bad woman bullying a child, and I went to help, but the bad woman wanted to hit me. The little one twisted her body. Who dares? Old master, he walked over from outside, firmly tapping his cane on the ground. Don't be angry, Grandpa. Big brother was there and I wasn't hurt. And I even awakened my mental energy, the little bundle said proudly. Oh. Awaken what? Old master, he began to feel that he might be getting old enough to hear things that weren't there. Not just him. Old Madam, he and Su Yufu felt the same way. They all looked at He Jinlan, thinking that the little one might not understand and was just playing a role. When I was fighting with the other person, the little one did indeed awaken her mental energy. He Jinlan briefly recounted what had happened, making sure to mention all the important details, just simplifying the wording a bit. The three of them were stunned, looking at the little one, puffing out her small chest. She was still so cute. The little one tilted her head. Why isn't anyone praising me? The little sister is really amazing. She awakened her mental energy and even helped me. He Jinlan understood his little sister's expressions well, clearly waiting for compliments. No, big brother, the little one shyly shook her head, holding her face with her chubby hands. This child loved to be praised but couldn't handle it. She would blush and get shy as soon as someone praised her. Still not enough. We need to practice. The others suddenly understood and started praising the little one in various ways. The little one buried her head in Su Yufu's arms, her soft giggles never stopping. They could clearly feel that the little bundle seemed a bit different, more so than in the morning. Because she had awakened her mental energy, the little one's thinking had become much clearer, and after the examination, there were no issues. I heard from the president that the little one had been showing signs of awakening her mental energy for a while. Today's incident was just a major trigger that caused it to erupt early, He Jinlan added. Does your father know? Old master, his expression became serious. Just now, they were teasing the little one, but now they were discussing serious matters. The little one's safety was not a small issue. You should know. The fourth brother went directly to His Majesty, and Dad hasn't returned yet, right? He Jinlan speculated. All right, my dear wife, after Xiaoyu finishes eating, we need to prepare well. We can't neglect the reception for Li Shuhe tomorrow. Old master, he thought that regardless of Li Shuhe's current status or her role as the little one's teacher, they had to treat her as a distinguished guest. Dad, don't worry. Su Yufu knew without being reminded that her dear daughter's matters were her top priority. Let us eat first. We shouldn't let the little one go hungry. Old Madam, he looked at the confused little bundle with a kind smile. I'll take my dear baby to wash her hands. Su Yufu was delighted with these daily little things that enhanced their parent-child relationship. The course teacher had taught that this was an essential part of strengthening the parent-child bond. Chapter 19. Drowsy little dumpling. By the time he and General he returned, Xiaoji had already been carried off to sleep by Su Yu. How is it? The others were waiting for news about the two. The emperor's meaning is that Ji can be raised in the He family, but Ji must acknowledge the emperor as her godfather and regularly visit him to cultivate their relationship. Everything else can be done as we wish, and for now, we won't disclose Ji's spiritual power level. General, he was still quite happy. However, at first, he was a bit annoyed, as it pained him to have the little dumpling call another man dad. But he said, there are distinctions between fathers, and besides, this is the lightest condition. If the emperor really pushes it, we're not afraid. We just can't let anything happen to Ji. This isn't necessarily a bad thing for the little darling. Old madam, he nodded slightly. With the royal family protecting them, she could at least reduce many troubles, especially since. Old master, he glanced at old madam, and instantly understood her meaning. Those who think deeply can see this point, and Jinlan was no exception. At least no one in the royal family dared to use marriage to target Xiao Ji. Where's the little one? He looked around, but didn't see the little dumpling. He also didn't see his mother, and suddenly thought of something. Your mom must be with your sister sleeping. Don't disturb them. General, he reacted quickly and ran upstairs to close the door. His fist tightened. Get some rest. A glimmer of a smile flashed in Jinlan's eyes. The old master and old lady also headed to their rooms, not getting involved in the young people's love and hate. After washing up, he lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, finding it hard to sleep for the first time. He had only been with the little one for such a short time. Why was he so uncomfortable? It turned out he really wasn't used to it. It was already late at night, and he couldn't fall asleep. He sat up, ready to go out and exercise, only to see the room door pushed open a crack. The next second, a chubby little body peeked in. As she walked in, she rubbed her eyes and yawned, looking utterly adorable. When she got to the bedside, the little dumpling struggled for a few seconds, but couldn't climb up. She seemed a bit frustrated and even angry enough to want to bump her head against the mattress. He chuckled, picked up the little dumpling, and held her in his arms, covering her with a blanket. Soon, 2 even breaths could be heard. Little master, wake up. The stars are getting anxious. It's almost breakfast time, and the little master shows no signs of waking up. However, he heard the commotion and woke up first. The galaxy reported the time accurately. When he heard it was already 9 o'clock, he knew he had to get up to avoid delaying Xiao Ji's nutritious breakfast. With a swift motion, he scooped up the little dumpling and took her to the washroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. Brother, good morning. As he forced her to wake up, the little dumpling half opened her eyes to greet Hiyu. Brush your teeth. Then he began to gently help the little dumpling brush her teeth. The little dumpling cooperatively opened her mouth. Spit water. Hiyu instructed. The little dumpling spat out the foamy water. Then, he watched as Hiyu gently washed Xiao Ji's face, applied the children's cream prepared by Suyu, and though he wasn't as flustered as the first time, being only the second time, he still found his hands a bit uncoordinated. When it came to tying her hair, Hiyu gestured for a long time, but couldn't bring himself to do it. Where's my daughter? Suyu rushed over, shouting. This, he replied calmly. Sweetheart. Suyu immediately picked up Xiao Ji and showered her face with kisses. Good morning, Mommy, Xiao Ji said happily. At this point, the little dumpling was fully awake. You scared Mommy to death. I didn't see you when I woke up. Suyu and General, he had also managed to sleep so soundly for once and had pleasant dreams. After so many years, they hadn't slept for over 12 hours comfortably, except for when they were young. The two had a habit of cuddling in bed each morning, but Suyu suddenly woke up, looked around, and didn't see Xiao Ji, rushing out in a panic to find her. Her first reaction was that the fourth brother had come to steal Xiao Ji, so, without thinking, she ran this way and was surprised to find her here. Right, I slept with Mommy yesterday. Xiao Ji turned to look at Hiyu. Your gaze could be a bit more direct, Hiyu said. Galaxy, he simply called out. The galaxy understood and quickly opened the recording from last night, clearly showing how the little dumpling sleepily walked over and how her short legs couldn't climb onto the bed, then got frustrated and wanted to bump into the bed. Xiao Ji widened her eyes and immediately covered Suyu's eyes. Mommy, don't look. The little dumpling was so scared that she let out a small whimper. Okay, Mommy won't look. Suyu affectionately hugged the little dumpling, thinking that since she had already seen it, she would find a way to have the fourth brother send her a copy of the video later. Seeing Suyu say this, Xiao Ji felt relieved. Mommy, help you tie her hair, okay? Xiao Ji pointed to her little head. Okay, Mommy will tie you 2 little braids. Suyu teased Xiao Zhi's nose. He, however, didn't leave and stayed nearby to watch Suyu style her hair. Oh, you want to learn? Suyu joked. He didn't respond, but didn't deny it either. Hurry up and wash up. I'll take Xiao Zhi to change clothes. After tying her hair, Suyu picked up the little dumpling and headed to the wardrobe. He finished tidying up quickly and waited outside the wardrobe. Today, Xiao Zhi was wearing a pair of little yellow duck overalls, playful and tender. The three of them went downstairs for breakfast, and remarkably, everyone woke up quite late today. Even the two elders had a good sleep. How many years has it been since I slept so comfortably? Old master, he looked at the smile on Xiao Zhi's face and couldn't help but smile. Since Zhi came to the family, the atmosphere in the He household has improved immensely. Everything is delicious, and their health is excellent. The house used to feel oppressive and lifeless, but now even the grass and trees outside the yard look vibrant. There's a saying, it's not the things that changed, but people's hearts that changed. And so everything has changed. After the family finished breakfast, Jinlan, as the boss, couldn't just stay home all the time. He had too many things to deal with that he had rashly taken on when he was young and reckless. Don't ask, just know that I regret it. Now, he was trying to push things out bit by bit, maintaining control and the general direction. Big brother, come back early. Little Ji saw Jinlan off at the door. Okay, little sister, goodbye. Jinlan seriously kissed the little dumpling on the face. Goodbye, big brother. Xiao Zhi waved her chubby little hand. She had plans to meet her master today. Otherwise, she would have wanted to go to work with her big brother. According to the stars, big brother made a lot of money at work, measured in seconds. She also wanted to earn money. With money, she would feel safe. As soon as Jinlan left, Li Shuha and Dr. Yang arrived. President Li, Director Yang, Su Yu, and General, he quickly greeted them. To receive them, General, he even took a special leave today. Chapter 20. A bit of laugh and a cry, you Fu. When did you become so polite with me? Li Shuha was very easygoing. Although the association didn't have much interaction with the He family, how could she not have any contact with Su Yufu, a dazzling girl of the same generation? The two had been good playmates since childhood, both outstanding in appearance and ability, and were even referred to as the sisters of the era by everyone. However, they ultimately took different paths, went their separate ways, and shone brightly in their respective fields, becoming quite busy and no longer as inseparable as before. It wasn't the case of them parting ways as outsiders might think. Li Shuha effortlessly picked up the little dumpling and took a couple of hearty sniffs on her face. Master Xiao Tuo was feeling a bit ticklish. Li Shua's heart melted at the sound of that cute little master's voice. Yang grandma. Of course. Sioto hante forgotten about Dr. Yang. Good boy, Dr. Yang said with a warm smile. She had promised to work at the He family. Just thinking about the life of being able to be with Xiao Ta any time in the future made her heart feel sweet. Su Yufu walked up to Li Shuha and said, pretend a little, give you some face. What about your image as an award-winning actress? Li Shuha felt a headache coming on. The high cold and pure beauty outside was just a carefree little child brain behind the scenes. She wondered how everyone would think of her. What could they think? They would definitely still think, our Fufu, the queen, is so cute. She has such a strong contrast in personality. We love her even more. It was hilarious. I have to say, even though Li Shuha didn't move in star circles, she still understood fan culture quite well. Just joking. Her old account was actually a fan account for Su Yufu back in the day, and now it was still quite influential. Let us get back to business. Li Shuha brought the topic back on track. They were sitting in a pavilion in the garden, drinking tea and chatting, while he played with Xiao Tuo in the garden, tossing a small ball with the stars and the galaxy. He himself didn't like discussing these matters. But since it concerned Ta, he had to listen in, and this place was just right for him to hear everything clearly. Yesterday, we had a talk with His Majesty. His Majesty's meaning is very simple. As long as Tuo is his goddaughter, everything will go according to our ideas, General, he said. Dr. Yang and Li Shuha exchanged a glance, surprised that His Majesty was so agreeable this time. Weren't they afraid that the He family would become too powerful? Think about it. The He family is already one of the powerful families. The eldest son single-handedly established his own business empire, and he is a significant figure in the entire business circle. The second son is a top celebrity, said to have perfectly inherited the beauty and strength of the great actress, and has a stellar husband. The third son is a favorite in front of His Majesty, the youngest internal minister. The strongest fighter is He, the fourth son of the He family. Not to mention his super-restricted SSS combat level. It's not just that he is strong. Even his honor army can take on hundreds. If it were another emperor, they probably wouldn't be able to tolerate the current He family for even a day, let alone having an SSS psychic daughter who is almost a mythical talent. One should know that in over 1,000 years, there have been only a few examples of SSS combat power, but they all ended poorly. While this SSS psychic little dumpling was the first of its kind. This is the best outcome, Dr. Yang nodded slowly. But the hearts of emperors have always been difficult to fathom. We still can't be too ostentatious. Li Shua's words were not wrong. Yes, that's natural, generally nodded. As for Tuo's education, I plan to have me and several old deans conduct individual teaching. Li Shua communicated the teaching methods and times they had discussed yesterday with General He and his wife. Of course, Dr. Yang, as the most authoritative female dean, would not only be responsible for Xiao Tuo's psychic education, but also monitor Xiao Tuo's physical health and growth. They had only talked about these matters until noon. Su Yufu seriously suspected that her friend had some ulterior motives, but she had no evidence. Sir, madam, lunch is ready, Lan Xian said as she came in. Then let's go eat. Su Yufu smiled at Li Shua and Dr. Yang. Sure, Li Shua's proud smile was unhidden. Excuse me, Dr. Yang didn't intend to crash a meal. The elderly were generally quite proper and were only more forgiving in front of children. Not at all, Yang grandma. Let me tell you. Uncle Chun cooks delicious food. Xiao Tua grabbed Dr. Yang's hand and bounced around. Yu looked at his empty hand and felt a bit displeased for no reason. Is that so? Dr. Yang readily agreed with the little dumpling's words. The old and the young looked quite warm together. Please sit, the old lady he and Dr. Yang weren't particularly familiar. They had only heard of each other before and hadn't had much interaction. Strictly speaking, this was their first meeting. Thank you, Doctor. Yang first placed the little dumpling on her special small chair. Immediately, a servant came to tie a bib around her. It surprised Dr. Yang a bit. If one didn't know, they would think it was a market scramble for discounted vegetables. Looking around, Dr. Yang pondered. It didn't seem much different. At the dining table, everyone couldn't help but take turns feeding Xiao Tua, watching her eat heartily, which increased their appetites as well. No wonder you look so much better. Li Shu had joked to Su Yufu. Not just that, I feel like ever since Tua came along, I truly eat well, sleep soundly, and feel just as energetic as when I was young, Su Yufu said with excitement. Li Shuha thought it was just a mother-daughter boast until she accidentally fell asleep while holding Xiao Tua and realized how much she had missed before. The old lady, he and Dr. Yang chatted very well. They felt as if they had met too late, and they made plans to play mahjong together in the afternoon. Old man, he had been picked up by a starship sent by an old friend that morning and hadn't returned yet. Today was their big gathering, and he usually came home only at night. Only General He and Yu were still seriously feeding Xiao Ta. It wasn't that others didn't want to, but they simply couldn't compete with the father-son duo, so they gave up and let them chat. After lunch, Xiao Tua sat on the sofa and glanced at Yu a few times. If you want to say something, just say it. If Yu didn't ask, the little dumpling would probably burst from holding in. Brother, can I go to Big Brother's place to play? Xiao Tuo giglet. She didn't mean anything else. She just wanted to learn, to see how the stars said one could earn millions in seconds. That place isn't fun. Yu didn't expect the little dumpling to say this, and he began to feel a bit jealous. How long had it been since she started to miss her big brother? How pitiful is Big Brother? Can't he go keep him company? Xiao Tua asked, puzzled. That place isn't fun at all. If you go there every day, it must be tiring. It's not fun for me at work either. He lowered his gaze. Then don't go to work. I'll go learn how Big Brother makes money, and then I can support you, and you can rest at home, Xiao Tua said, standing on the sofa, holding Yu's face. Yu instantly caught the key point. So, you want to go to Big Brother's place to learn how to make money? Yu found it a bit funny. Yeah. Xiao Tua nodded. Chapter 21. Going to play with Big Brother, why do you want to make money? Yu held the little dumpling's hand. I don't know. I just feel that having money is very safe. Xiao Dian tilted her little head to look at Yu. Yu, what a strange logic. That's what I think. But my hands were not slow. His fingertips were tapping on the screen projected by the watch. Soon, they heard Star announcing, "Little Master has received 1,000,000 star coins. I neglected to give you pocket money. I will transfer the remaining money to your personal account later." He didn't have much concept of money and first transferred the bulk of the pocket money his several older brothers and family had given him over the years to Xiao Tian. The remaining salary, bonuses, and task payments were on another card, which needed to be specially processed due to the large amount. Hearing Star's announcement, Xiao Yan's ears perked up, and she suddenly became a little rich girl. "So much money. Enough, brother." Xiao Tian shook her head. "That's too much." Star said that most residents in the galaxy earn only about 3,000 star coins a month. She was still thinking of setting a small goal for herself. But now she didn't even need a small goal. "Not enough. You know nothing about my capabilities." He pressed down on Xiao Yan's little head. Is Xiao Tian touched? She didn't dare to move. How many 3,000s will she have to earn to support her brother, big brother, mom and dad, grandpa and grandma, master, and Grandma Yang? He chuckled softly. "Now that's touching. Let's go. I'll take you to see Big Brother." He was in a good mood and picked up the little dumpling. Following the navigation of the galaxy, he first took Xiao Tian to the snack street. Gathering a bunch of delicious snacks, including the milk tea that the little dumpling fell in love with at first sip. Arriving at the company entrance, Xiao Tian held her milk tea, walking in confidently like a little duck. He followed leisurely, carrying the food. As soon as the little dumpling appeared, she attracted the attention of the front desk. "What a cute child," Lin Miao Miao exclaimed, shaking her colleague, Zhao Shui. "Oh my God, how could she be so adorable?" Swaying back and forth, it's simply shaking the heart of the sister. Zhao Shui looked and agreed. Yes, I don't know whose child this is. I want to have one too, for my first marriage and baby." Lin Miao Miao was about to scream. "Same feeling, sister." Zhao Shui nodded vigorously. "Wait, what if she is lost?" Lin Miao Miao realized something was wrong. She didn't see any adults around the little girl. "No way, huh? Is that General Xinghan?" Zhao Shui looked at the man over there, a little incredulous. After all, who has seen the god of death dressed casually? "Oh, that god of death. Why is he here? I thought the 4 brothers of the He family had a bad relationship. I've never seen them in the same frame." Lin Miao Miao realized she had said something wrong, covering her mouth and rephrasing. "So," Zhao Shui's next words hadn't come out yet. Before the two could speak again, they saw the little dumpling walking up to them. "Little friend, may I ask what you need?" Zhao Shui immediately showed a gentle smile to the little dumpling. "Sister, I'm here to find my big brother," Xiao Tian said happily. This happiness infected Lin Miao Miao and Zhao Shui. When they saw the little dumpling smile, for some reason, they also felt like laughing. "Who is your big brother? I can help you call him, but little friend, you must not run around, okay? If you get lost, your family will be very worried." Lin Miao Miao's voice became a bit childish to accommodate Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian one tea run around. She came with her brother. Xiao Tian immediately ran to He Yu's side, hugging his thigh. Lin Miao Miao and Zhao Shui exchanged glances. The god of death's big brother is the boss. The little cutie is the god of death's sister. So, the boss is the big brother of the little cutie? The two's expressions gradually turned to shock. "Sister, can you help me find my big brother?" Xiao Tian was still very polite. Okay, just a moment." Zhao Shui hurriedly dialed the phone to the president's secretary's office. "Hello, Secretary Xiao Fong, answer the call." "Secretary Fong, the boss's younger brother and sister are here looking for him. Should I bring them up?" Zhao Shui was already very careful with her wording. After all, the relationships in a big family are hard for ordinary people to guess. Secretary Fong was puzzled. He understood every word, but somehow he felt he didn't understand the full meaning. "Secretary Fong?" Zhao Shui called out. "Just a moment." Secretary Fong got up and found Secretary Zhang. "The little dumpling is here. Quickly bring them up. Forget it. I'll go personally to meet them." Secretary Zhang's voice was a bit excited. Although the boss was currently handling important affairs, as his closest secretary, how could he not understand the boss's heart? Of course, mainly he wanted to see them, wanted to be the first to meet. Secretary Zhang took the boss's exclusive elevator down to the first floor. The few people in the secretary's office stopped their work, exchanged glances, and all had questions in their minds. In a little while, they saw Secretary Zhang come out of the elevator holding a little dumpling. Everyone's first thought, "My God, why is she so cute and so soft?" Everyone wanted to rush over to tease the little dumpling, but unexpectedly, the brother who followed was actually General Xinghan, that god of death. Oh my, they didn't dare to move, their faces turning pale. Secretary Zhang glanced at them. You guys. He would absolutely not admit that when he went down and directly met General Xinghan's gaze, his legs went weak. Hello. Xiao Dian was a polite, good child. Everyone, oh, such a sticky voice. Almost drooling. Hello. Everyone responded in unison. He Jinlan frowned slightly upon hearing the noise outside. He had been busy handling work since arriving today, distributing tasks, so busy that he didn't even have time to drink water. Just now, he thought he had hallucinated, thinking he heard his little sister's voice. Although it was just a glass door, made of good material, it was quite soundproof. However, his combat power was there, so his hearing was much better. Hearing the noise behind and realizing something was wrong, he pushed the door open and saw the little dumpling in Secretary Zhang's arms. Big brother, Xiao Dian also saw He Jinlan come out. He Jinlan walked over and picked up Xiao Dian. Big brother. He finished greeting and went into the office first. He was not used to interacting with ordinary people outside. They felt pressure facing him, and he was uncomfortable too. Those people feared him, respected him, and he knew what they said. How'd he end up here? He Jinlan felt it was really hard on the fourth brother. I just wanted to see Big Brother. Xiao Dian showed her little teeth. Do you want to see Big Brother's company? For the first time, He Jinlan acted like a boy wanting to show off something. I want to. Of course, Xiao Dian wanted to. This was the purpose. Just now, following Secretary Brother up the elevator, she discovered that this floor had more than 100 stories, and her brother's office was at the top. The elevator ride was so long. It really is very luxurious. No wonder Star said Big Brother is very rich. Chapter 22. The taste of vinegar. Come on, Big Brother will take you for a stroll. He Jinlan smiled, and had to admit that he was delighted by the little dumpling's admiring gaze. Before that, He Jinlan had asked He Yu for his opinion, asking whether he wanted to join. I'll wait for you here. He Yu declined, too lazy to add psychological pressure on them, and figured it would be better to give the little dumplings some pocket money instead of incurring expenses for psychological therapy later. He Jinlan didn't insist, and after having someone bring him a cup of coffee and some snacks, he carried the little dumpling down. Several secretaries looked at Secretary Zhang with fiery eyes, and Secretary Zhang turned his head away. The secretaries thought, good dog. Let's go, He Jinlan said to Secretary Zhang. Secretary Zhang immediately pressed the elevator button, clearing the way for them. Inside the elevator, Secretary Zhang began to explain how He Jinlan built this business empire, leaving the little dumpling in awe. Glancing up at He Jinlan with bright eyes from time to time, little Xiao Yuan didn't see a big brother. He clearly saw a money god. So Big Brother is this valuable, much more than the pocket money my brother gives me. Wow, is that the big boss? What's he holding? Though they weren't surprised to see the boss, seeing him carry a soft little child made them think they were seeing things. They couldn't believe the big boss could be so affectionate with a little child, unless it was a fake toy doll. Could this be the company's new direction? Until the little doll waved at them, revealing a cute, silly smile. The group exchanged glances. This must be a breakthrough in the new generation of realistic light brain technology. They never expected their company to be ahead to this extent. Indeed, it was the unshakable Lanshan. This is too cute. Come out quickly, I must buy it. I'd sell everything to get it. Oh my god, such a cute little angel is just hitting my sweet spot. I finally understand why parents love their daughters. Ahem, Wang LV, let me introduce you. This is the boss's little sister, Xiao Yuan. Secretary Zhang could tell what this group was thinking. Boss, little miss. Minister Wang hurried over to greet them. This is actually the big boss's little sister. So soft? They never imagined that the usually cold big boss could have such a sweet little sister. The crowd looked at the sibling duo in disbelief, but had to accept it. If one wasn't familiar with the big boss, they would think this pair's good looks were remarkably harmonious. Uncle, what do you do? Little Xiao Yuan asked curiously. Her voice had the innocence of a young child, full of a milky scent, making everyone's hearts tremble. Our department is Lanshan's legal department, specializing in handling various legal matters that Lanshan encounters. If little miss doesn't mind, I can take her to see our department, Minister Wang said, noticing Secretary Zhang signaling him, realizing it was because the big boss was taking little miss to inspect Lanshan. To be fair, the big boss truly dotes on this sister. The workaholic big boss actually set aside work to accompany Little Miss around the company, especially bringing her to such a confidential department. They were not just a simple legal department, as an entity that could easily outclass various law firms. Their capabilities and strengths were self-evident, and their work involved much more than just small legal cases. Okay. Little Xiao Yuan clapped He Jianlin, urging him to let her down. Although He Jianlin was reluctant, he wished for the little dumpling to be happy and freely do what she liked without feeling restrained. Be careful, don't fall. Uncle Wang. Let's go, little Xiao Yuan said, taking Minister Wang's hand. At that moment, Minister Wang felt a jolt. Such a soft little hand, oh my God. Why doesn't he have a daughter? He felt so jealous of the big boss. All right. Minister Wang grinned, his previous weary demeanor disappearing instantly. He walked very slowly, fearing that he might trip little Xiao Yuan. Hey, it's strange. I feel like Little Miss is a kind of magic. Just looking at her makes me feel happy. All my worries and irritations vanish, and I feel much better. The other staff watched their minister, who was now beaming with joy, gritting their teeth, thinking maybe they should work harder to take the minister's position for themselves. Little Miss, this is for you. A quick-moving lawyer, Kong Quan, had already delivered his yogurt to little Xiao Yuan's hands. Thank you, big brother. Little Xiao Yuan recognized it as yogurt, something her mom had fed her before, and it was delicious. She took the yogurt with both hands, her tiny hands cradling the big yogurt container, looking adorable, and didn't forget to smile at Kong Quan. Afraid the yogurt might spill, she looked at Minister Wang. Uncle Wang, could you help me hold it? Sure. Minister Wang immediately took it. Little Xiao Yuan then pulled out a customized paper-wrapped milk candy from her pocket, offering it to Kong Quan. This is for you, big brother. Kong Quan was already very satisfied that Little Miss could accept his gift and thank him so sweetly. He never expected Little Miss would share candy with him. It was clearly a type of customized candy that only children from noble families could afford. It turned out that his cousin was just a pure little troublemaker, not comparable to Little Miss. Thank you, Little Miss. Kong Quan accepted it without a second thought. He promised to protect and save this candy well. Soon, however, he became the target of everyone's disdainful looks. Don't ask. It's just jealousy and regret. Young people are quick. Everyone else felt sour. Minister Wang felt sour too, but he didn't dare show it. However, this did spark everyone's enthusiasm. They all wanted to pull out their hidden snacks to tempt the little dumpling. No other intentions. Just wanted to hear little dumpling say thank you sweetly. Little Xiao Yuan felt bubbling happiness with so many delicious treats she had never seen before. Soon, she mingled with them, giving away all the candy in her pocket. And when she realized it, she felt no sadness at all, just thinking that she needed to bring more next time. Those who didn't get candy didn't feel discouraged, just wanted to take the opportunity to touch the little dumpling's face. So soft and bouncy. Why is there such a healing little dumpling around? She didn't mind that they were boys. Among them, it wasn't that they didn't have younger female cousins or sisters, but they were all rather proud and hard to get along with. They felt there was no need to flatter them, and respecting and protecting women should be a given. But an equal life should also be. He Jianlin looked at his watch, feeling the pressure around him drop sharply. Secretary Zhang was already struggling to hold on. No way. Could the big boss be jealous of this group of people? Little Xiao Yuan, carrying her haul behind her, hugged He Jianlin's leg. Secretary Zhang suddenly felt the warmth of spring. Did you have fun? He Jianlin's voice was gentle. Yeah, I want to share the delicious things with Big Brother. Little Xiao Yuan proudly shook her little head. Thank you, little sister. He Jianlin's smile widened, making Secretary Zhang even more certain. It turned out the big boss was indeed jealous. Chapter 23. The charming Little Miss, however, it feels very different with the Little Miss around. The big boss knows the price of custom candies, while the Little Miss does not, yet he is willing to cooperate with her, as if he has gained many treasures. When he saw the bag of chips handed over by the Little Miss, he treated it as if it were a great treasure. Do you want to go see other places? He Jianlin asked. The Little Miss remembered her business. She had only browsed one department. The legal department reluctantly sent off the Little Miss, then eagerly started to show off in the work group. Of course, someone immediately posted a picture of the little round figure from behind. Our Little Miss is the adorable spokesperson. How could she still give me candy? She even said this is the last one. The first one is with me. The little miss told me I worked hard. I feel like I'm not tired at all. I could even stay up for 3 days and nights. What are you talking about? The little miss praised me for being good-looking and said I'm the most handsome in our department. Upstairs, someone was clearly beaten, and the little miss was saying that without me, you would be the most handsome. Am I the only one who hugged the little miss? The legal department had fallen silent. Why? Probably because someone was getting beaten. When someone showed off earlier, all departments were in an uproar. And now seeing the legal department's comments felt absurd and shocking. The absurdity does not stem from doubting the little round figure's cuteness. How to describe it? If I had to say, it's like the usually cold and ruthless department today resembles the little miss's devoted fan. The shock is naturally from that as well. Secretary Zhang was also following the company chat dynamics, but the wind was good, and there was nothing to control. The neighboring office of the legal department was already waiting. People outside were continuously peeking in the direction of the legal department to catch a glimpse of the little miss, feeling like days were passing like years. Finally, seeing the big boss holding the little round figure's hand coming this way. Minister Xing, hurry up. A group of people behind were anxious. There was no way. They were afraid that other departments would intercept them halfway. After all, some departments had already loudly proclaimed their intentions in the work group. Don't rush. Minister Xing was a bit nervous, adjusting his appearance. Don't look, he is handsome enough. Everyone pushed Minister Xing out. The little round figure and Minister Xing locked eyes. Uncle, are you okay? The little miss thought he was going to fall, but didn't, wondering how he could be so careless. Little miss, I'm fine, really. Minister Xing's face turned red. Boss, Secretary Zhang. Minister Xing slightly bowed to the people behind the little miss. Little miss, this is the Minister of Area 1 in the RD department. Minister Xing, Secretary Zhang introduced to the little miss. Hello, uncle. The little miss immediately exclaimed loudly. Hello, little miss. Minister Xing felt a bit shy. How could such a small little miss be so adorable? He wondered if his son and daughter-in-law could give him a granddaughter. He was relatively awkward in dealing with people, not really knowing how to make a child happy. Facing the little miss, he was indeed a loss. Of course, his workability was beyond doubt. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the Minister of Area 1. Uncle Xing, why are you the Minister of Area 1? Do you have many areas? The little miss asked Minister Xing. When it came to work, Minister Xing had a lot to say. Yes, little miss. I'm fortunate to be the Minister of Area 1. Our RD department is a large department. The headquarters is divided into 36 areas. The first 8 areas are responsible for innovative research and development, while the later areas focus on polishing and launching innovative projects with development potential. Minister Xing explained to the little miss earnestly. He did not neglect her just because she was a child. He simply kept his explanation straightforward, understanding that saying too much or too complex would be hard for a child to grasp. That's amazing. The little miss clapped her hands. It's good to be led by the big boss. Minister Xing was not just flattering. He genuinely recognized He Jinlan's abilities. Lan Mountain has come this far, thanks not only to the hard work of every employee, but also to a good decision-maker. Every decision made by He Jinlan has never missed, especially major decisions that are highly forward-looking. Several times, during critical moments of life and death, Lan Mountain, which the business circle did not look favorably upon, leaped from obscurity to become an unshakable leading empire. Moreover, although He Jinlan is a workaholic, he treats his subordinates well, and the humane rules and regulations he has established and implemented are the most recognized in the industry. Many people are eager to join Lan Mountain, and it's no joke. Minister Xing began to act like a brainless fan, leading the little miss into the department. Others were also eager to engage, trying to charm the little miss in various ways. The little miss responded earnestly to everyone's enthusiasm, not at all perfunctory. This time, they finally experienced the joy of the legal department. Boss, the little miss is really liked by everyone. Secretary Zhang couldn't help but exclaim. You must know that everyone who can enter Lan Mountain is tough, each with their own temperament. The fact that they can put aside their tempers and patiently coax a little round figure can only be said to be the unique charm of the little miss. This charm has nothing to do with her being the big boss's sister. If it did, the big boss wouldn't be standing far away, watching the little miss chat with them. Secretary Zhang seemed to hear the big boss snort softly, but it was not clear, and he thought he misheard. Little miss, our company is very big. If you want to see more, we need to go now. Secretary Zhang said while glancing at He Jinlan. He Jinlan's expression visibly improved. TSK. Secretary Zhang had grasped the big boss's vital point. Okay, everyone, goodbye. The little miss heard Secretary Zhang's words and quickly said goodbye to everyone. She wanted to explore a few more places. Area 1 also reluctantly sent off the little miss, then immediately started to show off to the legal department. Oh no! The little miss actually said our department is amazing. The little miss thinks we are all smart people. I'm bald. And the little miss even asked if that bald spot would be cold and said she would give me a hat. Yeah, stinky bite donkey. I'm jealous of you being bald at a young age. The little miss is simply a soft-hearted deity. Her words are laced with sweetness. Blah, blah, blah. Area 1 had already flooded the chat. The legal department saw this and realized they had to showcase their position as the top department, making Area 1 recognize their status. Other departments, you two are truly something. Many people began to feel excited, feeling for the first time that going to work was so meaningful, so hopeful, not just for survival or finding their own significance, but for some other expectation, something they couldn't quite articulate. As the little miss visited more departments, the chat became livelier. It nearly crashed the work software, but fortunately, the tech department, wanting to show off in front of the little miss, managed to save face. Chapter 24. The feeling of home. The little bundle's eyelids began to droop visibly as He Jinlan walked in front of everyone and picked up the little one. Big brother? The little one looked somewhat confused, wondering why Big Brother suddenly hugged her. If you want to sleep, just sleep. He Jinlan didn't want to disturb her rest just to show her around Lanshan. She was indeed very tired today, although she hadn't walked much. She had spent a lot of time chatting and entertaining 200 or 300 people by herself so far. The HR department staff were all keen-eyed, and seeing the little one's soft and innocent gaze made their hearts melt. Little miss, please go rest first. We can play next time, Director Song said gently. Although the little one had only just arrived in their department for a short while, she had already won everyone's hearts. Everyone was reluctant to see her go, but her health was the most important thing. The little cub must ensure that she gets enough sleep. If she's tired, she should sleep. If she doesn't grow tall because of that, or if her health suffers, they would be heartbroken. Then goodbye, everyone. The little one waved her hand, resting her head on He Jinlan's shoulder, and fell asleep the next second. Everyone gasped. Oh my God, how could she be so cute? She said she would sleep, and she really did. How tired must she be to still play with them? The little miss is truly wonderful. He Jinlan protected the little one with one hand. A girl quickly handed her newly bought cute little blanket, which she had intended to use for her nap, to Secretary Zhang, feeling a bit shy. Secretary Zhang, this is my new one that I haven't used yet. It's a very good quality. Can you cover the little miss with it? Otherwise, she might catch a cold. Secretary Zhang glanced at He Jinlan and immediately understood, turning to the girl and saying, thank you. The cost of this blanket will be reimbursed, and your year-end bonus will be doubled. The girl was instantly stunned, thinking what a windfall. Oh no, the little miss is her money tree. Secretary Zhang covered the little one with a small blanket and went to press the elevator button, while He Jinlan followed behind with the little one in his arms. So, the big boss really dotes on the little Mississippi. But if I had a sister like the little miss, I would spoil her too. All right, everyone, back to your posts and work hard, Director Song said, unable to bear seeing them sigh here. Director Song approached the leader of the third group. So, have the results for next month's benefits been selected? The leader of the third group had a troubled expression. What is that expression? Director Song asked with a chuckle. The leader of the third group helplessly replied, Minister, many people are requesting to fill out again. Is that so? Do they have new ideas? Director Song was somewhat intrigued. It was a good thing for people to be willing to actively fill out benefits. Being indifferent is a bad thing. They do have new ideas, but I think they might not be very realistic, the leader of the third group said honestly. What is it that Lanshan doesn't have? Director Song didn't believe it. Were these people getting too greedy? Of course not. They want the little miss to come play with them again next time. The leader of the third group chuckled, looking at Director Song, and then softly added, actually, many people in our department also have this idea. Director Song, this truly is a condition unique to Lanshan, but it's just not very realistic. The leader of the third group looked at Director Song's expression and got anxious. CC, I told you it's not very realistic. I'll invite Secretary Zhang to dinner later to find out. Director Song rubbed his head. fearing that he might go bald at any moment. Seeing Director Song walking back to the office with his hands behind his back, the members of the third group started to clap, knowing that the provocation tactic worked. Director Song returned to the office, pulled down a small gap in the curtain, and shook his head with a smile. These guys can't hold their water. However, if they could really get the little miss to come again, everyone would surely be very happy. He heard footsteps and walked out of Jinlan's office. The remaining staff in the secretary's office all looked up at him, then quickly buried their heads in their documents as if they wished they could hide. The reason they looked up just now was, the boss is back. Oh, the little miss seems to be asleep. Xiao Fong was the first among them to notice, then quietly said. After speaking, he sneakily glanced at Yu, thinking that the general must have come out after hearing the footsteps. Welcoming the boss. No, it must be the little Mississippi. It seems that the general is not as bloodthirsty as rumored. Asleep, Jinlan had no intention of handing the little one over to Yu. Yu also did not try to take her. The little bundle was sleeping soundly, and if they kept swapping her around, they might wake her and disturb her rest. Jinlan glanced at the sofa, frowned, thought for a moment, and opened the door to the lounge, placing the little bundle on his bed. I'll stay with her and finish my work early. Yu understood what he meant. Okay. Jinlan nodded, quietly closed the door to the lounge, and started to focus on his work. I have to say, it was somewhat motivating. Jinlan worked even harder and faster. When it was time to get off work, Jinlan wasted no time, asking Secretary Zhang to tidy up the documents while he opened the lounge to check on the little one. To his surprise, the little one was already awake, sitting obediently in Yu's arms watching a children's educational video about stars. Big brother, are you off work? The little one's eyes lit up upon seeing Jinlan. I'm off work, Jinlan said with a smile. Yay! The little one jumped down from Yu's arms and rushed to Jinlan. The little bundle's infectious joy was extraordinary, even though Jinlan was just smiling lightly. The corners of his mouth were already turning up. Yu, however, raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Can we go home now? I miss Daddy and Mommy, Grandpa and Grandma, Uncle Chun and Aunt Lon. The little one counted the people at home on her fingers, only to realize she ran out of fingers. Let's go home. For the first time, Jinlan felt such a strong sense of belonging to home. The three of them returned home, and dinner was already prepared, with Li Shuha and Dr. Yang having left. Oh, did you meet on your way back? Su Yufu was a bit surprised to see the three of them coming back together. No, Mom, I want to play with Big Brother. The little one shook her head. Did you go to Lanshan? Grandpa, he was surprised to hear this. The family should indeed do this more often. Grandma, he thought this was a good thing. Jinlan remained non-committal. At least he was very happy today, while the fourth brother and little sister were present. Su Yufu took the little one to wash her hands. Along the way, the little one shared her experiences. Su Yufu enthusiastically expressed surprise, agreement, and admiration. The little one felt her mother's emotional feedback and spoke even more earnestly. Of course, when Su Yufu heard that the little one had given away the candy she had specially ordered for her, she wasn't angry at all. Instead, she worried that she hadn't prepared enough and promised to bring more for the little bundle next time. At the dinner table, seeing the little one eat happily, everyone also enjoyed their meal. With the little one here, I can eat a few more bites, Grandma, he said affectionately, looking at the little one with a smile. Yes, Mom, having a good little one is my blessing. Su Yufu looked at the little one with such tenderness that it seemed she could squeeze out water. By the way, how is the preparation for the banquet going? General, he asked Jinlan. Chapter 25. Second brother, the plan has been made, with 2 sets prepared, and I was just about to ask everyone for their opinions. Jinlan put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Which 2 sets? Su Yufu asked curiously. Jinlan instructed his holographic device, Shiyu, to open the projection and display the 2 plans for comparison. One is at home, and the other is at Xianwei. He pointed out the aspects he cared about most in both plans. Everyone took a careful look. Xiao Ji was still not very familiar with characters, but she could understand the pictures. One is at our home. She pointed to the first plan. Everyone exchanged glances. Let's just do it at home. Yu, who rarely participated in such discussions, chimed in. He had carefully reviewed the plans too. The little one he picked up naturally required his attention. It's not that Xianwei is bad. Xianwei is the best hotel in the galaxy, with an unbeatable environment and food. But Xiao Ji isn't familiar with that place and will have to meet so many strangers, which might make her anxious. Moreover, even with many security personnel, there could still be gaps in safety. I think the same, old mastery nodded. His and he used considerations aligned, no matter how many factors there were. The primary conditions were still Xiao Ji's safety and happiness. Then let's hold it at home. I've filtered the guest list. You can check if there's anyone missing or whom we don't need to invite. He Genian projected the list. Everyone had no objections. He Genian was meticulous and cautious. No one could match him in these aspects. Then I'll send out the invitations. He Genian nodded. Su Yufu replied perfunctorily, her mind occupied with teasing Xiao Ji's chin. She was too cute. Her little darling resembled a kitten. Did she forget something? Oh well, if she couldn't remember, it must not be important. After dinner, Xiao Ji played with text blocks in the living room, surrounded by a group of people. Some helped her build blocks, some fed her, and others took photos. The scene was simply heartwarming. Noticing it was getting late, Su Yufu picked up Xiao Ji to bathe her. Just as she finished washing and wanted to blow dry Xiao Ji's hair, she was intercepted by Hiyu. Time for milk. Hiyu took the bottle and returned with Xiao Ji. He placed the little one on the bed, letting her sit and drink milk while he blew her hair dry. After Hiyu finished drying her hair, he saw that the little one had already fallen asleep, clutching the milk bottle. Hiyu chuckled as he tucked her in and laid down himself, letting the stars turn off the lights for sleep. Brother, do we need to change the schedule for next Saturday? Xiao Chen walked up to a silver-haired man with a flat holographic device. The silver-haired man looked at him in confusion. Doesn't such a grand family banquet need to be checked back on? Xiao Chen observed the exquisite yet somewhat rebellious man. Realizing it was indeed his brother, who was solely focused on his career, nothing could stop him from becoming a movie star. Let me see. The silver-haired man took the small holographic screen from Xiao Chen. He saw the trending topics. He family holds grand banquet for little princess. He family little princess. The little princess's master is actually her. What is this? The silver-haired man suddenly remembered something. Where's my holographic device? Brother, you finally thought of Cookie. Xiao Chen chuckled and ran to his bag to open Cookie. As soon as it powered on, Cookie jumped around, trying to fight the man. You dare turn me off? What's stopping me? Do you believe I can turn you off right now? He Ling Xiu slapped him away. They say holographic devices are the best companions, but Cookie, which He Ling Xiu awakened, was a chatterbox. He Ling Xiu hated gossipy people. Oh no, a holographic device. Annoyed, he manually muted it. Cookie stopped talking and could only whimper. What could a natural chatterbox do? Besides, the personality of holographic devices often match their owners, so it wasn't its fault. Did anyone message me? He Ling Xiu asked. Yes. A few days ago, your dad messaged asking when you would finish work and come back. Cookie replied. Anything else? He didn't mention anything important? He Ling Xiu raised an eyebrow, surprised that his father would want him to return, especially not during any special time. Nothing else. Your social circle. Do you not understand? Having even one message from home means you're doing well, Cookie said. He Ling Xiu. How presumptuous. He raised his hand to mute Cookie again, but saw it flying around. I have some news. He Ling Xiu thought it wouldn't hurt to let it have a little more fun for a few minutes. You have a new sister, Cookie announced. He Ling Xiu patted his ears. What do you mean by that? Sister, Cookie shouted. I heard you. My ears are going to be deaf. Why shout so loudly? He Ling Xiu covered his ears. Xiao Chen tried to shrink himself beside them, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. Change the schedule for the next few days. Isn't there some high-end advertisement? Let's get that done first, He Ling Xiu said to Xiao Chen. Brother, if we do that, the following work will be rushed. The plan will be disrupted, and many arrangements won't fit the time and route, which will be troublesome. Pushwork can't be changed. He Ling Xiu frowned. Then I'll ask Sister Yuan. Xiao Chen cautiously dialed the phone, glancing at He Ling Xiu's expression from time to time. His brother was great in every way, but when he got angry, no one could handle it. He was like a living ancestor. What's wrong? A beautiful career woman appeared before them, looking at Xiao Chen, who pointed out the direction. Fu Yuan turned around and saw He Ling Xiu facing off with Cookie. Ling Xiu, is there something? Fu Yuan was also a person of few words. I want to change the work schedule, He Ling Xiu said. Why? Fu Yuan genuinely didn't expect the usually dedicated He Ling Xiu, who even sought work when there was none, to want to change the work schedule. Going home for a visit. He Ling Xiu didn't hide it. Oh, that's understandable. Fu Yuan recalled the announcement from the He family and added, Then I'll revise it immediately. Once it's done, I'll send it to Xiao-chun. We can push what can be pushed, and you can have a couple of days to rest. She wanted to become a top agent, but not to an extreme level. After speaking, Fu Yuan hung up. Book me a starship back. He said. Okay, brother. Xiao-chun nodded repeatedly. No kidding, since Sister Yuan agreed. He didn't need to hesitate about anything. Brother, when do you want to go back? There are suitable tickets in the next couple of days, Xiao-chun asked. Tomorrow morning. He said, then shook his head. No, in the afternoon. Okay. Xiao-chun was confused, but he complied obediently. Although he didn't know where the new sister came from, he still needed to prepare a little gift for their first meeting. Chapter 26. Bad Mom searched for something good nearby. He propped his head up with one hand. Looking at Cookie. Are you going to give it to your sister? Cookie asked curiously. You were told to search, so stop talking nonsense. He said impatiently. Cookie muttered quietly, really a big shot. Don't think I can't hear you. He shot a glance. Got it, I'll search now. Cookie displayed the guide it prepared for He looking smug. How about that? Don't you think I'm amazing? Yes. You're so amazing that you should go buy all these things. He casually waved his hand, urging it to hurry up and not disturb him while he read the script. Humph. Cookie, completely oblivious, only knew that He still had to bow down to it and ask it to buy gifts. Xiao-chun nervously poured a cup of coffee for He then quickly slipped out of the room. That was close, almost got caught up in it. Xiao Yunji's first rule for survival. Don't disturb Go when he's reading the script. As expected of the longest-serving assistant, Xiao-chun puffed out his chest and returned to his room to binge-watch dramas, then went to sleep. Brother, you look like an old grandpa with a beard. Xiao-pipa curiously watched He shave. He flicked Xiao-pipa's forehead, and the little one immediately pressed her forehead down and cried out in pain. Ouch, ouch. She knows how to play tricks now, He said in a low voice. Seeing Xiao-pipa still holding her forehead and seriously calling out in pain. Her little eyes looked pitiful. He frowned, starting to doubt whether he was too rough. What he thought was a light touch might not be friendly to a little one. Let me see. Hi's voice took on a hint of urgency. Brother got tricked, didn't he? Xiao-pipa giggled, cupping her little face. He was momentarily at a loss for how to react, feeling somewhat helpless with this little ancestor. This morning, it was agreed that I would take the good baby shopping. Suyufu had long wanted to personally buy clothes for Xiao-pipa. Not going to class? He asked, puzzled. Suyufu knew he was talking about Li Shuha and the others, so she replied, we'll start after the banquet ends. We agreed to let the good baby play for a few more days. Mom, are we going to eat something delicious today? Xiao-pipa now equated shopping with food. Of course, it's not just that. There's also the thing girls are happiest about, Suyufu said mysteriously. Xiao-pipa leaned closer to her, her sparkling eyes as pretty as a gem, but their family's gem still had a milky scent, making Suyufu unable to resist giving her a big kiss. He watched them go to the dressing room, while he changed into military uniform. Are you going over today? Old Master, he asked when he saw Hiyu in military attire. Yes. Hiyu sat down for breakfast. Xiao-pipa will go to the company with me in the afternoon, Jilin said. Sure. Doesn't she like your company as staff? It's going to take her to play around and get more exposure. I'll prepare more food for her. Old lady upon hearing this, agreed, recalling how happy Xiao-pipa had been last time when she returned, full of joy. Last time, Xiao-pipa said there weren't enough candies. So this time we must prepare more, both for her to share and for her to eat and drink. I also want to take Pipa fishing with me. Old Master, he said, struggling. Fish. The riverside is dangerous. The little good baby isn't small anymore. She doesn't understand much. If you get too caught up in fishing, will you still take care of her? Old lady, he knew him well. Then I'll definitely take care of my granddaughter first. Old Master, he said, somewhat guilty. But taking care of her at home is the same. By the way, didn't Fu want to take the good baby shopping this morning? Let us go together. Old lady, he thought they were all old now. And after all they had been through, they could get through anything. Now, they had the good baby to think about, making life easier and the heart lighter. What more could they ask for? But I already made plans to play chess. Old Master, he rubbed his head. Go, 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 play your chess. And don't complain about how slow you are. Old lady, he said disdainfully. Aren't you going to say goodbye to the good baby before you leave? General, he had an emergency meeting yesterday and returned late. So he got up a bit late today and saw you ready to leave. Hearing General He's question, Hiyu hesitated for a moment, but stood his ground. Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Big Brother, good morning. Xiao Pipa was wearing a light yellow princess dress today, complete with a matching yellow hat, looking very playful. Upon seeing Xiao Pipa, the place felt full of sunshine and vitality. Have fun today with Mom and Big Brother. I'm going out for a bit, he said as he walked in front of Xiao Pipa. Where are you going? Xiao Pipa nervously tugged at his cloak. To work. I'll be back after work. He replied succinctly. No. Seeing Xiao Pipa's expression, before she could ask, Hiyu directly refused. If you're not going, then we're not interested in going either. Mom will take the good baby to have fun. Su Yufu said, hugging Xiao Pipa to eat. Hijailan mentioned the company visit to Xiao Pipa in the afternoon, which immediately shifted her attention. Hiyu chuckled, little ungrateful one. However, after Hiyu left, Xiao Pipa still looked in the direction he had gone. This scene was witnessed by Hijailan, who reached out to rub Xiao Pipa's fluffy little head. Unexpectedly, Xiao Pipa cooperatively rubbed her little face against his palm, resembling a little cat. Everyone saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaim internally, so cute. They cast jealous glances at Hijailan. After breakfast, Su Yufu even disguised herself a bit. Xiao Pipa observed Su Yufu closely. Mom, can you change your face too? The little one was stunned. No, dear baby, this is the famous face-changing technique. Su Yufu began to seriously joke around, and Xiao Pipa listened earnestly, even applauding during her dramatic pauses, looking like a perfect comedic partner. I'm just teasing you, Mom said, looking at Xiao Pipa's innocent face. Unable to keep teasing her, and kissed her cheek. Her little treasure, how could she be so soft and easy to tease? She must protect her well. Usually, she would disguise herself when going out. There was nothing to worry about. However, Pipa was still young, and she didn't want to expose her to the public too early. Holding a banquet at home had this intention too, at least without permission. No media dared to come in and take pictures casually. Bad Mom, Xiao Pipa huffed. Seeing Su Yufu still smiling so happily, her little face scrunched up. Bad Mom. Mom is wrong. Su Yufu immediately admitted her mistake. Xiao Pipa was definitely the first one to make her apologize so obediently. Mom, hugged Xiao Pipa, extending her hands. She's a good little dumpling, and won't really be mad at Mom. Chapter 27. Learning from Mom, Su Yufu held Xiao Chai in her arms and went out with several bodyguards. Along the way, Su Yufu earnestly explained to Xiao Chai the purpose of every shop they passed by. This might be the difference between girls and boys, especially when they passed a snack shop and a cake shop. Xiao Chai was drooling with desire. One of the attentive bodyguards handed her a small piece of cake. Thank you, Uncle, Xiao Chai said earnestly. The bodyguard wearing sunglasses slightly lowered his head to look at Xiao Chai. Miss, no need to be polite. It is our duty. But inside, he was bursting with joy, trying to suppress his almost uncontrollable laughter while thinking about bonuses and salaries. All right, finally, he managed to stop smiling. Mom, can I eat it? Xiao Chai raised the cake piece in front of Su Yufu. Of course, my dear, as long as you don't eat too much and it affects your health. Your mom will get you whatever you like. Su Yufu smiled and fed her a bite with a fork. Ah, Xiao Chai opened her mouth wide, her round eyes filled with anticipation. The bodyguard turned around, covered his face, and quickly ran aside to hide behind other bodyguards, shaking with laughter. I'm sorry. I really couldn't hold it in. She's too cute, so adorable. Why is Miss so lovable? It wasn't just him. The others were also trying to suppress their laughter, but he had just stood too close, and the impact was too great. Not to mention them. Even Su Yufu couldn't resist her daughter's charm. While feeding her the cake, she also kissed her little face. Finally, they arrived at their destination. The starship landed. Su Yufu picked up Xiao Chai and walked out, while the bodyguards immediately protected them in the middle. This mall was exclusive to the wealthy, and compared to other malls, there weren't many people coming and going. The mother and daughter chatted and laughed, attracting quite a few curious glances along the way. However, people weren't looking at them because of their grandeur, but because they seemed so genuinely happy, which puzzled many. Why were they smiling? But looking at them really made people feel happy. It wasn't just the mother and daughter. The bodyguards following them also seemed to be in a good mood. However, everyone here was either rich or noble, and no one dared to really step up and ask, why are you so happy? If they provoked someone they shouldn't, it would lead to a lot of trouble. Su Yufu was very happy to finally have the chance to browse a girl's clothing store. She had already seen many things she liked at the entrance. "Hello, how can I assist you?" A tall male staff member approached. "Please bring me those few outfits in the size for a good girl for her to try." Su Yufu replied. "All right, just a moment, ma'am." The male staff member asked another staff member to fetch them quickly and then led Su Yufu and Xiaochai to the seating area. "Wow, it's so big, Mom." Xiaochai didn't expect that the small-looking store outside would be so spacious inside. "Go try them on," Su Yufu said gently. "Please follow me." The staff member who took Xiaochai to change clothes was a round-faced female staff member who couldn't help but feel fond of Xiaochai's cuteness. As they entered the fitting room, a wealthy woman dragged a girl over and complained disdainfully, then pointed at a piece of clothing for the bodyguard to fetch for the girl beside her. The wealthy woman glanced at Su Yufu and Xiaochai, thinking to herself that she didn't understand why these people like to act like big shots. Then, an idea struck her, and her expression turned disdainful. Looking at the little girl who was cute, she presumed her mother wasn't bad looking either. Such a mother-daughter pair. She wouldn't believe it if they weren't involved in some shady business. "Do you even know how to do business? Letting anyone in? Do you believe I will report you?" The wealthy woman scolded the staff. Su Yufu only glanced at her lightly, lowering the atmosphere. The wealthy woman realized she was somewhat afraid of that woman, but then thought, why should she be afraid? Her husband was a government official, and her family business was considerable. Did she really need to be afraid of this woman? Even if she couldn't outmatch her in strength, could she not outmatch her in public opinion? It's not like it was a one-man rule anymore. "Mom, Xiaochai is wearing a red lamb skirt." The staff even styled her hair into a bun, paired with 2 red pom-poms that looked like cherries, making her look like a soft little lamb. When Su Yufu saw her daughter come out, her gentle demeanor instantly returned. Another girl from a different fitting room also came out. As soon as she saw the short girl beside her, she glanced at her own outfit and her expression changed drastically, her voice sharp. "Mom, I want what she is wearing." Saying that, the girl reached toward Xiaochai. The female staff member helping Xiaochai change instinctively blocked in front of her. The bodyguards acted even faster, directly wrapping Xiaochai in their arms, while 2 others surrounded the girl. "What are you doing? If you dare to touch a single hair on my daughter, I will make you pay with your lives." The wealthy woman shouted, then turned and roared at the bodyguards behind her. "What are you all doing just eating rice? If anything happens to the young lady, can you afford the consequences?" The bodyguards behind the wealthy woman hurried to protect the girl. Seeing she had support, the girl became even more arrogant. "Hit them. Kill that little shorty." "Dear guests, please calm down." The manager rushed out. "Where have you been?" The wealthy woman didn't give him a good look. "Madam Qian, please calm down. Why ruin the harmony? If something happens in the store, it will be hard for me to explain. If you want to buy something today, I can give you a 30% discount," the manager said with a smile, trying to appease her. "That's more like it. I'll let this matter go for your sake." Madam Qian gave Su Yufu and Xiaochai a disdainful glance. "This lady, you see, The manager hadn't finished speaking when Su Yufu walked up to Madam Qian and slapped her across the face. Before Madam Qian could react, another slap followed swiftly. "These 2 slaps are to tell you, you cannot provoke my daughter," Su Yufu said coldly. Her precious baby. She was already heartbroken. They went out happily today, but unexpectedly encountered such an unpleasant person. Seeing Xiaochai tightly hugging the bodyguard, Su Yufu felt even more heartbroken. They made her little darling scared. They deserved it. "You dare hit me." Madam Qian went mad and lunged forward, but was restrained by the bodyguards behind Su Yufu. "Do you dare touch me? Do you know who I am?" Madam Qian looked at those bodyguards, furious that these men dared to touch her. "I don't know who Su Yufu has offended that is so untouchable." Su Yufu tore off her disguise, looking at the woman's face as if looking at a dead person. This time, it wasn't just the woman who fell silent, turning as meek as a quail. Even the other people in the store were left speechless. Su, Madam Qian directly called out respectfully. "I can't afford the title of Madam He. Facing you is just Su Yufu." Su Yufu proudly lifted her chin. Even if she was just Su Yufu, she was not someone anyone could touch. If someone wanted to bully her daughter, she wouldn't hold back. "Precious baby, remember, if you encounter anyone who dares to bully you in the future, you must be like your mom," Su Yufu reminded Xiaochai. Chapter 28. Lawyer's letter warning. Little Xiaofei looked at Su Yufu with starry eyes. Mom is so cool. So cool. The lady's previous arrogance had vanished. Her face pale and her body trembling. Mom, I want you to take care of them. The girl clearly didn't know Su Yufu or what she represented. Shut up. Mrs. Qian yelled at the girl. Upon hearing her mother scold her, the girl froze. Pointing at her mother and starting to shout, I'm going to tell Dad and Grandma that you're bullying me. The noise was giving everyone around a headache. Can you please be quiet? Little Xiaofei looked at the girl, her little ears almost deafened by the noise. The girl heard a seemingly fierce little voice and looked up at little Xiaofei, suddenly unable to say a word. Su Yufu saw the fierce little ball and quickly had someone record it for preservation. Little sweetheart, why are you so cute? Mrs. He, it's my fault for being short-sighted. Please forgive me. Mrs. Qian tried to push through the bodyguards to grab Su Yufu, but was firmly stopped by the bodyguards beside Su Yufu. Are you kidding? Does this woman want them to lose their jobs? Not a chance. I have nothing to say to you. Just as Su Yufu finished speaking, a tall figure walked over. Boss. The manager was startled to see the big boss here. Mom, little sister. He Jinlan rushed over upon receiving the news, followed by Secretary Zhang and Minister Wang from the legal department. The staff and Mrs. Qian were taken aback. What? Mom? Who? Su Yufu? The manager thought for a moment that the big boss's last name was also He, wondering if it was a bizarre story about the young master he going incognito to become a business tycoon. They gasped. Mrs. Qian collapsed onto the ground. Big brother. Little Xiaofei asked the bodyguard uncle to put her down and ran to He Jinlan's legs, asking for a hug. The staff held their breath, fearing to see the soft little ball being thrown out by the big boss. The next second, they saw He Jinlan carefully picking up the little ball and pinching the little cherry on her head. Are you hurt? He Jinlan always tried to be gentler with little Xiaofei. No, big brother. Little Xiaofei shook her head and smiled. Then remembering what had just happened, she immediately started to praise Su Yufu. Big brother, Mom is really amazing. Is she? He Jinlan responded. Yes, that aunt bullied us just now, and Mom fiercely fought back. I want to protect everyone like Mom in the future. Little Xiaofei now looked at Su Yufu with idol-like admiration. Su Yufu appeared modest, saying, Don't love me too much, my dear. After calming little Xiaofei, He Jinlan looked at the others, and the atmosphere instantly dropped several degrees. What's going on? He Jinlan asked with a frown. The manager stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and recounted what had just happened. Mrs. Qian, the Qian family is no longer welcome here. The coldness in He Jinlan's eyes was undeniable. Mrs. Qian, I'm Wang Chun. Here is my business card. Regarding what just happened, I will represent Ms. Su Yufu and Ms. He Xiaofei to file a lawsuit against you in the name of protecting women's reputation and ensuring the safety of children. Minister Wang spoke at the right moment and handed his business card to Mrs. Qian. He Jinlan disdained using violent means to make others submit, especially when it came to girls. As long as they made his family's stance clear, the Qian family would naturally have no good days ahead. No, young master He, oh no, President He, I was wrong, please forgive me. Mrs. Qian pleaded, tears streaming down her face, her makeup ruined. The moment she saw the business card, she was dumbfounded. Wang Chun, that's the top lawyer. Normally, he'd send opposing lawyers to prison, and, exceptionally, he could send a whole group of them up the chain. How could she not be afraid? You should apologize to me. He Jinlan didn't even want to look at them. Little miss, please, plead for us. We really know we were wrong. Mrs. Qian, being clever, turned to little Xiaofei and directly begged for mercy. No, if my mom wasn't Su Yufu and my big brother was He Jinlan, we would be the ones getting hurt. Little Xiaofei was kind, but not foolish. He Jinlan smiled and patted little Xiaofei's head, while said, Get them out. He Jinlan ordered directly. The bodyguards made a gesture to escort them out, and Mrs. Qian didn't dare linger, fully aware that they would really throw her out. Mom, why don't you hit them? The girl shook Mrs. Qian vigorously. It's all your fault. Mrs. Qian slapped the girl's face and hurriedly called her husband. What do you think? He Jinlan looked at his own mother. Of course, my dear is just trying on the first outfit. Su Yufu replied, as if it were obvious. He Jinlan didn't say anything and sat on the sofa handling business. Boss, I'll go prepare. Minister Wang wanted to see more of little Xiaofei, but since it was about the incident where she was bullied, he couldn't tolerate it and prioritized handling the matter. He Jinlan nodded slightly. Su Yufu began to enjoy the fun of dressing up her real-life daughter like a Barbie. Secretary Zhang was still providing sensible opinions nearby. It's not that He Jinlan didn't want to participate. He was just too straightforward. In his eyes, everything little Xiaofei wore was beautiful. Everything was the same. 2 words, beautiful. 3 words, very beautiful. 4 words, extremely beautiful. Being looked at with disdain by Su Yufu. He was told to roll off to the side. It's not that Secretary Zhang would say anything different. It's just that, as the top secretary, understanding human affairs was quite challenging. When he praised little Xiaofei for her cuteness, he would just say she was cute, but would add elements like what accessories or styles of clothes matched and fill in suitable flattering adjectives. So Secretary Zhang won Su Yufu's favor, and the two discussed back and forth. Those around them were enviously watching little Xiaofei, all with intoxicated expressions. So cute. Su Yufu. No wonder she is my sweetheart. He Jinlan. Little sister is adorable. Secretary Zhang. The little miss is truly delightful. Staff. Su Yufu's daughter is incredibly precious. Everyone had forgotten the earlier unpleasantness and just wished this moment could last a little longer. Whether they bought something or not was irrelevant. Mainly, everyone wanted to spend more time with Su Yufu and the little one. This was an opportunity that money couldn't necessarily buy. Chapter 29. The battle for supremacy. In the end, a large portion of the store styles was packed into a bundle and sent to the He family. This achievement was simply unprecedented. Woo, the big boss is generous. Su Ingho is generous. Little Miss Fuwa. Everyone reluctantly sent them off, gazing longingly from the entrance. I booked a restaurant and went to have a meal first. He Jinlan thought that eating was the most important thing at noon. Su Yufu thought the same. She initially thought they could stroll around a bit more, but unexpectedly, she couldn't even leave the store after trying on clothes, as her precious baby looked good in everything. She truly enjoyed shopping and trying on clothes with Fuwa. Otherwise, she could have just ordered the good styles from the children's clothing store directly online. Little Fuwa was so tired that she leaned on He Jinlan, looking like she thought everything they said was good. Su Yufu felt a bit heartbroken, realizing she might have overdone it, and promised herself to be more careful next time. Daughter, Mom will definitely be more mindful next time, Su Yufu assured. Fuwa was not tired, just hungry. Seeing Su Yufu's guilty expression, little Fuwa shook her head and patted her little belly. Su Yufu felt a pang in her heart. Her little one was so small, yet already cared about her. The restaurant they went to was a high-end Chinese restaurant with great privacy, and by the time they arrived, most of the dishes were already served. Looking at the fragrant food, little Fuwa was about to drool. Let's eat. Su Yufu tied a bib on little Fuwa and took out her special spoon. Secretary Zhang and He Jinlan sat across from them, watching little Fuwa eat with gusto. And for some reason, Secretary Zhang suddenly felt very hungry. Eat more, don't be polite, Xiao Zhang. Su Yufu thought the child was just being reserved. Yes, Madam He. Secretary Zhang nodded. Having followed He Jinlan for many years, he knew that the He family members were straightforward, so he didn't hold back and started eating. He suddenly felt that the food tasted better than before. Had the chef changed? After finishing the meal, when Secretary Zhang stood up to settle the bill, he was tugged by little Fuwa at his pants leg. Is there something wrong, miss? Secretary Zhang squatted down to ask. Where are you going? Little Fuwa had just seen him preparing to leave. Miss, I need to settle the bill first, Secretary Zhang replied seriously. Can I go with you? I want to see how the bill is settled, little Fuwa asked. Secretary Zhang glanced at He Jinlan and Su Yufu, saw both nodding, and immediately agreed. Little Fuwa reached out her small hand to grab Secretary Zhang's big hand. In that moment, Secretary Zhang trembled all over. A wave of unprecedented warmth swept over him, peeling away the bone-chilling coldness in his heart, making him feel unusually at ease. Secretary Zhang tightened his grip, and little Fuwa didn't mind. Let's go. Okay. Secretary Zhang took little Fuwa outside. The security here was originally very good, and there were bodyguards following little Fuwa, so there was no need to worry about safety issues. The pair chatted and laughed, and at a corner, they almost bumped into someone. Luckily, Secretary Zhang was quick and scooped up little Fuwa. Sorry, Secretary Zhang said, holding little Fuwa and nodding slightly to the person. His heart raced. If something happened to the little miss while she was with him, he would feel uneasy. The man didn't say anything, but a slightly shorter man next to him waved his hands repeatedly. It's fine, it's fine. We weren't paying attention either. Secretary Zhang didn't say much to them, carrying little Fuwa to the checkout area. Normally, the payment could be done directly through the terminal. But to give little Fuwa an experience, Secretary Zhang deliberately used the most traditional method. Little Fuwa leaned on Secretary Zhang's shoulder, watching the silver-haired man walking away with his back to her. Wow, hair of a different color. Secretary Zhang was processing the payment while explaining to little Fuwa how to settle the bill. Little Fuwa listened carefully, nodding her little head. The front desk staff couldn't help but be charmed and gave little Fuwa a bottle of milk and some candies, even preparing to give him a discount. But when they saw Secretary Zhang pull out a black gold card, the staff almost slapped themselves, realizing they had overstepped. Little Fuwa cheerfully took out a few candies from her pocket and handed them to the staff. Thank you, sister. This is for you. Upon hearing the soft little voice, the staff lost all other thoughts, holding candies in one hand and the card in the other, feeling a bit dizzy. Before leaving, Secretary Zhang specifically asked about the chef, and the waitress said the chef had never changed. Secretary Zhang realized that it probably wasn't the food that had improved. It was just that the company during the meal was different. Indeed, Little Miss had a magical charm. In the afternoon, since it had already been mentioned that Little Fuwa would go to the company, Su Yufu went back first to avoid causing more trouble for her eldest son. On the way back to the company, Secretary Zhang sent a message to Human Resources. When Minister Song saw the message pop up on his device, he exclaimed, "Yay! What good news, Minister Song?" The employees outside teased. The door to Minister Song's office was open, and the curtains were drawn, so everyone could clearly see his movements. Little Miss is coming. Minister Song did not deliberately hide this. As soon as he said this, the Human Resources Department erupted in excitement. Does that mean she is coming here? Minister, can you go and bring Little Miss over? Oh my God, I didn't expect the snacks I rushed to buy yesterday after work would come in handy so soon. So proud. Oh, the big boss is a good person. Always willing to help. That's also because our Little Miss is good and willing to accompany us working folks. I will sell my life to Lanshan. What are they making such a fuss about next door? Go find out, Minister Su from the marketing department said to an employee passing by. Without a second thought, the employee ran over to eavesdrop. When he returned, he was glowing with excitement. What good news? Everyone was curious and gathered around. Little Miss is coming. The eavesdropping employee said. Really? Someone was skeptical, noting that no announcement had been made in the group and no one else had mentioned it. Plus, they hadn't seen Little Miss yet. Could they be going crazy? They had always felt that the human resources people were a bit eccentric, and this confirmed it. I heard someone say that Secretary Zhang sent Minister Song the message, the eavesdropper added. Now all eyes in the marketing department were on Minister Su, with an obvious implication. Why did Secretary Zhang tell Minister Song and not you? Maybe you should consider your own issues. Minister Su, thank you for your suggestion. Feeling speechless yet very real. Did Secretary Zhang think he wasn't working hard enough lately? That shouldn't be the case. Just a few days ago, their department had achieved a significant accomplishment. Minister, why not intercept her? Someone suggested. This lit up Minister Su's eyes, since everyone was relying on their abilities. Who was more distinguished? He looked at them with a gaze that suggested they were teachable. Chapter 30. Enjoying the crowd in the afternoon, due to an urgent meeting, He Jinlan asked Secretary Zhang to take Xiao Chuan and Xiao Zhu to play around the company for a while. Xiao Feng finally had a legitimate reason to interact with a young lady, while colleagues in the secretary's office looked at them with disdain. Others, gritting their teeth. However, at the moment Xiao Zhu looked over, everyone smiled and teased her, offering her snacks and fun activities. They used all their tricks to try to keep Xiao Zhu there to play with them. Xiao Zhu was also generous, pulling out a big bag of candies that her grandmother had prepared for her before she set off, and started sharing them. Secretary Zhang noticed everyone's intentions, but didn't expose them. He also didn't rush to take Xiao Zhu away, as it was a rare opportunity to spend time with the young lady. If the young lady stayed, it would boost their motivation at work, which would be good for Lanshan, the boss, and for him as well. After checking the time, Secretary Zhang still carried Xiao Zhu away. After all, the secretary's office was the busiest department after the big boss, and getting a little break was already a blessing. Everyone knew they were busy, especially since the big boss wasn't the kind to force them to work overtime or on their days off. So they had to get things done efficiently during work hours. As soon as the elevator opened, they saw two men glaring at each other, exchanging barbs, looking quite unfriendly. However, as soon as the elevator doors opened, they instantly quieted down and looked eagerly at Xiao Zhu, who was being carried down by Secretary Zhang. Minister Song, whom Xiao Zhu had met yesterday, was recognized by her. The young lady remembers me? Minister Song was excited. I do, Xiao Zhu nodded seriously. Come play with me for a while. Everyone wants to play with you. We couldn't play together yesterday, and everyone is quite regretful. Minister Song began to play the sympathy card. Minister Su looked surprised. Is it really like that? Sure. Xiao Zhu felt happy when she heard that everyone wanted to play with her. She also regretted not being able to play with everyone yesterday, so of course, she wanted to go today. Then Minister Su will head over first. Minister Song held Xiao Zhu's hand and walked toward his department. Minister Su looked like a defeated rooster, completely deflated. Minister Su, what is going on? Everyone curiously ran over to see Minister Su back, only to find he was alone. In the next office, Minister Su didn't hide it. Everyone looked at him with even more unfriendly eyes. What is with those looks? They all know each other. Do I need to steal anything from you? Minister Su was angered by their expressions. He was already uncomfortable for not being able to outdo Old Song earlier. And now he felt even worse. He was uncomfortable, but he couldn't let others feel comfortable. Everyone, it hurts so much. We all know Minister Su is a jerk. The atmosphere in the marketing department was quite gloomy, until a little head peeked out at the door. Young lady, someone with sharp eyes spotted Xiao Zhu, rubbed their eyes to confirm it was real, and then screamed. She is really so cute. When I saw her silhouette in the group chat yesterday, I thought she must be an adorable little bundle, and seeing her today confirms it. Hearing someone call her young lady, everyone put down their work, and the bolder ones rushed to Xiao Zhu. Minister Su also rushed out from inside. Young lady, hello. I'm Su Ming, the head of the marketing department. Do you need me to introduce anything? Minister Su grinned, looking like a lovesick fool. Thank you, Uncle Su. Xiao Zhu, now braver, was no longer the little bundle hiding behind someone else needing to be carried. Minister Su was so charmed by her sweet voice that he felt like his heart was about to leap out. He took Xiao Zhu on a tour, providing a lively commentary. Suddenly, a staff member rushed over with a serious expression, hesitating for a moment before speaking as he saw Xiao Zhu. Just say it. Secretary Zhang adjusted his glasses. Minister Su nodded, and the person swallowed hard, saying there was an accident during today's ad shoot. The two leading stars had a dispute, and the female side is particularly difficult to handle. The marketing department was a large department, and advertising shoots fell under their purview. This unexpected incident was clearly not trivial, or they wouldn't have approached the minister directly. Secretary Zhang hesitated, contemplating whether to bring Xiao Zhu along. Secretary brother, let us go. Aren't we handling matters? Xiao Zhu tugged at Secretary Zhang, showing her urgency. Was she really fond of the excitement? No, how could that be? She was clearly worried about her brother's company. Let us go together. Secretary Zhang decided not to hesitate any longer. Since the young lady wanted to go, even if the big boss was there, he would just let her be, ensuring her safety. Minister Su wiped the sweat from his forehead, wondering what was happening. Just when he finally got to play with the young lady, something unexpected came up. What if the young lady thought their marketing department was incompetent? Clearly, this wasn't just Minister Su's concern. Everyone who heard the news had a gloomy look on their faces. It's over, it's over, it's over. When they arrived, they saw a silver-haired man sitting on a sofa at the shoot location, looking serious and expressionless, while a crying woman was surrounded by people, including medical staff from Lanshan checking her. What is going on? Minister Su walked over. Minister Su, we hope Lanshan can give us an explanation, the girl's agent said angrily. The director in charge of the shoot approached Minister Su to clarify the situation. Originally, the theme of the shoot was supposed to be based on love, requiring a duet with some physical contact. Everything was communicated well at first, but during the shoot, the male spokesperson directly pushed the female spokesperson away. Upon hearing this, Minister Su hesitated to make a direct judgment. He glanced at Secretary Zhang, who finally saw the silver-haired man, now unobstructed, raising an eyebrow. It was the brother he had encountered before. Xiao Zhu recognized him too. Although he had been wearing a mask at the time, she sensed a person more through their aura, even though the man's emotions were currently quite negative. His unique aura remained unchanged. Just as Secretary Zhang was about to say something, he heard the female spokesperson say pitifully, "Zheng Ge, I don't want to shoot anymore." "If you don't want to shoot, then don't." Zheng Ping simply stared at Minister Su, wanting to see what he would say. "Calm down, Brother Ping. Let me understand the situation first," Minister Su said, feeling quite troubled. "What is unclear about this? Is there anything you don't understand? Is Lanshan looking down on us? Or what does it mean?" Zheng Ping's voice was laced with sarcasm. "It's all a misunderstanding." Xiao Chun quickly came over to mediate. There was no other choice. He couldn't pacify his brother, and with Sister Yuan still not there, he could only brace himself. What misunderstanding? Now, even a nobody dares to bark in front of us. Zheng Ping completely ignored Xiao Chun's attempt to appease. This is ridiculous. This dog owner is just an ordinary star, relying on looks to make a name for himself. He has no backing and is just stubborn, thinking he can be noble and unique by not bowing to capital. What has he achieved so far? Chapter 31. Brother Here, if Lanshan doesn't give us an explanation. This endorsement, Zheng Ping is still applying pressure. The endorsement has already been officially announced. If they back out, even if Zheng Ping and the others say nothing, the netizens will dig up the truth, which would be bad for Lanshan's reputation. Nowadays, celebrities have significant leverage. There's nothing to be done. There are more fans than stars. Following stars is a great way to alleviate everyone's emotional shortages. So many fans are willing to pay for their stars to continue working long-term. Why did the big brother throw the sister on the ground? Little Qiangqiang's voice rang out. The surroundings quieted down significantly. Even if the internal staff didn't know what little Qiangqiang looked like, they could guess who she was with a secretary following her. Moreover, the little dumpling looked just as everyone described, adorable and instantly likable. Whose child is this? Why is she here? Zheng Ping frowned. Is anyone allowed to bring people here? I'm from the big brother's family, little Qiangqiang said earnestly. What big brother, second brother? If you cause any more trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Zheng Ping felt a wave of annoyance looking at the little dumpling. Just as he raised his hand, it was suddenly grabbed tightly by someone. You dare touch me? Zheng Ping's eyes burned with anger at the sudden appearance of Su Chu. But in the next second, he couldn't keep up his bravado. Ouch, ouch. It hurts, let go. Su Chu, let go of brother Zheng. Tian Xiaoro rushed to Zheng Ping's side, looking determined. Let go. Su Chu seemed to have heard something amusing. Tian Xiaoro took a slight step back, but there were so many people around. What could he do? How to say it was still up to her? Suke, I really don't like you. Don't get angry and hurt me just because I rejected you. Now you want to hurt my manager too? Tian Xiaoro cried, looking aggrieved. Little Qiangqiang looked left and right, hesitating as she watched Su Chu. Su Chu noticed the little dumpling's gaze and, for some reason, felt he could understand her dilemma. Initially, he didn't want to bother with Tian Xiaoro, but he said irritably, Why should I like you? Do you think you look better than me? His tone was very dismissive. Tian Xiaoro was taken aback. Su Chu was good-looking, with an androgynous beauty, but he was anything but effeminate. He was regarded as the most handsome young man of the contemporary era. You want to ship CP with me, wanted to ride my coattails. Tian Xiaoro closed her eyes and steeled herself. Miss Tian, you should be responsible for your words. Secretary Zhang walked over. Having just seen Zheng Ping trying to harm the little miss, feeling anxious, they weren't going to show any good face to them. Secretary Zhang, what do you mean? Are you just going to watch them bully us? Zheng Ping could only shout at Secretary Zhang. After yelling, he regretted it. The chief secretary of Lanshan. How could he be someone to provoke? Su Chu let go of Zheng Ping's hand and even took a moment to wipe it with a tissue, as if it were extremely dirty. Mr. Zheng, I think you misunderstand something. From the moment you tried to harm the He family's little miss, you became an enemy of Lanshan and the He family. Secretary Zhang picked up little Qiangqiang and looked at Zheng Ping. Little miss? Zheng Ping's heart began to race upon hearing this. The little dumpling? The little princess who stirred up the online world a few days ago? Zheng Ping wished he could slap himself. Just as he was thinking about how to explain, he saw Su Chu snatch the little dumpling from Secretary Zhang's arms. What are you doing? Is the little miss someone like you can touch? Zheng Ping tried to shift the focus of the confrontation. Someone like me? Suku smirked. Little Chun covered his eyes, realizing that the brother was on the brink of exploding. But Secretary Zhang really did hand little Xiang to Su Chu. The moment he held the little dumpling, the low pressure around Su Chu vanished. Someone like me also has a name, called He Links You. Su Chu didn't even glance at Zhang Ping, focusing entirely on the little dumpling. He Links You? Isn't that the second brother's name? Is this handsome brother the second brother? Little Xiang asked. Call him second brother. He Links You pinched her cheek. Second brother. Little Xiang's voice was soft, making the listeners' hearts feel at ease. He Links You was evidently soothed by her calling him second brother, and his anger dissipated. Sweat beads rolled down Tian Xiao's forehead. Just then a cookie flew out, repeating the ambiguous and suggestive words Tian Xiao had just said when she intentionally leaned close to He Links You. Everyone was in an uproar. So it turns out Tian Xiao was interested in Su Chu. No, it was He Links You. Failing to seduce him, she wanted to threaten him with her seniority, hoping he would follow her and enjoy the good life, or else she'd ruin him. In an instant, the situation reversed. Those who had shown some sympathy for Tian Xiao now looked at her with disgust. Who would have thought she was so malicious beneath her sweet exterior? I was just comforting her. Now that she thought about it, she felt like throwing up. Oh my God, I almost doubted my brother. Isn't it? Really want to slap myself for doubting our little Mrs. Second Brother. Wow, Su Chu is actually He Links You. Oh my God, another one who doesn't want to be a young master and wants to venture out. Look at the little Mrs.'s shocked expression. I just want to laugh. Yes, so well-behaved. So cute. Zhang Ping clearly didn't expect things to turn out this way. He was in a bad spot. How could he be the second young master of the He family? If he really were the second young master, why didn't he say it at the beginning? He could have walked through the entertainment industry with ease. Why do you have to take it step by step? Are rich people always this difficult? So annoying. I'm not. I didn't Tian Xiao didn't expect the other party to record it, but how could she admit it? Biting her lip, she looked at He Links You. Whether you did or not, you could tell your lawyer. He Jinlan walked over with a group of people behind him. During the meeting, he received a message from Xiao Fong and couldn't sit still for a moment. He was worried about any unexpected situations and had Xiao Fong report back at any time. Now, He Jinlan was glad he had been cautious. Big brother. He Links You called out to He Jinlan as he approached. There was no helping it. The elder brother's bloodline exerted pressure. Although the two brothers had a somewhat indifferent relationship, they still maintained the necessary etiquette. He Jinlan looked at He Links You and then at the little dumpling in his arms, his emotions settling down. He Jinlan was unaware that the new product endorsement was for him, unexpectedly causing a collision with his little sister. Forget it, it's all fate. He Links You furrowed his brows, feeling that there was some inexplicable scheming in the air. Big brother. Little Xiang opened her arms, wanting a hug from He Jinlan. He Links You stared at the little dumpling in his arms, scared, but it didn't affect the little dumpling's desire for a hug from He Jinlan. He Jinlan embraced little Xiang and even rubbed her head, while Xiao Fong timely handed over a milk bottle. It was time for little Xiang to have her milk. Thank you, brother Xiao Fong. Little Xiang took the bottle and began to drink heartily, looking very satisfied. He Links You. This little dumpling is so carefree. Chapter 32. Making money, Mr. He, we were wrong. Please give us another chance. We are willing to endorse Lanshan for free and will be happy to help in any way we can in the future. Zhang Ping was completely unable to act recklessly in front of He Jinlan, adopting a very humble posture. Zhang Ping's offer seemed quite tempting to an average person. As the current top celebrity, Tian Xiaorui had a massive fan base with high engagement, which could bring significant benefits. However, was He Jinlan an average person? Lanshan did not associate with unscrupulous individuals. With a single sentence, He Jinlan sent him crashing down. What kind of entity was Lanshan? An empire in the business world. And He Jinlan was a big shot who never lacked admirers wherever he went. Anyone he disliked would have their problems taken care of without him needing to say a word, all in hopes of getting a chance to meet him. Mr. Zhang. Miss Tian, please leave. Secretary Zhang adjusted his glasses, suppressing the chill in his eyes. Mr. Zhang, the lawyer's letter from Lanshan will be sent to Chengtian shortly. Please keep an eye out for it. Minister Wang also looked displeased. These people clearly had no awareness. Security escorted the two out. How could such a cute little girl be casually provoked or touched? That Zhang Ping even wanted to hit the little girl. The others were about to blow their tops. It was unclear what the marketing department was doing. Couldn't they at least consider someone's character when selecting people? Perhaps Minister Wang's impatience was too obvious, and Minister Su was getting anxious. However, after a long time, he couldn't muster any words. There was no way around it. They were in the wrong. And this incident had already occurred. Fortunately, the little girl was not harmed. Otherwise, not to mention them, he couldn't forgive himself either. Little Xiaofei burped, instantly breaking the tense atmosphere. Upon hearing Xiaofei's satisfied sound, everyone was eager to present her with all the good things. Minister, what should we do about the endorsement? The director approached with some trepidation. Time was running short, and there wasn't enough to contact a new star unless they wanted to settle for a third-rate celebrity or rely on a favor from Lanshan. Otherwise, the launch plan would be delayed. The team leader responsible felt very embarrassed, but due to the importance of the situation, he wiped his sweat and expressed the difficulties of changing the endorsement. Let her accompany me for the shoot. He Lingxiu walked up to little Xiaofei and pinched her tender face. The touch felt quite nice. The director looked at little Xiaofei, imagining how the two would perform together, and suddenly had a burst of inspiration. No way. He Jinlong directly rejected it. Why not? Just shoot little sister's front. He Lingxiu had seen the script. He felt more comfortable and aligned with the theme shooting with the little girl. Calling her little sister for the first time made it a bit hard to say. What's wrong? Can't siblings express love for each other? Isn't love diverse? Between relatives, between friends, he was somewhat dismissive of romantic feelings, seeing the murky interests prevalent in their circle. I can do it, big brother. Little Xiaofei cupped her brother's face with both hands, looking serious yet adorable. He Lingxiu looked at his typically meticulous workaholic self being held by a little one, and the scene made him want to laugh. He Lingxiu quickly reined in his emotions. It was an unfamiliar feeling for him. Clearly, aside from He Lingxiu, no one else present dared to speak to He Jinlong like that. Although everyone was eager for the little girl to shoot, they shared the same concerns. There would inevitably be some who would attack little Xiaofei. With so many opinions, what if negative remarks harmed the little one? What would they do then? He Jinlong shot a sharp glance at He Lingxiu. He Lingxiu immediately became serious. Big brother, you don't need to do anything for us. Just be happy and joyful, okay? For He Jinlong, little Xiaofei's happiness and joy were the most precious things he wanted to protect for a lifetime. The stars say shooting commercials can make money. Xiaofei wants to make money. Little Xiaofei's statement left everyone dumbfounded. Make money? Does the little princess of the He family still need to make money? Or was this something she picked up from her upbringing? He Jinlong. Subsequently, He Jinlong curled his fingertips. He truly had forgotten, and the feeling of guilt began to spread. He really was an unqualified big brother. This self-reflection had already filled his mind with thousands of words. He Lingxiu was taken aback. Don't tell me no one at home gives you pocket money? So what does big brothers do? The little girl was so poor she had to make money herself? He had no idea the He family had started neglecting their children. No, big brother gave me some, but I want to earn my own money. I also want to buy clothes for mom and the others. Little Xiaofei shook her head earnestly, her little hands twirling in a somewhat shy manner. It seemed no one expected this answer. Such a naive yet straightforward answer was too pure for every adult present. This thoughtfulness was truly hard to come by in this interstellar age. Everyone seemed to know, but lacked the ability to change their deficiency in giving certain kinds of love. All right, He Jinlong chuckled lightly, helplessly rubbing little Xiaofei's nose. He couldn't refuse the love from the little girl, nor could he refuse the beauty she brought. As long as it was something she liked, he would protect her and let her happily do what she wanted to do. I'll go revise the script right away. The director, being clever, could clearly see the situation. Little Miss was the biggest star. Why do they dare to treat me like this? Tian Xiaowei threw everything off the table in a rage. All right, you need to quiet down for a while. Wait for a chance later, and you can come back. Zheng Ping took out a cigarette and lit it. Brother Zheng, Tian Xiaowei tugged at Zheng Ping's sleeve, acting cute. This time it won't work. The He family is not something we can provoke. If the higher-ups find out, I'm finished. Zheng Ping didn't want to be harsh on Tian Xiaowei, but when it came to life, one had to have the ability to enjoy it. He hadn't forgotten Tian Xiaowei's desire to keep a sugar baby. Sending her out was one thing, and letting her take matters into her own hands was another. Seeing Zheng Ping's expression change, Tian Xiaowei felt a jolt and immediately put on a gentle smile. Brother Zheng, I was doing it for our good. I just heard that Su Chu has an issue with his identity. I was trying to test it. Who knew that little brat would interrupt my plan? Zheng Ping's eyes went blank for a moment before he responded lightly. Brother Zheng, can you help me get revenge? Tian Xiaowei kissed him. All right. Zheng Ping replied absent-mindedly and then walked out of the room in a daze. Tian Xiaowei revealed a triumphant smile. How dare they defy her? If it weren't for his usefulness, humph. She then opened her light brain, waiting for Zheng Ping's next move. Chapter 33. The winds have changed. The announcement from the Tian Xiaorao studio about withdrawing from the endorsement of Lanshan's new products exploded on the internet. I don't like eating halusi. What is going on? Just a few days ago, didn't we say that Rao Rao would be endorsing Lanshan's new products? Chung Bu Chung Zi. I seem to smell something juicy. Rao Rao is my wife. Did my Rao Rao suffer some grievance? Why did she suddenly stop the endorsement without giving a specific reason? There is no news from Lanshan either. What does it mean? Rao Rao, the beautiful lady. Hug, baby. Even Lanshan can't bully my baby. Lanshan, come out and explain what is going on. The grandfather who turned the world upside down. Today, I passed by Lanshan and happened to see a certain female celebrity come out around 3 in the afternoon, and she seemed to be crying. Yuan Xiao Support Club. It's okay. Rao Rao, Lanshan is not good. We love you. Seeing this statement from the official support club, it caused a huge uproar. The internet was in chaos, especially among Tian Xiaorao's fans, who directly bombarded Lanshan's online space. Bystanders watched the drama unfold with a sense of curiosity, joking that this was the first time someone dared to confront Lanshan directly, and it was certainly entertaining. The Yuanxios saw Tian Xiaorao leaving a message on the internet. Thank you, everyone. I'm doing well, especially since no one from Lanshan came out to say anything. It made people feel that the other side was guilty, and the grievances towards Tian Xiaorao reached a peak. Couldn't they muster enough strength to attack Lanshan? Boss, does Cheng Tian need to be suppressed? Secretary Yuan handed the screen to the man who was working on documents at his desk. Check what is going on. The man frowned slightly as he looked at the online uproar targeting Lanshan. His fingers drummed lightly on the table. He wasn't afraid of the He family, but there was no need to provoke them. He was also someone who protected his own. Let us check the situation first. Yes. Secretary Yuan immediately made a phone call. On the other side, Secretary Zhang had also received the news from the PR department. Seeing the information, his expression darkened. Boss, this. Secretary Zhang walked over to show He Jinlan the message. He Jinlan was currently focused on accompanying Xiaofei to shoot an advertisement. He was a bit impatient to be interrupted, but his good upbringing kept his emotions in check. Upon seeing the message, the gloom in his eyes was no longer hidden. Handled Cheng Tian. There was no warmth in He Jinlan's words. We need to ask the second young master for a copy of the video materials. Secretary Zhang thought that releasing the video would be more straightforward and would reduce a lot of trouble. He Jinlan nodded. Secretary Zhang walked over to the director and asked him to pause the shooting. What's wrong? Director was slightly irritated. He was getting into the groove, looking at the beautiful scene of a big and small person in the lens. God, who else can shoot better than him? He needed to pause for a moment. There were some things that required the second young master's cooperation to handle immediately. Secretary Zhang also knew that being interrupted while getting into the groove could be very annoying, so he explained a bit more. Oh, okay. Remembering what had just happened. The director understood and made an okay gesture. Okay, great. You two take a break. This scene is really wonderful. The director shouted cut, and a smile blossomed on his face from the heart. This was definitely the best scene he had ever shot. The people around couldn't help but applaud. In just a moment, Xiaofei was already surrounded by a group of people offering snacks and drinks. One by one, they praised Xiaofei as if he were something extraordinary, and they had never been this attentive towards the boss. Of course, this treatment. He Lingxiu didn't need it. He just watched as the little hand that had been released lost its warmth, and the sense of loss in his heart made him uncomfortable. What's wrong? He Lingxiu had just noticed what was happening over there and walked over to ask He Jinlan. Secretary Zhang held out the screen to show him, then explained. The coldness in He Lingxiu's eyes suddenly appeared. Big brother, I didn't know it would be so complicated for you to handle a situation now, implying that if you want to move, then just move. Do you really need to say 1, 2, 3? What about our little sister? He Jinlong looked at He Lingxiu. He Lingxiu was momentarily speechless. Indeed, as an older brother, he couldn't be self-indulgent anymore. Cookie sent the video to his secretary Zhang, who immediately arranged for it to be processed. Boss, Qing Tian said they couldn't contact that agent and are handling it urgently. Secretary Yuan looked at the president, who wore gold-rimmed glasses and frowned at him, feeling a bit anxious. The man lowered his head, watching the trending video. The video featured Cookie recording how Tian Xiaorao seduced and threatened He Lingxiu. This video exploded online. I am Cookie. This woman actually threatened our brother. How shameless. Heaven, give me 5,000 years. Oh my god, this is explosive. I send Tian Xiaorao, sweet goddess. My dreams are shattered. Quietly not peeking. Tian Xiaorao actually likes Suits US style. As expected, good-looking people, regardless of gender, are just so charming. I only love Suits you. Take my brother away. We're not dating. Thanks to Lan Shan for protecting my brother. The mountain doesn't turn, I'll turn myself. Nonsense, this must be synthesized, right? There's no technical content at all. Does a top star like Tian Xiaorao really need to ruin her career for a second-tier star? Big watermelon. The one above makes sense. The arguments on the internet were incessant. Zhang Ping watched the comments and instructed the Water Army to step up the rhythm. Then, another explosive video was released by Lan Shan's official account, clearly showing Tian Xiaorao causing trouble after arriving at the set and deliberately disrupting the shooting schedule to get closer to Suits-Yu, as well as what happened when Xiao Fei and the others appeared. The matter of Suits-Yu revealing his identity was not hidden either. Of course, the official account blurred out Xiao Fei's image, showing only a rough outline. This time, not only was Tian Xiaorao's support club dumbfounded, but the film industry was also stirred up, creating a bombshell in the star circle. Xianyu brother, Suits-Yu is actually the second young master of the He family. That's the son of Su Yingho. Do I have a dream? Suits-Yu was really low-key before. You couldn't tell he was the son of Su Yingho at all. He could have quickly risen to fame by relying on Su Yingho, but he chose to rise on his own, making it hard not to love him. Busan, so Tian Xiaorao really harassed Suits-Yu? Heaven's thunder, strike you dead. I've actually been puzzled before. Suits-Yu is so good-looking and can withstand the pressure from capital without being led by the rhythm. It turns out that behind capital is only bigger capital. My idol is shining. If our brother relied on capital, would he still just be a second-tier star? Cookie Support Club, Yuan Xiao Support Club, come out and get scolded. Seeing that there was no movement from Tian Xiaorao, Suits-Yu's fans were getting restless, one by one running to Tian Xiaorao's online space and Chung Tian's online space to scold her. What's salted fish soup? Am I the only one who thinks that the blurred-out little princess from the He family is so cute? Dragonfly has landed on top. Me too. Me too. Even though I only saw an outline, I just found it inexplicably cute, and the little voice in the video is simply adorable. Choppa Choppa. Professional audio editor here. The little princess's cute voice has already been saved as a ringtone. I have a little princess. I'm now a fan of the little princess's mom. Big boss upstairs, can you send me a copy? I'll buy it with money. I'm offering a heavy price. Chapter 34. Adding fuel to the fire, Secretary Zhang noticed that the building had tilted towards the young lady, and he couldn't help but frown. How could these people be focused on this? But when he glanced at the earnest little still filming, he could understand their feelings. However, as a professional secretary, he still respectfully reported this matter to his boss. He would eventually be exposed to everyone's view. So controlling the comments as they gradually came out was a good thing. He Jinlong thought about how His Majesty wanted to recognize the little sister as a goddaughter. There would be no way to hide it then. It's better to be open than to block things off. Yes, boss, I will handle Qing Tian first. Secretary Zhang understood. With the boss's instructions, he at least knew what to do. He Jinlong nodded slightly. Secretary Zhang made a phone call while walking towards the elevator. On the other side, the door to Zhang Ping's bedroom was opened, and it was the general manager of Qing Tian who came in. Zhang Ping, are you seeking death? Manager Pang, who was drinking outside when he received the call from above, felt dizzy, but the moment he answered the phone, he sobered up. Saying this, Manager Pang threw a punch. Zhang Ping was hit and stumbled back, his head hitting the wall, instantly clearing his mind. Thinking about what he had done earlier, his mind went blank. Manager, I didn't do it on purpose. It was Tian Xiaoro. She controlled me. Zhang Ping knelt on the ground, crying and grabbing Manager Pang. I told you long ago, that woman has big ambitions, and her abilities are controlling. You can't handle her. Manager Pang said bluntly. I was wrong. Manager Pang, please give me another chance. Zhang Ping struggled on the surface, pleading with Manager Pang to help him. Deep down, he cursed at him. Didn't he also think Tian Xiaoro was a good seed back then? Now that things had gone wrong, he turned his back? I can't help it. I have to give the higher-ups an explanation, right? Manager Pang bent down and patted Zhang Ping's face. Knock, knock. The door was knocked, and a group of Interstellar police rushed in. Someone reported that Cheng Tian is suspected of smuggling and improper trading. We are now arresting you according to the law. The leading police officer took out the arrest warrant and law enforcement ID. Officer, is there some misunderstanding here? Manager Pang was drenched in cold sweat from fear. Whether there's a misunderstanding or not, we will investigate clearly. Now we need your cooperation. The leading police officer waved his hand, and the police behind him immediately arrested them. Sitting in the interrogation room, Manager Pang kept demanding to see his lawyer, while Zhang Ping coldly watched him, thinking he was so noble. But now they were all the same. Zhang Ping was a smart man. The moment his mind was freed from control, he thought of many things. He just didn't expect the actions of the He family and Lan Shan to be so swift. It seemed that the only path waiting for him was the last one. Officer, I want to say, Zhang Ping breathed a sigh of relief, recounting all the dirty dealings of Cheng Tian, of course, including Manager Pang's. Seeing his good cooperative attitude, the officer's expression softened considerably. When Manager Pang was brought in for questioning, Zhang Ping was just being taken out. Manager Pang wanted to resist and not speak, but hearing what the police said, he immediately couldn't sit still. Zhang Ping said everything. Damn it, I need to find a chance to kill him. Perhaps his murderous intent was too obvious, and the police casually said, Cheng Tian has been shut down. Manager Pang slumped in his chair. It was all over. Officer, I want to ask, how will Tian Xiaoro be dealt with? Zhang Ping smiled oddly. She has been arrested and is awaiting punishment. The officer realized from his situation that he was another person whose mind was starting to twist. Unexpectedly, Zhang Ping laughed out loud upon hearing this. The two police officers exchanged glances, thinking this guy must be crazy. How is it? The man took a sip of coffee. Looking at Secretary Yuan, it's already been handled. As the boss said, we communicated with Lan Shan, and Cheng Tian will get 10% of the latest collaboration profits. Secretary Yuan replied. The man put down his coffee and signed the contract with the name Lu Ruiqing in big letters. It was already dinner time. When he returned and didn't see little Yi, he asked what was going on. Hearing Su Yufu say that little Yi was filming an advertisement with Yilingxiu, his expression instantly darkened. Don't be anxious. Little Yi is only showing her back and profile throughout the whole thing. Your brother and the others know, and there are techniques to ensure she won't be exposed. She wants to film it herself. As parents, we should support her. Su Yufu originally wanted to go see little Yi filming the advertisement, but she held back, fearing to disturb them. He also knew that his brother was just as worried about little Yi as he was. The little one has quite a few hobbies. Don't you want to know why little Yi wants to film an advertisement? Su Yufu had a look that said, you should ask me. I don't want to know. He shook his head. Since you want to know so much, I'll tell you. Little Yi wants to make money herself to buy us gifts. Su Yufu completely ignored what Hiyu said and just kept talking. Hiyu thought to himself, he just knows his mother's nature. But hearing this answer suddenly stirred something in his heart. I'm such a big fool. Little girl has been here for so long. I forgot to give her pocket money. I just had your dad open an account for a little treasure. Su Yufu looked pleased. I already opened it. Hiyu had acted even faster than she had expected. Su Yufu was slightly stunned. It was rare for her little son to be so thoughtful about their little treasure. Where's the account? Su Yufu asked. Galaxy sent it to them. Hiyu directly had them distribute it to everyone, and those who understood would know. Su Yufu quickly called General He, asking him to transfer the money directly while she sat on the sofa, tapping a few times on her light brain to send a little pocket money to the little treasure. Where are you going? Not eating? Su Yufu looked at Hiyu as he walked out. Doesn't concern me. Hiyu didn't answer directly. Su Yufu sowe than owing is my. Clearly he was going to find he. Change your clothes. Don't be so stiff, Su Yufu reminded. Hiyu answered and then froze for a moment. Isn't that just giving himself away? Watching her little son's actions, Su Yufu smiled even wider. Ever since the little treasure came, it had become easier to smile. Su Yufu said, I'm a daughter slave, and I'm proud to be a good mother to my little treasure. I love little treasure. Not to mention, Su Yingho was indeed Su Yingho. She could hum a few lines casually, and it still sounded quite nice. When Hiyu arrived at Lanshan, Secretary Zhang came to greet him. Fourth young master, this way please, Secretary Zhang respectfully invited him. Suddenly, a video call came in, and Hiyu asked Galaxy to hang up. But the other party kept calling. Boss, why aren't you answering the phone? The one calling via video was Chi Yen. Is there something? Hiyu, feeling a bit annoyed at the delay, asked. Of course there's something. Check the light net. It's causing quite a stir. Someone is bullying little Yi. Don't you know? Chi Yen had returned from a mission with Hiyu. Upon surfing the net, he saw the trending topic and immediately sprayed the drink he had just consumed, quickly calling Hiyu. Hiyu looked at Secretary Zhang. Secretary Zhang carefully recounted what had happened earlier, and when he spoke of the final handling result, Hiyu's serious expression remained unchanged. Secretary Zhang didn't particularly understand Hiyu, so he didn't know what Hiyu was thinking at that moment. Let's sure and add more fuel to the fire on Zhang Ping's side, Chi Yen said. Hiyu nodded. Seeing Hiyu's furrowed brow slightly relaxing, Secretary Zhang breathed a sigh of relief and continued to lead the way. Chapter 35. The one who makes big money. When Hiyu arrived at the filming location, he saw He Ling Xiu holding little Su Su in one arm while examining something with great interest. The scene shifted to little Su Su running and laughing brightly while holding the item, with He Ling Xiu beside her, his eyes filled with affection and tenderness. The final shot showed little Su handing the item to He Ling Xiu, who lifted her up high, the joyful sound of the little one infecting everyone present. Little Su planted a kiss on He Ling Xiu's face, completely natural. Cut. That was perfect, simply perfect. Director Jian clapped his hands until they turned red. He Ling Xiu snapped back to reality from his momentary daze. In the script, little Su was supposed to hand him the product, and he was to take it. But he saw little Su looking at him with her big, beautiful eyes like stars, and instinctively lifted her up high. He remembered how his father used to cheer him up like this. Unsurprisingly, the little bundle of joy was thrilled, so much so that she kissed him. This uncontrollable direction unexpectedly touched people's hearts. The cheers, applause, and compliments around them. Yes, ISNT, this genuine and natural emotional expression the best. The director felt so happy, he almost wanted to curse. Who the hell said that Su Chu? I know, He Ling Xiu wasn't he good at acting. In just one day, his acting, positioning, and interactions with the little miss were all impeccable. He would definitely be his go-to male lead from now on. Oh my God. He wanted to make a comeback and start filming scripts again. Suddenly, little Su rushed in front of Hiyu. Happy? Hiyu picked her up. Yes, happy. Little Su nodded earnestly, clearly having forgotten the unpleasantness from before. General Xinghan, can I take the little miss to change clothes first? A small assistant looked nervously at Hiyu, but gathered the courage to speak after noticing the little one's slightly reddened chubby cheeks. Thank you. Hiyu's simple thank you left the assistant stunned. General Xinghan thanked her? Huh, what the hell? Was this a new and scary way to interact? The little assistant quickly whisked little Su away. Fourth brother, why are you here? He Ling Xiu looked at his brother, who had never thought of going home for hundreds of years, feeling quite surprised. Among the four of them, Hiyu disliked going home the most. Always either training or on missions like a battle maniac. The little guy didn't go home. Implicitly, it meant he had just come to find Su. He Ling Xiu studied Hiyu, quite taken aback. It was more surprising than seeing his eldest brother genuinely caring for the little bundle. I booked a restaurant. We'll go eat later. Jilan interrupted their pointless chat. When the three of them stood together, they looked good at first glance, but upon a second look, they felt unfamiliar. On the third glance, they seemed awkward. For some reason, seeing the three He brothers together felt amusing. It suddenly seemed they weren't so hard to approach after all, not like the rumors suggested. Eldest brother, second brother, brother. Little Su ran over after changing her clothes. However, He, being a soldier, was quick and scooped her up in an instant, making little Su giggle with delight. Let us go, their essay car. He pursed his lips. There was a dedicated nanny car, so they didn't need to take the starship or a separate vehicle, which was rarely troublesome. Of course, he didn't point out that it was actually because he couldn't snag Su and was embarrassed to ask for a ride on the starship. He told Xiao Chun to go back on his own, as it was appropriate to bring him along for the sibling feast. This statement offended two people. Xiao Chun and Secretary Zhang, who was about to follow, looked at him with resentment. Family banquet today. He words completely dashed their hopes. Once in a car, Xing happily popped out from little Su's pouch to share the news of her rapidly increasing pocket money. Upon hearing this, little Su asked Xing to open her account. She counted the zeros one by one with her little hands. The three of them quietly watched little Su's eyes light up as she counted, showing no intention of helping her. By the time little Su reached the end, she couldn't remember how many zeros there were, having counted several times, and then she dejectedly lowered her head. This made all three brothers laugh out loud. Little Su covered her eyes, her face turning completely red. Brother, why do I have so much money? Is it all from you? Little Su looked up at He, trying to shift their attention. He saw through the little one's thoughts, but still cooperatively answered. Grandparents, parents, and brothers all transferred money to you. This is just the money in your light brain account. Your personal account holds much more. Little Su blinked her eyes. Suddenly, she felt so empty, as if the goal of becoming wealthy had already been achieved before it even began. No. She shook her head vigorously. This is what they gave me. I must be richer than everyone else to take care of them. The three brothers watched the little one nodding and sighing one moment and shaking her head the next, as if she had made some decision. She was small, but had many thoughts, which was quite adorable. Then, big brother, how much money did Su earn from the advertisement? Little Su looked at him with bright, expectant eyes. 100 million. He didn't even blink. Little Su started clapping. Su earns so much money. She is a big moneymaker. He looked at He, who spoiled his sister without limits. 100 million? Why not say 1 billion? He complained, wondering if he earned 100 million from all his endorsements combined in a year. Forget it. It wouldn't make a difference if it were them. Then Su could buy so many things. Little Su counted on her fingers, talking to herself. The car stopped, and the waiter was already waiting for them, leading them inside. Mr. He. A cool, magnetic voice came. He raised his eyes and saw a tall man in a high-end suit with gold-rimmed glasses approaching. Mr. Liu. He nodded. Family banquet today? Liu Ruiqing's gaze swept over them, finally landing on little Su. He subtly turned to block little Su from view as he met Liu Ruiqing's gaze. Yes. He didn't want to waste words. Then it seems we'll have to schedule another meeting with Mr. He. Liu Ruiqing understood that today wasn't suitable for business. Handing a document to Secretary Yuan to pass to He, then nodding slightly to them before leaving. Big brother, you're quite busy, He teased. Annoying. He tucked the document away, but didn't look at it. He wanted to go eat with little Su without being disturbed. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was Liu Ruiqing, he probably wouldn't even have accepted the document. Liu Ruiqing was a youth CEO with commercial value equal to He, also one of the top figures in the industry. He personally leaned more towards research, and everything he casually invested in turned out well. So the outside world believed that Liu Ruiqing had the potential to surpass He at any time. This incident was just a minor interlude and didn't affect the four He siblings at all. During the meal, they still enjoyed it immensely under little Su's influence. Even He Lingxiu, who usually paid attention to his figure, couldn't help but indulge. He had never thought not eating could be so hard. He had no desire for food before, but dining with little Su felt like torture if he didn't eat. Chapter 36. The proud madam, He when Xiao Tuanshuan returned to the He family. Everyone in the house was still awake. They felt like something was missing if they didn't have a bite of the little dumpling. As soon as Xiao Tuanshuan came back, the entire He family became lively. Tuanshuan is back. Madam He's eyes were smiling like a crescent moon. Grandma. Tuanchuan bought you a big gift. Xiao Tuanchuan exclaimed joyfully. Behind her were He Jinlan and He Lingxiu, carrying large and small bags. Yet their faces showed no signs of unhappiness. On the contrary, they looked very pleased. The four siblings returned late, not only because they had dinner, but also because they had gone shopping. They accompanied Xiao Tuanchuan to buy gifts, but He Jinlan, He Lingxiu, and He couldn't come up with a single brilliant idea when it came to choosing gifts. In the end, they called Secretary Zhang to come over for advice, letting Xiao Tuanchuan choose by herself. Of course, the money was earned by Xiao Tuanchuan from filming advertisements. Normally, expenses wouldn't be reimbursed so quickly, but since she was the young lady and He Jinlan's sister, she naturally had her privileges. The extra expenses were, of course, covered by her big brother. Oh, really? Thank you, my sweet baby. Madame He's smile grew even brighter upon hearing this. See, the person Tuanchuan loves the most is me. Otherwise, she wouldn't be the first to present me with a gift upon entering the door. She was wholeheartedly thinking of her grandma. Oh, what a sweet burden. The others looked at the old lady, feeling a mix of admiration and envy. Xiao Tuanchuan nodded and ran over to He Jinlan to take out a red gift box. Grandma, do you like it? Xiao Tuanchuan presented the box to Madame He as if holding her most precious treasure. Madame He opened the box and saw a rose that sparkled like crystal inside. Her eyes lit up. Crystal roses were not rare for her. She had seen countless good things, but this was a gift from her granddaughter. Moreover, she could sense a magical wave of energy emanating from the rose, making her feel very comfortable and at ease. Wow, this is so beautiful. Grandma loves it so much. Thank you, my sweet baby. Madame He gently sniffed the rose, which emitted a faint, milky, sweet fragrance. Grandma, this is a calming orb that Master taught me to make. My sister taught me how to put it inside, so it can help you sleep. Xiao Tuanchuan said earnestly. She remembered her grandpa mentioning that her grandma had poor sleep quality, and it was only after she arrived that her grandma improved slightly. However, the longest rest time was only 4 hours, which was definitely not enough. That sister said that some mental powers had healing effects, which could effectively soothe the heart and thus improve sleep quality. Xiao Tuanchuan even specifically video called her master to humbly ask how to utilize the healing mental power. Li Shuhe only asked Xiao Tuanchuan why she wanted to know and immediately explained. As a master, she naturally started teaching from the points that interested Xiao Tuanchuan, not wanting to dampen her enthusiasm so that she could improve herself. However, Li Shuhe didn't expect that just a few words would allow Xiao Tuanchuan to master the use of healing mental power. Generally, it took at least a month for an average person to use the most basic application, while she, as an extraordinary genius, took a week. Okay? As soon as Li Shuhe finished speaking, Xiao Tuanchuan asked, Master, is it like this? Li Shuhe was left speechless. Not only her, but He Jinlan, He Lingxiu, and he also fell silent for a while. Could this be the power of an SSS level? The four of them looked at He Yu in unison. He raised an eyebrow, wondering how he could know what an SSS level mental power looked like. But everyone's gaze was clear. Weren't you SSS level? He Yu pointed at the shoulder insignia on his uniform. Li Shuhe, He Jinlan, and He Lingxiu fell into an eerie silence again. After all, how could someone learn so quickly? At such a young age, he was already a war god, granted the title Star Han by His Majesty, the highest honor, shining as brilliantly as the Interstellar galaxy. Of course, Li Shuhe taught Xiao Tuanchuan to condense the mental power into a small ball. Xiao Tuanchuan then took the small ball to the staff and asked how to put it inside the rose. The staff thought they had prepared a calming orb in advance and directly taught her how to place it into the selected crystal rose without a second thought. The moment the calming orb was taken out, the staff was somewhat entranced. It wasn't until a long time after Xiao Tuanchuan and the others left that the staff realized and wanted to cry. She and T even asked where the calming orb was bought. How could it be so effective? My sweet baby. Madame He hugged Xiao Tuanchuan and showered her with kisses. How could there be such a cute little dumpling? She is simply a heart-melting deity. She really seemed to have come to save them. Indeed, there is nothing better than having a granddaughter, and grandmothers with granddaughters are like treasures. General, he stepped a few steps closer to He Jinlan and the others to inquire about the crystal rose. Upon hearing that the calming orb was made by Xiao herself, and that the orb exuded a golden light, clearly surpassing the top quality, General He's pupils dilated, and he looked at his own mother with envy. He Jinlan and the others didn't deliberately lower their voices, so everyone heard. It was a big deal not to listen, but once they did, they couldn't help but feel envious. Madam, he became even prouder. Waving the crystal rose in front of everyone. She even called out to her light brain to take a beautiful picture and post it on social media with the caption, "A gift from my little granddaughter." In an instant, there were dozens of comments, some envious, some praising, and not a single sour remark. Some only commented because they didn't have a granddaughter or a thoughtful granddaughter. In any case, Madam, he was very satisfied with everyone's comments. The others looked eagerly at Xiao Tuanshuan. Xiao Tuanshuan smiled and wanted to bring a big box from He Jinlan to give to Grandpa He. He Jinlan couldn't bear to let Xiao Tuanshuan carry something so heavy. She only let her pretend to support it before passing it to Grandpa He. Upon seeing the box, everyone had their guesses. When they opened the box, there was a cane made of golden silk enamel wood, engraved with golden patterns. "Did my sweet baby carve this?" Grandpa He exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Tuanshuan shyly shook her head and honestly said, "No, Grandpa. I can't carve this." "No problem. Then this. This must be carefully selected by my sweet baby for Grandpa." Grandpa He said again. Xiao Tuanshuan scratched her head. "This is the best one recommended by the staff uncle." "Exactly. I knew my sweet baby loves Grandpa the most and wants to give him the best." This didn't stop Grandpa He from boasting. The others looked at him with disdain. "Well, I never knew the former war god could be so thick-skinned. Grandpa, although I didn't carve this pattern, I did paint the gold on it. Master also taught me how to engrave the mental power array," Xiao Tuanshuan said proudly. Grandpa He blinked. Xiao Tuanshuan puffed out her chest, waiting for compliments that never came. She opened her eyes, looking puzzled, as if to say, "Why aren't you praising me, Grandpa? Oh, our sweet baby is amazing. She can even engrave array formations. This is incredible. What kind of array is it?" Grandpa He was just too surprised. Chapter 37 Proposal. I didn't expect my little granddaughter to awaken her mental power so early. I can tolerate that. But the fact that she activated her mental power in such a short time and mastered the production of calming beads within just a few minutes has truly shocked me. Who would have thought that this shock goes far beyond just the calming beads? It could be said that making calming beads might be due to good luck, combined with her own SSS-level mental power, which might have some special attributes. But is it really possible to comprehend a formation in such a short time? If it were, there wouldn't only be 3 well-known formation mentalists in the galaxy. Not only Old Master He, but others shared the same thought. You and the others could understand their feelings because they had already been shocked before, and they had to once again pay attention to the safety of little Suaji. This was still a modified version of the spirit gathering formation by my little sister. Using this cane not only helps the body absorb spiritual energy and adjust physical condition, but also makes walking easier, as if one is stepping on the wind. He Lingxiu was the first tester of this cane, and the experience was self-evident. Ability users need the nourishment of spiritual energy. Even the strongest interstellar war god, He needs external force to absorb it. Therefore, the spirit gathering formation is indeed precious. And this is not an ordinary version. But this cannot be said. One must experience it for themselves. Old Master He picked up the cane and instantly felt his body become light, with a warm sensation entering his body, healing the hidden injuries he had previously sustained. Faced with He Lingxiu's confident gaze, Old Master He was momentarily speechless. "Dad, let me use it." General He looked at his father's reaction with curiosity, wanting to try it out himself. "You go ahead. Your legs aren't working well either?" Seeing Old Master He's sharp gaze, it seemed that if he dared to say anything, his legs would be broken. "No, it's quite useful." General He stepped back, realizing that experience counts. Soon after, Old Master He and Old Madam He began posting pictures to their social circles. However, after a long time, Old Master He didn't see any updates and couldn't help but tap his old companion, wondering if he had aged and malfunctioned. Old Master He's light brain looked at him disdainfully. "Have you considered that you hardly have any friends, and the ones you do have are just toxic friends?" Old Master He immediately covered its mouth, but it was too late. He shot a fierce glare at his old companion. "Can't you keep your mouth shut?" Besides old Madame He and little Suaji, others quietly turned away to stifle their laughter. But what kind of person is old Master He? Would he not hear it? They're just jealous. Just then, little Suaji ran over to He Lingxiu to fetch a large box. When she opened the big box, there were two small boxes inside. Su Yufu looked at the shape. It resembled a ring box. Ding, ding, ding. Mommy, Daddy, do you like it? Little Suaji opened the box with a happy face and looked up at the couple. So shiny. Little Suaji had spent a fortune on noble mermaid crystal from the ore, making it into matching rings, and even had a beautiful large diamond set for Su Yufu. Su Yufu covered her mouth with both hands, and tears began to fall uncontrollably. Little Suaji was flustered and rushed to wipe her tears, blowing on them, feeling heartbroken. General, he is not an ordinary man. He dedicated his life to the battlefield. They met on the battlefield when she was kidnapped, and the kidnappers happened to pass through the battlefield where General He was stationed. Upon hearing the news, General He saved her, and they became connected. It's cliché, old-fashioned, but true. They wouldn't be considered love at first sight, especially since Su Yufu had a poor impression of him, scruffy, hard, and full of killing intent. In General He's eyes, Su Yufu was merely a pitiful girl who had been abducted, looking dull, but he thought her eyes were beautiful, resembling a frightened little rabbit. Later, they met again when Su Yufu, as the best actress, was cheering on the soldiers. As the officer receiving her, General, he naturally tidied himself up a bit. He shaved his beard, styled his hair neatly, revealing a handsome face, and put on his uniform, enhancing his image and temperament significantly. At that time, General He felt puzzled that his father arranged for him to receive a star, believing that true strong individuals can manage themselves, even in dangerous and extremely adverse emotional situations. But when he saw Su Yufu again, General He was stunned. That little rabbit turned out to be a stunning beauty, alluring yet not lewd, innocent but elegant. Su Yufu also didn't expect that the scruffy man who saved her was such a tall and handsome officer. Su Yufu held a high regard for soldiers. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gotten involved in troublesome matters that others disliked, even after becoming a top actress. However, she absolutely refused to consider an officer as a partner. So aside from being shocked by General He's appearance, he still didn't catch her eye. On the other hand, General He was moved during this meeting. After returning, he tossed and turned, but he was also stubborn. He looked down on love and impulse. Yet, inexplicably, thoughts of Su Yufu seemed to haunt him, and he started to truly get to know this girl, realizing that her worth went beyond her appearance. She had a beautiful heart. General He felt that if he didn't pursue her, he might never find peace. The following events were even more cliché. Whenever he had time, he would follow Su Yufu around like a silly, wooden bodyguard. The thoughtfulness he now showed, not just in actions but also in words, was all taught him bit by Su Yufu. In her words, he was the perfect partner she crafted, embodying the essence of devotion. When they got married, a sudden war broke out, and, as the newly appointed General He charged to the front lines. At that time, he handed Su Yufu a breakup letter. Seeing this letter, Su Yufu ran to the battlefield and slapped General He, then cried and asked if he would marry her. General He said no. Su Yufu slapped him again. General He still said no. Su Yufu looked at General He's resolute eyes and asked one last time. General He cried, apologized, and asked her to marry him. There was no ring, no wedding. After the war passed, He Jinlan was 3 years old, and He Lingxiu was in her womb. Su Yufu didn't think about a wedding, nor did General He. Seeing his wife tear up while looking at the ring in little Suaji's hand, General He instantly realized something and slapped his forehead. Sweetheart, before you give the ring, can Daddy give Mommy a gift first? General He squatted down and asked little Suaji for her opinion. Little Suaji nodded. Okay. In little Suaji's eyes, Daddy can say anything. General He took out a small box from his light brain storage and solemnly opened it. Kneeling on one knee, I'm sorry, my wife, for putting you through hardship before. This is something I made myself. It's not well made, and I'm sorry to give it to you. As I got older, I thought it might not be needed anymore. MS. Su Yufu, would you still be willing to marry He Shiran? Inside was a crystal crafted from silvery material, bearing a special symbol only Su Yufu could understand. I do. Of course, Su Yufu didn't blame General He. General He is truly stubborn, but he treats her sincerely, Otherwise, she wouldn't have spared him. Moreover, Suyu Fu wasn't pursuing anyone in particular. She felt a bit regretful for not having a wedding ring, seeing other ladies with them, and feeling uncomfortable when they boasted. However, no one dared to overstep in front of her, who didn't know Suyu Fu's status. Chapter 38. This group of little devils, little Piao, immediately started clapping her small hands vigorously. Being the atmosphere maker is no joke. Old Madam, he also revealed a gratifying smile. Over the years, she had watched them grow up and felt that little Fu had it tough. So the whole family tried their best to treat her well. However, old Mr. He suddenly felt a chill on his back. What was going on? Oh, it's just my old partner. Old Mr. He laughed heartily at old Madam He. She rolled her eyes at him, clearly impatient. It was only when General He placed the ring on Suyu Fu's finger that everyone fell silent in unison and then began to clap. Only little Piao's childish voice could be heard offering her innocent blessings. The somewhat sentimental atmosphere was instantly shattered by little Piao. This couldn't be an ordinary ring, right? General He hugged Suyu Fu while looking at the wedding rings on the table, tentatively asking, "It is. It's amazing. Daddy." Little Piao's proud expression was impossible to conceal. "How is it amazing?" General He leaned in closer, continuing to ask. "Daddy, it can hold a lot of things." Little Piao said with certainty. General He was a bit confused and turned to look at the three brothers, only to see them all looking at him with expressions that said you figure it out, and then they turned their gazes back. "Daddy, let me show you." Little Piao held the ring and began tossing nearby fruits into it. The fruits disappeared without a trace. A storage array? Old Mr. He's sharp eyes caught on. He had seen powerful psychics create storage bags that could hold a lot of items by inscribing storage arrays on them, capable of holding a cubic meter of items. But he didn't expect a ring could do the same. Do you remember how much the Liu family spent on a storage bag at Bali? Oh, it seemed like it was 130 million star coins. Just then, little Piao leaned the ring against the sofa, and the sofa also vanished. Aside from the three brothers, the other four were wide-eyed and mouths agape. "How much can it hold, sweetie?" Suyu Fu's voice trembled slightly. Little Piao didn't know how to describe it, and looked at Hiyu for help. "It should be about 10 cubic meters. Hiyu said calmly. 10 cubic meters? General He's voice suddenly rose. It's not that he hadn't seen good things. It's just that the largest storage bag, so far, seemed to only hold 10 cubic meters, right? He linked Siu chuckled lightly. HMPF, a bunch of ignorant folks. He completely forgot that he had been just like General He back then. If it weren't for the father, there wouldn't be the son. Suyu Fu picked up her large diamond ring and examined it closely, as if something were drawing on her psychic power. The next moment, she felt she could fully sense the wonders of this spatial ring. General He also took the one from little Piao's hand and similarly felt something drawing on his combat power. Then the next second he saw the items that little Piao had just placed inside the ring. Moreover, when he looked at Suyu Fu, the ring seemed to emit a faint glow. Perhaps this ring had other wonders, but as the developer, little Piao herself probably didn't know. Otherwise, she would have shown off long ago instead of waiting with an expression that sought praise. But little Piao was really impressive, effortlessly achieving what others might not be able to accomplish even with great effort. That's why they said their daughter was excellent. "Thank you, our sweetie." Suyu Fu planted a kiss on little Piao's little face, making her dizzy with sweetness. Mommy kissed her yay so happy. If little Piao still had a tail, it would definitely be wagging wildly up to the sky. "What about the gifts you got?" Old Mister. He became even more curious. It was getting late. The little one should go to sleep. He simply picked up the silly, giggling bundle and walked towards his room. "I'll give her sweetie a bath." Suyu Fu hurriedly chased after him. Old Mister, he turned his gaze to the remaining two grandsons. Just returned and already filming an advertisement, tired. He Lingxiu yawned and headed to his own room. Old Mister. He didn't wait for He Jinlan to speak and blocked his path. "I really want to know." He Jinlan's tone was not a question. Seeing He Jinlan's expression, old Mister he suddenly didn't want to know that much anymore. Could it be that there was something that couldn't be said? General He was studying the ring, and didn't notice He Jinlan's expression. "No, it was just that little sister planned to choose a gift for each of us, but it got late, so she just let us each have a piece of jade, infused with some of little Piao's psychic power, which has a calming effect. Jean Lon said casually. That's it, old mister. He didn't quite believe it. It was only when you were choosing gifts that we kept the experimental items little Piao made, and the effect were pretty good. Jean Lon finished speaking and walked away without looking back. So that means each of them has at least 2 gifts, or even 5. Damn it. Let me see. Old mister, he wanted to chase after him. General, he also just realized what? They snatched the gifts that their little daughter gave them. Anyway, it didn't matter. As long as it was chosen for them, whether it was experimental items or whatever, it was theirs. Unfortunately, the 3 brothers had long since prepared to guard against them. That night, General, he even cried to Su Fu about this matter. Don't you think that since our sweetie came, our home feels more like a home? Su Fu switched to another channel. Yes, having this daughter is my fortune. General, he sighed. All right, let us sleep. Su Fu pulled up the quilt and fell asleep instantly. General, did I forget something? Never mind. Sleeping is more important. I had realized how sweet sleep could be after so many years. The next morning, while little Piao and he were still in bed, there was an urgent knocking at the door. Hiyu, feeling somewhat impatient, had Xing go tell them to be quiet. Suddenly remembering something, he raised his hand to stop Xing. What kind of fate is this? He raised his hand and tapped, opening the room's door, but not the bedroom door. Hearing footsteps outside the bedroom door, he slowly spoke. Wait a moment. Okay. Li Shu, he was pacing at the door. She couldn't shake off her worries. If it hadn't been for a long trip yesterday, preventing her from returning immediately, she would have come to the He family long ago. Before dawn today, Li Shui got up, washed up, and didn't even bother to eat before heading out. First going to the association to gather a group of old deans to rush to the He family. The series of actions little Piao took to buy gifts yesterday had left her shocked, and feeling that this was the ability of a SSS-level psychic, Li Shui was really worried that little Piao wouldn't be able to handle it or would have some adverse reactions, and she was determined to see Piao as soon as possible. He pinched little Piao's face, which was soft and elastic. Who would have thought that little Piao just waved her hand and turned over to continue sleeping? He found it a bit amusing. His originally magnetic voice was lower in pitch since he had just woken up. Get up, your master and the others are here. Upon hearing Hiyu's words, little Piao suddenly sat up with a start, looking dazedly at Hiyu. In a daze, Hiyu couldn't help but poke her again. With a poke, she fell back onto the bed. Hiyu thought for a moment, patted her back, and covered her with the quilt, while he got up to wash up and change clothes. Chapter 39, The Clever Little Huai. As soon as the bedroom door opened, Li Shuha immediately turned to look. Hiyu, where's the little Huai? Li Shuha didn't see the little bundle she expected. Still sleeping, too tired, he replied softly. Li Shuha lowered her voice as well. I'll go with Dean Yang to check on the little Huai first. He nodded. Li Shuha sent a message to Dean Yang, who arrived shortly after. The two of them quietly approached the little Huai's bed and began to carefully examine her. Aside from some depletion of mental energy, there were no issues. They also found that even after using her mental energy excessively yesterday, the little Huai's delayed feedback was merely her body going into a dormant state. Overall, it just meant that a good sleep would suffice. Could it be that an SSS-level mental energy could be released far beyond what they had imagined? After confirming that the little Huai's body was fine, Li Shuha and Dean Yang decided to step outside to discuss things with everyone, allowing the little bundle to rest first. Seeing the two of them walk out with serious expressions, he felt a moment of tension in his heart. Is she okay? Hiyu's normally cold tone now carried a hint of anxiety. Currently, we haven't found any discomfort in the little Huai's body, but it's hard to say. We still don't fully understand the SSS-level mental energy, Li Shuha answered honestly. Hiyu nodded slightly. He had stopped the little bundle from using her abilities several times yesterday, but he couldn't resist her adorable antics. Moreover, he hadn't noticed anything unusual with the little Huai. Instead, she seemed excited from learning new things, so he let her be. Today, she was willing to cooperate just to put his mind at ease. After sending them off, he didn't rush to leave. He leaned against the bed, absent-mindedly squeezing the little Huai's small hand. He suddenly felt regret. If he had known, he would have preferred to keep her by his side. However, seeing the little Huai mumbling something in her sleep and smiling foolishly, he couldn't help but chuckle, feeling grateful for the time they spent at that ancient battlefield. When the little Huai woke up, he had already left, leaving Xing Xing to watch over her. As soon as she woke up, Xing Xing immediately sent a message to Su Yufu and the others. Upon seeing Xing Xing's message, Su Yufu rushed up to help the little girl wash up and get dressed. "Mommy, did Huai sleep in late today?" The little Huai affectionately rubbed her face against Su Yufu's neck. "Not late at all. Huai is the best. Let's go eat," Su Yufu replied without a hint of concern. Even if there were issues, they would certainly be theirs. The little girl was so tired because she had spent so long preparing gifts for them yesterday, expending a lot of energy. As Su Yufu carried the little Huai downstairs, she saw her master, many deans, Grandpa, and Grandma Yang also at home. Thinking she might still be dreaming, she looked closely again. Upon realizing it was real, the little Huai immediately showed a sweet smile and greeted everyone one by one. The deans noticed that the little Huai had an excellent memory. She didn't get a single name wrong, and her sweet calls warmed the hearts of the old men and women. They also called her Little Huai, Little Girl, and Little Sweetheart. Originally, they had planned to wait until after the Little Huai's banquet to start classes, but after their recent discussion, they decided to begin classes today. Rather than waiting for the little bundle to self-develop, it was better for them, experienced old deans, to guide her learning, which would reduce many risks and at least make it controllable and preventable. Once the little Huai could fully master her mental energy, she could start kindergarten. Research shows that young children often experience emotions more fully than adults because their thoughts are simpler and they are more willing to make friends. Therefore, many parents want their young children to have a happier childhood to heal their future lives and are willing to send them to kindergarten. They didn't know if the little Huai could remain this happy forever. They just wanted to ensure she lived a happy life as much as possible. Whether the joy she brought would disappear as she grew or became unhappy was secondary. The servants brought milk bottles and some breakfast. Su Yufu enjoyed the pleasure of feeding the little Huai along with Li Shuhe and the others. Unknowingly, they began to feel a bit hungry themselves. Fortunately, the He family had prepared tea, snacks, and plenty for everyone. They felt a bit embarrassed that they had finished all the snacks. "We're getting old, yet still so greedy. People will laugh at us if they find out. Wow, grandpas are amazing, eating as much as little Huai." The little Huai looked pleasantly surprised, realizing that everyone was just as great as her. Seeing the little Huai's serious yet proud expression, the old deans couldn't help but laugh. What was there to feel awkward about? With this little treasure, life was filled with hope. Su Yufu simply asked for more food to be prepared, and then led them to the small garden prepared for the little Huai's lessons. Grandpa, he, and Grandma, he followed along. Although they didn't understand teaching, they wanted to spend more time with the little Huai. This was her first class, after all. A moment of great significance. Grandpa, he planned to record the entire session. Li Shuhe started by explaining the origins of mental energy, introducing her to the world of abilities. Watching the little Huai listen intently without blinking, Li Shuhe felt a sense of pride. This was the culmination of her years of experience. Not something just anyone could find online. If it could all be learned online, what was the point of her being a master? After Li Shuhe finished, she intended to let the little Huai rest for a while, since today was just an introductory theory class, fearing that too much information might overwhelm her. Who knew the little bundle didn't feel tired at all. Her mental energy was quite good, urging the next teacher to start teaching her. Grandma and Grandpa, he exchanged glances. Their little granddaughter was truly a natural learner, so smart and eager to learn. "Then let's start the class." Dean Yang smiled at the little Huai. Her class was the most basic and easy to grasp, but the levels became apparent right after the basics. Yesterday, hearing that the little Huai had made calming beads by herself astonished Dean Yang, and today she specifically went to check out Grandma, his crystal rose, leaving her speechless. She was also curious whether the little Huai's abilities were due to near-divine luck or if she truly had special capabilities. "Okay, Grandma Yang." The little Huai was most familiar with Grandma Yang. She had liked her even before meeting her, and now that she had a grandma, she still liked Grandma Yang very much. When Dean Yang began her lecture, she was quite serious, but she was considerate, speaking slowly and clearly, pausing or emphasizing key points. However, she could tell that the little Huai was genuinely smart. Whatever she said, the little Huai could completely follow and repeat back. Chapter 40. The ears covered while stealing the bell. Director Yang was increasingly surprised as she spoke. She specialized in mental strength, pharmaceuticals, and guidance, and naturally, her content was focused on this area. What surprised her was that Xiao Huaihuai's capacity for acceptance was exceptional. Not only was it a level that other young cubs could not reach, but even young adults who were just beginning to learn rarely grasp concepts so quickly. Teachers love smart students, and it was clear that Xiao Huaihuai was one of those they greatly favored. So obedient and gentle, with a strong learning ability. Who could resist? Not just Director Yang, but the other older directors were eager to try as well. Unfortunately, Director Yang had prepared too little material. She had anticipated that Xiao Huaihuai's ability to understand would be good and had prepared more than she expected, but she didn't anticipate it would be this strong. Not only was Xiao Huaihuai doing well, but even she hadn't had enough to say. It wasn't that she couldn't speak without preparation, but she had to be more cautious when addressing Xiao Huaihuai. Many things needed to be considered carefully. One step at a time. During a break in their discussion, Old Lady he hurriedly fed Xiao Huaihuai some fruit, encouraging her to eat more because learning took a lot of brain power and could easily lead to hunger. Facing Xiao Huaihuai's bright smile, Old Lady he felt her heart soften. Her little granddaughter was truly delightful. It was so healing. Soon, Director Feng began his lecture. He specialized in array research and spoke on these topics. Xiao Huaihuai had already created several arrays by herself yesterday, which they hadn't witnessed. But today they observed the finished product from the little dumpling. It was nothing short of shocking. Thus, there was a reason he was the second speaker. Xiao Huaihuai had experienced the ability firsthand, so she should grasp the theory more quickly, and they also wanted her to progress gradually. Xiao Huaihuai was already performing excellently, able to apply what Director Feng said to new situations, causing the directors to exchange glances filled with surprise. Who said that there were no top geniuses among mental strength users? Now they had hope and no longer had to watch the smug faces of the old military school men across from them. As mentioned before, most mental strength users were women. Later, through scientific means, infants were guided to awaken their mental strength, and gradually, men began to awaken their mental strength as well. However, compared to women, men's mental strength was generally lower or exhibited strong aggressiveness, lacking the ability to soothe and relieve emotions. There were also cases of unstable mental strength, necessitating the assistance of mental strength that had healing and soothing effects. Originally, the number of mental strength users was small, and women were often hindered by emotional suppression, leading to stagnation. The ratio of awakened combat power to awakened mental strength among men could be said to be 1 S-class mental strength user for every 100 S-class combat users, resulting in very few exceptional mental strength users. Soon, Director Feng finished his lecture. When he reached the last sentence, he hesitated and awkwardly glanced at the two remaining partners. Directors Chu and Zhang, who had planned to give their lectures in the afternoon, considered that Xiao Huaihuai's capacity for acceptance was good and that she showed no signs of fatigue. They decided to let her eat something before continuing the lesson. Director Chu specialized in mental control, while Director Zhang focused on mental attacks. If Director Feng's arrays were somewhat related to ancient methods of natural law and could connect with mental strength, then their content was entirely based on the mutations produced by scientific research, essentially belonging to combat power. The audience for their lectures consisted of male mental strength users. They were unsure whether Xiao Huaihuai could learn these concepts. They had previously discussed that even if the little dumpling couldn't learn due to limitations, she should at least know and understand them to avoid dangerous situations in the future due to ignorance. Director Chu began his lecture. He felt uncertain about whether his class would interest Xiao Huaihuai as much as the previous two directors' classes had. However, seeing Xiao Huaihuai's sparkling eyes, Director Chu felt greatly encouraged and began to calm down and explain the origins to her. When he started discussing the theory, Xiao Huaihuai listened intently, but began to show some confusion. Was there something she didn't understand? Director Chu, being a refined elder, paused his lecture upon seeing the puzzled expression on the little dumpling's face. Is there something, Grandfather Chu? Can't we learn control? Xiao Huaihuai asked earnestly. There had been many female mental strength users who had tried to learn before, but had all failed. To date, only her master had been able to touch upon some pathways. Director Chu hadn't expected Xiao Huai to ask this. After all, children are naturally curious. Grandfather Chu, I can do it. When Xiao Huai looked up at him again, Director Chu was momentarily stunned before quickly regaining his composure. Oh dear, I can't. Xiao Huai pouted and slapped her face in frustration. When Director Chu resumed explaining the theory, Xiao Huai felt as though she understood something, thinking that she might be capable of it. But when it came to applying mental control with Director Chu, she found it simply wasn't working. Oh dear, I spoke too boldly. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt, covering her face and wanting to hide her shame. This made everyone burst into laughter. They couldn't help it. They were all of an age where they didn't laugh easily, yet this was genuinely amusing. Seeing everyone laugh happily, Xiao Huai decided not to hide anymore. Seeing them laugh made her happy. It was okay. Being laughed at was nothing compared to everyone's happiness. Only Director Chu still maintained a serious expression. Director Chu, Li Shuhe realized something and also restrained her smile. Xiao Huai, try again. Try that thing you just did on me, Director Chu said, a bit excited. Huh? Xiao Huai didn't understand, but she was obedient and just did as she was told. Perhaps Grandfather Chu wanted to rescue her. Maybe he thought she could still grasp it. Having thought this, Xiao Huai focused her mind again, condensing her mental strength in her eyes, which glimmered with a layer of golden light. Director Chu looked as if he expected this and relaxed his body. When Xiao Huai looked at Director Chu, she saw his gaze start to drift. At this point, everyone else noticed that something was off. All right, Xiao Huai, Li Shuhe hurriedly called out to stop her. Okay, master. Xiao Huai immediately relaxed and smiled at her. What comes quickly goes quickly. This ability to master mental strength freely would surely infuriate many people. Li Shuhe pinched Xiao Huai's cheek with annoyance. She was worried about whether the little dumpling felt any discomfort. Yet here she was carefree and lighthearted. They really hadn't expected that Xiao Huai could also use mental strength for control. Initially, when Xiao Huai tried to control Director Chu, it was just a fleeting moment, and no one noticed. Only Director Chu, as the one being controlled, sensed it. It was no wonder that even though Xiao Huai had just exerted effort, it seemed to have little effect on Director Chu. After all, Director Chu was the foremost expert in mental control. His strength was unquestionable. If he could be easily controlled by a novice like Xiao Huai, that would indeed be strange. Moreover, the reason Xiao Huai could seize the opportunity to have a minimal effect was that Director Chu had not taken precautions against her. The reason Director Chu wanted Xiao Huai to try again was to see if she could truly surpass the limitations and master the ability to control. To facilitate this, he made a concerted effort to lower all his defenses and empty himself, allowing Xiao Huai to control him more easily. Chapter 41, Am I Like a Grass? It really is possible. Little Xiaohuan can actually surpass the limits and master the control abilities that female mentalists have not been able to grasp for so many years. Dean Chu took a breath, smiling happily. This is a miracle. It is also a historic breakthrough. His pride was evident on his face. This is his little student. Little Xiaohuan's talent and ability are even higher than that of ordinary male mentalists who have just started learning control. Is this the power of an SSS level? No wonder Hiyu, who could lose control and become a monster at any moment, is still praised by those old men at the military academy. If it were him, he would spoil her too. Dean Yang first approached little Xiaohuan to check her physical condition and found no reaction. Not only was there no reaction, but this little bundle was also somewhat excited. Little Xiaohuan shouldn't continue trying to control for now. Let Grandpa explain the theory first. Next time, we will slowly train during practical exercises. Although Dean Chu was very excited, he did not lose his rationality. All right, little Xiaohuan nodded seriously, her expression very solemn, as if she was shouldering some significant task. Li Shuhe smiled, thinking that it was quite interesting to watch her little disciple in class. Otherwise, she might as well come over to work later. Not only she thought so, but the other deans were also considering whether they should join in and practice alongside when others were in class. Clearly, Dean Chu had not prepared enough learning materials. He sighed. Who would have thought that little Xiaohuan would not only not find his class boring, but would also comprehend it on her own? It was not enough for him. Dean Zhang stood up and brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes. It was his turn to take the stage. Little Xiaohuan watched Dean Zhang during class, her shiny little eyes wide open, as if she wanted to figure something out. Does little Xiaohuan have something to say? Compared to the other deans, Dean Zhang had a cooler personality and a stronger aura. When facing little Xiaohuan, he tried to show his most amiable side. He was responsible for managing the association's military forces and was usually the main force in protecting women and children, having also dealt with many bad people and pests. Compared to the first three deans, he was somewhat more ruthless, still known among association members as the Black Yama. He wasn't dark or ugly. It was just that he always had a stern face, which led to the nickname. Grandpa Zhang, can you really fight bad people like my brothers? Won't you be bullied? Little Xiaohuan asked unexpectedly, looking at him with admiration. Dean Zhang suddenly felt that all the years he spent trying to protect the association and manage the military forces, appearing more imposing and powerful while having to keep a stern face and being misunderstood as a bad person, was no longer frustrating. Because when the combatants had once transformed into monsters on a large scale, leading to war, the public would instinctively dislike combatants and those with military power. Dean Zhang understood this, but it didn't mean he felt good about it. He had some abilities, but still fell short compared to General He. Dean Zhang was not boastful. He remained humble. Joking. He used SSS is no joke. However, Dean Zhang was the only male SS-level mentalist who was once highly sought after by the military. He had grown up as an orphan under the association's protection and later returned to contribute his life to the association after achieving success. Then I want to be as powerful as you. Little Xiaohuan clapped her little hands, imagining herself in a cape, stepping on a group of bad guys. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Strangely, everyone seemed to imagine what little Xiaohuan was thinking, and they all chuckled a bit. Doesn't little Xiaohuan think having military power is troublesome? Dean Zhang pondered his words, trying to avoid being too pointed. He wasn't feeling inferior, but this star's sector was like this. He didn't want little Xiaohuan to stand in the limelight. If it were him, it wouldn't matter, but this little Xiaohuan, such a cute little bundle, he felt sorry for her. Huh? Why is it troublesome? Little Xiaohuan scratched her head, looking puzzled. It's just, Dean Zhang found it hard to articulate. It's just that everyone thinks combatants are dangerous, and those with military power are also dangerous, bringing war and misfortune to everyone. Li Shuhe squatted down, smiling at little Xiaohuan. She understood what Dean Zhang wanted to ask. Dean Zhang couldn't voice it, but she could. That was Dean Zhang's inner conflict. She understood and felt it. He wanted little Xiaohuan to be ordinary and not touch on these sensitive issues to avoid criticism. But I'm happy to attend class now because my brothers are protecting me, right? I should be grateful to them. I can't let a few people's mistakes. Little Xiaohuan struggled to express her thoughts, but just the first half of her sentence was enough to shock the hearts of these adults. Why do children understand and dare to confront such issues, while these adults cannot comprehend and instinctively ignore and evade them? Is it the combatant's fault? Is it the fault of those with military power? No. If we keep blaming those who are capable and not the bad people themselves, over time, feelings will fade. And who would want to be the burden bearer? Isn't that heartbreaking? Yeah, don't they know? They know. They just lack the ability to change, or they've gotten used to it, assimilated, and ultimately accepted it. Dean Zhang laughed heartily. Little Xiaohuan tilted her head, looking at Dean Zhang, and then laughed along with him. Are you happy, Grandpa Zhang? Little Xiaohuan asked innocently after they finished laughing. Happy. Dean Zhang's smile was much more harmonious. Little Xiaohuan was like a beam of light, a ray of hope. Let's start class. Dean Zhang placed little Xiaohuan on a soft mat. Little Xiaohuan sat up straight, listening carefully to Dean Zhang's words. Perhaps Dean Zhang was genuinely happy, as he unconsciously spoke more, and the topics expanded a bit. Before they knew it, it was already mealtime, when Lan Xin came to invite them to eat. Little Xiaohuan felt like she hadn't had enough. All right, we know our little disciple is eager to learn, but too much is as bad as not enough. Let's eat first. Li Shuhe picked up little Xiaohuan and rubbed her face. The little milk ball was fragrant and comfortable. Master, it tickles. Little Xiaohuan giggled. Don't bully little Xiaohuan. Dean Zhang was unhappy. Teacher, do you want to see what you've said? Li Shuhe replia. Is this bullying? However, the other three deans looked at Dean Zhang in the same way, and Li Shuhe nodded. Okay, I am a grass now, no longer their treasure. But the four deans seemed to ignore her resentful gaze, snatching little Xiaohuan away and playing with her as they walked off. Wait, my granddaughter. Old master, he was not happy. Old madam, he patted Li Shuhe's shoulder. Xiaohe, let's go. Chapter 42. Little hand exposed Li Shuhe. Anyway, it doesn't matter if she lives or dies. After lunch, Li Shuhe returned to the association in the afternoon to handle some matters. But the old directors did not rush to leave, nor did they give Xiao Pui a lesson. They had already said enough today, and it was too much of a good thing. Besides, Xiao Pui was still small, and it was time for her to play. They didn't want to leave. They just wanted to take advantage of the free time today to spend more time with Xiao Pui. Old madam, he, and old master, he didn't mind, enjoying the company, and they could play cards together. Su Yufu accompanied Xiao Pui to play at the garden amusement park, while the old folks played cards and chess in the garden. After getting tired from playing, Xiao Pui ran over to their game, hugging the leg of one player and peeking at the situation on the other side. The garden was filled with laughter and joy. Suddenly, Xiao Pui felt herself lift off the ground, but she wasn't scared at all because the familiar aura was coming closer. Xiao Pui instinctively turned her head to look, and it was her second brother who had woken up. Second brother, Xiao Pui raised her little face. Huh! He Ling Chu was just about to pinch Xiao Pui's cheek, intending to educate this little nugget for daring to tease him. But before he could do so, he felt a bunch of sharp gazes, so he immediately withdrew his hand. He Ling Chu secretly clicked his tongue. His little sister had quite a few bodyguards. Second brother, are you hungry? Xiao Pui asked seriously. A bit. Hearing the little nugget say that, He Ling Chu really did feel a bit hungry. Normally, he would have just relied on nutritional supplements, but now looking at this chubby little one, he actually wanted to see Xiao Pui eat, mainly because it was appetizing. Then I'll accompany second brother to eat. Before He Ling Chu could even ask, Xiao Pui volunteered. Okay. The smile in He Ling Chu's eyes deepened. Lan Xin had already sent someone to prepare the meal. Xiao Pui turned her head to look at her grandparents, then tilted her little head up to look at He Ling Chu. Second brother, can we eat here? Of course. He Ling Chu looked at Xiao Pui's cautious expression and felt a little sad inside. Their little princess could naturally do whatever she wanted. He didn't know what that fourth brother was doing, bringing Xiao Pui back so late. Didn't he know to go to that ancient battlefield earlier? He Ling Chu didn't think there was anything wrong with his thoughts. It was all fourth brother's fault anyway. Suddenly thinking about his variety show livestream that hadn't been completed, he decided to do a food livestream today. Lan Xin arranged a place for them to have their meal, and He Ling Chu held Xiao Pui and placed her on a special little chair, while he sat beside her and had the light brain Kiki start the live stream. Kiki only aimed the camera at He Ling Chu himself. Even if the foolish master didn't say anything, he wouldn't expose Xiao Pui to everyone's view. When He Ling Chu's fans saw their brother's live stream, they rushed in eagerly while also spreading the word. Because of the Tian Xiao Rao incident yesterday, aside from He Ling Chu's fans, others were curious and wanted to gossip, so they clicked into the live stream as well. A little card. My idol is really too handsome. Fengguo Su Chu, is that a hand? That's a treasure that could take my life. Mian, Xiao Bing Yang. Hubby, you were wrong yesterday. Juzi Hai. Yeah, that woman was too shameless. Not daring to name names for fear of being banned. Since someone got arrested, congratulations. Buzhou Shan, what woman? What gossip? I didn't get to eat it. Shu Jiqing Zhou. Yesterday was intense because the idol had a collaboration advertisement shoot with a famous actress. The actress tried to take advantage of the idol with her seniority, and the idol had a conflict with the company and the actress. The actress's manager made sarcastic comments online, and then the actress played the victim. Buzhou Shan, what? I need to see. Tao Hua Bu Fu you. Keep going upstairs, some things got banned, can't see the whole gossip. I'm anxious, waiting online. Shu Jiqing Zhou. Don't be anxious, gossip friend, let me tell you slowly. Tian Xianzhai Xiao Mei. It feels like I'm back in ancient times, listening to storytelling, but it feels so exciting. And by the way, licking the screen again, hubby's stunning beauty. Shu Jiqing Zhou. That company directly released a full recording video of the actress threatening the idol, as well as the actress and her manager throwing a tantrum online, and even trying to hit the little child. but ended up failing miserably. Fan Pai BB Xiao Bingon, what? They bullied a little child? Such people should be punished for a lifetime with peanuts. No, that would waste national resources. Buzhou Shan, I think I know a little bit. But not too much, front row eating melon. Mu Yun, it can't be what I'm thinking, right? He, Bonjour Yu Kuku, yes, upstairs. Mu Yun, heavens, why? Is it because the big boss is afraid the Protection Association will find him troublesome? Shu Ji Qing Zhou, the little child is the little princess who trended a few days ago, and our idol has another name, also with the surname He. This sentence blew up the live stream room. A row of comments followed, spamming little princess and second young master. Again seeing Jiang Nan Nan Nan. I choose to silently digest my idol's original intention. Finally understand why it's a failure, daring to bully. No wonder the orange sky crashed later. A series of violations were exposed, and my heart was so cold that I was furious. Fortunately, Uncle Orange and the others acted quickly, enough to relieve my anger. Ban Mian Rinsheng. Same as upstairs. Brother, this is delicious. Xiao Pui Pui, of course. Had no idea about the live stream, just sharing the dishes she liked with Yiling Chu. A chubby little voice instantly attracted a group of big sisters and young brothers in the live stream room. Even the public screen fell silent for a moment. No one sent messages, as if they were all carefully listening to the little child's noises. Yiling Chu glanced at the public screen and then opened his mouth. He saw a white and tender little hand offering the spoon to Yiling Chu's mouth. Yiling Chu slowly ate it, particularly slowly and leisurely. Why do I feel like my husband is a bit askew? Mu Yun, 1 GZ Hua Kai Bu Kai. 1, countless ones flooded the screen. Cheng Zi Bu Cheng. Am I the only one who thinks the little princess's hand is so white and tender, looking so well-behaved I want to touch it? Duan Ki Mamande Shiha. Me too. The little princess's hand must be as cute as hers. I want to see. Drooling, Bang Buju Lo. I didn't expect I still have the potential to be a sycophant. Just seeing the little princess's hand makes me want to lick the screen madly. I don't care anymore. From now on, I'm a fan of the little princess. Little princess's real mom fan. Upstairs, you're really late. I've already changed my name and avatar to my little goose's hand. Bring 3 big starships. Su Chu. My idol must turn my starship into cash to buy snacks for the little goose. I beg you. Then all kinds of gifts flooded the screen. Yiling Chu's eyebrows twitched, and he closed the tipping channel. Chapter 43. Powder on the wall. Yiling Chu's voice was a clear male tone. Huh? Xiao Fuju struggled to swallow the food in her mouth and then looked at Yiling Chu. Some fans sent a lot of gifts in my live stream and asked me to buy you something delicious. Yiling Chu thought for a moment and decided to tell her. A lot of gifts? Did that cost a lot of money? Xiao Fuju put down her spoon. Yeah, at least 10 million star coins. Yiling Chu's live stream had a lot of popularity, and later, the number of gifts surged even more. If he hadn't noticed it in time and ended the stream quickly, it would definitely have been more than that. So many. Is everyone as rich as my second brother? Xiao Fuju continued to ask. Yiling Chu didn't expect the little girl to ask this. Clearly, no one else did either. I have a little princess at home. Dear, although mommy loves you very much. If you hurt mommy like this, mommy will still cry. Dear's guard team, dear, do you know that some of the few people your second brother has can reach out for it, but with your family, everyone else is just trash, and not many can compete. The whole audience was crying. To be honest, most people's living standards might just be around 2,000 to 3,000 star coins a month. Yiling Chu rubbed his chin, looking at the data projected by Tsushi. If Tsushi had a nose, it would definitely be held high. See, it still relies on it. Xiao Fuju nodded. She knew this already, as the stars had told her. She just didn't quite understand what a live stream was, what tipping was, and that the money for tipping was actually the same as star coins. So much money. Can I give it back to them? Xiao Fuju tilted her head and asked seriously. Give back to them? Yiling Chu felt an inexplicable emotion spreading, which didn't quite match his understanding. To put it bluntly, if this were someone else, Yiling Chu might think it was a bit fake or just for show, but since it was Xiao Fuju over 10 million, most people would spend their whole lives not even touching a fraction of that amount. However, as for their little princess, as long as she was happy, that was enough. After all, they didn't lack anything at home, let alone return it. It would be fine to treat it as sending a fortune. When the audience heard the little girl's soft voice, they were all melted. Gigi again. Why is deer so good? A trip from heaven to earth. Woo. Our little princess is so obedient. I want to support her for life. Orange alert. What kind of persona is this? Do rich people like to create personas? Can such a small child think of so much? I don't believe it. I want to see if she will refund the money. As soon as this comment appeared, without Sushi needing to act, thousands of commenters directly shut them down. Mrs. Chu. Funny. I'm willing to give my sister money, even if she deceives me. It makes me feel comfortable. What is it to you if I have no money to spend? I just want to be Deer's daddy fan. Hey, I said your mind is too dark. You should watch more positive things. It's a miracle you're still alive with such a gloomy outlook. Also, if you dare to say anything bad about my deer, I'll personally expose you online until you disappear. All right. He Links you snapped back to reality and immediately nodded. He also saw that bad comment, and a hint of hostility appeared in his eyes. Second brother is the best. Xiao Fuju wanted to hug him. Sushi immediately turned the camera to the other side. The comment section was in a frenzy. Do you dare to point the camera at the little princess? Mrs. Chu. Honey, I don't want to see deer. I just want to see you. Silently changing to a profile picture of deer's hand. I don't want to study the person above. I heard your calculations from here. No matter how they jumped around in the comments, Sushi would never show Xiao Fuju to them. No way. He Links you contacted Fu Yuan again to negotiate the return of the live stream gifts immediately, wanting a result in 10 minutes. If the other party was unwilling, he would directly terminate the contract and let his older brother handle it. Fu Yuan felt that He Links you seemed to have changed, but this change was quite good. She looked at the number of people in the live stream, which was approaching 10 million, and was very satisfied. This heat had significantly boosted the traffic. As for the gift refund, looking at her message dialogue, the other party was proactively seeking to handle the refund. It was a joke. The unprecedented traffic on the other side meant that back-end maintenance, room management, etc. were all supercharged, and naturally, they knew what was happening in the live stream. He Links you's words to Fu Yuan did not avoid the live stream. Did they really want to provoke this nearly 10 million Interstellar citizens? Or did they want to upset the young master of the He family? In business, there was no one who was not wary of the young master. And they were merely a platform that had only recently gained some traction, not big enough to play with the young master. Not long after, everyone in the live stream found that the money they had sent as gifts had been refunded. They were all genuinely dumbfounded. It's really a refund. It's not a joke, nor a show. The little princess was truly too soft-hearted, unwilling to let them spend money. They were genuinely willing to spend, not fearing the burn. They even closed all the various tipping channels. It must be said that He Links you really spoiled the little princess. They said whatever they wanted, but they were envious and jealous of He Links you. They also wanted such an obedient, thoughtful little dumpling. Truly, the comments section erupted in wails, begging to see the little dumpling, truly wanted to buy things for her. He Links you pretended not to see. After all, Xiao Fuju couldn't read, and he continued to feed her seriously. Sushi, sensing the master's thoughts, felt he was hypocritical, but he liked it. If these people really clung to Xiao Fuju, it would be too troublesome. Qian, what are you laughing about? After finally finishing training, the illusion fox could finally catch a breath and sat down next to Qian, taking big gulps of water. Just during training, he saw Qian laughing nonstop. Like a fool. Everyone was curious. After all, the boss was there, and if he was unhappy, there would be extra training. When the illusion fox asked, the others also turned their attention to Qian, all a bit curious. He Links you started a live stream. Qian said with a smile, "You still like the boss, second brother?" "I can't tell. You're into chasing stars?" Tian Hu teased. "Who likes him?" Qian rolled his eyes. "If you don't like him, why are you grinning in the live stream? Did the boss do something funny?" Fake-ist. Xiao Fuju is with He Links you. As soon as Qian finished speaking, he saw He frowning and snatching the light screen. "Hey, boss." Xiao Fuju didn't appear on camera. Oh wait, she did show her little hand for a moment when the live stream hit 15 minutes and 36 seconds, feeding your second brother. That made him so smug. Qian gritted his teeth a bit. He didn't respond, letting Inha briefly recount what had happened from the start of the live stream until now. Knowing that Xiao Fuju was not affected, he breathed a sigh of relief, then called back to let He Links you in the live stream. When He Links-you received the call, he felt that the fourth brother was very overbearing, but looking at Xiao Fuju, who was seriously piecing together a puzzle, he still ended the live stream. The viewers had sharp eyes. If they discovered something they shouldn't and encountered a pervert who might harm Fuju, that would be bad. He Links-you ended the stream feeling justified, completely unaware that his light micro had exploded beneath him. Xiao Chun was so scared that he hurried back to his company. Handing the light screen to Fu Yuan, he really couldn't handle it. Chapter 44. Go solo. He almost made the call and rushed home in the same breath. By the time he got home, Xiao Cc was playing with the puzzle while He Links-you was helping her find the pieces. As if sensing something, Xiao Cc looked up and saw the familiar figure. Her brother, Xiao Cc, stood up and ran over to He-yu, making little pattering sounds. He Links-you remarked, "Hey, this little ungrateful one. Playing with puzzles?" He-yu picked up Xiao Cc, his voice flat. "Oh, what are you working on?" "We're piecing together the starry sky." Xiao Cc pointed at the box cover, her face brimming with joy. "Enjoying it that much?" He raised an eyebrow. "Yes." Xiao Cc found joy in the puzzle, playing enthusiastically. After completing a section, she even clapped for herself in pride. "I'll join you." He set her down and sat beside her on the floor. "How come you're back?" He Links-you asked He-yu, looking at him. He-yu merely shot him a glance, the unspoken words clear in his eyes. He Links-you thought to himself, all right, it's his own fault for being talkative. It wasn't just him. After learning about the situation, their eldest brother, He Jinlan, called and scolded him for a while, even cutting off his allowance. Although he was earning money himself, the allowance was a minor issue. The problem was, their parents were still unaware of what had happened. If they found out, he would be in deep trouble and could not escape a beating. What was worse, their eldest brother even threatened him, saying he either had to come back to inherit the family business or come back to help support the Orange Guy project. He Links-you understood his brother's intentions. It was just that he had managed to make a name for himself, albeit with many bumps along the way, and was burdened with troubles that prevented him from fully engaging in what he loved. Since his true identity had been revealed, he might as well utilize the family resources. Staying at the previous company would only bring constraints, and there was a chance it would cause trouble for the He family, especially for the eldest brother. Moreover, the He family had no involvement in the film and television industry. So starting with Orange Sky would ensure they had their own people in the field and could quickly guide public opinion in case of any negative trends online. He Links-you also thought about how Xiao Cc shot commercials so well. If she wanted to pursue acting in the future, at least there would be someone to take care of her, allowing everyone to rest easy. So, He Links-you naturally chose the latter option. Once he made up his mind, he messaged Fu Yuan and Xiao Chun to see if they wanted to join him. Fu Yuan saw the message from He Links-you and replied almost instantly, "Sure. Come on." Although the new company was a fresh start, it was entirely built for He Links-you, with the support of the He family and the big boss. Anyone could see which option to choose. Furthermore, this company wasn't known for being accommodating. Fu Yuan had never hidden her ambition. She was a girl who came from a poor neighborhood with the goal of making a name for herself. However, the company looked down on her, giving her the worst resources. Finally, when a capable person like He Links-you came along, it was only because the higher-ups wanted to offload him due to his lack of cooperation in some dealings. Fu Yuan was also someone who dared to fight and work hard. With He Links-you's looks and talent, they stumbled into the public eye. Otherwise, had they been at a more decent company, He Links-you would have been a top star by now. Xiao Chen saw the message and squealed in excitement. He never expected He Links-you would leave. He just thought that now that his brother's identity was exposed, the company would surely pamper him with the best resources. He would probably be tossed into another corner, but he was still happy for his brother's rise, just a bit regretful about the separation. It was hard to find such a good boss like his brother. Though his temper was a bit rough, he never made things difficult for him, always letting him enjoy good food and even using his own money to give him bonuses. Once, when his father fell seriously ill and they couldn't afford the medical bills, having borrowed from everywhere, his brother found out and directly paid for it, telling him not to rush to pay him back. This was why he was so loyal to his brother. Seeing He Links-you's message, he was truly surprised and delighted, willing to help him with the termination fee and offering him a high salary. From now on, he was his brother's person in life and his ghost in death. He Lingxiu sneezed, feeling a chill down his back. Second brother, are you catching a cold? Xiao Cc put down the puzzle and looked at He Lingxiu with concern. No, just a little itch in my nose. He Lingxiu shook his head, looking at Xiao Cc's worried expression, and suddenly felt no anger at being abandoned for the return of the fourth brother. Sigh, he was really easy to please. He Lingxiu. Suddenly, General He's voice came from the doorway. He Lingxiu's heart skipped a beat. Little sister, second brother has something to do today and won't be back tonight. He Lingxiu dashed away. Xiao Cc watched him run with the speed of the wind. Wow, second brother runs so fast, she exclaimed, her bright eyes filled with admiration. He tugged at his mouth corner, but said nothing in response. Daddy, Xiao Cc saw the cold man approaching, extending his hands. Good girl. General He's attitude changed 180 degrees, smiling brighter than flowers. Daddy, Xiao Cc good. General He's stubble was a bit prickly, and Xiao Cc tried to lean away. The two of them fumbled around for a while, and General He also joined in on the puzzle with Xiao Cc, clearly forgetting why he had come back in the first place. He tapped his fingers on the table. General He glanced at him suspiciously. He turned his head away. General He asked, what does that mean? Is there such a thing as treating your own dad like this? General, fourth young master, Miss, dinner is ready. A servant came to invite them to eat. There were many people dining tonight, and Su Yufu specifically instructed to change to a banquet hall. Let us go. Good girl, we're going to eat. General He nodded, picking up Xiao Cc and placing her on his neck. The servants all lowered their heads, thinking, wow, the general really is a daughter slave. None of the four young masters at home receive such treatment. General He felt no problem with it, playfully teasing Xiao Cc along the way. He followed behind, pinching the bridge of his nose. Once again, he felt he shouldn't have brought this little one back. The old directors were playing with old Master He and old Madam He, dining here for the night. They felt a bit embarrassed. But since old Master He invited them, and eating with Xiao Cc really sparked their appetite and joy, they shamelessly stayed. He Jinlan also returned home around dinner time. Seeing so many people didn't surprise him. He politely greeted them and washed his hands before sitting down in his seat. Good girl, if you can't eat much, just have some of your favorite food, or you can skip it and eat later if you're hungry. Su Yufu was worried that Xiao Cc hadn't digested her lunch yet. She didn't want her little daughter to suffer from a stomach ache because they forced her to eat. Mom, I'm hungry, Xiao Cc said seriously. Su Yufu smiled and wiped the drool from the corner of Xiao Cc's mouth. Yes, I can see that. Mommy's little glutton, eat more. Su Yufu pinched Xiao Cc's nose playfully. Seeing everyone start to eat, Xiao Cc could no longer hold back and began to act cute, asking He to help her get food. She had no choice. Her arms were too short, and the table was too big for her to reach the dishes. Once she started acting cute, everyone else looked at He with expressions that seemed to say they wanted to kick him out and take his place. Such a cute little softy who knew how to be adorable. The meal was so good. The old directors began to think of ways to visit the He family more often. Good baby, what other delicious food do you want to eat? Su Yufu was not willing to show weakness. Besides He seat, the other side of Xiao Shuang's seat was alternated, and now it was Su Yufu's turn. So, she had to show her skills. I want to eat carrots. The way Xiao Shuang pouted and kissed Su Yufu was simply adorable, melting everyone's hearts. Eat, eat, eat. Mommy will help you. Don't say just carrots. I give you my life. Su Yufu's heart trembled. How could she have such a lovely daughter? She was so happy. The calmest one in the room was He, while others looked at him with a gaze that said he was blissfully unaware of his fortune. He thought about how many times he wanted to stab someone, but he didn't know why he couldn't feel any hostility around the little one. After dinner, the old directors looked satisfied. He and He Jinlan held Xiao Shuang's hand to send her to the starship. As they were leaving, Xiao Shuang gave each of them a kiss, leaving the delighted old directors dizzy. They were really going to the starship, and the old directors felt quite melancholic. Unfortunately, tomorrow Xiao Shuang had to go to the Imperial Palace and couldn't use the excuse of attending class to visit the He family. They had to come early the day after tomorrow. After sending them off, Xiao Shuang leaned on He's shoulder, yawning. Tired? He Jinlan's voice was gentle. Big brother is tired. Xiao Shuang's voice was softer, lacking the vitality of the day. Eat this. Su Yufu came out and handed her a small pink pill. Without thinking, Xiao Shuang opened her mouth and swallowed it. Silly child, you didn't even ask what this is. Su Yufu was both amused and helpless. Silly girl. Aren't you afraid it might be poisonous? It's what mommy gave me. Xiao Shuang's reasoning was simple. If mommy gave it, it must be good. Su Yufu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and hugged Xiao Shuang. Let's go. Mommy will give the good baby a bath. Xiao Shuang chimed in with her little voice, acting quite the drama queen. He and Jinlan knew that it was a digestive pill for children, preventing Xiao Shuang from getting a fever from overeating. Having just finished dinner and taking one, bathing wouldn't hurt her stomach. Everyone was diligently learning how to take care of little ones for the sake of raising Xiao Shuang well. Chapter 45, meeting third brother today. He is taking little Qian to the palace, so he slept lightly and woke up almost at the scheduled time. He carried the still, somewhat drowsy little bundle to the bathroom to wash up, brushing her teeth, washing her face, and applying some fragrance. He couldn't help but admire himself. He was surprisingly skilled at this routine. By the time he finished washing up, little Qian was also awake. The affectionate little Qian no longer says thank you to He, but instead gives him a peck on the cheek. He's expression tensed up, but his ears turned red. Little Qian didn't mind at all. She ran outside with the stars, looking for her mother. Su Yufu was already waiting for her, and upon seeing little Qian come out, she immediately scooped her up and planted a kiss on her face. Good morning, Mama. Little Qian also kissed Su Yufu's cheek. Good morning, my dear. Another day of being enchanted by the fragrant little bundle for Su Yufu. Today they were going to meet His Majesty. So Su Yufu dressed little Qian in a more formal and princess-like outfit. However, no matter how they dressed her, she would always be the adorable little bundle. Her cuteness was natural. Su Yufu felt quite satisfied with her own skillful handiwork. Her past experience as a star didn't go to waste. At least she had honed her makeup and dressing skills. Today, he was taking little Qian to work. After having breakfast, he bid farewell to everyone while holding little Qian. It was truly a refreshing day to take his little daughter to work. Just thinking about it made him feel particularly pleased. Throughout the journey, the father and daughter chatted about palace matters. He repeatedly reminded little Qian to greet His Majesty and bow respectfully, but didn't need to worry about anyone else. After all, he was there to take care of everything. He didn't want his little daughter to feel constrained. He wanted her to play happily and just be herself. Otherwise, what was the point of his hard work? Of course, it was to support his little girl. Upon arriving at the palace's designated docking area, the two exited the starship. As soon as the door opened, guards came to greet them and paid their respects to General He. After He left, the guards responsible for escorting them couldn't help but rub their eyes. What was General He carrying? A doll? The cold-blooded general actually liked playing with dolls? Just thinking about it made them feel they were going crazy. But when they saw the doll wave its little paw at them, they realized it was moving. Alive? All I do? Put away those expressions. That's General He's little daughter. The captain of the guards could tell from their exaggerated expressions what they were thinking. If he hadn't heard some noise about General He bringing his daughter to meet His Majesty today, he might have had the same reaction as everyone else. Captain, is she really General He's little daughter? The one that's been trending online recently? Some were still somewhat skeptical. It was one thing to see it online, but seeing it in person was another. Especially for those who had experienced General He's might firsthand, it was hard to imagine him being so affectionate toward the child, lifting her high and letting her ride on his neck. Yet, they were all laughing so happily. They didn't know why they felt so envious. Why were they so happy? It's absolutely true. Remember the appearance of this little cub, and in the future, treat her with respect. The captain sighed as he looked at his subordinates. After all, she was his. Captain, she is so cute. It's hard to forget her. Someone scratched their head honestly. You talk too much. Just remember her. The captain rolled his eyes at him. He had heard some rumors, but didn't know if they were true. However, just based on General He's little daughter, the jewel in General Xinghan's palm was enough for them to serve well. They couldn't afford to offend the He family. General Xinghan was even more of a figure they couldn't provoke. It was said that this little daughter was brought back by General Xinghan. He and Bloodwolf were brothers, and just by looking at Bloodwolf, one could tell that this little cub was protected by General Xinghan. Thinking of General Xinghan made the captain shudder. He didn't want to think about it anymore. Powerful figures are often heroes in the eyes of combatants, but General Xinghan was truly a madman, and they were all afraid. Very afraid. Along the way, everyone who saw General, he bowed respectfully and greeted him, all curious about the little cub around his neck, but they didn't dare to look directly at her. Once General he passed, they could only see his back. They all felt his back was quite handsome. After all, anyone with eyes could see that General, he treated his little daughter like a precious gem, letting her ride on his neck in the palace and doing his best to make her laugh. His love was completely unrestrained. Uncle He, a gentle male voice came. General he stopped and turned to look. Your Highness, good morning. General he slightly nodded at the man. Father. The prince had two exceptionally handsome men beside him, one of whom called out to General He. Yinzhong. General he nodded to He Yinzhong. He Yinzhong had been the prince's companion since childhood, so he rarely returned home. However, he had always been the kind of person who was very capable and didn't cause much trouble. He excelled in his work, performed remarkably in all assessments, and was directly appointed by His Majesty to remain in the central level as an executive officer. Uncle He, there's no need to be so polite. The prince smiled gently, slightly raising his head to meet little Qianqian's curious gaze and showing a warm smile. This must be my little sister. The prince knew about little Qianqian when General He and He Yu went to see His Majesty. The prince was present and naturally knew that little Qianqian was to be recognized as the emperor's goddaughter. At that time, he didn't react much to the emperor's request. He knew little Qianqian had nearly divine talent, but he felt that for the ruler, it was about being diligent and responsible, ensuring peace for the world, and more about considering how to do his own part well. So he didn't care much about forming alliances or anything. Of course, he didn't deny the importance of checks and balances and the use of talents. It was evident from how his father boldly utilized He Yu that there was much he needed to learn. But the little cub was still too young and shouldn't be caught up in the center of power. However, now that he saw the little cub in person, he suddenly changed his mind. I'm third brother's little sister. Little Qianqian said with a small dimple, her adorable voice looking at the prince and then at He Yinzhong. He Yinzhong clearly didn't expect the little bundle to suddenly call out to him and instinctively looked up. Little Qianqian's smile was so cute and infectious. He Yinzhong didn't feel much familial affection since he spent little time at home. He always thought he was colder than others. But today he couldn't help but want to smile. Not only did he want to smile, but he actually curled his lips. The little bundle seemed to have a natural charm. Otherwise, why did they feel so fond of her the moment they met? Realizing what he was thinking, He Yinzhong suppressed his emotions. He didn't like feeling this way. It fell out of control, which was annoying. Third brother. This is a gift that Qianqian earned money to buy for you. Little Qianqian had thought of bringing a gift for third brother when she knew she was going to meet His Majesty. Her brother had mentioned that third brother didn't come home often because he was with the prince in the palace. She regretted not being able to give the gift to third brother sooner, but now it was just right. Previously, third brother even sent her pocket money, but she hadn't seen him yet. Across from her, the three men watched as little Qianqian took out a delicate jade from her small bag. Take it, my dear. The money your brother earned from advertising is specially for you. And he almost got hurt. General, he didn't mention the jade's special nature, but emphasized little Qianqian's hardship and efforts. He Yinzhong's eyes trembled. A gift from his little sister. He never expected to receive a gift one day, especially from family. He was unwilling deep down, but his hand had already reached out. The moment he touched the jade, it felt as if his whole body had been cleansed, and his heart became much more peaceful, with a surge of vitality blossoming from within. When He Yinzhong looked at the little girl again, his gaze had changed. Yinzhong, isn't the gift for your little sister making you dumbfounded? Sigh, I'm really jealous. The crown prince sighed, glancing casually at the little girl. The little girl blinked her eyes, looking at the crown prince and then at the kind young man behind her, before rummaging through her bag again. This is for the crown prince. She presented a dark red bead bracelet, which was obviously valuable without needing to look closely. Is this really for me? The crown prince joked. Yes, my brother said that if I give a gift to you, the crown prince, you will treat my brother even better, the little girl said earnestly. Hearing her soft, childlike voice speaking such naive words. Anyone else would have thought there was some cunning behind it. However, facing the pure and bright-eyed little girl, the three of them were momentarily at a loss for words. The Crown Prince was the first to come back to his senses. Okay, then I thank you, little girl. Although I feel a bit jealous for your sake. I will treat your brother well. He couldn't overstep since his father had not officially acknowledged her as a goddaughter yet. But he was indeed jealous of Yinzhong. The little girl made a gesture as if to help him wear it. The Crown Prince smiled and went along with it. As soon as he put it on, he felt a kind of pulling force, and the next moment, he found himself in an empty room. The Crown Prince's pupils contracted. He looked at the little girl in astonishment, and then at General He, who nodded with a smile and gently patted the little girl's head. I hope your highness can keep this a secret, General He said in a calm tone, a father seeking stability for his daughter. Don't worry, Uncle He, that's natural. The Crown Prince quickly replied, then smiled. And this is for this young man. The little girl took out a silver bracelet. Lu Huaik instinctively looked around to confirm that there was no one else before he dared to believe that the young man she referred to was himself. He truly hadn't expected the little girl to prepare something for him. It wasn't necessary to bribe or curry favor. Just accept it, Huaik, General He called to him. Thank you, Uncle He. Thank you, little girl. Lu Huaik wasn't the type to be shy, treating it simply as a small gift from the little girl. He would find a good one and ask Yinzhong to give it to the little girl later. The little girl helped Lu Huaik put it on, and the moment it was on, his eyes trembled slightly. He also saw a small room. Suddenly recalling the Crown Prince's earlier odd behavior, he glanced at General He, who had just looked at the Crown Prince. Lu Huaik bowed. I'll treasure this gift, Uncle He. If there's any use for me, please just say the word. This was also a way to show his stance to General He. It's getting late. I'll take the little one to meet the Emperor now. General He was very satisfied, continuing to hold the little girl on his neck. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye, Crown Prince. Goodbye, Brother Huaik. The little girl waved her hand. Although she regretted not being able to talk to her brother more now, her father had things to do, so she could only see him next time. Yinzhong, your sister is so amazing. Lu Huaik couldn't help it. Not only was she amazing, but she was also very cute. He didn't know why, but when he first met her, he felt an instant liking and a sense of closeness. Is this the innate charm of an SSS? Not all annoying. He just didn't expect the little girl to be skilled in formations. She really had high talent. Thinking about how genuine storage formation accessories were priceless. But this one was nearly 10 square meters. It was terrifying. Fortunately, he was a companion with Yinzhong. He had gotten a great deal, and he must find a good treasure to give to the little girl. Yinzhong shook his head. He actually didn't know. This is my first time meeting. My little sister. It felt a bit awkward to call her little sister for the first time, but he thought it sounded nice and felt happy inside. God, I'm so jealous of you. Why doesn't my mom give me a sister? Lu Huaik thought wildly. This guy was so calm. If it were his own little sister, he would be floating away by now. You're right. I need to urge my father to adopt her as a daughter. The Crown Prince quickened his pace, chasing after General He and the others. Wait for me, Your Highness. Lu Huaik hurriedly followed. He couldn't miss this opportunity. If the little girl really became a little princess, their chances of meeting would increase, which would be a good thing, a great thing. Chapter 46. The Generous Majesty General, he was proudly showcasing little Xiao Xiao all the way to the main palace, especially when he encountered his usual colleagues. His smug smile was almost crooked. It made onlookers feel sour. Lu Li, in particular, was annoyed. He used to have a well-behaved daughter, too. He had boasted for over 20 years. While old, he could only stand by with red eyes, drawing circles. Now it truly was 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Old Lu. Oh, look at my darling. Isn't she adorable? General He even paused in front of him. General Lu turned his back and quickly walked away, leaving behind a scoff. Daddy, do you and Uncle have a bad relationship? Little Xiao Xiao asked curiously. No. He.S. just jealous of your daddy, General He replied, starting to hum a little tune. He finally got his revenge. They were about to arrive at His Majesty's office. So General He tidied up his appearance and then knocked on the door. The guard opened the door, and the Secretary General stepped forward. General He, please bring in the little princess. The Secretary General had been waiting for a long time. Timing was crucial. Technically, General He should have arrived much earlier. But he hadn't shown up yet. The Secretary General wasn't anxious. After all, they were brothers in arms. Who didn't he know his habits? He was likely showing off his little girl everywhere. Seeing General He's smile, he knew. But the little girl was indeed very cute, exquisitely beautiful. The best-looking little cub he had ever seen, without a doubt. Stop with the pretenses. I wanted to show you my daughter long ago. But I was waiting for the banquet. General, he glanced at him. Cultured people were troublesome. She is quite adorable. Little Xiao Xiao. This is a meeting red envelope prepared for you by Uncle Tion. The Secretary General took out a red envelope he had prepared earlier. Xiao Xiao first looked at General He, and upon seeing him nod, showed her little pearly teeth. Thank you, Uncle Tion. You're welcome. The Secretary General patted Xiao Xiao's head. Her little head was soft and squishy. What are you doing? General He looked at the Secretary General with a vigilant expression. His gaze was not friendly. What's wrong with me? Your daughter is also half my daughter. Don't forget, you promised me that if you had a daughter, I could be your godfather. You accepted the red envelope. General, he wouldn't go back on his word, right? The Secretary General wore a friendly smile. General, he thought to himself, I knew it, this old fox. Is it too late to return the red envelope now? Why does everyone want to be a father to my little girl? Why did he agree to this old fox back then? It was simply because he couldn't have a little girl. Seeing him comforted by his solitary status, he actually took it seriously. All right, I won't tease you. The Secretary General didn't really want to compete with him. Besides, His Majesty had agreed first. And if he stole the thunder from His Majesty, it wouldn't be proper. Little Xiao Xiao just smiled foolishly at the Secretary General. She felt a faint glow from the uncle in front of her, very comfortable, with a special aura that made her feel at ease. He was like a little golden man. She liked this little golden man. Her father had the same, but the red aura was stronger, which made her a little afraid. To be honest, she preferred the shiny, pure gold uncle. What was wrong with the little cub? The only mistake was that she didn't understand. General, he widened his eyes at his little girl, feeling as if she had some regrets. Previously, when His Majesty mentioned adopting little Xiao Xiao as a daughter, he wanted to object, but there was no opportunity to refute. Now he had to keep his little girl close. He couldn't let just anyone come and snatch his daughter away. Good Xiao Xiao. The Secretary General wanted to reach out to hug her. But General, he irritably held little Xiao Xiao and walked ahead. Oh no, Daddy seems angry, little Xiao Xiao said, obediently wrapping her arms around General He's neck. The Secretary General wasn't angry. He even found it somewhat amusing. After so many years, he still had this temper. The Secretary General was someone who believed in fate. If he hadn't liked little Xiao Xiao today, he wouldn't have given out the red envelope. This little cub not only brought joy, but also made him feel that her eyes resembled a long-lost acquaintance, a little disciple he felt guilty about. The Secretary General had never thought about getting married and having children, especially after having that little disciple, as if he had raised a little daughter. Those times were the happiest for him, but they couldn't be returned. Now, his life goal was to achieve peace in the Star Realms. So it was rare for the Secretary General to divert his attention to anything else. Your Majesty, long live. General, he placed little Xiao Xiao down and saluted. Little Xiao Xiao also imitated him, curtsying while holding up her skirt, her baby voice saying, Your Majesty, long live. Get up quickly. His Majesty put down the pen in his hand, stood up, and walked to little Xiao Xiao, picking up the little bundle. Little Xiao Xiao curiously looked at the Majesty, holding her up. He looked very similar to Prince, both good-looking, but seemed a bit more mature than the prince. All right, this is the prince's daddy. Little Xiao Xiao felt a bit foolish about her realization. The lonely little princess was indeed very beautiful. His Majesty smiled while holding the soft little Xiao Xiao. He finally understood why everyone liked having daughters. It had nothing to do with power or benefits, but simply because little girls were much better than stiff little boys. They were both soft and fragrant, and they looked very sweet. Tianchi, bring up the gifts I prepared, His Majesty said to the Secretary General. Yes, Your Majesty. The Secretary General raised his hand and waved, and a line of people came up, each holding a tray. Various treasures, jewels, ornaments, toys carved from rare crystals, special materials exclusive to the royal family, and some of the latest products yet to be released, etc. General, he swallowed hard. His Majesty had truly spent a lot this time. It's known that their Majesty was quite stingy. General, he admired this majesty not only for his capabilities and virtues, which provided the best conditions for his subordinates to perform their roles, but also because he genuinely prioritized the people. He never indulged in extravagance. While other monarchs wore clothes only once, their majesty would wear them repeatedly, even when worn out, until they could no longer be worn. He also didn't hold unnecessary banquets, using all the money on essential matters, living more frugally than some ministers. Most importantly, he was strict with himself. In the beginning, some old ministers saw how the new majesty acted and all began to imitate him, fearing his discontent might lead to their downfall. However, the majesty even held a meeting specifically about this matter, stating that everyone should continue as they were, without needing to change for him. He was simply accustomed to it. At first, some people didn't dare to believe it, but seeing those who followed the new majesty living comfortably, some adopted a trial-and-error attitude, only to find it really was like that, leading everyone to resume their normal lives. Of course, no one dared to take advantage of the majesty's kindness. Joking aside, the black-hearted majesty may look easy to talk to, but had formidable means. Otherwise, he would have cleaned up the mess left by the former majesty so beautifully. With internal turmoil and external threats from the insect race, he quickly organized his direct subordinates to quell the internal strife, solidifying his position, and later boldly used the to exchange for years of external stability. Chapter 47. Three-hearted children, do you like it, my little princess? The emperor took the little princess to see the gifts that had been brought in. So many. Your Majesty. The little princess felt dazzled. The little princess wants to call me father. The emperor pinched the little princess's tender little face, playfully teasing her with a serious expression. The little princess was now enchanted by the emperor's light, even more than Uncle Tion's, and there was a purple aura, so comfortable. Father, the little princess sweetly called out. General, he felt a pang in his heart. Does my little girl really not hesitate at all? Oh, the emperor was very pleased. Indeed, she is his little princess, lovable. The previous worries vanished in an instant the moment he held the little princess. There was a strange joy rising in his heart, making him feel more comfortable than any achievements he had made before. The prophecy left by the ancestors, SSS mental power, users can resolve all worries. It came with a warning. Once a SSS mental power user appears, the royal family must show utmost respect and should not use or coerce them, or it will bring disaster. When he was young and learned this secret, he was quite dismissive. After all these years as the emperor, he began to hope that such a person would indeed appear. The more he understood this starry world, the heavier he felt. He didn't know what could save this galaxy. All he could do was ensure everyone had a stable living environment. Until in general, he brought this news. His blood was boiling. This is actually true. But can such a small cub really have such magical power? After seeing her today, he thought maybe it really exists. He could feel that the little princess was different. More intuitively, the group of servants had transformed from, if I don't work, I can't live to I love to work. Even if hypothetically there were no such powers, so what? She was already his daughter. Would anyone dare to bully her? As for other matters, the adults can worry about them. The little cub just needs to grow up happily. General, he also smiled, but then felt something was off. Why do they look so affectionate while he, the poor father, hasn't shed a tear yet? However, this was what they had agreed upon. He would swallow this bitterness himself. I also have a gift for father, but not as many as father has. The little princess felt a bit shy. Father prepared so many gifts for her. The little princess didn't have much concept of these gifts before, but after going with her three brothers to pick out gifts, she realized how expensive they were. What gift did the little darling prepare for father? The emperor was a bit surprised. He glanced at General He. General He shook his head. Your Majesty, I also received one earlier. It was bought with little Xiaohuan's own earnings. I must take a jab at it. The emperor raised an eyebrow. The little princess took out a jade cup. The emperor saw that this must have cost quite a bit. Father, you need to drink more water. The little princess wanted to pour him some water. Good, let Uncle Tion help you. The emperor looked over at the Secretary General. The Secretary General immediately came over, took the cup with both hands, cleaned it, then poured the tea the emperor usually loves to drink and handed it over. The emperor took it with one hand and drank it all in one go. Suddenly, he frowned. Change the tea? The emperor asked. In response, Your Majesty, it hasn't changed. It's still the Jing Mountain tea you love most. The Secretary General looked up, puzzled. What's wrong? If the tea is fine, then it must be. The emperor looked at General He. General He glanced at the little princess again and said, Let us discuss this privately. The Secretary General instantly understood, called the others to wait outside, and activated the protective shield, ensuring soundproofing and visual blockage. The three princes who had just rushed in watched as the last sliver of the shield closed. They were still a step too late. Father. It was Xiaohuan who added a modified harmonizing formation. The little princess pouted her lips and shook her little head, looking very proud. Huh? The emperor felt like he hadn't heard clearly. What formation? The Secretary General couldn't help but ask again. Now that it was just the three of them, there was nothing to divide. They were all childhood friends and brothers. It's a harmonizing formation. That's what my brother named it. The little princess repeated. Little darling, what is a harmonizing formation? The emperor asked patiently. It combines several abilities, some for absorbing spiritual energy, calming the mind, and a bit of healing effect. Xiaohuan only knows these. The little princess explained, feeling a bit regretful that if she knew a bit more, she could certainly do even better. She spoke lightly. The emperor and the Secretary General's eyelids twitched. You all started teaching the little darling these things? The emperor was a bit displeased. We taught her theory yesterday. It's not like the little darling. General He began to explain the incident where the little princess unexpectedly filmed an advertisement and earned money to buy gifts for them. When she was buying gifts, she also casually developed her mental power. It scared several old directors who rushed over yesterday. But in the end, the little princess was perfectly fine. Everyone was just alarmed unnecessarily. However, after discussing it, they decided that rather than let the little cub sneak away to learn on her own, it would be better to let her be exposed to it directly. At least they could keep everything under control. After hearing all this, the emperor and the Secretary General didn't know what to say. They had worried too much. Indeed, looking at General He's daughter fondness expression, he was not someone who would engage in overindulgence. The emperor looked at the cup in his hand again. One more cup, the emperor said to the Secretary General, then thought again and pulled back. Be careful. This is his most expensive cup, bar none. This cup could completely offset the stack of gifts he had given the little cub. The gifts he gave, while expensive, could be acquired through connections. But what the little princess gave, could that be bought with money? Yes, the Secretary General cautiously poured another cup of water. The emperor took it, savoring it slowly. Not to mention, it smells good. Everyone looked at him with eager eyes, waiting for his evaluation. Very good. The emperor considered his words after seeing their expressions. General He and the Secretary General. Isn't that just stating the obvious? The little princess looked at the Secretary General, holding a little rabbit crystal lamp. This is a gift for Uncle Tion. She had wanted to give it to Uncle Tion earlier, but her father walked too quickly. For me? The Secretary General was momentarily taken aback. Yes, this also has a formation, but it is for calming the mind and nurturing the heart. With this, sleeping will be so sweet. The little princess was very proud. Then thank you, Xiaohuan. The Secretary General knew this was the little princess's heartfelt intention. Although he had bought one before and had a mental power user who specializes in formations make one for him, the effect was poor. However, the moment he took the little rabbit, a warmth spread from his palm to his heart, then exploded from his heart. Gradually, he actually felt a bit drowsy. The emperor stared at the Secretary General, his gaze intense enough to sift through him. Chapter 48. Shared joy. The Secretary General felt a burning gaze, and it was this gaze that interrupted his drowsiness. Without a second thought, he directly put the little rabbit lamp into his small storage bag and smiled. His Majesty shot him a glare. The Secretary General didn't mind. If he had been a bit slower, he might not have been able to take the little rabbit back. From what he knew of His Majesty, he would definitely say, "This looks pretty good. Let me play with it for a couple of days." 2 days later, "I haven't figured this out yet. Let me take another look, and I'll return it next week." In the end, it would lead to no result. He knew how it went. By the time CC learned about mental power, he would have sent many gifts to Father and Uncle Tion. Little CC gestured with her small hands how many that was almost bending over. Fortunately, His Majesty caught her in time. Otherwise, the little bundle would have fallen. At this moment, His Majesty was no longer jealous of the Secretary General. It was good that he had his little daughter to remember him. As for the mention of Uncle Tian, he automatically filtered that out. If it weren't for him, Tianchi wouldn't have gotten these fun things, humph. Come on, my little treasure. Father will take you to my secret base to play. His Majesty felt happy and was about to head out with the little bundle. The Secretary General turned off the protective shield. They faced the three people outside. Father, Wanan. Your Majesty, Wanan. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The three of them greeted in unison. What brings you here? His Majesty looked at them. Why aren't you all working properly? What are you doing here disturbing us? Father, we came to see little Cece. The Crown Prince didn't hide it. He knew he could never hide anything from His Majesty since he was little, so he had to be candid, or else he would be in trouble. Well, little Cece, this is my little daughter. From now on, she's your biological sister. Pass the message down. Seeing the little princess is like seeing me. His Majesty's fondness for little Cece was undisguised. His attitude said it all. Sister, this is a welcome gift from your brother. The Crown Prince stepped forward, patted little Cece's head, and took out the Fushi jade he had been wearing to give to her. Little Cece's eyes lit up as she looked at the jade, which had taken on a faint purple hue from being nurtured by the Crown Prince. Your Highness, no, this gift is too precious. General, he didn't want to interject, but this gift was truly unacceptable. The Fushi jade was a symbol of the status of the Fushi family's main house, and there were only 3 pieces. What is the Fushi family? It is a family that has been refining medicine since ancient times, with each generation's head being an SS-level mental power master. To this day, the Fushi Medicine Pavilion is widespread across the stars. Anyone needing to purchase pills developed with mental power would choose Fushi Pavilion 9 times out of 10. Those who possess Fushi Jade are treated like the owner of Fushi Pavilion. There is no need to mention the treatment. If it were just a matter of the Jade being good, that would be one thing, but because of the power it represents, it is indeed too precious. The reason the Crown Prince could possess Fushi Jade is that he is the only biological grandson of the current head of Fushi Pavilion. Little Cece, hearing her father's urgent objection, realized that this must be something very important to her brother, and immediately shook her head to refuse. Thank you, brother, but I can't use this gift. Can you give me something else? It's fine, Uncle He, this is the best gift I can offer. I believe grandfather will also like my sister. The Crown Prince was resolute. Then he turned to little Cece. Sister, in my eyes, you are special, and I want to give you the best. Besides, whether I have this or not doesn't matter to me. It may still be useful to you. The Crown Prince was not lying. Without Fushi Jade, would Fushi Pavilion not recognize him? There are still 3 pieces of Fushi Jade, and as the biological grandson of the head of Fushi Pavilion, he is the only one. With his mother passing away early, his father busy with national affairs, and his grandfather immersed in researching pills, now he finally has a sister. The vast palace no longer feels so lonely. Just looking at little Cece filled him with vitality, especially when he received a gift from little Cece. That sincerity and purity made him really envious of He Yunjong. Your brother has said so. Just accept it, little treasure. His Majesty pressed the Fushi Jade into little Cece's arms. Thank you, brother. Thank you, father. And thank you, grandfather. Once I practiced my mental power well, I will also give grandfather a gift. Little Cece was full of motivation. Seeing the little bundle's serious expression, everyone couldn't help but laugh. She was truly full of vitality. Tianchi, His Majesty called out. Yes, Your Majesty. The Secretary General respectfully walked over. Tonight, I will celebrate with the nation. Celebrating that I have a precious jewel, named Sia, share joy. To have this daughter is like gaining the brilliance of the sun and moon. Yes, congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations. Princess Sia. The Secretary General bowed and withdrew to arrange the announcement to the world in tonight's celebration. Congratulations, Father, congratulations, Sia. The Crown Prince said. Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations. Princess Sia. General, he smiled broadly, but inwardly he was. Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations, Princess Sia. He Yunjan's expression became serious. Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations, Princess Sia. Lu Huaik was genuinely smiling. This was truly wonderful. he would be able to see little Cece often in the future. Come on. Father will take our little princess to play. His Majesty expressed that he had great foresight. He had considered the matter of having a daughter long ago. So he had specially prepared the princess's palace and dedicated recreational facilities. However, he thought for a moment. He had been too stingy before and needed to have the princess's palace remodeled and connect several adjacent palaces for a new layout. Yes, that's it. General, he followed His Majesty eagerly, his daughter. Sob. I will take a break today. I will accompany my sister. The crown prince turned to the two and said, Your Highness, I will go too. Lu Huike was quite straightforward, expressing his thoughts without any disguise. What about Yinzhong? The crown prince asked with a smile. Replying to Your Highness, I also want to go. Yinzhong pinched his hands and saluted. Still so awkward. Liking your sister is nothing to be ashamed of. With your sister's relationship, I can consider myself half a brother to you. The crown prince enjoyed teasing Yinzhong, mainly because Yinzhong really seemed like an old-fashioned person, even more so than the old man. Lu Huike was completely the opposite, a chatterbox. Sometimes, when the crown prince got annoyed with him, he would send him out to do work to give himself a break. It wasn't his fault. Given Lu Huike's personality, he often had to be thrown out. The crown prince hadn't even gotten himself sorted out before he was driven mad by him, becoming the first crown prince in history to be annoyed to death. So, by this logic, the little princess is also half my sister, right? Lu Huike leaned over. Get lost. This time, the crown prince and Yinzhong were in perfect harmony, completely unconcerned about whether it was elegant or not. Hey, you guys are really stingy. Lu Huike wasn't in a hurry. There would be plenty of time in the future. If little Cece herself acknowledged it, what could they say? Chapter 49, it's exploding. The Empire's Light Network has released news about Princess Sia, and the entire internet has exploded. Especially since His Majesty's personal Light Network account posted, I have a daughter named Sia, and I am filled with joy. My heart is very happy, as if I have found a treasure. The brilliance of the sun and moon is nothing compared to this. Oh my, what kind of princess is this? She is His Majesty's favorite. A few days ago, there was no official news, and when some people brought up the little princess, most were disapproving or just watching the excitement. Now that the official account has released information, everyone is stunned upon seeing His Majesty's update. His Majesty's account was only verified after he posted a mourning message for his deceased wife, meaning this is the second message he has sent in many years, which shows how important Princess Sia is to him. What's going on? Is this His Majesty's illegitimate daughter? I haven't heard any rumors about His Majesty. Don't joke around. Does His Majesty have any rumors he can share? Moreover, since the Queen passed away, His Majesty has remained unmarried, which is already quite romantic. He can't just be alone forever, right? Haha, what are you talking about? You can't wrong our Majesty. He is a truly good man. Princess Sia is the little princess of the He family that everyone has been discussing recently. What? His Majesty has taken the little girl from the He family as his daughter? I don't understand what's going on. If you had seen the little princess, you wouldn't be asking such a foolish question. Have you seen her? No, but on the day he links you was live streaming. The little princess showed a little hand at 15 minutes and 36 seconds in. I suggest you go take a look. Are you crazy? What is so interesting about a hand? Don't be stubborn. It really is cute. Here, essay screenshot. Don't mention it. Dads, is there a frontal photo available? And I've slapped my own mouth for asking. I'm a fan of the little goose mom. No, we want it too. I heard that there's a new advertisement from Lanchan featuring a little goose, and I'm waiting for it. I smile at the sky. Huh? When did this happen? I'm a fan of the little goose mom. A friend boasted and accidentally let it slip. Under my various threats, I only know this, nothing more. My friend keeps telling me how cute the little princess is. I love keyboards the most. Your friend is really something, sigh. It's okay. I've already received the work notice from Lanchan. Brothers and sisters, I'll go check on the little princess first. Hee hee. Aw, damn it, where's the host? Quickly come and put that person upstairs in a little black room. Have you found out where this little thing came from? The woman tightened her grip on the cup, looking at the several men in black kneeling on the ground. Report, Miss, the little princess was brought back by General Xinghan from an abandoned ancient battlefield. The leading man replied, Impossible, if that were the case. How could His Majesty take her as a daughter? The woman threw the cup at the man, hitting him on the forehead, but he didn't move, allowing the cup to strike him. "Miss Nancy, please calm down," the man said, looking down. "You useless lot. Is this the work of that woman, Sophia?" The woman yelled. His Majesty wouldn't just take a little girl from a high-ranking official as his daughter. Over the years, many women have tried to get into His Majesty's bed, but none have succeeded. Those who got close were directly cut off by His Majesty and thrown back to their homes, frightening the officials so much that no one dared to think about being His Majesty's bedmate again. Later, some try to find indirect ways to win His Majesty's favor. The Empire takes pride in having daughters, especially His Majesty, who has introduced many policies to benefit women and children, hoping to select their own young and well-behaved daughters. However, all were rejected by His Majesty, even leading to his anger. So it's impossible. Nancy bit her nails, her mind racing. Over the years, the only woman recognized by His Majesty is Sophia. They often spent time alone together, and everyone thought His Majesty would marry her. Yet there has been no news. Nancy's jealousy of Sophia has turned into mockery. As long as she isn't crowned queen, she is nothing, just a plaything of His Majesty. But this suddenly emerged little princess, is she really the daughter of His Majesty and Sophia? No, I must enter the palace tonight, no matter what. After weighing the pros and cons, Nancy called for a makeup artist to change her outfit. She must outshine everyone. Sophia touched her nose, putting down the small medicinal cauldron in her hand. "What's wrong? Feeling unwell?" Director Yang asked, noticing that Sophia had sneezed several times. "I'm fine, master. I'm very healthy," Sophia said, checking her pulse. It might be because someone is inviting her to a feast. "Sophia, get ready. We're dining in the palace tonight." Director Yang suddenly remembered the invitation from the palace. "Okay, master," Sophia nodded, knowing it must be for a banquet. She immediately ran back to her room to change into an important formal dress. Director Yang watched as Sophia, almost 25, still acted so recklessly, completely like a child. But the average lifespan of residents in the Empire is long, around 148 years, so 25 is indeed still young. However, in recent years, the average lifespan has been declining each year. It's a tough world, and no one wants to live on. This is also something that troubles them. Director Yang shook her head, sometimes not knowing what she was insisting on, just feeling that some things seemed to have some meaning in living. But later, when she met the little princess, she realized that living could be such a joyful thing. At the same time, she felt more sympathy for those who couldn't feel happiness. This has become her new goal to strive for. If one day she could make everyone feel the colorful world again, that would definitely be a meaningful thing. The He family was already welcomed into the palace. The little princess's outfit was personally chosen by Su Yufu, with a dedicated maid assisting her. However, after playing all afternoon, the little one was a bit tired and dozed off in front of the makeup mirror, her little head bobbing. Even though she was this tired, when she slightly regained awareness, she still made an effort to sit up straight. Su Yufu and the maids behind her looked on with hearts in their eyes. "This is just too cute." The maids internally squealed. The little princess is so well-behaved. Even though she looks so sleepy, she still cooperates with Su Yufu. It's just too adorable. They couldn't help but feel fortunate to have been specifically assigned to take care of the little princess's daily life. This means they could see the little princess at any time, making their colleagues envious. When they arrived today, many had shot them jealous glances. But so what? They still held their heads high, happily accepting the jealous looks as they awaited their little princess. Chapter 50. The Little Princess's Banquet. One Su Yufu actually felt a bit heartbroken. If they were at home, she would definitely let her little darling sleep. But now it was impossible. The imperial banquet in the evening was held for her. She was the main character, so she couldn't miss it. With this in mind, Su Yufu hurriedly got her ready and then held her in her arms so she could sleep for a while. Yu had not seen Su Yufu bring out the little one, so he knocked on the door, his body acting faster than his mind. The maid at the door, and was obviously startled and realized how foolish her reaction was, quickly bowing her head, fearing for her life in the next moment. Whereas the little one, he didn't care about her reaction at all. The little princess? The maid tried to think to keep up with him. Yu answered impatiently. The little princess probably played too hard this afternoon and is tired. Mrs. Su is holding the little princess to let her sleep for a bit, the maid replied. The impatience on Yu's part lessened a bit. and he raised his foot to walk inside. The maid instinctively reached out to stop him, but suddenly felt it was unnecessary to do so. After all, this was the little princess's chamber. But General Xinghan was also the little princess's brother. Alas, it was truly troubling. Thinking of this, the maid ultimately let her hand drop. She had heard that General Xinghan was very fond of the little princess, who was brought back by him. If His Majesty were to blame, she would just take responsibility. By this time, he had already walked inside and saw his mother sitting on the sofa, holding his little daughter, watching a silent play. He couldn't help but pinch his brow. "Let me take her." He reached out to take the little one. Su Yufu wanted to refuse. Her little darling was not heavy at all, but the child had already been snatched away. It couldn't be said that these powerful fighters were quick-handed. The two didn't say much, afraid of disturbing the little one's sleep. Just then, the Secretary General walked in from outside, letting them know they could head to the banquet hall. At the entrance, when the Crown Prince saw He holding the little one, he couldn't help but sigh. He definitely couldn't compete with that. "Yin Zhang, why is your brother so fierce?" Liu Huaik nudged He Yunzhang with his elbow. He Yunzhang glanced at him. "Fourth brother, if we didn't have such strong power, how would we have such a peaceful life?" "Of course, I know that. I was just complaining," Liu Huaik said, watching He Yunzhang's serious demeanor, feeling that the four of them were not at all the same. Especially He Yunzhang and He Yu. One was as rigid as an old man, and the other had been like a madman since childhood. As they reached the banquet hall, He Yu stopped. "Your Highness." He Yu turned to look at the Crown Prince and placed the little one on the ground. "Oh, let me take her." "Thank you, General Xinghan." The Crown Prince came to his senses and stepped forward to hold the little one's hand. "Wait a moment, Your Highness." Su Yufu noticed that the little one's clothes were a bit wrinkled and wanted to smooth them out. But she had to stay by her husband's side and couldn't accompany the little one as a mother here. "Thank you, Mama." The little one looked at her beautiful mom, who was squatting down, and gave her a kiss on the cheek. "Good darling." Su Yufu really didn't want to part with her little girl. It was clearly their bonding time now. "Let us go, brother prince." The little one slightly shook her hand, pulling at the Crown Prince, her eyes still sparkling with excitement. She had never attended a banquet before, especially such a grand one held in a palace. Brothers said that Grandpa and Grandma, as well as Big Brother and Second Brother, were also here, but they were all outside dealing with other powerful people. "Are you happy?" The Crown Prince looked at the little one, unable to help but chuckle. She was quite outgoing. "Happy. I heard Mama and the older sisters say that there would be a lot of delicious food at the banquet." The little one said, honestly, what else could such a small child be interested in besides food and play? She was still just a little cub. "When the time comes, tell your brother what you want to eat, and he'll get it for you." The Crown Prince thought it was not surprising to hear her say that. "Thank you, brother Prince." The little one nodded vigorously. The Crown Prince took the little one to the lounge where the Emperor was. The Secretary General opened the door for them. A few ministers centered around the Emperor all looked over. They were watching the little one. The little one's big, shiny eyes were also looking at them. Among them were a few uncles she had seen when her father took her for a spin today, and some uncles she hadn't seen before. "Your Highness," and "Little Princess," and everyone bowed in unison. "You all aren't too." The little one hid behind the Crown Prince, peeking out her small head. Their voices are so loud, like lions roaring. The Crown Prince realized something and immediately picked up the little one, soothing her back. Most of these were seasoned generals, and they might seem a bit fierce to a little cub. A few ministers awkwardly touched their noses, realizing they had been a bit too forceful, scaring the little princess. They didn't mean to, Today, they first met the little princess and all wanted to leave a good impression. The little princess was really too cute. Seeing her made people like her immediately, filling their hearts with joy. Being good-looking is one thing, but the key is that she brings a colorful impact, which makes it hard for anyone to resist. No wonder the Emperor couldn't hold back, using both threats and temptations to snatch the little cub from old He to make her his daughter. If they had the chance, they would surely do the same as the Emperor. In the morning, they had still been cursing General He for being too dogged. It was that old man He Xiuran who deliberately brought the little cub in front of them, and then when they barely glanced, that old man covered her up again, making them anxious. Now that they clearly saw her, they accidentally used too much strength, and seeing the little princess hiding from them made their hearts feel a bit sour. Sour? Well, Sour is still good. At least they could taste something. Those who couldn't make it back wouldn't even get to taste anything. Thinking this way, everyone felt a bit more balanced. Wow, that is amazing. The little one felt like she was about to be blown away just now. The little princess couldn't help but clap her hands. If she hadn't hidden behind Brother Prince in time, she would have really been blown away by a bunch of lion roars. Perhaps they were all fighters and didn't feel it, but for a tiny little psychic cub, that was truly too dangerous, no, too cool. Seeing the little princess pouting, her bright little eyes shining, and her whole body clapping with all her might, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. The little princess was taken aback. Her little eyes were filled with confusion. Why are you laughing at me? Then she put on a hurt expression. Cough. The emperor frowned in dissatisfaction. How could my little princess be the subject of your jokes? The little princess looked at the emperor with watery eyes, pleading for his favor and help. If anyone dares to laugh at my little princess again, I'll punish you by not letting you eat. The emperor received the signal and gave her a reassuring look. Hearing her father say this, the little princess nodded in satisfaction. The crown prince helplessly patted the little princess's head and then looked at General He and the emperor with a resentful gaze. Both were such fathers, bullying his sister for being naive and uncultured, of course. Some little cubs even looked like they had won, pompously staring at the group of ministers. Chapter 51. The Little Princess's Banquet 2. With her head held high, the little princess brought forth even more intense laughter. The little princess looked at the crown prince in terror and whispered in his ear, Brother Crown Prince, are they not very smart? Father said if they laughed at me again, he wouldn't let them eat. So why are they still laughing? The crown prince, hearing this, cast a more resentful gaze at the emperor. The emperor looked left and right, but refused to look at the crown prince. What would he do? The little girl was just too adorable. He couldn't help but want to tease her. It's not his fault. Look at General He, laughing so recklessly that he almost choked. All right, it's time to prepare for the banquet. The emperor, having a rare moment of conscience, walked over to the crown prince and directly picked up the little princess. Let's go eat some good food. The little princess covered her mouth and chuckled secretly. If there's not enough to eat, we'll have someone make more. The emperor truly dotes on the little princess. He learned from Suyu that she had particular tastes and specifically ordered dishes to suit her preferences, even adding other dishes for her to try. Thank you, father. The little princess was so happy she felt like she could fly. Aren't you going to show some appreciation? The emperor lowered his gaze. With a peck, a kiss resonated. The emperor burst into laughter and asked for another kiss, to which the little princess complied eagerly. The affectionate scene between father and daughter deeply pierced the hearts of the crowd behind them. In that moment, everyone felt that the emperor truly loved this princess. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally carried her and interacted so intimately while laughing so joyfully. At the same time, there was deep jealousy and resentment, with General He being the most resentful, while others would have loved to kick the arrogant emperor from behind. Seeing General He looking like a ghost made them feel that maybe their resentment wasn't so profound after all. Indeed, happiness is often a matter of comparison. The emperor, holding the little princess, appeared at the very center of the banquet hall under the gaze of thousands. Looking down at the group of nobles and gentry below who were mingling, a beam of light naturally fell upon the father-daughter duo. Below, upon seeing this, everyone shouted in unison, Your Majesty, long live. Little princess, may you have 1,000 years of peace. Today's banquet is held to share the emperor's joy with his beloved ministers. He is overjoyed to have a daughter named Sia. Here, I announce to the world that a preferential policy will be enacted for 3 years, wishing for a celebration across the land. The emperor's voice, amplified by the power of resonance, struck the hearts of everyone present. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Long live the little princess. Everyone knelt in unison to pay their respects. The emperor truly cherishes the little princess, granting her such a high title just like that. Isn't it so? To celebrate the little princess, he directly announced a preferential policy. My goodness, this was the special preferential policy that the emperor had opened back when he first took power to quickly restore the country. Every year someone proposed to restore this policy, but the emperor never agreed. Could it be that the emperor intends to pass the throne to the little princess? Hush! Is that something you can casually say? Afraid you won't live to see tomorrow's sun. I see that's the little girl from the He family. She must be the emperor's illegitimate daughter, raised by the He family under some pretext, and now that she has grown up, he has brought her back. Yes. Previously, when things were unstable, the He family could ensure the little princess's safety. With the princess around, what does the crown prince count for? ISNT, the little princess, said to be brought back from the abandoned ancient battlefield by General Xinghan. You believe that? If it were true, could such a little one still be alive? That makes sense. Oomph. An old man waved his sleeve and turned to leave. The few people who had just been in conversation were dumbfounded, realizing who the other was and quickly covering their mouths. Oh no, can we still see tomorrow's sun? One of the speakers turned their gaze to Nancy and nodded at her. Nancy downed her glass of red wine and then set it down, walking toward Sophia. Crown Prince, your grandfather is looking for you, a servant said as he bowed before the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince glanced at the little princess who was enjoying her food and tried to video call He-Yu. But the other party didn't pick up for some reason. Everyone else was busy, and He-Yun-Zhang was on the other side receiving guests. Brother Crown Prince, do you have something to do? The little princess asked, putting down the chicken leg and looking at him. My grandfather is looking for me. I'll go see him first and then bring you to meet him later. The Crown Prince thought he should clarify things with his grandfather first to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. All right, Brother Crown Prince, you go meet Grandpa first. I'll play with Grandpa later. I'll just stay here and eat good food, not going anywhere. The little princess smiled at him. Then wait for me a moment. I'll be back soon. The Crown Prince felt reassured, as they were surrounded by their people, and his grandfather's side would be a quick visit. He left a message for He-Yu as well. At this moment, the same servant bowed and said to the little princess, Little princess, the Crown Prince asked me to take you over to meet your grandfather. All right, thank you, brother. The little princess showed a bright smile. She put down her food and asked Xingxing to help her wipe her mouth and hands. Let us go. The little princess appeared somewhat eager. The servant led the way. Unexpectedly, when the little princess reached the garden, the servant vanished in the blink of an eye. She saw a beautiful woman with long brown, curly hair sitting under a tree eating fried skewers. If it were anyone else, they would feel a strong sense of dissonance. But the little princess just drooled in envy. Little princess? Sophia recognized that the little child was the same little princess the emperor had just held. Hello, I'm Huan Huan. The little princess walked over and politely greeted her. Hello, little princess. I'm Sophia. Sophia quickly set the fried skewers aside and stood up to bow to the little princess, feeling a bit awkward due to her nervousness. Oh no, she had just been seen in such an unrefined moment by her ladyship. What should she do? Would the lady think she wasn't a lady and not like her anymore? Sophia felt a wave of panic, her face turning red. Can I eat this with Sister Sophia? The little princess pointed at the fried skewers. Sophia blinked, thinking she must have misheard. The little princess looked at her with pleading eyes and repeated her request. This was already serious coquettishness, overflowing with sweetness. Sophia felt her heart racing. Of course you can. What does the little princess like to eat? I'll get it for you. Sophia picked up her plate of fried skewers. Then the two of them sat under the tree, sharing the skewers, taking bites, and enjoying the food together. It was a warm yet amusing scene. Chapter 52. The style has shifted. Is this what you call not knowing at all? Fushi Yunyang looked at his innocent grandson beside him, his voice tinged with suppressed anger. Huh, maybe my sister is craving something. The Crown Prince thought for a moment as he looked at the little one, Xiaofei, with oil all over her mouth. Where did you get a sister? Your mother only gave birth to you. I'm going to find His Majesty to settle this. Fushi Yunyang was about to explode from the anger caused by his beloved grandson. No matter how angry Fushi Yunyang was, he knew that adult matters had nothing to do with little cubs. It was just that person named Sophia. He couldn't help but frown. Then he saw another woman walking towards Sophia and Xiaofei, holding a fan in her hand, elegantly fanning herself. Xiaofei looked at the woman curiously and then continued eating, remembering what her brother said about how there are many strange people in this world. Although she couldn't understand them, she should respect them. She was a good baby who listened to her brother. Sophia's gaze was entirely on Xiaofei, afraid she might choke or not be taken care of properly. Nancy looked at the two, who seemed completely unconcerned by her arrival, and her smile stiffened. Sophia, is this your daughter? Sophia widened her eyes in shock as she looked at Nancy. Nancy turned to Fushi Yunyang and the Crown Prince, raising an eyebrow, thinking that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. She is not my daughter, Sophia said seriously. Nancy was speechless. She is my little goose. Sophia felt the need to clarify this topic. She was a devoted fan of the little princess, and that was different. So you admit it? Nancy sneered. As soon as Nancy finished speaking, she saw Fushi Yunyang walking over with a cold expression. Crown Prince. Xiaofei felt the familiar aura and happily put down her fried skewers to run towards the Crown Prince. Just as she was about to reach him, she suddenly hit the brakes, remembering her oily hands and looking at the Crown Prince with a confused expression. The Crown Prince crouched down and took out his handkerchief to wipe her little face and hands. The scene was warm and intimate. Let her go. Fushi Yunyang thought his grandson was quite foolish. Clearly, this was someone here to compete for his majesty and power, yet he treated others with such enthusiasm. After all those years, he had raised this grandson too innocently. No matter how cute this little cub was, it was unacceptable, no matter how adorable she was. As long as she had that identity, as the Crown Prince's maternal grandfather, he couldn't accept it. Fushi Yunyang glared at Xiaofei. Xiaofei blinked her big, round eyes in disbelief, then smiled, thinking that her grandfather was just fine and even played with her. Then Xiaofei tried hard to scrunch her little face. She was clearly trying to glare back. But to everyone else, it looked like she was squinting and pouting adorably. Fushi Yunyang looked at the little dumpling's reaction, stunned for a moment, as if he saw his daughter when she was young. Seeing Fushi Yunyang in a daze, Xiaofei felt proud, thinking, look, I scared him. Crown Prince, I scared grandfather. Xiaofei quietly boasted of her victory to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince struggled to suppress a smile, but it was clear he failed. Who's your grandfather? Fushi Yunyang snorted coldly. Little princess, you can't call Lord Yunyang your grandfather. Nancy stepped forward. The Crown Prince frowned. This person, why is Xiaofei here? Why did grandfather react so strongly upon seeing him? It was clearly not a coincidence. Why, auntie? Xiaofei was confused, thinking it was that not-so-normal auntie. Little princess, Lord Yunyang is only the Crown Prince's maternal grandfather. As a bastard, you have no right to claim that title. Do you? Sophia. Nancy pointed the finger at Sophia. Huh? Sophia's mind seemed to catch something off, but what was it? She couldn't figure it out for a moment. But she understood that Nancy was bullying her little goose, saying her little goose was a bastard. Nonsense. The little princess is not a bastard. She is. Sophia was a bit conflicted. What is she? She was picked up by my brother. Xiaofei proudly added. So she loves her brother the most, right? General Xinghan picked her up. Huh? Little goose. Were you really picked up by General Xinghan? Did you really live alone on the ancient battlefield for a long time? What did you eat? Were you scared? Sophia immediately turned into 1,000 questions. You just keep pretending, Sophia. This is clearly your and His Majesty's illegitimate child. Try to achieve your goal through indirect means for a good reputation. Nancy pointed at Sophia. Oh, Sophia suddenly understood. She had been wondering what was off. Who likes that old uncle of His Majesty? She clearly likes. Forget it. It's better to like the little princess. That's more reliable. Xiaofei finally understood why that bad aunt was radiating dark energy. It turned out she wanted to slander Sister Sophia and her. How bad? Isn't this destruction? If Daddy finds out, he will be so angry. Clearly, the little cub's thinking had drifted far away. What could be done? She had watched a fantastic melodrama with old Madam He. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, sending Nancy flying several meters away, landing on the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Then a shadow leaped over, stopping just beside them. The figure was surrounded by a red, murderous aura, and the air was filled with a chilling coldness. Nancy's guards quickly rushed over to check on her and fed her a rejuvenation pill. Nancy's complexion quickly improved, but she was still gasping for breath. Brother. Xiaofei had already seen clearly. It was he was struggling to get over. At this moment, not only was the Crown Prince unwilling to let go, but even Fushi Yunyang stood in front of the two. Little cub, he is in great danger now. Even if I don't like you, I can't just watch you go to your death. Fushi Yunyang turned to Xiaofei. Grandfather doesn't like me? Xiaofei's round eyes were about to cry. Everyone, they really couldn't help but want to fall over. Is that the focus now? Shouldn't their situation be very dangerous? General Xinghan wasn't simply out of control after surpassing 80% fighting power. It was that fighting power had emotional sensitivity periods every month. At such times, if one wasn't careful, their underlying bad emotions could amplify 100-fold, even releasing a heart demon. Generally, when a fighter noticed their emotions starting to go wrong, they would either seek a mental counselor for guidance or take calming agents to avoid disaster. But clearly, General Xinghan hadn't taken timely precautions this time, leading to an emotional sensitivity outbreak. At this moment, approaching carelessly was clearly not a wise move. Is it not okay? Xiaofei's voice dropped lower, sounding pitiful. The Crown Prince and Sophia were both looking at Fushi Yunyang with scrutinizing expressions. Chapter 53. Submissive Fushi Yunyang didn't know what to say for half the day, so he simply turned to look at Hiyu to prevent any dangerous movements from him. Sophia quietly moved closer to Xiaochu. Do you dare to move me? Nancy finally regained her composure. Her voice was weak, but it couldn't hide her anger. Hiyu merely glanced at her indifferently, and Nancy found herself unable to speak. Fear finally showed in Nancy's eyes because she knew that this madman would actually kill her. Indeed, he was a madman. Brother, please let me down quickly. I want to find my brother. Xiaochu sensed Hiyu's anxiety and restlessness. Her brother needed her help, even though she didn't know how she could help. She couldn't just leave her brother alone. If her brother didn't bring her back, she wouldn't have met so many people she liked, eaten so many delicious foods, or played with so many interesting toys. Sister, do you know that General Xinghan's current state is very dangerous? Even if he spoils you, he might lose control of his power and hurt you. His Highness the Crown Prince did not think Xiaochu was being unreasonable. He could fully sense Xiaochu's worry, and his eyes were filled with pity for Hiyu. Look at her. She is still worried at this moment. Looking around, the people either looked at Hiyu with the eyes of someone watching a monster or showed expressions of fear and dread. Even he, deep down, couldn't hide the fear that was spreading. He could deceive anyone, but he couldn't deceive himself. The Crown Prince was very clear about this. Because he was so clear, he needed to explain the stakes to Xiaochu properly. I'm not afraid, Brother Prince. I can do it. Taking advantage of his moment of inattention, Xiaochu jumped down. The little bundle of energy emitted a faint glow as she walked steadily towards Hiyu step by step. Sister. The Crown Prince wanted to step forward to pull her back. Little princess, Sophia exclaimed. But Fushi Yunyang stopped them. One more step forward, and you'll be crushed. Fushi Yunyang's words were not alarmist. This overwhelming sense of oppression could only be matched by top-tier SS-level powers at best. I can't ignore my sister, grandfather. I recognize her as my sister not because of my father or anything else, but simply because she is Chu. This was the first time the Crown Prince spoke so seriously, with a hint of anger, to his grandfather. Fushi Yunyang felt for the first time that his little grandson had grown up and dared to challenge him. Look, that kid Hiyu doesn't reject the little cub's approach. Instead, he actively makes way for her. Fushi Yunyang wasn't angry. Instead, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Hearing his reminder, the Crown Prince and Sophia finally looked over seriously. It wasn't just Hiyu's hostility that was worried about hurting Xiaochu. Even the remaining rationality in Hiyu made him start to retreat, not wanting Xiaochu to get too close. Brother, don't move anymore. Chu's legs are short and can't catch up. Xiaochu felt a bit discouraged. Her several steps might not even match Hiyu's one step. The Crown Prince and the others. Is a little bundle this straightforward? Is this really okay? Facts told them that being direct and effective worked. Surprisingly, Hiyu didn't retreat but advanced, walking to Xiaochu's side, squatting down, giving off an impression of a gentle giant dog. Sophia rubbed her eyes, puzzled. It wasn't even bedtime yet. Was she already dreaming? Suddenly, the Crown Prince pondered whether SS-level mental power had such a strong calming effect. Brother, please don't be angry. Xiaochu gently patted his head with her little hands. The Crown Prince covered his face. His silly sister. Why was she always stepping on landmines? Nancy sneered. I heard that Hiyu hates others touching his head the most. Once, when he was still an ordinary officer, someone didn't like him, and, while Hiyu was sitting, pressed down on his head to warn him to respect his seniors, only to be knocked into the ICU by Hiyu. Because of this incident, Hiyu faced disciplinary action, and his promotion was delayed for a long time. Hiyu looked at Xiaochu, her bright eyes clearer and more transparent than the sea. Extremely attractive. The surrounding hostility also diminished significantly, making it seem less aggressive. "It's okay, brother." Xiaochu hugged Hiyu, imitating how they comforted her, gently patting Hiyu's back. But she was too short with tiny hands, so it turned into a shoulder pat. "Were you bullied?" Who knew that this was what Hiyu had been saying all along? "No." Xiaochu looked confused and then thought of something, becoming a bit indignant. "Yes, that bad aunt insisted on slandering Sister Sophia and father, even though I was clearly brought back by my brother." "Silly." Hiyu hugged Xiaochu and stood up. Suddenly, the hostility dissipated. Fushi Yinyang looked on, somewhat dumbfounded. "I will report you to His Majesty." Nancy had been helped up and glared at Hiyu. "Bad aunt. Even though you're silly, my brother said to respect different people, but I can't tolerate you bullying my brother." Xiaochu glared angrily at Nancy. The little bundle's eyes turned golden. At that moment, Nancy's eyes appeared dazed, as if something had been drawn out of her. "Stop it, little one." Hiyu sensed something was off, but didn't know what to do. "I'll go find the master." Sophia quickly located Din Yang's position, fearing that if something happened to the little princess, she would feel guilty for life. Nancy was surely focused on the little princess because of her own reasons. Sophia clenched her fists. Fortunately, Xiaochu listened well and shook her head. Nancy fainted on the ground. Xiaochu, however, smiled at Hiyu, her smile somewhat carefree. As if to say, "See, I'm also listening to you." Hiyu pinched Xiaochu's face hard, but inside he felt a wave of fear. "Grandfather, please check on my sister first." The crown prince pulled Fushi Yunyang to Hiyu's side. At this point, he couldn't care less whether Hiyu was in a normal state. Hiyu knew Fushi Yunyang and actively moved Xiaochu a bit closer to him. "Grandfather doesn't like me, and I don't like grandfather either." Xiaochu turned her head, but didn't forget to glance at Fushi Yunyang with one eye. The others found it both amusing and helpless. "It's grandfather's fault. Grandfather misunderstood you. Grandfather apologizes. Let me check if Xiaochu is hurt." Fushi Yunyang could no longer deny that he had fallen for a woman's scheming. He had always liked Xiaochu, and now he no longer had to suppress his affection. He looked at Xiaochu with a heart full of pity. He really wanted to slap himself. It had been so many years since he left the cabinet, and he was used by someone as soon as he stepped out, leaving him foolishly confused. However, his granddaughter was indeed impressive. She could even suppress Hiyu. Could it be? Chapter 54. Mommy fans? Fushi Yinyang had a bold guess in his heart, looking at the little face of Xiao Pippi that was leaning over. He couldn't think too much and decided to check her first. "Is Grandpa okay?" Xiao Pippi looked very sincere. Hiyu and the crown prince clearly saw Fushi Yunyang's eyebrows almost knitted together. They both felt a sudden pang in their hearts. Could it be that the little dumpling had some health issue? Fushi Yunyang quickly fed Xiao Pippi a pill, so fast that Hiyu and the crown prince didn't even have time to react, only to see Xiao Pippi already chewing and swallowing it. Can Pippi have another one? Xiao Pippi hadn't tasted anything yet. Fushi Yunyang's mouth twitched, then he glared at Xiao Pippi. "This is a recovery pill I made. I only made 3 in total. I ate one myself, gave you one, and I kept one for emergencies. Is that not okay?" He often secluded himself to develop all sorts of strange pills, and he would accidentally overexpend his mental energy. Energy crystals took too long to restore him, so he started developing these quick recovery pills. After finally succeeding, he only had 3, and he had already eaten one. "Thank you, Grandpa. Pippi is sleepy." Xiao Pippi yawned and obediently lay on Hiyu's shoulder. "Let her sleep for a while. She's still too young, and her control over her mental energy is still lacking." After consuming so much mental energy so suddenly, her body has run out. Fushi Yunyang explained to the two of them. Hiyu pursed his lips and said nothing, only using his hand to support Xiao Pippi's head so she could sleep more soundly. The crown prince looked at Xiao Pippi with eyes full of pity. Fushi Yunyang was even more so, filled with guilt. If it weren't for him, the little cub might not have gotten into this situation. What happened? His Majesty had come with several ministers and a group of guards. "Good baby." General, he wanted to rush over to see how Xiao Pippi was doing. "Be gentle." You didn't stop him, but let him see how Xiao Pippi was sleeping peacefully. "So cute. His daughter is so cute." General, he started to grin foolishly. The crowd looked on disdainfully. However, when they saw Xiao Pippi's sleeping face, they felt that their earlier ridicule of General, he was somewhat superficial. After all, Their expressions looked more like infatuated fools. Father Emperor. The crown prince stepped forward and briefly explained what had just happened. Of course, omitting the part where he had lost his temper. If he was mentioned, then some things about Pippi would be exposed in front of everyone. Upon hearing this matter, everyone furrowed their brows tightly, fearing there was a purpose behind it. They actually wanted to harm the little princess. Unforgivable. Your Majesty, Wanan. Fushi Yunyang also bowed, but was stopped by the emperor. You are an elder. There's no need for courtesy. The emperor respected Fushi Yunyang greatly. Your Majesty, while I was in seclusion, someone threw a piece of paper in and told me that Xiao Na, the crown prince, was being bullied. Fushi Yunyang explained why he had emerged from seclusion. Upon hearing the reason behind this matter, everyone's minds flashed with the word conspiracy. When I came out of seclusion, I heard about the princess. I came today to see the situation. Who knew that upon arriving in the hall, I would hear someone discussing that the little cub is the illegitimate daughter of your Majesty and Sophia. I was so angry that I wanted to come and ask you for clarification, but unexpectedly encountered Xiao Na on the way. Fushi Yunyang continued, I only have one wife, the Empress. The Emperor's attitude was very clear, saying this naturally indicated that he had no romantic relationship with Sophia. The Emperor was unwilling to say in front of everyone that Xiao Pippi was merely his adopted daughter. He loved her, as if she were his own. But isn't it you who called me that? After saying this, the Crown Prince also realized that today's events were a setup that included Xiao Pippi. And the person who set up that trap was the woman that you had injured. At the beginning, everyone was clear in their hearts that the woman must have done something, but they never expected that from start to finish. She had included all of them in her scheme. She truly had great audacity. I was muddled and believed the slanders. Fushi Yunyang also regretted not investigating thoroughly before coming to question, allowing someone to take advantage of the gap. Take her away. The emperor no longer needed to listen. His face cold as he looked at Nanshi. He could not understand that this was the daughter of the Nan family. After all, he was the emperor. Previously, due to the Nan family's considerable power, he had been handling many matters with one eye open and one eye closed, hoping to slowly dissolve their influence. Now that she was courting death herself, he certainly wouldn't show any mercy. Your Majesty, you can't kill me. I love you so much. I'm doing all this for you. Nanshi had a look of disbelief, claiming that everything she did was because she cared about the emperor. Why? She was chosen from a Nan family to be given to the emperor. Previously, the emperor had smiled at her, clearly liking her. It was all Sophia's fault. As soon as she arrived, she seduced the emperor away. It's all Sophia's fault. For the sake of the lonely? The emperor seemed to have heard something amusing. He silently created a soundproof barrier, protecting the little dumpling inside, so she could sleep peacefully. Yes, it was Sophia who said the little princess was her daughter. I misunderstood. Nanshi pointed at Sophia, who was running over with Director Yang. Sophia just returned and found herself in the gossip. Right? The little princess already has many mommy fans because of he links you. There are also daddy fans. Want me to show you? I'm still a big shot in the group. Sophia frowned. How strange. Is she not allowed to be a mommy fan of the little princess? Why is Nanshi so controlling? Mommy fans? Nanshi raised her voice. But because she had lost mental energy due to Xiao Pippi's extraction, she was already somewhat weak, and now she was also swaying with excitement. Right? Don't you follow stars? Sophia looked surprised. Then you and the emperor often spend time together and even share a night. Nanshi's lips were about to bleed from biting them, unwilling to accept. Does the emperor not need mental counseling? Besides, who said it was just me and the emperor? The Secretary General is here too. Sophia had an expression as if to say, don't slander me. Nanshi was dumbfounded, completely not expecting such an outcome. So what was she jealous of? After all, Sophia was a disciple meticulously taught by Director Yang. It was quite normal for her to take on some tasks as Director Yang aged. Your Majesty, I want to accuse Nanshi of slandering me. Please restore my reputation. Sophia knelt on the ground. You cannot harm me. I'm a special member of the Protection Association. My father will not let you go. Nanshi was not worried at all that the emperor would actually make a move on her. Isn't this just her bringing trouble upon herself? Starting today, Nanshi is removed from the Protection Association. Li Shuha has also arrived here, her cold voice seeming to want to send Nansher to the 18th level of hell. President. Nansher felt a chill run down her back upon seeing the suddenly appearing woman. Chapter 55. It's still the little princess. Why is she here? Wasn't it said that His Majesty and the President were at odds with each other? Why? What was the reason for this? Let me introduce you. The little princess is my closed-door disciple. Li Shuhe saw what she was thinking, walked up to Nancy in a few quick steps, and grabbed her wrist. Only then did Nancy realize that dealing with Xiao Yuhuan was the most absurd decision she had made. There was no room for her to struggle. As Li Shuhe made a gesture with her other hand, releasing a mark from her body, Li Shuhe also sensed something abnormal in Nancy's body. Why was there no fluctuation of spiritual power? That shouldn't be the case. Isn't Nancy an S-class spiritual power user? However, this doubt was suppressed. It wasn't the time to discuss this. Your Majesty. Li Shuhe bowed to the Emperor. There's no need for formalities, President. The Emperor glanced at Li Shuhe indifferently. I have a request, Li Shuhe continued. Speak. The Emperor knew that Li Shuhe wouldn't say a few words for no reason. The rumors outside suggested that he and Li Shuhe were not on good terms, but in reality, that wasn't the case. Of course, he had secretly helped her achieve this success. Otherwise, the current president wouldn't be her. It was just that to ensure the rights of women and children were better protected, she had to put on a show in front of certain powerful figures. Although Nancy had ulterior motives towards the Emperor, she also violated the principles of harming women and children. I would like to request Your Majesty to hand her over to the Association for Imprisonment and Judgment. As soon as Li Shuhe said this, some ministers' faces turned dark. Wasn't this slapping the Emperor in the face? Robbing a criminal in front of the Emperor? To put it nicely, this was her responsibility as the president. To put it harshly, it was making the Emperor look bad. Granted, the Emperor agreed without even blinking. It was a joke. The Nan family was guarding a crucial territory. If this matter were to arise, the association could shield him for a while, allowing him more time to wait for Hiyu to deal with them. One less hidden danger. Everyone, granted. Nancy also looked at the Emperor in disbelief, then at the president. Could it be that the president was merely making things difficult for her on the surface, while secretly protecting her? As Nancy thought this, a glimmer of hope arose in her heart. Others looked at General He and Hiyu. The Emperor was indifferent to these matters. But as the little princess's biological father and brother, could they really just hand over the enemy to the association while their daughter and sister were being bullied? Would they feel at ease? General He sensed many scorching gazes and returned the look. It was clear. It was a joke. Will he doubt Li Shuhe's intentions? If Li Shuhe truly had other thoughts, let alone him, even his wife wouldn't spare her. Seeing that the involved parties and their relatives had nothing to say, others, no matter what they wanted to say, could only swallow their words back. I trouble Your Majesty to send someone to help escort her back. Li Shuhe requested again. General He, you go. The Emperor looked at the men circling around Nancy and felt a headache coming on. A grown man, not feeling embarrassed. Didn't he even realize his own weight? Day after day, did he still have the demeanor of a general? Yes. General, he thought it was just right. He was about to step in, as if the pillow had been delivered just when he felt sleepy. General He, along with a group of guards, escorted Nancy and the others onto the starship, with Dean Yang and Sophia following closely behind. Please, Master Yunyang, go to the association for some tea. Li Shuhe respectfully bowed in front of Fushi Yunyang. On the surface, everyone saw Li Shuhe and Fushi Yunyang communicating normally, but in reality, they were discussing much more than that. Li Shuhe informed Fushi Yunyang about the situation she had checked from Nancy and hoped he would join her to study it further. Fushi Yunyang was aware of the entire process and had an understanding of Xiao Yuhuan's condition. He had many speculations in mind and was eager to explore. He loved researching these peculiar matters. Fushi Yunyang spoke a few words to the Crown Prince, then took out a small notebook and a soul-returning stone, handing them to the Crown Prince, instructing him to make sure they were given to Yuhuan. The Crown Prince repeatedly assured him, and Fushi Yunyang followed Li Shuhe away. Others watched as Fushi Yunyang handed something to the Crown Prince, their eyes turning red. Good heavens, soul-returning stone. There were only 3 of them at present, such a precious item. Even the emperor didn't have one, yet he just gave it away. And it was to the little princess. The crown prince didn't even get share. Were they jealous that the little princess had gained Fushi Yunyang's recognition? Or were they envious that the little one was so fortunate? They couldn't be sure. In that small notebook, it was said that Fushi Yunyang carried one with him, where he would jot down new prescriptions or theoretical research inspired by his studies. Every word in it was worth a fortune. How to say it? Any pill produced by Fushi Yunyang, even the most basic one, had a starting price of 10 million star coins. Therefore, pills that circulated were snatched up by the Interstellar crowd. Not to mention, Fushi Yunyang had basically stopped selling his pills. Some people were willing to spend large sums just to seek advice from Fushi Pavilion, but they might not even get to see Fushi Yunyang. Anyone who received guidance from Fushi Yunyang would experience a qualitative leap in spiritual medicine, possibly becoming highly sought-after alchemists or physicians, and their status would rise to a high-paying class. However, very few people could buy Fushi Yunyang's medicine, and even fewer could receive his guidance. The few who did had become big names in the pharmaceutical and medical fields, with Dean Yang being one of them. Each of these items was a treasure that others envied but couldn't obtain. Yet the little princess suddenly had two. It can only be said, it's still the little princess. You all should go play. I will take the little princess to rest first. The emperor dismissed the others and then walked up to Hiyu. The meaning was clear. He wanted Hiyu to carry Xiao Yuhuan for him. Hiyu did not refuse and handed Xiao Yuhuan over to the emperor. So, I will set out now. Hiyu stated his plan without question. Go ahead. Clean up nicely. Everything you capture will belong to the little darling. The emperor liked Hiyu's perceptiveness. What a worry-free treasure. Father, I want to go. The crown prince half knelt. Go ahead. The emperor did not refuse. The crown prince was surprised that his father was so agreeable. He had prepared a heap of reasoning that he didn't even get to use. Did you think I wouldn't let you go? The emperor found it somewhat amusing. The crown prince nodded. With you around, I definitely don't need to worry about safety. You're older now. What you learn must be put into practice. The Nan family is a worry for me. Just right, you can help me deal with it. The emperor was not a doting parent. Looking at the little princess, who could not hear the sound within the protective shield, the emperor silently said to himself, except for the little darling. Yes, my son will not disappoint your trust. The crown prince was also very happy. He still wanted to take revenge for his sister. Chapter 56. Jealousy is killing the fourth one if the Nan family doesn't deal with it. Little Chi-Chi might be in danger at any moment. Their family is insidious and cunning, impossible to guard against. Rather than letting a venomous snake hide in the dark, ready to bite at any time, it's better to take the initiative and resolve the worries. He glanced at His Highness the Crown Prince. Trouble for General Xinghan. I will definitely follow the general's arrangements. The Crown Prince did not put on airs in front of Hiyu. He knew his own weight. I am merely the sword in your highness's hand. He replied lightly, glancing at little Chi-Chi before turning to leave. The Crown Prince handed over the gift given by his maternal grandfather, which was meant for his sister, to the emperor for him to pass on to Chi-Chi, and then followed Hiyu out. His Majesty watched the little bundle in his arms, squirming a bit, and gently patted and comforted her. Of course, his little girl cannot do dangerous things. Let that group of brats handle it. Once it's resolved, his little girl will be safe. His Majesty carried the little bundle to her little room and had someone notify Su Yufu to come and keep little Chi-Chi company. He would like to stay with little Chi-Chi, but matters of the state cannot be put on hold. When Su Yufu rushed over, she saw His Majesty still guarding little Chi-Chi's bedside and promptly bowed. Little sweetheart has expended quite a bit of energy today. You stay here with her. Tomorrow morning, Li Shuhe will come to take her. After telling Su Yufu, His Majesty left with the Secretary General. The maid brought Su Yufu the new things she needed. On the way, Su Yufu learned about the situation and immediately called He Shiran, expressing one sentiment. Even having a breath left is a blessing for her. If it weren't for her worry about Chi-Chi, she would have definitely chased after the association by now. How dare they bully her daughter? They must be courting death. Then she sent a message to He Jinlan, informing him of what had just happened. He Jinlan was still chatting with several big shots when he received the message. He politely excused himself and went aside to read the information. Brother, have you seen little sister? Healing Su couldn't find Chi-Chi anywhere. The cookie also couldn't reach the star. He Jinlan's expression turned sharp, his lips pressed together in silence, only showing He Lingxiu the message. Damn it! How dare they bully my little sister? He Lingxiu immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. It was likely that the third one had already gone to the Nan family's main battlefield. He Jinlan's mind was sharp. Even if General he didn't know what had happened afterward and hadn't told Su Yufu the whole story, he could still guess from the situation. What else could he do? What are you thinking, brother? He Lingxiu had just shared a whole bunch of his plans. Yet He Jinlan showed no reaction. He Jinlan shot He Lingxiu a glance. If he really followed this weird-minded second brother to the Protection Association, he would definitely embarrass himself along with him. He began to doubt whether their mother had brought a brain when she gave birth to the second one. Let's go. He Jinlan took He Lingxiu back to the He family. He Jinlan opened his light brain and called Secretary Zhang. Check the Nan family's assets. Leaning back in his chair, He Jinlan's gaze turned fierce. Understood, big boss. Secretary Zhang was puzzled. Wasn't today the little lady's princess party? The boss still had the mind to work. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't be like this. Brother, are you going to sanction the Nan family's economy? He Lingxiu's eyes lit up. Nan, she was not to be feared. He was just worried that the Nan family might have thoughts about little Chi-Chi later on. The fourth one must have already headed to the Nan family's main battlefield. What he could do was help divert their attention a bit. He Jinlan did not hide this from He Lingxiu. Exactly. Big brother is impressive. He Lingxiu suddenly understood. Don't joke. Help me check these several enterprises. He Jinlan had to find something for He Lingxiu to do, so he wouldn't bother him and affect his thinking. Of course, the things He Jinlan gave He Lingxiu were a few suspicious black industry chains he had glanced at before. Okay, He Lingxiu was suddenly full of energy. He Jinlan looked at the information Secretary Zhang sent over and made a few phone calls. The two brothers stayed up all night, and by the next morning, everyone saw that the market value of the publicly known assets of the Nan family was on a straight downward trend. Mommy, little Chi-Chi snuggled into Su Yufu's arms. Mommy smells so good, I like it a lot. Are you still sleepy? Su Yufu rubbed little Chi-Kai said. Mommy, I'm fully awake now. Little Chi-Chi was completely alert, but just wanted to stay in her mother's embrace. Is there anywhere else you feel uncomfortable? Su Yufu smiled and kissed little Chi-Chi's forehead. Holding her little girl while sleeping was the most comfortable night she had had in many years. In the days before, since Chi-Chi's arrival, she had begun to sleep much more soundly, but sleeping directly while holding the little one was still far from it. Suddenly, she began to think about how to take little Chi-Chi away from her fourth son. Truly jealous. Mommy, I'm not uncomfortable. I'm just hungry. Little Chi-Chi pinched her little belly. My little belly is gone. Little Chi-Chi looked shocked, staring blankly at Su Yufu. Su Yufu bit her lip, embarrassed. I'm sorry. Mommy really couldn't help it, and then laughed. Mommy, are you laughing at Chi-Chi? Little Chi-Chi pouted. Mommy isn't laughing at Chi-Chi, Mommy. Mommy is just too happy to be able to sleep with Chi-Chi. Su Yufu laughed until she was slightly out of breath. Chi-Chi can sleep with Mommy today, too. Little Chi-Chi said seriously. Mua. Mommy knows that my good baby loves Mommy the most. Su Yufu's heart softened at these words. Reflecting on how she had not only laughed at the little bundle, but also told a small lie, she felt a bit guilty, but had no regrets. Chi-Chi loves Mommy the most, too. Little Chi-Chi smiled happily. Su Yufu picked up little Chi-Chi. A maid knocked on the door, and upon hearing Su Yufu say to come in, she entered. I'll take Chi-Chi to wash up. Su Yufu naturally wanted to do it herself. Yes, the maid, though wanting to hold the little princess, dared not disobey Madame Su's words. Today, despite having waited so long to enter, she still couldn't hold the soft little princess first, feeling jealous. However, the little princess smiled at her. So cute. Ah, my little heart can't take it. Today was also a day to enjoy work. Su Yufu had always been very jealous that the fourth one could have so much parent-child interaction time with little Chi-Chi. Now that she had finally caught the opportunity, how could she give it to anyone else? That would be insane. Thinking this, she started washing up little Chi-Chi. Little Chi-Chi was truly very well behaved, cooperating with Su Yufu, even though her hands were a bit clumsy and she struggled to control the strength. The little bundle still behaved obediently. Watching this, Su Yufu couldn't help but give a few kisses. Why was her little girl so soft? Jealousy was killing the fourth one. Sob, sob, sob. After washing up, Su Yufu took little Chi-Chi to change her clothes and comb her hair. His Majesty had also prepared a lot of clothes for little Chi-Chi early on. It must be said that he was very thoughtful. No less than the He family's wardrobe. Chapter 57. In an instant, not knowing who to envy your Majesty, the little princess has started her meal. The Secretary General reported the commotion from over there. I see. The Emperor rubbed his temples. His previously weary expression became clearer upon hearing about the little princess. He set down his pen. Go see the princess. The Secretary General was also eager to see the little princess early in the morning, so he obediently followed. Father, I just finished my milk. The little princess spat out her pacifier and immediately showed a radiant smile at the approaching emperor. Is the bed comfortable? The emperor picked up the little princess and pinched her cheek. Her little face is really getting more and more adorable. The bed is soft, and I like it. The little princess enjoys the soft, big bed and having her sweet-smelling mother with her. As long as you like it. You can ask your butler for anything else you want. She will prepare it for you, the emperor instructed. Although he had considered many things for raising a little girl, it was inevitable that there would be oversights, especially regarding what the little princess likes. Just like at home, this is also her home, and the little princess truly loves that room. It's all pink and fluffy, and she can run around barefoot and play with many of her favorite toys. She had already dashed around before coming out this morning. The emperor smiled upon hearing this. He knew the little princess liked the room he had prepared, and someone had told him about it, but until he saw it with his own eyes and heard his little girl say it, he still felt a bit uneasy. Thank you, father. The little princess puckered her lips and kissed the emperor's face, making him burst into laughter. Everyone at that moment, they didn't know who to envy anymore. Envy the emperor for doting on the little princess? Envy the little princess for being able to act so sweetly with the emperor? Little darling, this is a gift your grandfather wanted to give you yesterday. The emperor had not forgotten the important task entrusted to him by the crown prince. Suddenly, a book and a stone appeared in the emperor's hand. Thank you, grandfather. Thank you, father. The little princess's soft voice was so cute. She took the gift, and the stone looked similar to the one her master gave her. Father, this stone for grandfather looks like the one master gave me. You mustn't tell anyone. The little princess whispered this secret to the emperor. She was worried they would be sad if they received the same gift. It wouldn't be unique anymore. The key was the little princess's novel reasoning. The emperor met her clear yet anxious gaze and saw her frowning expression, which conveyed that she was a caring little darling. He instantly understood her thought process. The emperor couldn't help but twitch his mouth. A soul stone? There are only 3 in total, and his little girl has 2. If he told anyone, they wouldn't believe it. Yet, the little princess still appeared troubled and completely unaware. Yes, so my little darling, for the sake of your master and your grandfather, you must not tell this secret to anyone, except for me. The emperor smiled. He felt quite good about himself, especially now that they had a little secret together. He felt particularly knowledgeable, especially regarding the little princess's matters. The bond between them was strong. What is this? The little princess held the book, which was somewhat heavy. Luckily, the emperor helped her support it. Otherwise, the little one might not be able to carry it. This is your grandfather's collection of essays, documenting some knowledge about medicine and healing. When you grow up, my little darling, you can learn from it. The emperor didn't let her open the book now. He just told her to keep it safe for now and that she could learn it slowly when her mental strength had developed. Oh, I will take good care of it. The little princess had no concept of these things in her mind. She only knew it was an important book from her grandfather, so she must help him keep it safe. Let us eat some food first. What else do you want to eat? The emperor encouraged the little princess to look at the dishes being served. The little princess didn't hesitate to start directing the emperor to serve her food and feed her. During the little princess's chewing, the emperor had quietly finished a large bowl himself. The little girl really eats well. No wonder some people enjoy watching eating shows. It turns out to be quite effective. However, he knew well that it was effective only because it was the little princess. Otherwise, at banquets, he sometimes found it particularly unappetizing. Suyu stood quietly beside them, trying not to disturb their interaction. The emperor, busy with state affairs, was truly squeezing out time to accompany the little princess. Little darling, tell your father what else you want to eat? The emperor smiled gently. I can't eat anymore, father. the little princess said while puffing up her little belly. And it really looked so. Your Majesty, the headmaster and general he have arrived. The Secretary General came to remind the Emperor. Master and Dad are here. The little princess's face lit up with joy. Are you unhappy with father accompanying you? The Emperor felt a bit jealous. I'm happy. I'm especially happy. The little princess suddenly felt that her father and dad were just like her, even more childish than she was because they still needed to be coaxed like little children. The little princess sighed. Kids these days are really hard. Adults are getting harder to deal with each generation. The Emperor looked at the little princess's wise demeanor and knew that her little head was thinking about some silly things again. He rubbed her head affectionately and took her to meet Li Shuha and the others. Su followed closely behind. General, he hadn't seen his daughter and wife for almost 10 hours and felt sad. When had he ever suffered such grievances? Luckily, he had somewhat made up for it with Nashi. Otherwise, he would really have nowhere to vent his anger. However, this Nashi was quite strange. There was no fluctuation of mental energy in her body, as if she were a primitive human with neither combat power nor mental strength. A few old deans, along with Fushi and Yin-Yang, had studied for an entire night and concluded that it might be related to some special abilities of the little princess. Li Shuha and General He were also not idle. Both were thinking of ways, whether to vent their frustrations or to extract some confidential information. They were prepared to get something back from Nashi. As for whether it was like this, they still needed to conduct a small experiment for verification. Just in time, seeing that it was almost time, they came to pick up the little princess. General, he opened the protective soundproof cover. The headmaster briefly explained their entire research process to the Emperor, who glanced at the little princess. In fact, Li Shuha could understand the Emperor very well because they were all the same. Ah, how could such a soft little darling possibly do something so unexpected? What are your plans? There were no other people here, and the Emperor had no reason to hide anything. We plan to first take the little princess for a related examination, and then let her cooperate in doing a few small experiments. Don't worry, the entire process won't harm the little princess in any way. Li Shuha presented their discussion in a relatively euphemistic tone. Chapter 58 Old, he is a bit sly. Little Pudding blinked her eyes, looking at the suddenly silent group of adults. Can Pudding not go play? Of course. Little Pudding didn't understand the various worries of the adults. It sounded like Master was taking her to the association to play, so why did everyone look so serious? Pudding can definitely go, and Father will accompany you. His Majesty looked at Little Pudding with a gentle expression. Since Little Pudding thought it was play, then it was play, which also eased the little dumpling's nervousness. Your Majesty, you are busy with state affairs. Let me handle this. General, he seemed to be negotiating, but in reality, he had taken the opportunity to snatch Little Pudding up, grinning with satisfaction. Old he, you really? His Majesty forced a smile. He had only known Old he was proud, but hadn't realized he had such a sly side. Then again, it seemed he was like this when it came to asking for funds too. Your Majesty, there is urgent news. The Secretary General clearly wanted to accompany His Majesty and Little Princess, but upon seeing the urgent news from C-Star, his brows furrowed. Your Majesty, you all carry on. General, he pressed down the corners of his mouth, but still couldn't hold back, turning his back while holding Little Pudding. Old he, don't shake your shoulders so much. The Secretary General exclaimed. Little darling, wait for Father to finish and come find you. His Majesty gritted his teeth and then suppressed his anger, gently speaking to Little Pudding. Okay, I'll wait for Father. Little Pudding nodded. She didn't know what the urgent news was, but the stars had told her that Father was the busiest person, and at that time, Little Pudding had sighed that Father worked so hard. Little Pudding waved her hand, watching Father and Uncle T on leave, secretly determined to grow up quickly so she could take care of Grandpa and Grandma, her maternal grandfather, her parents, father, and master. So many. Her fingers weren't enough to count. Little Pudding scratched her head in distress. What is wrong, darling? Su Yufu walked in front of her. Mom, I want to grow up quickly, so you won't have to work so hard. Little Pudding clenched her chubby little fist, her face full of self-affirmation. No need, darling. We just want you to grow up slowly and be a little happier. General, he felt sweetness in his heart. His little girl was indeed better than his son. Those rough old men, it was hard to see them even once in 3 days, each with a temper bigger than his old man. Su Yufu nodded as well. This was their consensus. Then let Pudding grow up slowly. Little Pudding couldn't understand why her parents said this, but she was definitely daddy and mommy's precious daughter, the one who listened to them the most. You little smarty. Li Shuha expressed her jealousy, as if she had just been forgotten by her own disciple. Pudding should be good to master too. Little Pudding flashed a silly smile. Oh, my little precious disciple, Masteress sweetheart. Li Shuha felt her heart soften. She wanted to hug Little Pudding, but was cleverly dodged by General He. Let us go. Let us head to the association first. General, he reminded her of the important matter. Li Shuha raised an eyebrow, glancing at Su Yufu, with an expression that said she would keep an eye on her man. Su Yufu shrugged, indicating she was helpless too. Li Shuha clicked her tongue. No wonder they were a couple. The group boarded the starship, which immediately headed towards the association. Little Pudding was held by General He as they disembarked, and as soon as they landed, General He set Little Pudding down on the lawn. The little dumpling hurriedly ran over, smiling as she greeted Grandma Yang, Grandpa Feng, Grandpa Chu, Grandpa Zhang, Sister Sophia. Good morning. And hello to that little friend from that day too. Good morning, Little Pudding. Director Yang showed a kind smile. Good morning, my little darling. Director Feng beamed. Good morning, Little Pudding. Director Chu stroked his beard. Good morning. Director Zhang, with his hands behind his back, nervously squeezed them but showed no sign of it on his face. Little princess, peace. Sophia greeted, feeling lucky to see the soft little princess right after waking up. Little princess, peace. A little boy's voice was a bit timid. His head lowered. What's wrong? Little Pudding ran to the little boy, tilting her head to look at his buried face. Everyone found it amusing to see Little Pudding like this, the little dumpling trying hard to get close to the taller boy, tilting her head seriously, asking questions. Why was their Little Pudding so adorable? I'm fine. The little boy, Zheng Weiran, stammered for a long time, not knowing what to say. He felt a strong liking for Little Pudding at first sight. She looked like the cutest plush toy in the store, and she loved to laugh. A smile that could warm people's hearts. But this little dumpling had saved him. From that stepmother, from the Zheng family. Naively, he thought he wasn't liked by his father, just because of his stepmother's instigation, until the stepmother was arrested and his father was taken away. At that time, the association brought him back to investigate the situation. On one hand, to understand what happened, and on the other, to provide him treatment and then arrange for someone to send him home. But the person who was supposed to take him back didn't arrive. Instead, a big brother came. That big brother took him to the cub living facility, responsible for taking care of him during this time. Zheng Weiran was very smart. At first, he thought the association wanted to deal with the matter before sending him back. But later the big brother clearly didn't want him to interact with others, especially with those eyes filled with sympathy and pity. After several requests, the big brother finally reported to the higher-ups and told him what happened afterward. It turned out that his mother didn't die from depression and suicide, but was forced to death by his father and grandparents. Because after giving birth to him, his mother was left unable to have more children. Even artificial insemination wouldn't work. His father, and they kept pressing and bullying his mother. His mother persevered for him until he was 5 years old. When the stepmother appeared, his father could no longer tolerate it and made his mother choose between living for him or living for herself. His mother naturally chose to die herself, as long as his father could take care of him. His father didn't stop loving him because of the stepmother. He should say he never loved him. This was only the damage his father had done to him, not to mention the many absurd things his father had done. After Zheng Weiran knew, he cried for a long time. This was the first time he had cried so much since his mother died. He felt he didn't deserve to live in this world. He was the one who caused his mother to die. His father was a super bad guy. But the big brother showed him a video of the little princess exposing his second brother's eating broadcast. Suddenly thinking of that shining little princess, like a fairy descending from the heavens to protect him, he felt he couldn't die. Even to see the little princess shining like light again was worth it. The big brother told him that the little princess would come today and helped him apply to be received. He buried himself in the big brother's arms and cried again. Now that he truly saw the little princess, he really didn't know what to do. Would the little princess think he was a bad child, an unfortunate child? Chapter 59. Li Qinan, oh no, don't cry. Xiaoji was a bit flustered, seeing the boy next to him in tears. He didn't know what to do and used his soft little hands to help wipe his tears. But there seemed to be no end to it, and Xiaoji was sweating anxiously. General He and the others also knew about Zheng Weiron's situation. The adults' mistakes had nothing to do with the little ones. It was pitiful for that child. His mother died tragically, and his father was not present. I'm sorry. Xiao Ran was a bit too emotional. A man stepped out from the side, looking apologetic as he gently wiped the boy's tears. By engage, Zheng Weiran threw himself onto the man, trying hard to suppress his sobs. He felt like he had messed everything up. The little princess must hate him. It's okay, Li Bian comforted him. It's all right. Don't cry. The pain will go away. Xiao Ji tried to imitate Li Bian's actions, patting Zheng Weiran. Look, even the little princess is comforting you. It would be embarrassing to cry more, Li Bian said with a smile. Zheng Weiran was stunned. The little princess was comforting him? Didn't he hate him? He sneakily glanced back at Xiao Ji, who was looking at him with a worried expression, and he instantly felt his face grow hot. Didn't you want to say something to the little princess? Li Bian smiled and ruffled Zheng Weiran's hair. I'm sorry. Zheng Weiran remembered something and turned around, mustering up his courage. He looked at Xiao Ji and spoke with a voice that still trembled. Why do you need to say sorry? Did you do something wrong? Xiao Ji asked, confused. She noticed the boyish aura was white, not black. The little one didn't quite understand. And even if you did something wrong, that's okay. As long as you can recognize your mistake and change, you're a good child, Xiao Ji proudly declared, having learned this from a children's video. Hearing Xiao Ji's words, Zheng Weiran was at a loss for how to respond. What had he done wrong? Was it wrong to be born or to meet the little princess? No, that's not it. Thank you, little princess. Thank you for saving me that day with your brother, and thank you for letting me meet my brother. Zheng Weiran suddenly felt clarity about things that had puzzled him before. He held Li Bian's hand and smiled at him. Li Bian's eyes turned a bit red at that moment. As a grown man, he felt a strange urge to cry for the first time. He had been punished by his elder brother to volunteer and take care of children because he had been quite unruly. He thought either his brother was crazy or he was crazy. What was this about? Li Bian had initially been unwilling, but after being beaten by his brother and told that if he didn't change his ways, he would have to stay here for life, he thought, no way, I'm not one to back down. Until that day, when a little boy was brought to him. For some reason, when Li Bian saw his frail figure and his numerous injuries, his heart ached. In the end, he convinced himself to just find something to do. He started learning how to take care of a little one. At first, he was clumsy and often hurt the child, but the little one just smiled at him foolishly. Eventually, he became more skilled. The longer they spent together, the more he cared for the little one. He began to inquire about the child's background, only to find out it was his brother and the others who were handling the situation. After learning about the child's origins, he felt even worse. It would have been better if the child had just been a simple abandoned orphan. Li Bian didn't plan to tell Zheng Weiran about this, but the little one was quite clever and kept asking him questions until he finally consulted his brother. His brother told him that the truth couldn't be hidden forever and that boys had to grow up. Li Bian made up his mind to discuss this with Zheng Weiran. As he expected, the little one visibly sank into despair, his health deteriorating to the point where Sophia had to come daily to provide therapy. It wasn't until he saw the little princess's hand that he regained some of his smile. Yesterday, he heard Sophia mention that the little princess would come today, so he specifically asked the president, who agreed. Now, his efforts were not in vain. You're welcome. If you encounter someone in need of help in the future, you should help them too, okay? Xiaoji extended her little hand, making a pinky promise gesture. Okay. Zheng Weiran smiled. Then it's settled. Pinky promise for 100 years. No changing. If you do, you'll turn into a little pig. Xiaoji's soft voice struck everyone's hearts. General He. His little girl is so good, kind-hearted. Suyu, that pinky promise is just too cute. Li Shuha. Why is her little disciple so soft? I want to take a bite. The directors. Another day of cleansing the soul. Sophia. My little goose is an angel. No arguments accepted. Li Bian. Now I understand why my brother talks about the little one every day. Okay. Zheng Weiran's voice was a bit stronger now. We have to go first, Xiao Ji, Li Shuha reminded. Then I'll go first, bye. Xiao Ji held Li Shuha's hand with one hand and waved goodbye to Zheng Weiran with the other. Goodbye, little princess. Zheng Weiran waved vigorously until he could no longer see her figure. You little rascal. I've never seen you be this enthusiastic towards me, Li Bian chuckled. Enthusiastic, brother. Zheng Weiran tugged at Li Baiyan's clothing. Then I want to discuss something with you. Li Baiyan squatted down. Zheng Weiran's heart sank. Was his brother going to leave? His brother had been saying he wanted to go before, that he didn't want to stay here. He didn't want to lose his brother. Seeing Zheng Weiran's face gradually turn pale again, Li Baiyan knocked on his forehead. What are you thinking? Isn't brother leaving? Zheng Weiran directly asked, summoning his courage. Brother, go do what you like. I'll come find you in the future. Yes, I will leave. Li Baiyan paused. Zheng Weiran smiled a bit awkwardly. So do you want to come with brother and be my real little brother? Li Baiyan held Zheng Weiran's shoulders with both hands. Zheng Weiran looked up at Li Baiyan, his eyes wide with shock. Real little brother? Yes. How about calling yourself Li Qianan? Li Baiyan raised an eyebrow. Can I? Zheng Weiran felt happiness come too suddenly. Could he really go with his brother? Of course. I've talked to Dad, Mom, and my brother. The paperwork is already being processed. In the end, you won't have a choice. Li Baiyan smirked. I want to be with my brother. Thank you, brother. Zheng Weiran threw himself into Li Baiyan's arms. It was his brother who made him feel the protection and care of family. Apart from the little princess, he liked his brother the most. I knew you would be willing. Li Baiyan smiled, holding his hand. Let's go, I'll take you to meet them. Brother, should I go prepare a bit? Zheng Weiran felt a bit nervous. No need. They've seen your photos long ago and know about you. Li Baiyan was aware of his nervousness. In fact, he was also quite nervous. It wasn't that he was afraid his family wouldn't like him. He was just worried that the little one would be stubborn and get stuck in a dead end and not want to come out. Thankfully, the little princess was here today. Chapter 60. More important than seclusion, everyone arrived at the laboratory. Sophia first assisted Din Yang and conducted a mental strength examination on Little Xiang. Just as Fushi Yinyang had said earlier, Little Xiang's mental strength consumption was quite high, as the little one looked noticeably weaker than before. After taking the medication, had she recovered everything? Sophia was astonished and turned to Yinyang. Uncle Yinyang, how long did you say it took you to recover your mental strength? Seeing her expression, Fushi Yinyang thought there might be an issue with Little Xiang's examination and hurriedly replied, I had overexerted myself before, and after taking the medication, I recovered about 10% immediately. I was fine in terms of life, just weak. Additionally, I absorbed some spiritual energy from the crystal, and it took me a week to fully recover. This medication is undoubtedly a breakthrough for the entire galaxy. Nowadays, people cannot absorb spiritual energy from themselves to enhance their combat power or mental strength, and when overexerted, it is even more impossible to timely obtain spiritual energy from special crystals without the help of a specialized doctor. Without prompt treatment, the result would be either death or prolonged weakness. This medication allows individuals in a state of extreme weakness to instantly recover 10% of their mental strength and alleviates their worries, which is enough to drive all mental strength users crazy. But Little Xiang's mental strength was quite abundant. Sophia's voice carried a hint of insecurity. How is that possible? Fushi Yinyang, having researched the medication himself, certainly knew its effects. Yes, we checked several times. Din Yang also found it incredible. Is this the power of an SSS level? They were all in disbelief. Fushi Yinyang walked up to Little Xiang, gently holding her delicate little hand and carefully probing. As he injected a small amount of his mental strength into her, the mental energy inside her fiercely devoured his little input. Devoured? This was unheard of. Subsequently, while observing Little Xiang's condition, he injected a larger amount of mental strength, but the result was merely a more violent devouring. He dared not continue injecting mental strength and began to examine carefully again. Little Xiang showed no signs of discomfort. The extraordinary aspects of SSS-level abilities were beyond their imagination. Indeed, there were no issues. Fushi Yunyang released Little Xiang's hand and then spoke to her, Little sweetheart. When Grandpa was checking you just now, did you feel any discomfort? No, Grandpa. Xiang feels very comfortable. It feels like the air in my belly is getting bigger. Little Xiang's beautiful big eyes reflected Fushi Yunyang's silly expression. According to what we discussed yesterday, let's do a few experiments first, and then we'll confirm everything, okay? Fushi Yunyang could hardly wait. The more they explored Little Xiang's uniqueness, the better they could guide her properly. Teaching an SSS-level individual with old methods could lead to disaster. Seeing Fushi Yunyang's serious expression, Everyone understood the matter might not be simple. He was not one to meddle in others' affairs, but once he took an interest in someone, he would protect them well, which reassured everyone. Then let's get started. Li Shua Nudda. Little Xiang followed several senior deans to different small rooms, with Sophia taking care of her, while Li Shuha accompanied Fushi Yunyang. In Su Yu, in general, he observed Little Xiang from the monitoring room. The four watched as Little Xiang giggled, while the old deans looked increasingly silly in their exaggerated praise. In the observation room, Fushi Yunyang shared what he had just examined and tested with the other three. The three were unusually silent. For others, this was a good thing, such immense power. But as parents, watching the still, smiling Little Xiang made their hearts ache. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility, but this extraordinary ability might attract many thieves. This was not something the He family or the empire could protect just by saying so. Little Xiang had to become strong herself to ensure her safety. This seemed to be the only thing the four of them could agree on in their thoughts. After the examination, they let Sophia take Little Xiang out to play, while the others held a meeting about nurturing the little one. Indeed, Fushi Yunyang also did not plan to enter seclusion. What could be more important than raising his granddaughter? Especially such an extraordinary one. All of her future achievements would have a share. Humph. Sophia felt a bubbling happiness today, not only because she had spent so much time with her own, but now she also had time to be alone with Little Xiang. Ooh, so happy. Where do you want to play, little princess? Sophia gently asked as she squatted down to Little Xiang. Sister, just call me Xiang. I don't know where to play. Can you take me around here? Little Xiang held Sophia's hand. Sophia couldn't help but cover her nose, nearly getting a nosebleed. Okay. What's wrong? It must be good. Sophia nodded frantically. The Protection Association was vast. The area they were in was the central island of the association, and except for a few high-ranking members, others were not qualified to come here. The central island was large and beautiful, with flourishing trees and flowers. The sky garden was nothing compared to it, and since Li Shuha liked small animals, many were raised on the island, along with some that had come to the central island on their own. Sophia patiently explained to Little Xiang about the small animals they saw, their names, characteristics, and what they like to eat. Sister, can I feed the little squirrel? Little Xiang looked at Sophia with sparkling eyes full of anticipation. Yes. The previous president often fed some small animals, so they're not very shy, but you must pay attention to safety. Stay close to your sister, otherwise. If a small animal hurts you, I would be very heartbroken. Sophia squatted down, looking into Little Xiang's eyes, holding her little hand seriously. Okay, I will listen to my sister. Little Xiang readily agreed. Sophia contacted the caretaker through her light brain and asked him to bring some food for feeding the animals. Little Xiang told the stars to remember to video her feeding the little animals so she could show off to her brother later. When the caretaker arrived and saw the little creature next to Sophia, he was clearly taken aback for a moment, then smiled and greeted, Vice Dean Sophia, here is the animal food you requested. Do you need me to help? Okay, thank you. This is Her Highness the Princess. Sophia nodded slightly and briefly introduced Little Xiang. In the future, Little Xiang would come often, and if she wanted to feed the small animals, she could directly find him. Little Xiang thought the caretaker was a young big brother, handsome, and looked good when smiling. When Sister saw the big brother smile, she blushed. Although Sister looked down, she was short, so she saw everything. Why is Sister blushing? It's the little princess. Hello, little princess, I'm Xie Gongxiu. It's a pleasure to meet you. Xie Gongxiu bowed and showed Little Xiang a warm smile. Hello, Brother Qiu, Little Xiang softly responded. Chapter 61 Feeding Little Animals. Xie Gongxiu suppressed the impulse to rush over and pet the little princess. He squatted down and asked the little princess, Do you want to feed the little animals? Yes, can I feed them by myself? Little Puhua nodded and blinked her eyes. Of course you can. Can I first show you how to do it? Xie Gongxiu's voice was soft and gentle. Thank you, Brother Qiu. Little Puhua was so excited that she almost jumped up, but she held back and shyly glanced at Sophia and Xie Gongxiu. The two couldn't help but laugh. Why was the little princess so adorable? She was so easily satisfied. Just feeding little animals made her this happy. And when she was excited, she wanted to jump, but felt shy. Peeking at them with those cute little eyes was really heart-melting. Now, little princess, please stand with Sister Sophia and watch my demonstration." After saying this, Xie Gongxiu summoned many little animals and began to feed them. There were many animals that came: little rabbits, little deer, little squirrels, little monkeys, and many little birds. Some of the bolder ones walked right up to Xie Gongxiu's feet, even tugging at his pants for food. In the midst of the little animals, Xie Gongxiu looked like an angel bathed in sunlight. Little Puhua tilted her head back to look at Sophia, as if bubbles of happiness were floating around her sister. "Sophia, could you please hold the little princess for me?" Xie Gongxiu said to Sophia. "Oh, sure." Sophia came back to her senses, nodded, and picked up the little fluffy bundle. The little animals, showing remarkable intelligence, made way for them to enter. Xie Gongxiu handed a few nuts to little Puhua, and soon a little squirrel slowly approached her. Sophia felt that the little squirrel didn't seem afraid of little Puhua. Instead, it was little Puhua who was a bit startled, cautiously approaching it. How strange. Sophia fed a little rabbit with her own portion of food, but the rabbit sniffed and then hopped away. "Hey, does this mean I'm not liked by little animals?" Sophia felt a bit sad. "The rabbit likes to eat this." Xie Gongxiu handed some clover to Sophia. "Thank you." Sophia took it and turned around to find the little rabbit again. The rabbit sniffed the clover offered and hesitated for a moment, but eventually started to eat. Sophia lightly patted her own face with one hand, thinking that beauty can be misleading. She actually loved little animals very much, but unfortunately, she had never been favored by them since childhood. Later, she specialized in counseling, dealing with aggressive fighters every day, and little animals seemed to want to hide far away from her. It was only after she accidentally met Xie Gongxiu, who cared for little animals, that she began to see them up close. She knew that little animals didn't like her. It was just that they felt comfortable around Xie Gongxiu. Even the food she offered, which should have been to their liking, was often ignored by them. At first, she thought Xie Gongxiu had some special method. Later, she heard from her master that Xie Gongxiu had neither mental power nor combat ability, and was an extraordinarily ordinary person. Having neither combat power nor mental strength was a probability smaller than winning the lottery. Yet Xie Gongxiu was just like that. She heard he was bullied in childhood and was brought back by the guild leader because he discovered that little animals particularly liked him, so he was asked to help care for them. Sophia didn't know how Xie Gongxiu managed it, but after spending time together, she felt he might have some special aura or the ability to communicate with little animals, as she often heard him chatting with them. After finishing the clover in Sophia's hand, the little rabbit immediately scampered away, not even giving Sophia a chance to pet it. Feeling defeated, Sophia thought she might as well go accompany the little princess. But then she saw little Puhua surrounded by a group of little animals, and they were all very well-mannered, standing obediently beside her, waiting for the little princess to feed them. Comparisons can be infuriating. Sophia covered her chest. But, oh no, her little princess was just so cute. Otherwise, why would the little animals like her so much? No, she couldn't take this lying down. After thinking for a moment, she called out her light brain to drop some bombs in the group of little princesses. Why does Fei like the little princess? I don't get along with little animals. The little princess's 1,000-pound charm. It's normal. Little animals are sensitive to energy. Many people are not liked by them, especially fighters. Dad loves the little princess. I understand above. I'm also one of those who aren't liked by little animals. I really wanted to raise a cat. Went to a pet shop to buy one, but the cat fluffed up when it saw me. Later, I got smart and ordered a delivery, but within an hour, the cat ran away. The little princess is mine, but I see the data above filled in as female. Nothing sweet about the little princess. It could be because of the counselor. Counselors don't tend to be liked by little animals. The little princess is my heart. What nonsense. Could it be that being a counselor isn't a common profession? Pokes fingers. Nothing sweet about the little princess. That's true. The person above is indeed quite a rarity. Why does Fei like the little princess? I am. Sophia didn't forget to throw in a screenshot with important information blurred out. The group exploded with messages. One by one, they kneeled and called her a big shot. Sophia smirked. Why does Fei like the little princess? But I saw the little princess. She is especially liked by little animals. When she feeds them, the little animals sit in a row like well-behaved kindergarten children. The group fell silent in an instant. Those who asked for the little princess to appear every day. Did the person above not wake up today? The little princess is the cutest. Although the person above is a counselor, dreaming like this, we will still laugh at you unless you take a picture to show us. Stealing the little princess. I heard the calculations from above. I can hear it all the way from W star. Don't listen to her. Just send it to me privately. I believe you. Messages in the group quickly reached 99. Sophia showed a satisfied smile. Good. Now she wasn't the only one feeling down. After all, she was Sophia Nyo who Lu Hei Xinfia. Seeing that Sophia hadn't appeared, the group erupted even more, all sneering at her, starting to say various sarcastic remarks. Sophia didn't mind. They were just a bunch of incompetent, angry people. Her heart and eyes were focused on the little fluffy bundle, forgetting about Xie Gongxiu beside her. What could be more healing than little Puhua? Nothing. When the guild leader sent her a message asking where she was, Sophia reluctantly shifted her gaze away from little Puhua and replied to the message. Not long after, the main group arrived. They also saw the little fluffy bundle surrounded by little animals sitting in a row. Little Puhua finished feeding the last nut that Xie Gongxiu had given her. And when she wanted more, Xie Gongxiu shook his head apologetically. The little princess has no more. Let's come back next time, okay? In fact, there was food available. It was just that little Puhua had been here long enough, and the guild leader had arrived, likely to take her away. So Xie Gongxiu said this intentionally. All right then, that's fine. Little Puhua clapped her hands and seriously told the little animals, Puhua has no food now. Next time, Puhua will come back to bring you food. Chapter 62 New Playmate. The little animals thought that the little one was out of food. So they all took out the small snacks they had secretly collected to bring back and keep. Suyu Fu couldn't help but exclaim, our precious baby is just so cute. Even the little animals love her so much. General He wholeheartedly agreed. Who says otherwise? She's my daughter. The couple harmonized like this. And the others, while somewhat speechless, weren't angry. After all, they were all the little one's grandparents or masters or something like that. Who's more noble than whom? The little one wasn't hungry. She would come back to see you all next time. The little one waved her hands, and although she liked to eat, she couldn't snatch food from the little animals. However, nuts seemed to be okay to eat. Xie Gongxiu walked over to the little one, picked her up, and brought her out of the circle of little animals. The little animals emitted low sounds, as if pleading for the little milk ball to definitely come again next time. Precious baby, Daddy will hold you. General, he walked over to take the little one. The little one reluctantly said goodbye to the little animals, her voice soft and sweet, inexplicably making everyone feel a sense of parting sorrow. This little cub and the animal group really know how to have fun. Li Shu he had already arranged for a meal. They would eat at the association for lunch. Today's lunch was sumptuous. So sumptuous that Fu Shi Yunyang couldn't help but be astonished. Does your association waste food like this? Fu Shi Yunyang couldn't help but ask Director Yang quietly. No, teacher, it's because the little one is here today, Director Yang replied with a smile. Is the little cub such a big eater? Fu Shi Yunyang began to have doubts. Director Yang just smiled and said nothing. Can the little one eat now? I'm so hungry. The little one looked at the dishes served and was drooling. Hurry up and eat more. Li Shui smiled as she served the little cub a piece of cut beef first. The little cub swallowed it in one bite. Fu Shi Yunyang swallowed hard, not knowing why he felt that today's beef seemed particularly delicious. Teacher, you should try it too. Director Yang smiled and served him a piece. Just at that moment, Fu Shi Yunyang saw the beef disappear in an instant. The next second, whatever dish the little one was eating, everyone's hands were not empty, except for the amount left for the little cub, which depended entirely on their speed. Fu Shi Yunyang no longer dared to daze. He joined this battle. The little cub let out a small milk burp. She hadn't even drunk milk at noon. How could she burp? Oh, she remembered. Grandma said that eating together is very delicious, and she felt full because of that. Not just the little milk ball. Everyone felt an unprecedented satisfaction. Director Yang kindly distributed a pill to help with digestion to each person. Fu Xianyang also took one. He never thought he would use this useless pill one day. He felt a bit embarrassed. Does the little cub want to play for a while first? Or go to sleep? Li Shuhi asked the little milk ball for her opinion. Can the little one sunbathe? The little one's sparkling eyes made it impossible to refuse. Li Shuhi didn't expect the little cub to give that answer. Sunbathing sounded like a very warm and beautiful term, but they wouldn't waste time on that. Okay, let's go sunbathe, but this afternoon, the little one has to attend class with us. Li Shu, he also didn't want to exploit the little cub. Learning is best done early. They could hide it for a while, but not forever, especially with the bug tribe stirring. MHM. The little cub nodded vigorously. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Afraid the little milk ball would feel wronged. Their hearts wouldn't harden. Li Shu, he had people arrange some soft mats on a flat lawn by the lake where they could get sunlight and prepared some things for them to eat, drink, and play with. Some items were even arranged to be delivered quickly, and Li Shu herself hadn't expected such a scene to appear at her workplace one day. After General, he helped set things up, he left first. The urgent news received from His Majesty in the morning was about the bug tribe, and a meeting was to be held in the afternoon, so he had to go. Sophia, as the vice president, had more chores to do and didn't have time to play with the little one in the afternoon, reluctantly saying goodbye to the little milk ball. Director Zhang and Chu were avid fishing enthusiasts and directly started fishing with the equipment that was delivered. The remaining Director Feng and Director Yang teamed up with Fu Xiyunyang to play mahjong, with Li Shu he filling in for the last player. Fu Xiyunyang was not keen on playing such trivial games. He'd rather sunbathe with his little granddaughter. He could give Director Feng some face, but couldn't withstand Director Yang's cheerful demeanor, so he reluctantly joined in the game. Of course, Fu Xiyunyang didn't even understand the rules and was confused while playing. It was only with Su Yu Fu's slight guidance that he began to get the hang of it. The little cub was running around nearby. She didn't understand, but knew someone had won. For example, when Director Feng exclaimed, "Oh, sorry, I won," the little cub cheerfully shouted from the side, "You won." This atmosphere contributed greatly to the mood, and even the two people fishing couldn't help but frequently look back and occasionally join the fun. With Su Yufu's help, Fu Xiyunyang began to win, and he started to feel quite proud. However, the others were turning a blind eye, joking that such a good new playmate should be well cultivated and fattened up for later. Su Yufu noticed her little girl's voice had noticeably lowered, so she picked her up and took her to the soft mat, coaxing her to sleep. "Star, do you want to watch the Little Master's video?" "What video?" Su Yufu asked. "Sumevat Bazod." "The video of the Little Master playing with the little animals," Star replied happily. "Yes, please send it to my light brain." Su Yufu didn't expect that this scene had been recorded by Star, which was absolutely wonderful. Star packaged the video and sent a copy to Su Yufu's light brain, then also sent one to Inhe, and thought to send one to everyone in the He family. The modest Star obediently flew back. Su Yufu opened the video and watched as the little cub cutely fed the little animals and talked to them seriously. It was simply too adorable. Woo-woo, how can my little girl be so cute? Su Yufu's joyful commotion was so loud that the others couldn't help but look over at her. "What are you laughing about?" Li Shu He, who was closest to her, naturally asked first. Star recorded the precious baby playing with the little animals. Su Yufu turned the screen to show them. Once the others saw it, they quickly changed their battlefield. What could be more important than watching the cute little milk ball? Chapter 63, especially Crazy Little Su. Can you send me a copy of this video? Fu Xiyunyang's thick skin and proud nature are quite similar. As long as it's something he wants, what's a face to him? He clearly understands that being aloof and being proud are two different things. You can call him Sundara, but you can't say he pretends to be aloof. Sure. Su Yufu nodded. After all, this is the grandfather of the cute baby, so it's no problem. Yufu, little Su, that, Su. Before they could finish speaking, Su Yufu pointed at the screen they were transmitting. It's all here, all of it. Everyone showed satisfied smiles. Little Chi was woken up by the strange laughter. She rubbed her eyes. "Sweet baby, are you awake?" Su Yufu, being closest to little Chi, was the first to notice. The little milk voice of her mother still trembled when she called, making people's hearts flutter. Su Yufu put away her light brain, and the others also turned to look at little Chi, their eyes very obvious. Little Chi suddenly felt much more awake, then sweetly called everyone one by one, making everyone smile brightly. Only then did the little milk dumpling breathe a sigh of relief. Su Yufu took out baby wipes to clean little Chi's tender little face, then applied baby cream on her, but it still couldn't cover the little dumpling's own milky fragrance. Unable to resist, she planted a hard kiss on the little dumpling's face. Little Chi almost stumbled from the kiss, but she still smiled sweetly especially well-behaved. Then let's start class. Fu Xiyunyang couldn't stand not getting something he wanted, feeling hurt and wanted to break it apart. All right, Grandpa. Little Qi ran over to Fu Xiyunyang. This greatly satisfied Fu Xiyunyang's heart, and he took little Qi to the room prepared by Li Shu-he for class, suddenly realizing this old man Yunyang is quite annoying. Old Feng couldn't help but shake his head. Din Yang Smilet. When the teacher was young, he was also quite annoying. If it weren't for the fact that his brain worked a bit better than hers and helped her. Din Yang thought about the number of people she had stopped from wanting to hit the teacher. It was probably more than the Research Institute on Center Island could hold. Your Highness, the big boss, just as you thought, that person's surname Zheng is someone supported by the Nan family. There are quite a few in the middle levels, and the list is right here. Moreover, this sudden attack by the insect race is also related to them, but Fei Ke hasn't found solid evidence yet. Li Shuren adjusted his glasses and handed over a list. Your Highness first looked at the list, his face darkening terribly. So many people? He could only think of 1/3 of this list. What else? Your Highness suppressed his anger. A black market centered around the Nan family has also been established. Li Shuren paused for a moment, unusually hesitant to speak. Speak. Your Highness realized it wasn't that simple. The largest trading chain inside is selling female reproductive organs and female younglings, while the remaining small part is selling male slaves and smuggling obsidian crystals. Li Shuren replied, Absurd. This is a contempt for the imperial laws, a disdain for the Protection Association. Your Highness slammed the table heavily, his face turning red. He had thought that after his father took office and the current president was heavily suppressed, such things would not happen again. He didn't expect that just a few years later, there were still insects gnawing away. Your Highness was furious and for a moment didn't know what to say. After a long while, he finally calmed down. What does General Xinghan mean? Your Highness suddenly remembered that He hadn't said a word, not even lifting his eyes. Remembering his father's reminder, he realized he still needed to learn from He in some aspects. So he regained his composure. It's done. He's tone was cold. Very good. For the first time, Your Highness felt that strength was a good thing. Sometimes, using violence to counter violence is the most direct and effective method. To be honest, if reasoning were effective, these pests wouldn't have been bred. A video from the stars has come in. Should we watch it first? The galaxy flew over. Look, he raised his hand and waved. The galaxy transformed into a large screen. On it was the scene of little Qi playing with small animals. The 3 people who had just been furious were instantly captured by the little dumpling. In an instant, the tense atmosphere turned joyful. Who was that person? He frowned, looking at the man who was always around little Qi. Xie Gongxiu. He specializes in helping the president take care of small animals. Your Highness knew this quite well. A psychic? He raised an eyebrow. No, he has no psychic power or combat power. Your Highness shook his head. He tapped his fingers on the table, not saying much more. They only watched the video once, and everyone still felt unsatisfied, but He directly put the galaxy away. Your Highness and Li Shuren didn't dare to say anything or ask. Let's go. He's gaze turned cold. Li Shuren accompanied Your Highness to watch from the control room. In an instant, He's battle armor appeared on the surveillance screen, followed by countless battle armors. Your Highness, I'll contact the association's people first. Li Shuren asked Your Highness for permission. Your Highness nodded. Post-battle cleanup is a small matter. There are so many oppressed women and younglings inside that need the Protection Association to step in and help. Li Shuren took a deep breath. These are treasures of the starry sky, these beasts. Li Shui received news from the front line through the branch and frowned tightly upon seeing the message. She turned to several deans and said, The branch has sent news that He and the others have discovered a large black market chain selling female reproductive organs and female younglings by the Nan family. I must go in person. I will trouble you all during this time. Hearing Li Shu-he's words, the expressions of the several deans were not good. They remembered how much effort it took to implement the laws back then. It was truly earned with blood and lives. And now, just a few years later, someone dared to do such inhumane things. You go quickly. We'll take care of things here. Little Qi is also with us. Din Yang assured Li Shu-he. Those matters are the important ones. Many compatriots are waiting for them to save. Li Shu-he nodded and ordered to have a starship prepared, directly activating psychic power assistance to jump through the wormhole and soon reach the branch's location. Li Shui's face was somewhat pale. She had been thinking about a question all the way. Must one reach a point of extreme opposition to avoid this situation? President. Zhu hurried over to support Li Shui. I'm Fina. How is General Xinghan doing? Li Shui asked. He is already in a standoff with the Nan family's army, and our people are also stationed there. Zhu replied. Take me there. Li Shui said. President, it's not safe there. Zhu was very worried about Li Shui's safety. The president is not only her idol, but also the pillar of the entire association. Nothing must happen to her. Zhu, if anything happens to any compatriot, it is my dereliction of duty. When I took the position of president, I promised to protect everyone's safety, Li Shui said with an undeniable expression. Zhu understood. If she hadn't guessed that the president was going to rush over, she would have already been on the battlefield. When the two arrived there, they saw that the galaxy's battle armor had already cut through the Nan family's army. Not only were Li Shui and Zhu shocked by this scene, but even the glory army following behind the galaxy and the prince and Li Shuren in the control room felt that today's boss general was especially crazy. Chapter 64 Convergence. This battle was completely a one-sided massacre by the galactic battle armor. The glory army scrambled to pick up the spoils, fearing they wouldn't even have a chance to engage. Li Shuhe gradually furrowed his brow. Connect to the galaxy. Li Shuhe instructed his holographic assistant, Lotus. Master, the other party has rejected the call request. Lotus replied. What about the war god ship? Li Shuhe asked again. Connection established. Lotus attempted to contact the main control panel of the war god ship. Your Highness. Li Shuhe's figure appeared on the control panel. President, the crown prince nodded slightly. What is the situation with Hiyu? Li Shuhe was very worried about letting Hiyu stay in this state. It felt as if they were back in that bloody scene from before. The empire was now fraught with crises. They couldn't afford to lose this general and had no energy to deal with Hiyu if he fell into a berserk state. The war god had already tried to communicate with the galaxy, but the galaxy completely rejected it. Li Shan was also a bit anxious. Clearly, he didn't see any signs of the boss about to go berserk earlier. The conversation fell into a strange silence. How about letting Xiao Xia try? Qi Yin had appeared here at some point. The three looked at Qi Yin with brightened expressions. But then the crown prince shook his head. No, we can't let my sister see such a bloody scene. If the boss finds out we used Little Miss to restrain him, I can't imagine how crazy he would get. Li Shan also shook his head in agreement. The president also didn't want Xiao Xia to see these messy things. She was still so young and shouldn't bear such a heavy burden. But after glancing at the battle situation on the galaxy side, he gritted his teeth and called the contact for Xingxing. Little master, the president is calling. The president is calling. Xingxing had been quietly accompanying Xiao Xia in class. But Lotus's urgent contact made it worry that something was wrong. Fu Xiyunyang frowned, disliking being disturbed during class, even by the AI. How strange. Fu Xiyunyang closely observed Xingxing with a curious gaze. He knew that the little dumpling didn't have a holographic brain yet. This was just an AI. Just an AI. Xingxing trembled under the probing gaze and hurriedly flew to hide beside Xiao Xia. Grandpa, can I answer the phone? Xiao Xia was still very respectful of Fu Xiyunyang. He was her teacher now, and a good student should listen to their teacher. Yes. Fu Xiyunyang figured there must be something urgent since Li Shuhe was not the kind of person who couldn't distinguish priorities. Hello, master. What do you need Xiao Xia for? Xiao Xia tilted her little head to look at the figure above, which was accompanied by other figures. Crown Prince brother, Xian brother, Qi Yin brother. The little dumpling obediently greeted each one. Little disciple, the master wants you to try to contact your brother Hiyu and see if you can reach him. If you can, advise him to calm down. Li Shuhe tried to keep his tone steady, not wanting to bring negative emotions to Xiao Xia. Is brother missing? Xiao Xia's voice tinged with anxiety. She didn't take care to listen to their responses and immediately asked Xingxing to contact her brother. Everyone held their breath as they heard the dialing tone. Listening to the beeping sounds, their hearts sinking. Fu Xiyunyang also sensed something was off and gave the crown prince a knowing look. The crown prince then had his holographic assistant send him the details of the incident. Just when everyone thought the other party wouldn't answer the call and felt disheartened. The call was picked up, but there was no visual. Brother? Xiao Xia tentatively called out. A low, suppressed voice responded. Brother, are you feeling unwell? Where are you? Xiao Xiao will come find you. Xiao Xiao's soft voice was filled with concern. Compared to Xiao Xiao's anxiety, the others felt a sense of relief. It's fine. After a long silence, the other party responded again, sounding much better than before, though the voice was still faint. That's not okay. Xiao Xiao misses you. Xiao Xiao was not easily fooled. She insisted that her brother must be hurt. Otherwise, why wouldn't he let her see him? A few chuckles escaped from the other side. Crown Prince. I inexplicably feel he can't replace Hiyu's position and go down a berserk path. And then hear his sister say she wants him. Li Xian. Indeed, little miss is the warmest presence. Brothers are just asking for a beating. Li Shuha. Why did she have a take on this bad guy role? Why is she also the one getting jealous? Qi Yin. If I had known, I would have waited for the general to go crazy. Then I could snatch Little Miss for myself. Fu Xiyunyang. This class feels oddly sour. Brother. What are you laughing at? Xiao Xiao was getting angry. She puffed her cheeks in annoyance. Don't be mad. He lowered his gaze, wanting to reach out to touch the little dumpling projected by the galaxy. But unfortunately, the three-dimensional little dumpling was merely a hologram. TSK. I can't touch your face. Xiao Xia is coming to find you. Xiao Xia emphasized again. Okay. This time, he did not refuse. Really? Xiao Xia said joyfully. I'll have someone come pick you up. He contacted his other assistant, Gu Zihong. Then you have to wait for Xiao Xia to come and be good. Don't get hurt, okay? Xiao Xia leaned closer to the screen, speaking seriously. Little thing, trying to teach me like an adult. I have things to do. I'll hang up now. He finished speaking and hung up the call before Xiao Xia could reply. Xiao Xia didn't feel anything was wrong. She just pulled Fu Xiyunyang's hand. Grandpa, can you go with Xiao Xia? That way you can continue teaching Xiao Xia. Fu Xiyunyang, you don't have to work so hard. But he wouldn't say that. Sure. It was a good thing for the little dumpling to be eager to learn. As an elder, how could he discourage the child's enthusiasm? Xiao Xia and Fu Xiyunyang shared a cheerful and harmonious atmosphere, while the others at the control panel couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling a chill down their spines. Although Xingxing didn't aim the projection at them, they felt as if the boss general had sharply sensed their presence. He shook his head, looking at the debris scattered around. The little one was still young. He couldn't be as reckless as before. Thinking of Xiao Xia's wet little eyes that looked like a little rabbit, his heart couldn't help but ache, feeling worse than his own numb existence. 20 minutes. In the battle, clean up the battlefield, the galactic battle armor issued the command. Yes, all the battle armors responded in unison. The already demoralized Nan family army was now fleeing in all directions. People are like this. Those who have never seen authority always want to challenge it. But when they truly witnessed the killer god, they realized that wanting to move them was as simple as crushing an ant. The cold dread spread from their hearts to their entire bodies. Those people had no fighting spirit left. It was already hard enough to stay alive. Chapter 65, The Baby Doll. Crying, some people saw that the galaxy battle armor had stopped moving and thought they had a chance to survive, wanting to grab some meat shields and threaten the enemy's hostages. However, they were blasted to pieces by a shot from Tianhu, who coolly pretended to blow the muzzle of his cannon, joking that the boss was strong, but that didn't mean they were all useless. Did they not exist? Stop showing off. The association is relocating the victims, and they can't be allowed to be attacked, Feitu said. Some people's thoughts were malicious, wanted to take some down with them if they couldn't survive. Just as Feitu finished speaking, someone indeed made a move to self-destruct. Since they were going to die anyway, they wanted to take a group of people down with them. If a few more Glory Army soldiers died, they would have something to brag about in the afterlife. Just then, Huanhu rushed over and knocked that person to a deserted area on the other side of the ruins. A loud explosion followed. Huanhu, Fox, Captain, keep fighting. Yubing's cold voice reached everyone's minds. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a surge of energy, moving faster and striking harder. The galaxy battle armor flew towards the direction of the explosion. Li Shua hung up the phone and urged someone to hurry and take her there. If there was even the slightest chance, as long as she was there would be more hope to save him. This scene, of course, was also seen by many of the relocated victims. If they had previously shown expressions of numbness and fear, now they were all dumbfounded. At first, when they were taken away, none of them were not filled with fear and resentment. They feared the cruelty of the Nan family towards them, treating them as less than human with their vicious and ruthless methods. They resented why the Empire and the Protection Association had not appeared to save them. They spoke grandly, but they were not there when they needed them the most. They felt that they had nothing to gain from life or death, but they didn't want to live in misery. Later on, they began to regretting that they had not cherished the beautiful and simple times back then. Over time, it became endless numbness. Death would be a release. They all wanted to die, so why were those they regarded as demons still using their lives to save them? It would be better to die together. Suddenly, a baby doll's cry was heard. Everyone instinctively looked for the source of the crying. That babyish wail stirred up hidden emotions deep within everyone. What emotions? The voice belonged to the little baby who had just been brought over by Fushi Yunyang. The star said that was Huanhu. Something had happened to brother Huanhu. The little baby still remembered that when she was with her brother. They were on the God of War ship, and the big brothers were all very nice to her, trying every way to make her laugh. Brother Huanhu had sung her a song called Little Rabbit Be Good, although he was off-key. This cry fell into everyone's ears like a trigger. Just moments ago, the large crowd had been somewhat affected by the baby's loud cry, feeling a bit of sadness, but suddenly there was an inexplicable lightness in the atmosphere. For some reason, many felt a sweetness welling up in their hearts, looking towards the sun, which felt warm. Everyone, please follow us first. Only when everyone is safely relocated can the Glory Army better clean up the battlefield. Juju also choked back tears. At this moment, everyone no longer hesitated as before, quickening their pace to follow the association's people. Fushi Yunyang secretly slapped his forehead, thinking it was the worst timing, letting his little granddaughter encounter such a bloody scene. It was all his fault for boasting about his powerful mental ability to assist in jumping through wormholes to his little granddaughter. Little miss, Lord, please come with me to the God of War ship, Gu Zihong said to them. He also had a responsibility in letting the little miss see something she shouldn't have. This place was still dangerous, and if someone was hiding and launched a surprise attack, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself if the little miss got hurt. While he felt bad about his companioness situation, the people in front of him were more important. Gu Gij, can I go to my brother over there? Little Xian cautiously tugged at Gu Zihong's clothes, tentatively asking. Faced with little Xuan's innocent and clear gaze, it was really hard for Gu Zihong to refuse, but he gritted his teeth and said, no, little miss. If the boss finds out you want to go to such a dangerous place, he'll be very worried, and he might even go crazy. Then I want to go. Little Xian instantly released her grip on Gu Zihong's clothes. Fortunately, Lishan had told him beforehand how to handle the little Mrs. Soft Spot. It still had to be that old sly fox. Forget it, this time he was right. Fushi Yunyang also breathed a sigh of relief. He still secretly brought his granddaughter, and no one knew that Suyu was helping them. If his granddaughter insisted on going over and something happened, he really wouldn't know how to explain it to them. The God of War ship landed in front of them. Gu Zihong carried little Xian inside, and Fushi Yunyang quickly followed. Sister, Grandpa, the Crown Prince had been waiting at the door. Crown Prince brother. Little Xian reached out to be hugged. Cough, cough. Qian tried to clear his throat. Brother Qian, are you sick? Little Xian asked in confusion. Little miss, don't mind him, he just has a cold. Has he gotten better? Lishan bluntly said. After Gu Zihong safely escorted little Xian, he quietly left, glancing back at the little baby several times. Little Xian felt something and met Gu Zihong's gaze. Gu Zihong quickly looked down. Thank you, Gu Gij. Goodbye, Gu Gij. Little Xian just waved her hand. Gu Gij must be very busy, coming and going in a hurry. Little Xian thought she shouldn't disturb his work, but they could meet again next time. Thinking of this, little Xian smiled even more brightly. Gu Zihong also unconsciously smiled. Little miss, goodbye. Yes, goodbye. They would meet again next time. It's the Galaxy Battle Armor. Lishan noticed the situation at the control panel. Go receive them, the Crown Prince said eagerly. The God of War ship quickly flew towards the Galaxy Battle Armor. The God of War ship opened its hatch. Little Xian ran over. She saw Hiyu, stained with blood, holding a person covered in blood. While Shuha was also covered in blood, her bloodstains contrasting sharply with her pale face. Caught off guard by the sight of little Xuan's beautiful eyes, Hiyu pursed his lips slightly, then looked at the group behind the little doll with an unfriendly expression. Are these people all here for the meal? Li Shuha frowned as well. How could they let little Xianxian see this? The crown prince quickly covered little Xianxian's eyes and picked her up. First, save the people. Fushi Yunyang quickly said. You didn't dare delay, carrying the person towards the medical room. Li Shuha, Fushi Yunyang, and Qi Yin followed. Brother Crown Prince. Little Xianxian pushed away the crown prince's hand that was covering her eyes. She looked at the crown prince with a wronged expression. Sister, don't be afraid. The crown prince's voice was soothing. Xianxian is scared she can't help everyone. Little Xianxian said seriously. The crown prince lowered his gaze and revealed a gentle smile. We know our Xianxian is the best. Let us wait for them outside, okay? If something happens to you, you must tell your brother, okay? The crown prince spoke in a negotiating tone. Little Xianxian thought for a moment and nodded seriously. The crown prince and Li Xian exchanged glances and took Xianxian outside the treatment room. Li Xian couldn't go in. He still had to be responsible for commanding the battle. Chapter 66. Who exactly is lousy? The crown prince dragged over a small stool, which was clearly prepared for little Shuang Shuang on the war god's ship. Little Shuang Shuang sat obediently on the small stool, looking at the door without crying or causing a fuss. Li Shuren specifically had the guards bring over a prepared milk bottle, and the crown prince picked it up and handed it to little Shuang Shuang. Thank you, brother crown prince, little Shuang Shuang said, taking the milk bottle with her soft, chubby little hands, just in time for her hungry cries. As soon as she drank from the bottle, the little bundle began to radiate happiness and satisfaction. Seeing this scene, the crown prince couldn't help but smile. In a world full of troubles, only his sister could bring him peace. Checking the time, the crown prince still sent a message to General He, informing him that Shuang Shuang was here. General He, who was in a meeting when he received the message, couldn't help but rub his eyes, unsure if he was seeing correctly, and looked again. With a loud bang, General He smashed the conference table. General He, the emperor furrowed his brows, thinking it was not the time for nonsense. The crown prince contacted him, saying that his little daughter was on the battlefield. It was a moment of urgency. After saying this, General He hurriedly ran off. The secretary glanced at the emperor, and upon seeing him nod slightly, the secretary quietly withdrew. A new table was brought in, and the meeting continued. The emperor only said lightly that there were often spare conference tables, not for any other reason, but because many people were combatants, and someone with a bad temper could easily break something. The secretary often had extra prepared. However, the cost of the broken table would definitely have to come from them. Otherwise, it would waste the emperor's money. The emperor was frugal. The usually stingy emperor not only didn't ask General He to pay for the table, but also didn't say a word to him as he left. Everyone understood that the emperor didn't want to hold General He accountable. Look, the little princess's favor had extended to her father as well. What a fortunate life it was to have such a soft little daughter that even the emperor cherished. But how could the little princess end up on the battlefield? General He didn't dare to tell Su Yufu about this, fearing she would become anxious. But he didn't expect Su Yufu's call had already come through. Brother, our precious baby is missing. Su Yufu's voice was filled with anxious tears. Seeing General He silent, Su Yufu felt something was off. Your daughter is missing. Why aren't you worried? Su Yufu questioned. One could say that partners understand each other well. The little princess might have just gone to play with the Lord of Yinyang. General He stammered. How do you know our precious baby is with the Lord of Yinyang? I haven't said anything yet. Su Yufu's gaze sharpened. Good wife, please don't pressure me, General He said, sweating profusely. Say it. Su Yufu was genuinely angry. The situation in the Nan family isn't as simple as we imagine. The fourth has shown signs of going berserk. They couldn't contact the fourth, so they could only let the little princess try to reach out. As a result, she not only contacted the fourth, but also told him she wanted to go over, and the fourth sent someone to pick them up, General He explained. He told Su Yufu everything he could about the Nan family situation, making her gasp in shock. Knowing the fourth was on the edge of going berserk made her heart tremble, but thankfully the fourth was willing to accept their precious baby. For a moment, Su Yufu didn't know what to say. Not just her, several other directors had also heard a rough outline. Although the directors knew more than Su Yufu, such as some of the Nan family's dirty dealings, it was only briefly mentioned by Li Shuha and not as detailed as General He's account. Hearing it again still made them unable to contain their anger. And with the news of Yu Chao almost going berserk, thinking back to that bloody battle years ago. It was fortunate that little Shuang had held on to him. Wife, don't worry, that side has already been controlled. Little Shuang is also with the crown prince. I'll go check the situation, General, he patiently said again. Don't rush over just yet, come back home first. I'll prepare some of her favorite food for our precious baby. And the little toy she sleeps with should be taken along too, Su Yufu said after taking a deep breath. Okay, General, he saw her calm down, and his anxious heart finally settled. General, he didn't return to the He family, but stopped the battle armor a few kilometers away. The old man and the old lady at home were not easy to fool, and there was no need to add to their worries. Shortly after, Su Yufu sent things over with He Jinlan. Dad, this is for my little sister. Although He Jinlan didn't know what had happened, he didn't ask too much at home, just quietly delivered the items as his mother instructed. Now that he was here, he certainly wanted to know what happened. General, he didn't hide anything from He Jinlan. He was the most reliable person in the family, and if anything happened, he could handle it at home. Is my little sister hurt? He Jinlan's brow jumped upon hearing this. When he was dealing with the economic lifeline of the Nan family, he had discovered the dirty business inside and had already sent the collected evidence to the third brother, He Yinzhang. He Lingxiu was currently in a deep sleep after staying up all night. No, General, he shook his head. That's good. When you go over, send us some photos of my little sister, He Jinlan instructed. General, he felt that something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. After all, was he the father, or was his son the father? TSK, right? My little sister is still young. She might have nightmares tonight, so make sure to keep watch, He Jinlan recalled from a parenting video he had seen. If a little one got scared by something, they could easily have nightmares at night, and nightmares were just a small matter. Sometimes, they could even have fevers and convulsions. He Jinlan thoughtfully took out several different bottles from his storage space and handed them to General He. I got it. General He accepted the bottles, which were all common medicines for children. His eldest son was just as attentive to the little girl as he was. No, it was still a little lacking after all. He was the father. A father's love could not possibly be compared to that of his son. It was ridiculous. He Jinlan noticed the expression on his father's face, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He felt his father's emotions were becoming richer, but the image was drifting further away from that of a great general. Watching General He leave in his battle armor, He Jinlan finally returned to the He family. Eldest brother, how is it? Su Yufu quietly asked him when no one was around. It's already in Dad's hands. I've told him what you wanted me to say. He Jinlan thought about Su Yufu's insistence on wanting photos of the little sister, and it wasn't unreasonable. On the contrary, it was quite understandable. Ever since the little sister appeared in their lives, they couldn't go more than 12 hours without seeing their little milk bun, being so far away in the stars. Even if Dad would bring the little sister back quickly, it would still take 3 or 4 days to be close to the fourth. He Jinlan couldn't help but pinch his brow. Chapter 67. Dream Eater. The Crown Prince glanced at the time. It was already time for his little sister to sleep. The door of the medical room had not opened yet. The Crown Prince crouched down. Sister, would you like to go to sleep with your brother? Brother. I want to wait for Brother Huanhu to come out. Little Puhua shook her head, her expression resolute. She hadn't waited for Brother Huanhu to come out yet. Master, Grandpa, and Brother Chien are all inside, saving Brother Huanhu. And there's also Brother. Little Puhua pouted, looking like she was about to cry. Okay, your brother will wait with you, but can your brother hold you while we wait? The Crown Prince was prepared to take a roundabout approach. Okay, little Puhua would certainly not refuse. She had been sitting on the little stool for too long, and her bottom hurt. The Crown Prince picked up the fragrant little dumpling, and all his exhaustion seemed to vanish. His sister was the best. Seeing little Puhua's gaze constantly fixed on the door of the medical room, the Crown Prince didn't disturb her, just walked back and forth thoughtfully, gently patting little Puhua's back. Although at first, she fought against sleepiness, after a while, the little one's energy was limited, and she fell asleep. The Crown Prince showed a triumphant smile. Just as he was about to carry little Puhua to his bedroom, the door of the medical room opened. Only He came out. He seemed to have washed up and changed clothes, returning to his usual aloof demeanor. The Crown Prince felt a lingering sense of killing intent from Hiyu, possibly because he had just returned from the battlefield. Give it to me, Your Highness. Hiyu spoke in a flat voice, with a chilling aura that made one feel uneasy. In the past, the Crown Prince would have simply given it to him. But today he was truly not at ease. General Xinghan, are you fit to take care of my sister right now? The Crown Prince asked sincerely, without provoking him. He seemed unexpectedly benevolent, willing to explain. It seemed that to prove he was perfectly fine. Even the last trace of killing intent was no longer felt by the Crown Prince. Feeling little Puhua squirming a bit in his arms, the Crown Prince quickly held still. Hiyu curled his lips and took little Puhua. Surprisingly, once she was with Hiyu, little Puhua settled down and even let out soft snores. She is used to sleeping with me. She can't sleep well at night without me, Hiyu added. The Crown Prince thought, who wants to hear that? Huh? Do you all want to hear it? Look at this. Is this a person? Turning his back. Despite respecting this general who was younger than him and was also his precious sister's brother, he couldn't help but clench his fists. He didn't care at all, carrying the little dumpling back to his room. After carefully placing her on the bed, he took off her little shoes. He went to the bathroom to get baby wipes and began to clean little Puhua's face, hands, and little feet. Seeing her fair little feet, Hiyu inexplicably felt a bit of a toothache. Fortunately, little Puhua turned over in time, avoiding a disaster. Realizing it, Hiyu rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit obsessive-compulsive. Hiyu still felt that little Puhua was a bit restless next to him today. Perhaps there was still some odor on her. After covering her with a blanket, he turned back to the bathroom. Brother Bai Zai, can I really see little Puhua? Dream Momo looked up at Bai Zai. Shoo, lower your voice. Don't let them hear. Bai Zai quickly covered Dream Momo's mouth. We can't let anyone hear. Little Pishio bared its teeth. Yeah, we can't let anyone hear. Little Qilin pressed down on Bai Zai's robe. Bai Zai felt a chill down his back. You heard wrong, he said with a gentle smile. I won't fall for your tricks. Little Pishio arrogantly turned its head. Little Qilin nodded, both showing an unusual level of tacit understanding. Then the two little beasts looked at Bai Zai with expressions as if they were looking at something strange. Misunderstanding, really a misunderstanding, if there's something good. Would I not bring you along? Bai Zai laughed again. The two little ancestors were adept at causing trouble and didn't want to bring them along at all. Unexpectedly, these two little ancestors were sharp as attack, especially on little Puhua's radar. You say, little Pishio pointed at Dream Momo. Brother Pishio, we're going to find little Puhua. Dream Momo, used to being bullied by little Pishio, obediently confessed under the pointing. Bai Zai covered his face. Little Dream Momo, can you be a little more resourceful? Shouldn't I go this time? Dream Ji also landed next to Bai Zai, transforming into an extremely beautiful woman. She hadn't even seen little Puhua yet. The last time she saw little Puhua, she was still in her egg. I know the way well. Bai Sha argued. I can teach little Dream Momo how to devour dreams better than you can. Dream Ji looked down on Bai Zai. I can do it. Bai Zai had read all sorts of books. As for practical aspects, at least in the realm of dreams, experimentation was necessary. A moment of insecurity gave Dream Ji a chance to seize. It's settled then, let's go. Dream Ji pulled little Dream Momo and jumped down. Look, it's all your fault. Little Pishio bit Bai Zai's leg. It's all your fault, it's all your fault. Little Qilin jumped around. Stop it, or you'll wake up the heavenly Tao. Bai Zai was already feeling frustrated. Nowadays, the heavenly Tao was becoming increasingly difficult to fool. If it weren't for the possibility that little Puhua might be harmed by the nightmare this time, he wouldn't have taken out his treasured wine from 1,000 years. Little Pishio and little Qilin also understood priorities. Everything had to rely on little Puhua. The two little beasts could only watch with jealous resignation as little Dream Momo and sister Dream Ji were together with little Puhua. At this moment, Dream Ji had already entered little Puhua's dream with little Dream Momo. With no time for small talk, Dream Ji taught little Dream Momo to start devouring little Puhua's nightmares. After eating, little Dream Momo burped, delicious, little Puhua's dreams are so tasty. Little Dream Momo grinned foolishly. Dream Ji sighed in relief. Using some of Dream Momo's power to begin weaving good dreams for little Puhua. After thinking it over, she created many delicious things for little Puhua. She had seen that little Puhua liked to eat various tasty treats. Dream Ji thought that this way, she could bless little Puhua with a beautiful dream this time. And little Puhua would be able to eat the delicious food she sent. Dream Ji felt quite pleased. Sister Dream Ji, can I talk to little Puhua? Little Dream Momo asked. Sure, Dream Ji said, calculating how to contact Lil Puwa. However, she discovered there was an elusive barrier. This damned heavenly Tao. Dream G couldn't tolerate it at all. Got it. Dream G chuckled, transforming the two of them into a shadow to accompany Little Puwa for a meal. Chapter 68. Into the dream, Little Chi Ji looked at the two sudden white misty figures beside her, one big and one small. Her mouth paused as she munched on a chicken leg, her eyes fixed on the two misty shapes. One looked like a big cat, and the other like a small elephant. She recognized them. Big cat, small elephant. Are you here to eat delicious food with me? Little Chi Ji asked happily. Dream Ji, hearing the term big cat, revealed a graceful smile. Little Chi Ji was calling her. Unfortunately, the dog-like heaven's way did not give her the opportunity to speak. Little Meng Mo looked at its own nose. Although it had a long nose like an elephant, it was not a small elephant. It was Little Meng Mo. Did Little Chi Ji forget? As soon as it spoke, Little Meng Mo was stunned. Could not talk anymore. Little Meng Mo looked at Dream Ji pitifully, who was currently feeding Little Chi Ji and completely unaware of its sad expression. No, even though it couldn't talk to Chi Ji, it still wanted to feed her delicious food. After thinking this, Little Meng Mo hurriedly jumped to Chi Ji's side and started to dig out food for her. Dream Ji felt something was off. It seemed that Little Chi Ji was not happy eating. Little Meng Mo was now sticking to Little Chi Ji, looking extremely happy. Dream Ji quietly asked Bai Zai. Bai Zai was also staring intently at this side. He noticed the situation and was anxious, realizing there was no solution for the moment. We can let Little Meng Mo share Little Chi Ji's nightmare, Little Pai Shio suggested, thinking Bai Zai was being foolish. That makes sense, but do you understand the respect for elders? Bai Zai punched Little Pai Shio on the head, clearly showing that he was the type who couldn't go a day without being hit. Little Pai Shio, still unconvinced, wanted to argue with Bai Zai, but was pulled aside by the Little Qilin. Little Chi Ji is important. Little Pai Shio huffed. Dream Ji naturally heard the voices of the two little divine beasts over there, which directly made Little Meng Mo relax, sharing the dreams that it had devoured. The first sight in the dream was filled with blood. The deeper one went, the grayer the colors became. Dream Ji calmed down and quickened her pace, only to see a small ball curled up in a pitch-black place. Dream Ji panicked, instinctively wanting to touch the small ball, but was blocked by an invisible wall. Dream Ji couldn't take it anymore. However, Bai Zai was even faster. He directly communicated with Little Meng Mo, forcing it to pull He Yu into Little Chi Ji's dream, and then let it return the dream to Little Chi Ji. Dream Ji felt the tremor of the dream, and, in the next second, sensed a strong and cold aura approaching. When she saw clearly, she noticed a tall figure standing next to Little Chi Ji. It was the one called He Yu, Little Chi Ji's brother. Dream Ji frowned and contacted Bai Zai. What do you mean? It's better to let things flow than to block them. I was wrong before, clearly. This is not something we can help Little Chi Ji get through. Even if we're lucky enough to achieve our goal this time, Little Chi Ji will only find it harder in the future. Bai Zai also felt a lingering fear. If it weren't for Dream Ji's investigation, Bai Zai didn't dare to think about what kind of disaster this would leave for Little Chi Ji. Dream Ji fell silent, holding on to the appearing Little Meng Mo, quietly watching the big and small figures inside. Little Chi Ji was crying, her nose running. Little one, He Yu's voice sounded. Brother. Little Chi Ji cried, even louder. It seemed that, with a familiar support, she became even more unrestrained. Are you scared? He Yu thought of today's scene, holding the bloody illusion fox, which Little Chi Ji had seen clearly. I'm not scared. Little Chi Ji shook her head. Then why are you crying? He Yu asked helplessly. Chi Ji just feels so sad inside, wanting to cry. Especially when I see those brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts who don't smile much, and many injured people, including Brother Illusion Fox, Little Chi Ji said, counting on her fingers. Her little mouth babbled, forgetting that she was crying. Little ones are like this. They can only carry one thing in their hearts. Then tomorrow I'll take you to see them, He Yu said, not expecting to say this. It was instinctive. Before he could catch up with his thoughts, the words had already left his mouth. Little Chi Ji really seemed like an anomaly, transcending this starry world. While emotions were thin in the mainstream world, she was particularly colorful. Moreover, her brilliance could infect everyone who came into contact with her. He remembered an ancient book from the prehistoric era called Shanhai Jing, which which recorded a divine beast named Qi, known for being cute and able to alleviate worries. Perhaps little Qi was indeed Qi. He couldn't help but shake his head, feeling that he had been influenced too much today, thinking these thoughts. His little ball of joy was born different, possessing a natural compassion. Why shouldn't he protect her joy? After all, as long as she could be happy, that was enough. Really? Can Qi see them? Can Brother Illusion Fox come too? Little Qi smiled. Yes, but he might not be able to talk to you. He thought of today's rescue scene. The Illusion Fox's life had been temporarily saved. Whether it could survive, or when it would wake up, depended on its own will. It's okay, Brother Illusion Fox is tired. Qi won't disturb him. Little Qi didn't mind at all, as long as she could see him. She had a strong urge to see Brother Illusion Fox. Not crying anymore. He picked up little Qi, his long fingers wiping the pearls still hanging on her face. Brother, Qi isn't crying anymore, just hiccuped a little, little Qi said. Can you sleep soundly now? He asked, but there was no response, only the gentle sound of little Qi's breathing. He held the little ball, sensing something, turned to look in one direction, but saw nothing. Dream Ji pulled little Ming Mo back up as soon as he looked over, secretly patting her chest. That human boy was really sharp, truly worthy of an SSS-level mental power. Luckily, he met Qi, or else this life would truly be unpredictable. Oh no, it was human and animal unpredictable. He looked at the surroundings gradually turning into colorful cotton candy, chuckling softly, pulling little Qi closer. He suddenly woke up, finding little Qi still lying well on the bed, but she had rolled to the edge, her little feet restlessly sticking out from the covers. He carefully carried the little ball back to the center and tucked her in. The dream just now had felt too real. It seemed he had entered little Qi's dream and promised the little milk ball that he would go see the Illusion Fox and those who had been moved tomorrow. Hopefully it was just a dream. He was awakened by little Qi's pinch. Brother. Little Qi rarely got up this early and was still tormenting Hiyu. Hiyu slightly opened his phoenix eyes, looking at the little ball's increasingly enlarged face, almost drooling with laughter. In a moment of emotion, he pushed little Qi's face away with one hand. Little Qi didn't expect to be pushed away by her brother. She fell onto the bed unprepared, blinking her eyes in confusion. Brother is bullying Qi. After a while, little Qi finally realized she had been pushed away by her brother. Little Pai Xiao, Qilin, let go of me. I want to fight Bai Zhe for 300 rounds. Little Qilin obediently released her. Little Pai Xiao, looking shocked, asked, Why didn't you stop me? Little Qilin replied, Didn't you say so? Chapter 69. Arrogant because of favor, Hiyu felt that the little one was getting bolder, relying on the fact that he wouldn't really dare to lay a hand on her. What is this called? It's called being arrogant because of favor, right? Brother's wrong. Hiyu sincerely apologized for the first time. He even sat up straight, holding little Qi properly. All right, I forgive you. Little Qi felt very generous, not a petty person. She extended her hand. He reluctantly picked up the little bundle and took her to wash up. Brother, when are we going to see Brother Huanhu? Little Qi managed to dress herself this time, although Xing helped a little bit. But Qi had successfully taken another step closer to the big bundle. You want to see Huanhu? He raised an eyebrow. Yeah, you clearly promised me you'd take me to see Brother Huanhu and those older brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts. Little Qi pouted and looked at Hiyu, as if to say, you wouldn't go back on your word, right? Hiyu, when did he ever say that? In a dream? Did he say it in a dream? He began to doubt what exactly happened in that dream yesterday. Could it be that little Qi's mental fluctuations made him accidentally enter her dream? Before Hiyu could figure it out, the little bundle had already wrapped her arms around his long legs, her round, beautiful eyes filled with a pleading look that made it impossible for him to refuse. After we eat, Hiyu couldn't help but pinch his brow, really having no temper with her. Hiyu took the little bundle out for a meal. Over there, Li Shuren had already prepared everything, and the Crown Prince was dining. Seeing Qi and the others coming, he quickly got up to greet them. General Xinghan, sister. Good morning. The Crown Prince smiled at Qi. Good morning, Brother Crown Prince. Little Qi happily greeted him. Seeing the Crown Prince, she hesitated for a moment, suddenly recalling what happened yesterday. Wait, she clearly waited with Brother Crown Prince for her brother, So how did she end up going back to her room to sleep? With brother also there? You placed little Chi-E in the children's chair next to the crown prince. You fell asleep too late yesterday. I was just about to take you to rest when General Xinghan came out. The crown prince directly explained. No need to ask. Little Chi-E's expression was too easy to understand. Oh. Little Chi-E nodded. So that's how it was. Drink your milk. Hiyu handed her the prepared milk bottle. Thank you, brother. Little Chi-E knew this was milk prepared by her brother. Hiyu didn't reply, just sat down in the seat beside her and started eating breakfast. The crown prince also quietly began to eat, occasionally glancing at little Chi-E. Just now, eating fell off, but now that little Chi-E was here, everything tasted good. After finishing her milk, little Chi-E started eating the breakfast Hiyu had prepared for her. Her little mouth was smacking as she enjoyed her meal. The soldiers and guards nearby felt their stomachs rumble. Master, why didn't Grandpa and them come to eat? Little Chi-E asked just as Li Shu-He and Fu Shiyunyang walked over one after the other. Master, good morning, Grandpa. Little Chi-E grinned, showing her little teeth at them. The three of them had worked together to stabilize Huanhu's condition late into the night. Chi-Yin said he had been sleeping in the treatment room and could keep an eye on Huanhu, so he let Li Shu-He and Fu Shiyunyang go rest first. Indeed, there was Chi-Yin's private bedroom there. Moreover, the three of them had done everything they could, and there was nothing else to change except to leave it to fate. So the two of them went back to rest. However, neither of them had slept well. Not sleeping well was an old issue, and coupled with the incident caused by the Nan family, who could sleep soundly, Chi-E, come let Master give you a kiss. Li Shu-He urgently needed to replenish her energy. Little Chi-E really turned her face toward her, presenting her cheek to Li Shu-He. Li Shu-He felt her heart soften. Her little disciple was just so adorable. After thinking this, she immediately kissed the little bundle. Woohoo, so refreshing. Li Shu-He felt all her fatigue lift. Little Chi-E had a magical power that made all tiredness disappear when she was around. Fu Shiyunyang, although wanting to be close to the little bundle, couldn't do so and only stared, eating his breakfast more vigorously. Grandpa, eat more. The crown prince placed a piece of food in Fu Shiyunyang's bowl. In return, he only got a cold snort from Fu Shiyunyang. Grandpa, Chi-E will serve you some vegetables. Little Chi-E placed a piece of green vegetable into Fu Shiyunyang's bowl. Oh, thank you, my good granddaughter. Grandpa is truly the happiest grandpa in the galaxy. Fu Shiyunyang's face almost split from smiling. The crown prince's hand, which was about to put down his chopsticks, trembled slightly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. If it weren't for the fact that Grandpa was an elder, he really wanted to ask, does he remember the scene of his first meeting with little Chi-E? Does he remember how he told himself not to have any dealings with Chi-E? Fu Shiyunyang completely didn't remember this matter. How could such a thing have happened? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He would never admit it, even if he were beaten to death. Little Chi-E put down her spoon and seriously asked, Brother, can I go see Brother Huanu now? Everyone at the table paused, their gazes shifting to Hiyu, questioning him with their eyes. Do you really want to go? Hiyu propped his head with one hand. Yeah, I dream of going. I feel like Brother Huanhu needs me. Little Chi-E patted her little chest. Everyone, very confident, very bundle-like. Let's go. Hiyu wiped her mouth, picked her up. Wait, I want to go too. Fu Shiyunyang directly put down his chopsticks. Don't rush, I want to go too. Li Shu-He lifted her skirt, afraid that it would hinder her speed. The crown prince was about to break his chopsticks in frustration. He still needed to coordinate with the branch to handle the follow-up arrangements and rescue issues for the people they had saved. Cleaning up the battlefield was for Li Shuren. He didn't understand it and didn't need to worry about it. He was just puzzled that he couldn't play with his sister anymore. When he opened the treatment room door, Chi-Yin came out, ready to check on Huanhu's condition. With a bang, the treatment room door was slammed shut again by Hiyu. Hiyu's face darkened, asking Inha to contact Chi-Yin to get dressed, or else face military law. Little Chi-Yin looked at Hiyu, blinking. Brother, why did you close the door again? Is it fun? Little Chi-Yin hadn't seen anything. She didn't see Chi-Yin in that loose, unkempt sleeping robe, looking quite unpresentable. Fu Shiyunyang and Li Shu-He also looked displeased, casting a blameful glance at Hiyu. It was the subordinate's fault. It was definitely the superior's lack of discipline. However, both of them thought about it and decided to keep quiet. They still didn't dare to say it out loud. At the moment the door was closed, Chi Yin went from being dazed to being flustered. It's over. It's over. It's over. His lifetime of reputation was ruined. Would his little lady think he was crazy? Who would have thought the boss would bring the little lady here? Didn't he fear scaring little Chi? Worse still, it wasn't just the two of them. There was also the president and the pavilion master. Chi Yin took a deep breath. It was fine, as long as he wasn't embarrassed. The one embarrassed would be others. Whoa. Chi Yin covered his face, still feeling very embarrassed. As he thought, Chi Yin quickly changed his clothes. Brother, why did you open and then close the door? Is it fun? Sigh. Brother's really childish, but brother is still brother. She wouldn't dislike him. You, what does that little look in your eyes mean? Chapter 70. Bullying little Xiaofu. I'll bite you. Daddy. Little Xiaofu suddenly glanced with her little eyes and saw a familiar person walking towards her. The little milk ball ran over and pounced into General He's arms. General He smiled brightly. Daddy's good baby. Li Shuha and Fushi Yunyang both clicked their tongues lightly, as there was now one more person trying to snatch little Xiaofu away. Your mother was worried, so she asked me to come and check on you and the good baby, General He explained to Hiyu. Hiyu didn't react. He didn't need this explanation. Aside from the few words in the middle that were hard to believe, the rest could be accepted. The door was quickly opened again. Chi Yin had already regained his usual warm demeanor and wanted to greet little Xiaofu, but after looking left and right and not seeing her, he glanced back and found the little ball in General He's arms. Oh, General He is here too. So, there was one more person occupying little Xiaofu. This shows that everyone's hearts can connect in some way. Daddy, I want to see Brother Huanhu, little Xiaofu said as soon as she saw the door open. I want to get down. General, he didn't know what was happening, but as long as it was something his little girl wanted and he could ensure her safety, he would let her do anything, even if it was to see a person or even go to a planet. Oh dear, he didn't even realize that aside from being a devoted husband, he also had the potential to be a daughter slave. After this thought, General He was moved by himself, put down his little girl, and his smile became even more indulgent. Li Shuha, is this really the true nature of Yufu's husband? Thinking back to before, his young self was cold and violent, a strong man with high sexual tension, and now looking at him, does everyone become a bit greasy in middle age? No, his figure is still intact. It's just that his mental state seems a bit strange. Fushi Yunyang was also pondering this question. Did the He family's genes mutate upon reaching middle age? Would that little granddaughter be affected while staying in the He family? Should he take little Xiaofu away instead? Slow down. You pulled little Xiaofu back. For some reason, Fushi Yunyang always felt that the little guy had shot him a look that was not very friendly. No way, no way. Has he become sensitive with age? Hiyu took little Xiaofu inside, fearing she might not like the smell of disinfectant, and used his battle power to create an invisible barrier to block out the unpleasant odors. Little Xiaofu realized she was too short. She could only see outside the treatment pod and not inside. She tried to stand on her tiptoes, but still couldn't see. The little milk ball didn't give up. She jumped in place, peeking, but couldn't see anything clearly. The others didn't want to help. But little Xiaofu was just too adorable in this state. They couldn't help, but want to see more of her and what else this little cub could do. It wasn't their fault. Little Xiaofu couldn't help but sigh. Why was she so short? When would she grow as tall as her brothers? The brother holding little Xiaofu turned his head and hugged Hiyu's long leg, looking up with big, watery eyes full of pleading. Hiyu smiled slightly and picked up little Xiaofu. The group was still waiting for Hiyu to refuse. Then little Xiaofu would come looking for them. Why aren't you following the rules? Shouldn't you refuse little Xiaofu and then take turns enjoying her cuddles? Not getting little Xiaofu. They all thought Hiyu had some issues, but once the little milk ball really came to them for cuddles, it was clear they were just afraid of others taking advantage. Finally, in Hiyu's arms, little Xiaofu saw the Huanhu lying in the treatment pod, wearing a breathing mask with tubes all over. Before she could show any sign of concern, the little milk ball saw a white object floating out from Huanhu's body. Huanhu! Little Xiaofu rushed over to grab the white object. He was startled by this sudden movement, but quickly bent down to hold her, preventing her from falling. Little Xiaofu was sweating from her forehead. She had grabbed the white object, but for some reason, the other end seemed to have a huge pulling force, making her feel like she was losing strength. Unbeknownst to her, her spiritual power was also being drawn out. The others watching this scene didn't dare to step forward. They couldn't see what little Xiaofu was grabbing, but from her earlier call, they had some speculation. Could little Xiaofu see souls? Otherwise, how could they explain it? Aside from being anxious, they couldn't do anything. Think of a way. The little Pishio bit White Zay's leg. The little Qilin bit the other side. The little Meng Ma glanced around, jumped lightly, and bit White Zay's arm. Don't make noise. I'm thinking of a way. White Zay was anxious, with 3 little charms hanging from him. If it doesn't work, I'll fight the Tao of Heaven. Mengji was ready to summon people. The Tao of Heaven's pressure is not to be trifled with. Mengji felt a chill on his back and glared at White Zay, questioning with his eyes. Didn't you say the Tao of Heaven was drunk? Wouldn't it take days to wake up? White Zay shook his head. Who can outsmart the Tao of Heaven? With your little tricks, if I don't keep my eyes open, you'll find it hard to pull any stunts. The Tao of Heaven sneered. The two exchanged glances, thinking they couldn't be seen. Tao of Heaven, you can't bully little Xiaofu. The little Qilin was the first to speak up. Old man of the Tao of Heaven, let little Xiaofu go. If she gets hurt, I'll bite you to death. The little Pishio bared its fangs. The Tao of Heaven gave the little Pishio a knock on the head, causing it to bare its teeth in pain. You never learn. If it weren't for the fact that this was a cub he brought out himself, he would have thrown it into reincarnation, making it experience 49 cycles of painful reincarnation, so it wouldn't be able to speak. I was wrong, look. Little Xiaofu's spiritual power is about to be exhausted. If this continues, she will be in danger. The little Pishio remembered that if little Xiaofu couldn't return to her position, she would truly enter reincarnation and lose her consciousness. No need to rush. The Tao of Heaven slightly opened his eyes, glanced below, then closed them again. White Zay and Mengji exchanged glances. It seemed they would still have to summon people. What? Do you all have no confidence in little Xiaofu? The Tao of Heaven mocked. White Zay and Mengji paused. Was this a matter of confidence? This was about the precious little cub. If it weren't to ensure little Xiaofu's safe birth, they wouldn't let the Tao of Heaven take her down there. The Tao of Heaven ignored them, looking as if he couldn't be reasoned with. However, internally he began to panic. No, previously, the predictions he made were all about rebirth through fire, and experiencing this time could directly unlock little Xiaofu's divine power. Unlocking her divine power would mean that little Xiaofu would no longer be trapped by issues of spiritual power consumption. The Tao of Heaven raised his hand to calculate again, but paused when he felt the naked gaze of 5 people around him. I'll just take a casual look. As long as the Tao of Heaven didn't admit it, who would dare to say anything? The crowd. Yes, you just look casually. It's not about calculating for little Xiaofu. The Tao of Heaven couldn't hold back anymore, fearing any mistakes, and prepared to do it again. The little Pishio. If you bully little Xiaofu, I'll bite you. The little Qilin glanced at the little Pishio. Putting aside past grievances in front of Xiaofu, I'll bite too. The little Meng Ma. I'll bite as well. Chapter 71. Divinity. He adjusted his posture, his long hand covering the small hands of Xiaoji. Xiaoji instinctively glanced back. Would her brother think she was strange? But seeing He nod at her, aren't you able to extract spiritual power? Extracting spiritual power is the same as extracting combat power. The source is all spiritual energy. Try to convert it into what you use. Xiaoji blinked, half understanding. The last time she had been angry, she had unknowingly extracted the opponent's spiritual power and dispersed it. If she extracted a little bit from her brother for herself, it should be. Xiaoji thought while trying. She kept warning herself to use only a little bit. Only a little bit. She had to save brother Huanhu. His forehead clearly still had golden light, not gray mist. No, wait, could she not absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth directly? Suddenly, it seemed she realized something. The heavenly Tao opened its eyes. The moment had come. With a wave of its hand, a beam of golden light descended. In the eyes of the crowd, the little dumpling was enveloped in the golden light. He was pushed away outside the golden light, while Xiaoji floated, one hand tightly gripping a white object. Before long, Xiaoji's body flew towards the treatment pod containing Huanhu, and she stuffed the object she was holding into the pod. Once it was done, Xiaoji sat on the treatment pod, her hands touching the transparent shell of the pod, releasing her healing power onto Huanhu. The surrounding people held their breath, feeling as if they had witnessed a miracle. although they didn't know what the golden light meant. They could tell from the powerful force and special attraction emanating from it that this was extraordinary. Now, they didn't even dare to breathe, afraid of disturbing Xiaoji. They watched as the golden light that had enveloped Xiaoji began to dissipate, but her hands did not stop. Everyone could now clearly feel the vibrant life force radiating from Xiaoji's hands. All right. Xiaoji clapped her hands and looked at Hiyu with a proud face, seeking praise. Amazing. Hiyu rubbed Xiaoji's head and then picked her up. Qi-Yin approached, noticing that the readings on the screen had returned to normal. Feeling a bit dazed. How is this possible? He clearly witnessed the scene just now, but still found it hard to believe that they had really pulled someone back from the brink of death. Qi-Yin opened the treatment pod, preparing to check again. Not just Qi-Yin, hearing his earlier doubts. Fu Xiyunyang and Li Shuhe also stepped forward to begin their checks. No matter how they looked at it, Huanu's body had truly healed. If one person's check had issues, it couldn't be that all three of them had problems, right? Hee. It was Ji who just brought brother Huanu's soul back. Xiaoji giggled, looking especially cute, her eyes wide as she gazed at them. Little miss is really amazing. You will definitely become the best healer in the future. Qi-Yin flattered. My little disciple is great. She saved a patient even master found difficult, Li Shuhe added, comparing herself to make Xiaoji happy. Not feeling the slightest bit wronged, and fearing her praise might not be sincere enough, she prepared to add more. My granddaughter is top-notch. Nothing can stump our Ji. Fu Xiyunyang said sincerely. But, can souls really be brought back? General, he was still a bit curious. If Uncle He and Uncle Bai came, it definitely wouldn't be possible. But Ji carefully looked at Brother Huanhu's forehead and saw no gray mist. Brother Huanhu wasn't meant to die, so it could be done. Xiaoji explained proudly. See, even Daddy doesn't understand, but I do. Wait, how did she know? Who are Uncle He and Uncle Bai? It just felt like after being wrapped in that warm light, Ji's little mind seemed to have grown something she didn't quite understand. Xiaoji herself didn't realize what it was, but Bai Zhe and the others were clear. It must have been the heavenly Tao adding a bit of homemade secret seasoning in the light, all benefits, no drawbacks. They even said the heavenly Tao considered itself a fair and impartial God, but it was clearly just as flawed as they were. Uncle He, Uncle Bai? Fu Xiyunyang didn't understand. The black and white impermanence from ancient mythology, Hiyu noted, none of his books were wasted. Are there really black and white impermanence? Not just Li Shuhe, even General He, Qi-Yin, and Fu Xiyunyang looked at Hiyu seriously, waiting for a reasonable explanation to boast about at work. Of course not. It's just the little cub's wild imagination. Maybe something from a video the stars showed, Hiyu said, this time with a more serious tone. Hearing Hiyu say this, everyone thought it made sense. The little cub's mind always had some strange things, combined with the mysterious elements from the video. They all did their own psychological construction, convincing themselves, yes, that's right, it's like that. They just didn't remember anything from earlier. Xiaoji was unique from the outside in, but this uniqueness meant danger. They would rather no one had witnessed Xiaoji's difference today. Brother Huanhu is awake. Xiaoji had been paying attention to Huanhu, worried that she hadn't done enough. When she saw him wake up, the little milk dumpling couldn't have been happier. A little Mississippi Huanhu hadn't spoken yet. His lips moved slightly. He was the one involved, more aware of the situation at the time. That explosion had nearly displaced all his organs. In the final moment before closing his eyes, he saw the galaxy armor flying towards him and thought it was great. At least he could die inside the war god ship. Later, the next thing he felt was suddenly his body becoming light, and he saw so many people surrounding him. Before Huanhu could make a move, two small, soft hands grabbed him tightly. He looked directly at Xiaoji. He saw her face change from rosy and radiant to pale and bloodless, and the tiny beads of sweat dripping from her forehead. Huanhu could clearly feel Xiaoji's spiritual power depleting quickly because of him. He didn't want to burden her, but if he dared to struggle, she would use even more strength to protect him. Huanhu couldn't express the feelings in his heart. The little princess was so foolish. He was clearly dead. Why was she doing this for him? Huanhu was truly anxious. Why wasn't he the leader stopping Xiaoji? Why was he the crowd around them stopping her? She was still just a little cub. Just when he thought Xiaoji might also get into trouble, a beam of golden light enveloped both of them. the light warm and washing away all the filth and decay in his heart. And the little mist wrapped in the beam seemed to reveal a hint of divinity. Chapter 72. Inhumane. When the illusion fox wanted to take a closer look, it was abruptly shoved back by the little milk dumpling, followed by a continuous flow of vital, healing energy pouring into his body, gradually repairing all the discomforts he felt. He wanted to open his eyes and tell her not to save him, not to waste her energy. However, the sensation of being enveloped in the little girl's energy was too comfortable for him to resist. When the energy was finally withdrawn, the illusion fox suddenly opened his eyes, wanting to see the little miss and whether she was hurt because of him. Seeing that there was no trace of exhaustion on the little girl's rosy face and that she was smiling sweetly at him, the illusion fox finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Rest well for a bit," he said as he picked up the little girl. After all, she had just recovered and needed more rest. With them here, the illusion fox could not relax. "Brother, are we going to see those older brothers and sisters now?" The little girl asked quietly. Didn't he really want to go? But he had promised the little dumpling he would, even if it was just in a dream. "Big brother, where are you going?" Chi-Yin also wanted to join in. Chi-Yin was the one who voiced the thoughts of the others. Li Shu, he wanted to stay with the little girl a bit longer, but as the president, she also needed to help at the branch, though that didn't stop her from listening. Fu Xiyunyang wasn't bound by so many rules. He simply wanted to spend more time with his granddaughter. So wherever she wanted to go, he would go with her. General, he was now completely in the role of a father, so there was no need to say more. "Take good care of the illusion fox." He looked at everyone who had come out, then waved his hand at Chi-Yin, who was still smiling inside, and closed the door. "Little miss, Chi-Yin is here." "Brother Chi-Yin." The little girl obediently acted along with Chi-Yin, mimicking his gestures. Li Shu, he chuckled. "Ha." Seeing everyone staring at her, she instinctively used her fan to cover her face. "Sorry, I couldn't help it." Fu Xiyunyang and General, he turned their backs, their shoulders shaking slightly. Li Shu, he said, "Don't think I don't know you're laughing at me." The little girl was completely unaware that she was being laughed at, thinking they were happy because they had saved the illusion fox brother. She was very happy too. "By the way, what do you want to see, my dear?" General, he quickly followed up, not missing a beat. "Let us go to the branch." His words made it clear that no one needed to ask anymore. "Little disciple wants to go?" Li Shui's tone rose slightly. "Yes, master. I want to help," the little girl said earnestly. Fu Xiyunyang looked at the little dumpling in His arms and felt a bit ashamed. After all these years, he was still not as good as a little glutinous rice ball. It was not his fault. The mainstream thought in the starry world was to just live well and do the responsibilities one was supposed to do. It was clearly a very simple matter, a very simple emotion laid out before him, but it just couldn't connect, separated by an invisible wall. The little girl's presence broke down that wall, allowing him to gradually start thinking about these issues with feelings. Perhaps it seemed idle to others, but he felt at ease. "Let us go. Grandpa will go with the little dumpling." Fu Sablas Yun Yang Laugid Heartily, failing refreshed. "Yay." The little girl clapped her hands. "Dad will also help out." General, he quickly chimed in. "His Highness is currently managing everything alone." He looked at General, he replied, "So what?" Seeing His eyes retreat and his expression saying, "As you wish," General, he felt like jumping up and down. Did this fourth child not consider him as a father anymore? "All right, just be careful and stay safe." General, he relented. If Li Shu and was not around, and he was also absent, it was inappropriate to leave His Highness alone. It wasn't that His Highness lacked strength. It was just that he was like a rose in a greenhouse, not as resilient as the wild fourth child. And this was His Highness's first time handling things on his own. He needed someone to keep an eye on him. Thinking this way made General he feel more balanced. He just reminded Xing Xing to take more photos of the little dumpling and send them to him, along with Su Yu Fu and He Jinlan, and he specifically instructed them not to post in the group. The grandparents still didn't know that the little dumpling was here and thought she was still in the palace with His Majesty. The starship that came to pick up Li Shu, he had been waiting at the door of the war god ship for a long time. A group of people boarded the starship and headed towards the branch. When the starship landed, Zhu Zhu was waiting at the door for Li Shu he. "President." Zhu Zhu instinctively thought the one coming out would be the president and bowed to greet her. However, as she bent over, Her gaze happened to meet the little dumpling looking at her. She didn't remember the president getting married? Didn't the president say that men would only hinder her progress? Could it be a case of the father leaves the child? The president was really impressive. How did she not think of that? While she was still contemplating, Zhu heard a soft and sticky voice. Sister, get up quickly. Your head will get dizzy. The little dumpling stood on tiptoe, extending a small finger to poke Zhu's shoulder. Okay. Zhu looked up and saw a crowd of people, feeling a bit dizzy all of a sudden. Before she could admire the cuteness of the little dumpling, she noticed the most prominent person among them. Why is General Xinghan here too? It wasn't that she disliked combatants. It was just that General Xinghan was not an ordinary combatant, which made him somewhat intimidating. Not just her, but everyone else would feel even more so. Now, the branch was filled with people suffering physically and mentally, and she felt a bit worried. Yu frowned slightly, and the next moment, a soft little hand grabbed his big hand. Yu said nothing, just held the small hand in his. General Xinghan, Pavilion Master, and Zhu nodded slightly. The necessary formal greetings were still important. She also realized that she had been a bit inappropriate just now. Zhu, please tell us about the situation, Li Shu, he said. Yes, President. Yesterday, we transferred a total of 372 people, among them 426 newly adult female victims and 378 adult female victims, with 154 female younglings and 34 male younglings, as well as 380 male victims. Each person has varying degrees of physical and psychological injuries. The branch's manpower and resources are completely insufficient. I have already contacted nearby branches to dispatch resources and manpower for support. The branch's space is also limited, and I wanted to ask if we can negotiate with nearby hospitals or large venues about renting space to disperse the victims. Zhu had not rested at all since yesterday. Yesterday, just settling the victims took until late at night. In the early hours, aside from collecting the victims' information, she also joined the treatment team, and there were still many people who had not received treatment. After speaking, Zhu showed them the collected data. Everyone frowned as they looked at it. Seeing the tragic situation firsthand was a far cry from just collecting data. Inhumane, worse than beasts. Zhu also felt mentally drained. Su Ling Chu, what a good father I have. Why don't I have a photo of the little dumpling? General He, I feel like a gust of wind just passed by my ears. Chapter 73, asking Big Brother for help. Xiao Ci was still a little illiterate and couldn't understand the information projected by Zhu's holographic brain. She only somewhat understood what Zhu said. Many people were injured, and they didn't have enough manpower or resources. How many people can the branch accommodate? Li Shui asked. Currently, the maximum number the branch can accommodate is 500. Zhu calculated, squeezing and squeezing, which was a number of victims they could properly accept and treat. This meant that over 800 more people needed a place to stay. There's a leisure resort near Fuxi Pavilion. I'll ask if they have the conditions, Fuxi Yunyang said, and walked away to make a call. Xiao Ci thought for a moment. Can I ask Big Brother for help? Of course. He looked at her. The little dumpling was very smart, knowing who to turn to for help in what situation. Xiao Ci directly dialed He Jinlan's video call. During a meeting, He Jinlan heard the specially set reminder ringtone and raised his hand to silence the person speaking. The ministers at the meeting were puzzled. What was going on with the big boss? Especially Minister Li from District 7, who tensed up. Was there a problem with their innovative project? The big boss wasn't listening. How angry could he be? Oh no, he was just boasting to old Xing about having a promising big order. Now it's not just embarrassing, it's a matter of life and death. In the next moment, Xiao Ci's figure appeared above the meeting room. The meeting room, oh. Little Miss, Minister Li exclaimed. So, it's Little Miss on the video call. The little dumpling's sweet voice made everyone's hearts flutter, wishing they could pinch her cheeks. Woo-woo. Little Miss, where are you? You didn't come to Lanshan, work isn't as fun anymore. Xiao Ci also noticed that many people were around Big Brother, all from his company, whom she had met before. Xiao Ci greeted them one by one. Everyone was both surprised and delighted, especially those who hadn't had a chance to interact with her yet. Their excitement was even higher than when Lanshan was topping charts. Secretary Zhang adjusted his glasses. As expected, Little Miss is the best motivation for everyone. Sister, is something happening? He Jinlan knew Xiao Ci was on the battlefield and was worried she might be in trouble. His voice carried a hint of urgency. I'm fine, big brother. I'm doing well. It's just that I encountered a troublesome problem and wanted to ask for your help, Xiao Ci quickly explained, knowing big brother was worried about her. Okay, go ahead, He Jinlan nodded. Everyone thought. He didn't even ask what it was and just agreed. The big boss really is a bit of a spoiled brother. But they could really help. Little miss asked them. He Jinlan noticed the expressions of the others, and his eyes turned a bit colder. Did they want to overstep their bounds? Heh. Upon hearing He Jinlan scoff after muting himself, everyone felt a chill down their spines. Who dare to compare with the big boss? Everyone thought, you have the ability to threaten us. You can threaten us when you're unmuted. But what is the point of muting? Seeing everyone behave, He Jinlan withdrew his gaze and unmuted. Big brother, there are many injured people here, Xiao Ci said. Hearing this, He Jinlan's heart tightened. Many injured people? What about her? Was she scared? What were Dad and the fourth brother doing? Everyone was shocked and confused. What did she mean by many injured people? Where was Little Miss? Why did it sound so dangerous? Was the big boss out of his mind, letting her go to a dangerous place? He Jinlan felt the scorching glares of reproach from those around him and couldn't he help but press a hand to his forehead, realizing it was too complicated to explain. Big brother and the others are very capable. They cleared out the Nan family. But the Nan family was too bad. They captured many innocent sisters and brothers. The responsible sister said those who were captured were both physically and mentally hurt and needed treatment. But the branch's facilities aren't enough. It was impressive that Xiao Ci could say so much in one breath and remember it so clearly. So you want Big Brother to help find some suitable venues to accommodate those victims? He Jinlan instantly guessed the little dumpling's intention. Yes, Big Brother is so amazing. I hadn't even finished speaking, and you already knew. We need a place that's best for the therapist to treat. Xiao Ci's tone was as if she were the older sister and He Jinlan the younger brother, coaxing a child. He Jinlan was also taken in by her charm. No, it should be said that he was completely smitten by whatever tricks the little dumpling had. Do you need Big Brother to send some supplies over? He Jinlan immediately thought of many things that Xiao Ci might need. Xiao Ci blinked, looking at Li Shuhe. President Li is willing to help. I'm very grateful. Li Shuhe inclined slightly. Aunt Shuhe, you're being polite. You're the elder, and I'm the younger one. I'm willing to help. I'm just listening to Xiao Ci. He Jinlan was very clear in his meaning. If anyone should be thanked, it should be his little sister. He was just doting on her. Li Shuhe didn't argue about this point. It was unnecessary because what He Jinlan said was also true. If it weren't for Xiao Ci, he probably wouldn't have even gotten involved. He wouldn't have known about this matter. Even if they sought help later, Lanchan would just donate some money at most. But regardless of the reason, she was grateful for the willingness to help. Then, Big Brother, hurry up. Xiao Ci waved her little hand, preparing to end the video call. She still needed to go help treat the injured. Okay. The smile on He Jinlan's face was about to fade. After finding help, he was ready to hang up. His ungrateful little sister didn't even realize he hadn't had a moment of peace since yesterday. Otherwise, he would have connected her call so quickly. Perhaps sensing He Jinlan's dejection, Xiao Ci leaned in and gave him a kiss on the cheek before hanging up. Although it was just a virtual kiss, the smile blooming in He Jinlan's heart was impossible to hide. Everyone, stop smiling, stop smiling. It's impolite to keep smiling. They knew Little Miss had given him a kiss, but was it a real kiss? Was it necessary to be so jealous? What's going on with the Nan family? Is the uproar online true? It's not just slander, is it? Even General Xinghan personally went to suppress it. It must be really serious. A group of confused people felt anxious, itching to ask the big boss, but seeing his cold gaze, they silently swallowed their words. Chapter 74. The more exquisite, the more terrifying? He Jinlan acted quickly, immediately instructing to contact suitable venues nearby. The feedback from the Yaoga on Fuxianyang's side indicated that the Yaoga could not accommodate many people, but its subsidiaries could, although the reported locations were too far away. Just as Li Shuhe was hesitating, messages from Zhu kept popping up. Zhu opened the messages and saw that they were all from people sent by General He to help, hoping she would approve their friend requests. Zhu immediately reported this to Li Shuhe. Li Shuhe glanced at Xiao Fei, intending to ask her to inquire about He Jinlan, but before she could speak, A video call from He Jinlan came in. Little sister, I've already had someone contact you. If you need anything, just give them instructions directly. He Jinlan's deep voice was very pleasant to hear. Thank you, big brother. Xiao Fei felt that her big brother was amazing and could do anything. Never say thank you to big brother, because you're my little sister. He Jinlan smiled, both proper and gentle. It was hard to tell he was a decisive and powerful CEO. He seemed more like a big brother next door. I understand. Then big brother shouldn't say thank you to me either, because I'm your little sister. Xiao Fei nodded and then mimicked He Jinlan's words to him. Everyone, toothache. It really hurt. It wasn't just the people in the conference room. Li Shuhe and the others felt the same. Yu's expression was also a bit stiff. Once Zhu confirmed that the people were indeed arranged by He Jinlan, she immediately accepted the friend requests and began coordinating with them. The other side directly informed Zhu of their situation and also offered to help transfer the injured, with a very sincere attitude that made Zhu feel a bit embarrassed. She knew this was all thanks to the good fortune of the little lady from the He family. If it weren't for the little lady reaching out to General He for help, they might still be in a state of chaos. Zhu, who already liked Xiao Fei very much, now liked her even more from the bottom of her heart. How could there be such a pure little dumpling? I've already had Fushi Pavilion send over the medicine. Let's go check on the victims. Of course, Fushi Yunyang couldn't do nothing. Since he promised to do something with his little granddaughter, he had to contribute as much as he could. He couldn't let his granddaughter down. Thank you so much. Pavilion Master Yunyang, I will remember your kindness, Li Shuhe said, breathing a sigh of relief. The two most urgent matters had been resolved. Li Shuhe walked over to Xiao Fei and hugged the little dumpling tightly. Thank you, really thank you, Xiao Fei. Li Shuhe was very gentle, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. The occurrence of this incident had caught her off guard. Perhaps she had been too lax, giving those pests a chance to take advantage. However, this also served as a wake-up call for her. She could no longer let her guard down. Master, don't be sad. Fei will stay with you. Xiao Fei tried to pat Li Shuhe's back, but her short arms couldn't reach. The sight of her little hands struggling was somewhat amusing. The emotional atmosphere that had been created by Li Shuhe's actions and words was instantly broken by this. Indeed, where there was a little dumpling, it was not suitable for sentimentality. Zhu took them for a tour. He only accompanied them to the entrance of the victim's placement area before not going in. He knew very well that his presence would only bring them greater pressure, which they would resent, and he would feel even more disgusted. Xiao Fei didn't force Yu to accompany her inside. Although she didn't know why her brother didn't go in with her, he had only reminded her to follow her grandfather and master well. But Xiao Fei understood that she wouldn't push her brother to do something he didn't want to do. Li Shuhe directly asked Zhu to take them to help the most severely injured victim. A large hall was almost filled with people lying close together, with only enough space for one person to pass through, which felt very oppressive. What was even more oppressive was that, despite the different degrees of injuries on these people, and some even having severe disabilities, their expressions were almost numb. Even when the therapist came to treat them, they looked at each other with dazed expressions. Xiao Fei felt very uncomfortable, especially distressed. Little apprentice, can you go help the other injured brothers and sisters with your grandfather? Li Shuhe couldn't bear to look any longer and didn't want the little dumpling to feel the heaviness of the atmosphere here. No, master, I want to stay here. Xiao Fei shook her head. Forget it. Let her stay here. You go ahead and be busy. She can come with me. Fushi Yunyang thought that teaching was not as good as practical experience. With a ready-made teaching case, Xiao Fei could learn more. In the future, if he wasn't around, according to his little granddaughter's character, if she encountered similar cruel situations, wouldn't it be even more painful? And this pain would be mixed with a sense of helplessness. All right, Li Shuhe, not being a sheltered flower, naturally understood Fushi Yunyang's intentions. She just felt a bit reluctant. But Xiao Fei was inherently different and not something they could control. Then master will go help. Fei, you help your grandfather well. Li Shuhe gently patted Xiao Fei's head, her voice becoming softer. And Mei Chim, I will help my grandfather obediently. Xiao Fei nodded vigorously, patting her little chest to show that she was great. Fushi Yunyang took Xiao Fei to the area with the men. Hold on, a therapist shouted anxiously. Fushi Yunyang picked up the little dumpling and ran over. I'm coming. Fushi Yunyang pushed aside the therapist and released his spiritual energy to wrap around the barely breathing man. The therapist was about to say, "Don't mess around," but saw that the dying man's complexion had eased a bit. "Good granddaughter, watch carefully." After stabilizing the dying man's breath, Fushi Yunyang began to treat him, his movements methodical, even slowing down a bit so that Xiao Fei could observe closely. While treating, he also explained. Xiao Fei listened attentively. The man's physical condition began to improve, and his breathing became completely steady. Xiao Fei reached out to check the man's pulse, her eyes widening slightly. "Wow, master is amazing." The man opened his eyes, and what greeted him was a little dumpling. His expression was slightly shocked. What a cute little creature, like an angel. But upon getting a closer look at the little dumpling's attire, he instinctively shrank back. His body trembled a bit. The wealthy people who came to choose them were mostly there to entertain noble women, and many were young noble women themselves. Most of those who were bought were treated as profitable entertainment and thrown into the wild fighting arenas to battle with feral beasts. Those with some abilities might manage to scrape by in front of the nobles, while those with lesser abilities would die directly in the beast arena. In his mind, the more exquisite and glamorous the little girl was, the more terrifying she became. Chapter 75. Her little apprentice is the apple of her eye. Are you afraid of Xiaobai? Little Xiaobai sensed the other person's fear. Her big, watery eyes showed a hint of hesitation, making her look quite pitiful. The man found it hard to understand. Why would this noble little creature show such an expression? Shouldn't she be furious, feeling that her dignity had been provoked? Or perhaps pleased by the fear she instilled in others? How could she look somewhat disappointed, as if her rejection had affected her? Was this a new way of tormenting someone? Xiaobai doesn't bully her older brother. Little Xiaobai's round, sparkling eyes were as pure as water, sincere and warm. The man felt a bit ashamed under the gaze of those beautiful eyes. He saw his own dirty, shrunken self reflected in them, feeling unworthy to appear in her sight. It was clearly a defilement of her innocence, especially for such a sweet, soft little one who spoke so nicely. He thought, even if this was some new way to toy with him, he would accept it. The man shook his head slightly. "Then you're not afraid of Xiaobai?" The joy reflected in little Xiaobai's eyes was genuine. For some reason, the man felt that those around them began to focus their attention on this cheerful statement. "I'm not afraid." He shook his head more vigorously, his voice gaining confidence and volume. "This is Xiaobai's candy, for Big Brother." Little Xiaobai took out some candy from her space and placed it in his palm. The man only felt a soft little hand putting a piece of candy in his palm, followed by a sweet smile. "Thank you." The man felt a bit shy. He believed that this truly was an angel, the angel he had dreamed of meeting since childhood. If Big Brother feels unwell, you can call Xiaobai, and Xiaobai can heal too. Little Xiaobai showed a little pride in her expression, making the man unable to help but smile. Realizing that he was actually smiling, the man was completely stunned. But before he could react further, the little one had already followed Fushi Yunyang to another place. Fushi Yunyang was responsible for rescue, while little Xiaobai was in charge of comforting. Unknowingly, they moved from one point to a small area and then to a larger region. When Li Shuhe looked up again, she was momentarily dazed. It felt as if the colors of the area where little Xiaobai was located had become vibrant. Not only did she feel this way, but a group of healers near Xiaobai also felt the same. What should they do? If they weren't still working, they would all want to interact with that little one. They heard she was a direct disciple who would eventually grow up. Oh my, such a delicate and cute little one. How could anyone not like her? Of course, it wasn't just the healers. Even the victims began to plan when they would get to meet that little angelic figure. Gradually, everyone's gaze changed, beginning to fill with anticipation. "Grandpa, can Xiaobai save people by herself?" Little Xiaobai tugged at Fushi Yunyang's sleeve. "Does my sweet granddaughter want to try?" Fushi Yunyang was somewhat surprised. He initially intended to let little Xiaobai observe more. But since she expressed her desire to try saving someone, how could he, as her grandfather, refuse? "I do." Little Xiaobai blinked her star-like eyes. "Your eyes are filled with determination. How could Fushi Yunyang refuse?" "All right, then Xiaobai can try. Is it okay if Grandpa watches from his side?" Fushi Yunyang had never been so polite with anyone other than his little granddaughter. Even with the crown prince, he would only protect him with his stubborn temper. The misunderstanding with little Xiaobai showed that he cared for the crown prince, but, haha, Grandpa will teach Xiaobai. Little Xiaobai was particularly understanding. She knew her grandfather wanted to help her. In case she made any mistakes, Grandpa could assist her in time. She wasn't the kind of proud and arrogant little one. Little Xiaobai was still a little one, and little ones still needed adults' help. Fushi Yinyang knew his little granddaughter was very sensible, and after discussing it, they switched places. When little Xiaobai began her treatment, Fushi Yinyang's expression changed from nodding to a proud smile in an instant. He realized that his little granddaughter not only absorbed what he taught her, but even had her own understanding. Throughout the entire process, the effectiveness of her treatment was even better than his direct intervention. Ah, this is the loneliness of genius. Not only was he invincible, but even the granddaughter he raised was so impressive. After watching several cases, Fushi Yunyang realized that little Xiaobai could manage on her own. So he let her continue to treat others, making them more efficient. Just as little Xiaobai finished with one person and was about to treat the next, her outstretched little hand was directly pushed away by the other person, causing her to stumble back and sit on the ground. The commotion was too loud, drawing the attention of those around. Sweet granddaughter! Fushi Yunyang rushed over. Li Shuhe, who was further away, had not heard the noise. When those who had been helped by little Xiaobai began to scold the person who pushed her, Li Shuhe finally realized something was wrong and hurried over to check the situation. Fushi Yunyang had already picked up little Xiaobai, his little granddaughter, whom he cherished dearly. How could she be bullied? His face was filled with anger, and the voices around him were all condemning the man. Little Xiaobai also realized what happened and cuddled Fushi Yunyang, saying, "Grandpa, I'm fine." Little Xiaobai could see a special red and gold light on the man who pushed her. With such a light, he couldn't be a bad person. How could you be fine? My granddaughter cannot be bullied. Fushi Yunyang was now furious. With a peck, little Xiaobai kissed Fushi Yunyang's cheek. Fushi Yunyang, if you kiss me again, it won't help. Li Shuhe rushed over just in time to see Fushi Yunyang's radiant smile, his eyes nearly disappearing. Little apprentice, are you okay? Li Shuhe's gaze fell on Xiaobai. I'm fine, master. You go ahead and be busy. I'm really okay. Little Xiaobai shook her head. Li Shuhe was still worried. The commotion had been quite loud, although she hadn't noticed it immediately because little Xiaobai was so unique. The news spread quickly, especially as everyone was indignant, scolding a man and lamenting that little Xiaobai had been pushed to the ground. As her master, how could she not feel heartbroken? How could someone bear to bully such a well-behaved, adorable little one like little Xiaobai? She could understand the victim's feelings of imbalance. But does that justify bullying her little apprentice? Where's the logic in that? Li Shuhe had no children. Her little apprentice was her heart and soul. Chapter 76 Amnesia. Master. Little Pudding's small body directly leaned into Li Shuhe's embrace, revealing her little teeth. You child. Li Shuhe was startled, fearing that she might hurt her waist. Fushi Yunyang handed Little Pudding over to Li Shuhe. Master, smile. Pudding is really fine. She is a big dumpling now, and won't be bullied. Little Pudding even demonstrated her little arms. Li Shuhe cooperatively glanced at her completely tender, white little flesh. However, the not-so-good emotions that had arisen from her anxiety were instantly soothed by the words of the little milk dumpling. When Zhu Zhu received Li Shuhe's message, she hurried over to inquire about what had happened. What's the situation? Li Shuhe looked at the man lying there, covered in blood and dirt, with disheveled hair. His identity had not yet been verified. Those who came with him said he was suddenly brought over by the guards. They claimed he was tall and young, and should not have been brought here to be sold as a beast-fighting slave. The people with him also tried to ask him questions, but no matter how they asked, he just wouldn't speak, leading everyone to guess that he might be deaf-mute, which was why the nobles scorned him. However, those people said he was indeed very capable. Every time he was sent into underground beast fights, he was the one who survived. A few nobles wanted to buy him, but he almost killed them before he could be taken away, which angered the Nan family. When that happened, the man would be electrocuted and burned with iron. But since he could bring profits to the underground casino, they never truly tried to kill him. Zhu Zhu only knew this much. She felt some sympathy for this man, but if he really posed a threat, she would certainly prioritize protecting the majority. Hearing Zhu Zhu's words, Li Shuhe showed a moment of hesitation. Master, Pudding knows he is a good person. Little Pudding quietly said in Li Shuha's ear. Why do you think he is a good person? Even though Li Shuha knew that little ones might have an innate judgment of good and bad, she still subconsciously asked. Because Pudding can see the aura on everyone. Like Master S is golden and Daddy S is red and gold. At that moment, Li Shuha directly formed a soundproof barrier with her spiritual power. This little dumpling really dares to say anything directly to her. It seems she really loves her master too much. Don't casually tell others about this in the future, understood? Little disciple? Li Shuha pinched Little Pudding's face, looking into her beautiful little eyes as she spoke. Pudding knows Master is not like others. Master is Pudding S. The little dumpling swayed left and right, a bit proud. This made Li Shuha's lips finally curl up. Then be careful. If he dares to bully you, Master won't be polite to him. Li Shuha released the soundproof barrier and set Little Pudding down. Little Pudding nodded vigorously, as if afraid Li Shuha wouldn't see her attitude. All right, don't get dizzy. Li Shuha supported Little Pudding's little head. Little Pudding felt a bit dizzy, as if stars were swirling in her head. Stars, can you not turn into stars and spin around in Pudding's head? Little Pudding negotiated. The stars flew out, looking at Little Pudding with an expression of I don't understand what you're saying, little master. Fushi Yunyang and Li Shuha, however, understood the little dumpling. She really is clever for her age, knowing how to make them happy. All right, you go ahead and be busy. If there's anything, I'll call you. Li Shuha said to Zhu. Zhu nodded, took one last look at the little dumpling, and then turned to leave. She was currently busy transferring the victims. Zhu had just discussed with Li Shuha about preparing to transfer those who were not severely injured, leaving the most serious cases at the branch. The less severely injured would cooperate much more easily, reducing manpower troubles. And for the severely injured left at the branch, any issues could also be responded to immediately. Zhu took Li Shuha's words as guiding principles. So, of course, she continued to be busy. Li Shuha quietly spoke a few words with Fushi Yunyang using her spiritual power, then returned to her area. However, she still divided part of her attention to Little Pudding so she could respond immediately if anything unexpected happened. Li Shuha did not hide her thoughts about Little Pudding from Fushi Yunyang. With him watching nearby, she figured the other party wouldn't be able to do anything to Pudding. Fushi Yunyang did not treat anyone else at this time. He simply watched as Little Pudding approached the man. Little Pudding released her spiritual power from a distance, wrapping it around the man. The man instinctively took a defensive posture, but as he felt the warm spiritual power enveloping him, before his brain could react, his body had already surrendered. That kind of light carried a sunny warmth that was hard to refuse. Little Pudding clearly sensed that the man's body relaxed significantly before she slowly walked up to him. The man looked somewhat astonished, as if he hadn't realized someone had come near him. It was evident that he was trying hard to build up his defenses, forcing himself to keep his body tense. It's fine. The bad person has already been caught by my brother. Little Pudding's soft voice carried soothing spiritual power. Maybe he couldn't hear Little Pudding speaking, but he certainly sensed from the calming spiritual power that the little milk dumpling had no malicious intent. However, the man seemed to be stimulated by something, abruptly raising his head to look at the source of the voice. A little pink dumpling? The man felt a sharp pain in his head, and a look of agony spread across his face. Little Pudding, frightened, quickly released more soothing spiritual power to help alleviate his pain. Fushi Yunyang observed the man thoughtfully, sending a wisp of spiritual power into the man's body, confirming some of his initial guesses. With Pudding's spiritual power soothing his emotions, the man gradually began to relax again. Pudding. The man looked at the little pink dumpling who was still continuously infusing him with spiritual power, tentatively calling out, "Yes, I am Pudding." Little Pudding looked at the man with joy, realizing that this big brother was not deaf-mute. He could speak and could hear her. "I am fine." Now, the man spoke slowly and repetitively, perhaps because he hadn't spoken in a long time. Little Pudding looked at Fushi Yunyang, and seeing him nod, she withdrew her hand. "Your brain has suffered shock," Fushi Yunyang said to the man with certainty, not as a question. "Perhaps. I don't remember many things now," the man replied slowly again. Although his voice was slow and low, Little Pudding still felt that this stuttering big brother's voice was very nice. Just like his beautiful eyes, which were partially obscured by his hair. With a beauty mark at the corner, Little Pudding thought, this somewhat fierce big brother can actually speak. The somewhat fierce big brother replied, yeah, I can. Talk. Fushi Yunyang added, don't say talk I. Em worried. Little Pudding, Grandpa is bad. Chapter 77. Discussing Grandpa. Is the big brother a bit fierce because he got hurt and became silly? Little Gigi blinked her eyes and asked sincerely. This big brother, his brain was indeed hurt, so he might not remember some things, but he hasn't become silly. Fushi Yunyang tried to explain that being silly and not remembering are two different things. But Gigi only knew that she was called Gigi, and the big brother had just been unable to speak and didn't even know his own name. Little Gigi looked at the man with innocent eyes. Chuan. The man suddenly spoke. This sudden word was firm and earnest, which startled the little dumpling. Is your name Chuan? Little Gigi showed a curious expression. The man nodded. Although he didn't remember his surname or given name, this word felt strangely familiar, and it must be his name or title. For some reason, the man felt he absolutely couldn't let little Gigi know that he didn't even know his name. Clearly, the little cub's childish words stirred up a competitive spirit in him, as if saying his name would mean he wasn't silly. Once this thought surfaced, the man felt a bit contemptuous of himself, unable to understand why he was like this. He should be, what kind of person? Then Gigi will call you Brother Chuan. Brother Chuan, sit tight. Gigi will help you with your treatment. Little Gigi noticed that Chuan seemed to be in pain again, so she quickly interrupted her spell. Chuan seemed to sense the little dumpling's intention, and a tingling sensation surged in his heart. Little Gigi reached out her hands to hold one of the man's large hands. This little Gigi gave him a particularly familiar feeling, as if many years ago, when he was still a little cub, someone had held his hand like this with warmth. Fushi Yunyang observed that the two were interacting very peacefully and decided not to disturb them. Brain treatment requires specialized examination. After little Gigi performs simple healing on him, she will take him over to see whether he needs surgery or if they can directly repair it. Brother Chuan, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere else? Little Gigi withdrew her spiritual power. Chuan shook his head. Little princess, and I'm a staff member sent by President Zhu to take him for a brain examination. A man in an association uniform walked up to little Gigi. I informed President Zhu about this person's situation. His memory loss should be due to brain damage. We need to take him for a specialized examination to clearly identify the issue before deciding whether surgery or a repair treatment is better. Fushi Yunyang approached upon hearing the man's words, in case little Gigi was unaware. This is a good thing. Resolving the memory loss issue early will reduce the sense of panic, and at least he won't be so vigilant and defensive towards everyone. If the body remains tense for too long, it is detrimental to physical and mental health. Saving him would be equivalent to saving him for nothing. Then, Brother Chuan, you should quickly go with him for the examination. Little Gigi nodded. Her grandpa had considered everything. No, I won't go. Chuan shook his head and pulled little Gigi, who was about to leave. What are you doing? Is the little princess's hand something you can touch? The staff member was already somewhat irritated by the sudden increase in tasks, and now seeing the man being so ungrateful and trying to curry favor with the little princess, his anger flared up instantly, especially since he had heard earlier that the man had pushed the little princess down. This indeed startled Chuan. He released little Gigi. He wasn't afraid of the staff member. Rather, he remembered that when people around him discussed noble women, especially young cubs, their evaluations were always very delicate. They hated seeing dirty things in front of them, let alone his dirty hands touching the soft little dumpling. He feared that the little milk dumpling would dislike him. He feared seeing disgust in the little milk dumpling's eyes. Why should he care about an unrelated little cub? Just because she saved him? Perhaps that was the only answer. You can't be so fierce. Little Gigi bared her teeth at the staff member. Her self-assumed fierce expression was actually just a funny action in the eyes of adults. Super cute. The staff member was both amused and helpless at the little princess's display. He also realized he had overstepped. On one hand, he felt he had been too offensive, probably because the surrounding emotions had gradually influenced him, making him feel irritated, and after days of high-intensity work, he had mismanaged himself. How could he be so fierce in front of the little princess? On the other hand, he felt the little princess was truly too kind. Facing someone so dirty and smelly, who had almost hurt her, she still protected him so adorably. Little princess, I was wrong. The staff member thought to himself, but still bowed to apologize. It's okay. Knowing your mistakes and being able to change is what a good child does. Little Gigi wanted to help the staff member up. Goodness, the person bent down, and she had to stand on her tiptoes to reach his shoulder. What are you helping for? Bullying the little dumpling. Little Gigi clutched her little head, feeling a bit frantic. The staff member, having been apologizing and not looking up, evidently missed the little dumpling's outburst and thought the little princess was genuinely angry, thus remained silent for a long time. Fushi Yunyang saw through everything, but only recorded it silently. Of course, the stars did the same. After the little dumpling's outburst, she took a few slow steps forward, approached the staff member, and patted him. Really, it's okay. I'm not angry. Just don't do that again next time. The staff member tilted his head. Is the little princess really this short? Don't look at Gigi like that. Gigi will get angry. Little Gigi showed a warning look, and this familiar gaze made her a bit jumpy. I was wrong. The staff member hurriedly bowed his head again. Oh, you are not wrong. Gigi is short now, which is not wrong. Gigi is still small. In a few days, she will be a real big dumpling and will be taller than you. Little Gigi squatted down and looked up at the staff member. Ooh. The staff member was struck in the heart by little Gigi's adorable little actions. How could there be such a cute little princess? This adorable demeanor contrasted sharply with his earlier harshness regarding height. Clearly, he had spoken so rudely. Even if this malice was directed at a lowly commoner, it was still a display of anger in front of the little princess, which was disrespectful. From the beginning, the little princess had not held his earlier behaviors against him, but was merely defending that commoner, and now it had devolved into a discussion about height. Gradually, he really wanted to laugh, but the sincere little princess was looking at him. Sob. It felt so hard to hold it in. This scene naturally caught the attention of many. They were all envious of the person named Chuan, who received so much attention and gaze from the little princess. Even though he had harmed her, the little princess still helped him first without holding a grudge, and now she was defending him in front of the staff member. They really didn't know what kind of luck he had stumbled upon. They could only say that their precious little princess was truly too kind and too cute. Look, she is so sensitive about height issues, even negotiating with that staff member like a proper deal. It was just very, very funny. The suppressed laughter around. Little Gigi didn't even notice. Chapter 78. Am I dreaming? Little Gigi looked at the staff member who sincerely admitted their mistake and ran back to Chuan. Brother Chuan, don't be angry anymore, he apologized. Can you forgive him, please? Little Gigi's tone was earnest as she shook one of Chuan's hands. Chuan felt as if his hand had been touched by something hot. He wanted to pull it back, but when he met little Gigi's bright big eyes, he couldn't make any move. He was afraid to see those eyes dim. All right. It turned out that the little bundle in front of him was different from the noble cubs they spoke of. She didn't despise him, and her smile was genuine. That's great. Gigi will accompany you for the checkup. Little Gigi felt very concerned about Chuan. In her eyes, Brother Chuan was just a big child who didn't understand things and needed someone to take care of him. Upon hearing this, Fushi Yunyang immediately protested. Dear granddaughter, aren't you going to accompany Grandpa? Fushi Yunyang stopped his actions, unwilling a million times. I have to accompany you, but Gigi is worried about Brother Chuan. What if he misbehaves and hurts himself or others? Little Gigi ran over and took Fushi Yunyang's hand, speaking earnestly. She looked just like a little adult. Then, what if Grandpa gets tired because you're not here? Fushi Yunyang thought for a long time. Little Gigi lowered her head, deep in thought. Right? If Grandpa got tired, then Gigi wouldn't be able to take care of him. It was really a dilemma for the little bundle. I know. Grandpa, let the stars accompany you for a while. Gigi will come back to take care of you as soon as Brother Chuan finishes his checkup. Okay? Little Gigi clapped her hands in delight at her cleverness. No. Before Fushi Yunyang could finish speaking, he saw little Gigi's big watery eyes staring at him intently. He felt that if he said he didn't agree, the little bundle's tears would flow out like they were worthless. Could he handle that? He couldn't. It's not that you can't. I've sent a message to your brother. Your brother will accompany you. Fushi Yunyang felt it was wiser to leave it to Hiyu. He suddenly felt very clever. As soon as he finished speaking, the message was sent to Hiyu. Little Zichi hadn't even finished her words of protest when the stars received a video call from the Milky Way. Brother. Little Zichi answered the video call. I'm waiting for you at the door. He said simply, glanced around, locked his gaze on Chuan, gave him a quick scan, and then hung up. Little Zichi thought her brother was so nice. He supported her no matter what, and she felt happy. Fuxi and Yang said, Oh, the fourth of the He family is angry. Brother Chuan, let's go. Zichi will pull you. Little Zichi wanted to help Chuan. Let me do it, little princess. The staff didn't want to tire the little bundle. It's fine, Zichi can do it. Little Zichi was happily pulling Chuan's hand, trying to lift him up. Of course, Chuan couldn't rely on little Zichi's strength. But to cooperate with her, he slowly stood up in sync with her movements. Thank you. Chuan also wanted to know what he had forgotten. He thought simply, as long as he regained his memory, whether it was good or bad, at least he wouldn't feel empty anymore. His emotions would stabilize due to the controllability, and he wouldn't have to worry about hurting little Zichi. Please follow me, little princess. The staff led little Zichi and Chuan outside. As soon as they reached the door, little Zichi saw Hiyu leaning against the wall. Brother Chuan, this is my brother. His name is Hiyu. Little Zichi proudly introduced her brother to Chuan. The moment Chuan's gaze met Hiyu's, he felt something flash quickly in his mind, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch that fleeting memory. Did he know Zichi's brother? But Hiyu's expression was extremely cold, completely not resembling that of an acquaintance. He even sensed a faint hostility from him. Not an acquaintance. Could it be an enemy? Chuan felt uneasy. If he were enemies with little Zichi's brother, would little Zichi still hold his hand? Let's go. Hiyu uttered 2 words. Those 2 words were like a reprieve for both the staff and Chuan, with one leading the way with his head down and the other silently following along. Pulled by little Zichi. Little princess, the light waves emitted by the equipment will affect the bodies of the cubs. Why don't you wait here at the door for a bit, okay? The staff discussed with the doctor in charge of the checkup and squatted down to negotiate with little Zichi. Okay. Little Zichi nodded obediently and then smiled at him. Thank you for your hard work. This is my duty. The staff saw the impact of that smile like witnessing cherry blossoms in full bloom, completely forgetting themselves. Chuan followed the doctor inside. What kind of person do you dare to manage? Hiyu placed little Zichi on a chair. The staff felt the low pressure around them. They didn't dare to breathe. General Xinghan was really scary. How could he be so fierce to the little princess? What if he bullied her? Tell the chairman. No. There wasn't enough time. After all, he was still an A-grade combat power master. He could at least buy some time for the little princess to run away. The staff was internally battling. Meanwhile, little Zichi stretched out her delicate little hand and patted the empty seat next to her. Brother should sit too. The staff thought, my little princess, how can your heart be so big? Although Hiyu ignored the little bundle, his body honestly sat down. You go ahead and be busy. Zichi already knows the way. I will be responsible for bringing Brother Chuan back later. Little Zichi told the staff not to stay here. It was very busy now, and having one more person here just waiting wouldn't help since she would take Brother Chuan back. The staff almost stumbled. My little princess. Is this about knowing the way? He glanced at him. The staff's body stiffened. Woo, little princess, don't blame me for being useless. General Xinghan is just too scary. The staff hurriedly ran away. He opened his light brain and contacted Chairman Zhu, reporting what just happened. When Zhu saw the message and recognized it was about Hiyu, she replied that he didn't need to worry and should proceed with the previous arrangements. Seeing that Chairman Zhu said so, the staff thought perhaps General Xinghan was a person who appeared cold on the outside, but was warm on the inside. He started to convince himself of this, but his feet just wouldn't move. The staff gritted his teeth and turned back. He saw the little princess standing on the chair, holding General Xinghan's face, looking like a small, fierce bundle as she scolded Hiyu for being wrong. The staff rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he was seeing correctly. Uncertain, he looked again. He saw the little bundle getting more and more fierce. General Xinghan even looked a bit wronged and didn't dare to speak. The staff pinched himself. Hissing, he realized this wasn't a daydream. It turned out it wasn't the world that was crazy, but him. The staff forced a smile as he turned back to his post, gradually feeling happier. The intimidating General Xinghan was actually being completely controlled by the little princess. Ha ha! No one would dare to believe it if he told them. After all, he himself couldn't believe what he was seeing. Hiyu, you really manage everyone. You're very open-hearted. Little Jiqi. Yes, brother understands Jiqi the best. Jiqi has a big heart and can hold a lot. The little bundle thought he was complimenting her and was especially happy, even gesturing how big her heart was. Hiyu. Hee. Little Jiqi. Hee. Hiyu. Why do you want to manage them? He forgot that the little bundle's mind couldn't turn around. Little Jiqi was taken aback. Brother, how can you say that? Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah. Hiyu, my ears hurt so much. Why does he have to suffer like this? Chapter 79. Wild sensation. The staff thought that this explosive news couldn't be digested alone, so they opened the Little Princess's support fan group. Xiaohua was also diligently working today. I'm at work today. Dad loves the little goose. Of course, who isn't working today? The little princess is my sweetheart. I'm not working. I'm just a student, hee. There's no gossip. The little goose is sweet. I envy the students above. Back in my day, Xiaohua was also diligently working today, but I saw something particularly dreamy while I was at work. Daily kneeling for the little goose to appear. Brother above, please tell me more. I've prepared my sunflower seeds. Who wants them? I'll deliver them immediately. The little princess is the cutest. I want them. The little goose is mine. 1. The little goose has thousands of fans. My ears are perked up. Why hasn't anyone told the story yet? Xiaohua was also diligently working today. I saw the little princess. Dad loves the little goose. Ha! I even saw my precious little goose. Throws out his screenshot. Although it's just a little hand, but it's definitely the cutest little hand. No rebuttals accepted. There's no gossip. The little goose is sweet. Sigh, the emperor really is consistently a dog. The little princess's photos are not released at all. Daily kneeling for the little goose to appear. It's okay. I send the He family holding a banquet soon. I'll ask my mom to take me. And then I'll provide food for the brothers. The little goose has thousands of fans. Brother above, you're my dad, my real dad. The little goose is mine. You're my dear sister. Dad loves the little goose. You're my ancestor. Feifei loves the little goose. As far as I know, this banquet won't be held. Daily kneeling for the little goose to appear. Heartbroken. Did you hear that? Xiaohua was also diligently working today, but I really saw the little princess. The little princess is the cutest. I don't believe you unless you show me. The little princess is my sweetheart. Why does this scene feel somewhat familiar? Everyone began to recall how similar Feifei loves the little goose as previous big shot-s comments about frying fish were to Xiaohua's statements today. Could it be? There's no gossip. The little goose is sweet. Xiaohua, they're all bad people, and I'm a good person. I believed in you from the start. So can you show me the little goose's photos? Dad loves the little goose. You weren't like this just now. Xiaohua was also diligently working today. Without photos, we cannot take pictures of the little princess. The little princess is the cutest. Then you're saying Pete. Gritting teeth, another show-off. Ha! I've seen through the essence of the big shots in this group. Feifei loves the little goose. There's no gossip. The little goose is sweet. Then hurry up and tell us what happened when you met the little goose today. At the mention of this, everyone's eyes lit up. The staff saw this message, and finally, this floor was back on track. Ha ha! Xiaohua was also diligently working today. I saw the little princess fiercely educating General Xinghan, who didn't dare to say a word and obediently sat in front of the little princess. Dad loves the little goose. Ha ha ha! You must not have woken up yet. What kind of person is General Xinghan? A demon, a fierce god, even if he is the little princess's biological brother. If you anger General Xinghan, it doesn't matter who you are. With General Xinghan's methods, you'll go in standing and come out horizontal. This person must be lying. Not only he thought so, but others thought the same. They were interested in hearing him out before, but now no one wanted to pay him any attention. Xiaohua was also diligently working today. I'm telling the truth. The little goose is mine. To spare you embarrassment, I'll reply to you. The staff looked at their reactions, understanding on one hand, but feeling uncomfortable on the other. It's not just him who was in an awkward position. Everyone else was completely different from his previous state. Feifei loves the little goose. As far as I know, General Xinghan really dotes on the little princess, doting in the genuine sense. The little princess is my sweetheart. Guagua, pinch me. I'm afraid I'm dreaming. There's no gossip. The little goose is sweet. I had my mom pinch me. It really hurt. She thinks I'm sick. So, this really isn't a dream? The group started to explode again. Chen Xiaohua, the staff member, nodded in satisfaction, feeling comfortable in his heart. Suddenly, he saw a friend request from Fei loves the little goose, thought for a moment, and clicked to agree. Fei loves the little goose. Hello, I'm Sophia. Chen Xiaohua was stunned when he saw the popped-up message. She is Sophia? The Vice Dean of the General Treatment and Guidance Institute, the genius guidance girl Sophia. Xiaohua was also diligently working today. Hello, Vice Dean. I'm Chen Xiaohua, a staff member from the branch managed by Dean Zhu. Fei loves the little goose. Is the little princess with you? Chen Xiaohua saw this message and didn't he know how to reply. Although this person was in the same group as him, they didn't truly know each other. The thoughts of those in higher positions were the hardest to understand. What if she just had ulterior motives under the guise of liking the little princess? Fei loves the little goose. Don't get me wrong. I'm just a bit surprised. My master told me not to disturb the little princess for these few days, and I haven't been able to contact her. So I'm a bit worried. Chen Xiaohua thought for a moment. Vice Dean, rest assured, General Xinghan is here, and the little princess is very safe and happy. Fei loves the little goose. Okay, thank you. Closing the chat window, Sophia frowned. If the little princess is with General Xinghan, then that means she is in the Nan family. No wonder my master didn't let me look for the little princess. It turns out she is in such a dangerous place. Sophia felt a bit annoyed. She had sent so many messages to the little goose, hoping it wouldn't affect her. What's wrong, Sophia? Xie Gongxiu asked, looking at Sophia, who was lost in thought by the lake. It's you, nothing much. Sophia shook her head. Your expression doesn't look like someone who is fine. Xie Gongxiu was very perceptive to people's emotions. I miss the little princess. Sophia sighed, saying that she hurriedly finished her own tasks and wanted to play with the little princess again before she returned. But now would be at least a week before she could see her. You miss her. You miss her. The little princess is indeed very cute. Xie Gongxiu thought of the little milk dumpling and couldn't help but smile. Sophia glanced at him, her smile a bit forced. What is wrong with the little princess? Xie Gongxiu keenly sensed something. It's not that. It's south, just at the place where the little princess is now, is a bit dangerous. And I estimate not many people know about it. Sophia spoke ambiguously. The little princess's location couldn't be casually exposed. However, Xie Gongxiu didn't say anything. The little princess is so cute. No matter what kind of person she encounters, they wouldn't have the heart to harm her, Xie Gongxiu said with a smile. But the little princess shouldn't encounter bad people. Sophia stood up and brushed off the dust from her clothes. She still had class to attend. Xie Gongxiu nodded. Meanwhile, Chuan had actually finished his checkup a long time ago. He hadn't come out because, in addition to the checkup, he went through a doctor's passage to another room. There, Chen Xiaohua had specifically arranged a place for him to wash up, allowing him to clean himself up a bit and change into a set of clean clothes. Chuan looked at his disheveled hair in the mirror. He had shaved all his hair off and had become crew cut. The wild hormonal sensation instantly radiated. When he saw him, the little goose still didn't dare to recognize him.